Once upon a time, in a magical land of Ponyville, an era emerged where the ideals of friendship were replaced by jealousy, selfishness, greed, and cruelty. The world fell into an abyss of wildfires and dark magic, leaving behind a silent, dark world. 200 years later, a pony from the refuge stable connected the bridge between the past and the future, igniting a spark of hope. Chapter 1. The first step. The walls of the repair room were a monotonous, dark gray. The wall I was staring at was slightly better. It was a clean gray. As everyone knows, the Beep Beep ponies are sturdy and reliable, so being a Beep Beep pony technician means spending most of the time doing nothing. Being an apprentice to a Beep Beep pony technician means that while my master is comfortably napping in the back room, I have to take care of the tedious daily chores for him. Like now, cleaning those walls to perfection. This wall needs a mural. Oh my gosh, are you okay? Then she appeared. The beautiful charcoal black unicorn, Vivi Remy, with her white mane streaked with colorful stripes, her voice as smooth as the finest silk and as rich as the sweetest cocoa. And there she stood at the door of my workspace. I silently thanked my luck that I had finished cleaning and felt ashamed that this room did not deserve her beauty. Unbelievably, she was really standing there. I had admired her on stage at parties. I had listened to her songs over and over, recording every new song on my Beep Beep pony so I could listen at any time. I can now admit that I had a crush on Vivi for years, just like at least 300 other ponies. My mom used to tease me about it. Little skin, she would always chuckle with her friends. Vivi Remy's stable door won't just open like that. It took me years to understand what my mom meant, just as it took me several seconds to realize what Vivi had just asked me. What? Warehouse what? But she just smiled sweetly. She smiled at me. Then with her celestial voice, she said, "You looked really sad when I walked in. Is there anything I can do?" Vivi Remy wanted to help me. "Oh, no, it's nothing." I tried to stay calm. "Do you need any help?" Vivi's expression was filled with confusion and sympathy, but she still raised her front hoof and presented her Beep Beep pony to me. Her model was more beautiful than mine, adorned with her initials and her cute mark, a beautiful little bird singing with its wings spread wide, looking very attractive. "I don't want to bother you, but my leg is really sore from it. Could you change the padding?" "Oh, of course." I had already levitated the key to unlock the Beep Beep pony. As an apprentice Beep Beep technician, my multifunctional armor pockets contained all sorts of precise tools. "I'll get it done in no time." The Beep Beep pony clicked off easily. That's right. Vivi Remy would be performing in the hall of the second refuge stable tomorrow night. I had to polish her Beep Beep pony so that it would be worthy of her hooves. If I stayed up all night, I could also fully calibrate it to run as smoothly as new and still return to her in time before the performance began. "No problem. I can have it ready for you by this time tomorrow. I promise you won't be disappointed." She smiled at me again, and all the gloom in the world couldn't hide my joy. "Thank you." She turned around, and I watched her leave until her cute mark disappeared at the door. She was gone. The next day, I walked down the corridor to Vivi's room, humming one of her songs. Her Beep Beep pony was wrapped in my levitation field, floating beside me. I had padded it with the best materials, and it now looked brand new, shining brightly. Although working all night had left me exhausted, I was feeling very cheerful. Vivi Remy would surely be happy. "She's gone. How could she just leave?" They whispered, gasping in panic, as if something was wrong. "Why would she abandon us?" "Gone? Vivi Remy, gone?" What followed sent a chill through my body. How was I supposed to know the stable door could even open? She went outside. I suddenly felt as if I were submerged in cold, damp cement. I slowly lifted my head, staring at the floating Beep Beep pony. I lowered my head, bringing the Beep Beep pony closer to me, trying to slowly back out of the crowd of ponies. When a supervisor pulled up Vivi Remy's tag, what they would find wouldn't be Vivi, but her Beep Beep pony. Thud! My hind leg bumped into another pony. I jumped in surprise, and the levitation field poofed out of existence. The sparkling, spotless Beep Beep pony clattered to the ground. I turned my head to find myself locking eyes with the supervisor. She said nothing, her gaze shifting to the Beep Beep pony on the ground. Vivi Remy's initials and cute mark were clearly visible. "What is this?" The supervisor slowly spoke, her tone icy, as if radiating a murderous intent. All eyes suddenly turned to me. I could feel the chill emanating from every pair of eyes. No pony spoke. The silence was like a heavy leaden cover over the corridor. My mouth felt dry, unable to make a sound. Yet I didn't need to make a sound to feel the hatred flooding in from all directions. Surrounded by Vivi's passionate fans, I was the culprit who had caused them to lose their idol. She didn't even need to say it a second time. That night, I lay in bed, fiddling with Vivi Remy's Beep Beep pony, while listening to my own Beep Beep pony repeatedly report the tragedy that had occurred during the date. I still couldn't believe Vivi was gone. I couldn't understand how she could leave. Why would she go? The door of the second refuge stable had always been tightly shut, And even if it could be opened, only the supervisor knew how. Clearly, it could indeed open. But why? Even if there was something outside, no pony would know. History books say the outside world is barren and devastated, which is at least a universally accepted and logical assumption. I heard a ghost story during my first and only sleepover, which scared me into having several terrifying nightmares that still linger in my consciousness. The story went like this. A pony somehow opened the stable door and went outside, only to discover that there was no outside, just an endless void that swirled her away, tearing her soul apart, making her a part of that endless emptiness. By common sense, I knew it was impossible, but that spine-chilling scene still lingered in my mind that I only figured out two things. First, Vivi Remy asked me to take off her beep-beep pony to avoid being tracked by the supervisor. Second, I had been deceived by her. I was the smallest among my peers, and my cute mark appeared the latest, which left me with no friends among my peers. To be honest, my mom couldn't help me make friends either. Moreover, she suddenly woke up and yelled during my first sleepover, which was entirely counterproductive. I had always been alone, but at least I had never made enemies. The ponies in the refuge stable often treated me like air, but at least no pony held a grudge against me. I can't blame them, even though it's completely unfair to me. They are upset and looking for a scapegoat to vent their frustrations. The news didn't mention my name, only stating that Vivi Remy's customized beep-beep pony was found at a beep-beep technician's. But there are only 2 beep-beep technicians in the entire refuge. Even if the scene outside her room hadn't happened, it would still be easy to identify me. The supervisor is speaking on the broadcast. This is a loss for all of us, but I want to remind every pony that this was Vivi's own choice. She chose to leave her home, abandoning those of us who belong to this home. She betrayed my trust, and she betrayed your trust as well. To ensure she wouldn't be tracked, she tricked a beep-beep pony technician into removing her beep-beep pony, betraying that technician's trust as well. I understand that many of you are feeling anger and sadness, but I urge you not to vent your anger on the innocent. While I appreciate her words, they don't change the hostility I will face every day. Even if every pony hides their resentment, their discontent still hovers over my world like an unshakable dust. I shifted my attention to the beep-beep pony that caused the trouble and noticed a file that was encrypted. I had noticed it yesterday and thought it might be an unfinished new song that I didn't want to play at the time, partly out of respect for Vivi's privacy, and partly because I really dislike knowing the content in advance. But none of that matters now. As this song will never be officially released, I opened a pocket of my multifunctional pony armor, took out a decryption tool, and safely and easily decrypted the file. It was an audio file. I pressed the play button. The super control password to open the door of shelter number 2 is CMC3BFF. I sat up in shock, quickly turned off the broadcast, and played again that I couldn't recognize the voice. It belonged to a filly with a very sweet tone and a strange accent, sounding like none of the ponies in the refuge. But now, at least I knew how Vivi Remy had left. I must have sat there for several hours, pondering what I should do. In the end, I made my decision. I stood there, staring at the steel door that separated shelter number 2 from the various dangers outside, or a void. 2 guards blocked my path. My saddlebag was stuffed with apples and other essentials, and I even packed a copy of the Big Book of Arcane Sciences to have something to read. I had prepared myself, but the supervisor had ensured that no pony would follow Vivi's example. And no matter how much I persisted or glared at them, it was futile. My horn glowed, but they remained unmoving, ignoring me completely and not letting me near the control panel. Hey, aren't you the pony who let Vivi get lost outside? One of the guards stepped forward menacingly, glaring at me. The other turned away in disgust. I couldn't tell if he was disgusted with me or if he, like the supervisor, disapproved of other ponies taking their anger out on me. Given what I was about to do, I sincerely hoped it was the former. Clang! A metal lockbox suddenly fell on their heads, knocking both guards unconscious. Earth ponies just never expect things to be levitated by unicorn telekinesis. I approached the control panel, and just as I entered the password I got from Vivi's beep-beep pony, the supervisor's voice suddenly blared from a nearby speaker. Stop! I command you to stop immediately. I wasn't going to listen to you, guards. All guards to the door of shelter number 2. Stop that filly! Oh no, this is bad. I quickly reached for the main control switch for the door, silently praying to Celestia that the password was still valid, and then I pulled the switch with all my might. As I witnessed this, I could almost hear my mom saying, the stall door of shelter number 2 doesn't open like that. In fact, the door of shelter number 2 shouldn't have moved at all. Even though I pulled the switch, when I saw it actually open, I felt dizzy. Little Pie, you don't have to do this. Do you? The supervisor's voice snapped me back to reality. I could hear the sound of guards' hooves rushing closer. No. Once you leave here, you can never come back. But then I rallied myself and resolutely stepped through that door. Artist, Wander Vierich in 1994. I don't know what I originally expected to see outside the door, but it certainly wasn't this dark corridor emanating the smell of rotten wood and graves. I wasn't in the refuge anymore, but I wasn't truly outside either. I was probably in a gap between two worlds that I turned on the beep beep pony's light and immediately jumped back in fright, gasping. The corridor was filled with the long-dead remains of ponies. The outside of the refuge door had been destroyed beyond recognition, that I could imagine that these ponies, desperate to enter the refuge, had repeatedly slammed against the door until their hooves, leg bones, and even skulls shattered into dust. I hurried forward and found that this corridor led to an old room, with stairs leading up. At the top of the stairs was a cellar door with a broken lock. The entrance from the outside to shelter number 2 was cleverly disguised as an ordinary apple cellar door. Or rather, the pony who built it was originally making an apple cellar. I took a deep breath, rushed up the stairs, pushed the cellar door open, and stepped outside. Note: upgrade, new skill. Cherche la Philly 10 damage to same-sex characters, with special dialogue options available with specific ponies. Chapter 2. Stepping into the Wasteland. What kind of world do you live in? The reality outside is drenched in blood, little pony. Drenched in blood. Void. As soon as I stepped outside, fear gripped my heart tightly, pounding as if it would burst. That story is true. Outside is only a dark expanse, an endless void. I am surrounded by emptiness, struggling to breathe. If I could take a deep breath, I would have screamed out loud. As my eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness, I began to calm down, gasping for air, feeling a wave of faintness, and also feeling incredibly foolish. I can't blame myself. I had never experienced a true night before. Of course, I would crawl into bed after the lights were turned off in the shelter, curling up to fall asleep. But my room was so small that even if it was a little dark, it wouldn't scare a pony. Not to mention the faint light always seeping through the cracks of the door. The corridors of Shelter 2 were always brightly lit. The cool air outside was completely different from the warm shelter, the cold wind blowing through my fur, penetrating to the bone. The air mixed with a damp and decaying smell, full of dust, feeling so strange. I could hear the chirping of night insects, the creaking of old wood, and the faint sound of water in the distance. But what truly left me at a loss was that I could no longer hear those sounds I had once taken for granted. The low hum of the shelter generator. The continuous high-pitched buzzing of the lights, all gone. The sudden absence of these sounds made me think the outside world was completely silent. I could feel the soft, muddy ground mixed with broken stones under my hooves. Nothing like the smooth and clean floor in the shelter. Although I still couldn't see much and couldn't look very far, my field of vision was already much wider than before. I could no longer see the wall blocking the other side of the room. I felt like I was staring into an endless abyss that stretched out in every direction. A panic I had never experienced before began to grow within me. My head spun, and my hind legs gave way, collapsing onto the ground. I took a deep breath, staring hard at the ground, silently grateful that it still supported me, grateful it provided a limited view. Then, I suddenly did something foolish and looked up at the sky, which stretched upward with no end in sight. It made my stomach churn, and my head spun again. A mass of rolling cumulus clouds occupied the sky, soft light leaking through the gaps between them. A thought struck me. If I viewed the clouds as a large net, then if I fell from the ground into the sky, it could catch me. But if I slid into those gaps, the fall would be endless. I tightly closed my eyes, my stomach churning again. The intense nausea and fear gradually faded, and my senses began to return, allowing me to start noticing the things I had overlooked in my earlier panic. The terrain around me became clear. The ground was uneven, with highs and lows. Rolling hills extending into the distance. There were some long dead trees on the surface, as if black claws from underground had pierced through the ground. On the distant hills, I could see some sparsely leaved trees swaying in the wind. There were almost no living trees around Shelter 2. The few that remained were sickly and scattered. Then, I noticed several alarm messages flashing on my pip-buck, and its mapping function had begun to operate, analyzing the unfamiliar area around me. To my surprise, it had marked the name of this area, Sweet Apple Orchard. I turned in circles, trying to determine my position, and was immediately drawn to a large, hollow ruin. I felt it had once been a magnificent building. It swayed in the wind, creaking, seeming like it could suddenly collapse at any moment. The door was tightly shut, with no way to get in. My son ate the apples from those damn fruit trees near the shelter, and he is now very sick, too weak to move. We are hiding in the water tank next to the old monument, having run out of food and medicine. If any pony hears this, please, help us repeat the message. Hello? Is any pony out there? Please, we need help. When my family and I were about to go to the shelter near Sweet Apple Orchard, we were attacked by raiders. Only my son and I survived. We struggled to reach the shelter, but its door was closed tight, leaving us no way to repeat the message. Hello? The voice carried a terrifying calmness, as if the pony speaking had given up all hope, merely going through the motions. I could no longer listen. I trembled and turned off the radio. It was then that I noticed my pip buck was emitting a faint beeping sound. I found that its radiation detector, a feature I had never thought I would use, had activated on its own. Inside the shelter, the small, cute rainbow dial S needle had always firmly stayed in the green zone. The needle was still in the green zone, but was slowly moving toward the yellow zone. However, I also had to start searching from somewhere. The best way now was to go to a high place and look around. The ruin next to me was taller than any tree nearby, and its upper roof slanted to one side, probably the best vantage point I could find. I closed my eyes, calmed down, and then walked into the ruin. The remains of Sweet Apple Orchard were actually much sturdier than they appeared or sounded, but still quite shabby. Any valuable items had been looted, leaving only waste that no one wanted, and that wouldn't disappear over time. A rake, a few rusty horseshoes, a cracked wooden hay fork, and a few boxes of laundry soap, even though there were no clothes left here. I climbed the stairs and immediately noticed that the upper room was shrouded in a sickly green light, like that of a poisoned apple, emanating from an old terminal screen. That mysterious piece of technology was identical to the terminals commonly used in Shelter 2. It was a miracle that it could still work after being exposed for centuries. The products of the Shelter Technology Company were very sturdy and durable. Driven by curiosity, I approached the terminal and then suddenly realized that it was still running not by coincidence. There was a new message on it. To any pony who left Shelter 2 in search of me, vinyl scratch. I carefully examined the terminal. However, other messages were very old, most of them damaged, with only one surviving. That message used a unique encryption method, one I had only heard of but had never seen in person. It was a binary encryption method. To decode this message, I would need to download a file from the terminal that sent it and also download the same file from the terminal that received it, in order to decrypt it. Anyway, my Pip-Buck had plenty of storage space, and I had nothing else to do, so I downloaded the message. In fact, I understood that it was unlikely I would encounter another terminal to receive the message, let alone expect that terminal to still be functioning. I had no reason to believe a message from centuries ago would have any significance. Thinking of this, a cloud of gloom filled my heart. However, when I reached the top of the ruin and looked around, a flicker of firelight caught my eye, though it was somewhat dim. It flickered in the darkness like the light of a campfire, creating an orange hole in the night, less than half an hour's journey away. As I got closer to the firelight, I sensed something was wrong. A dirty, light brown unicorn lay on a straw mat, tensed up, with its four hooves curled beneath it. I stepped into the firelight to get a better look and to say hello, only to discover that its mouth had been stuffed. By the light of the fire, I saw a few chains protruding. It turned out its hooves were shackled. Hey, see, this little lady just came over on her own, didn't she? A sturdy earth pony walked out from the shadow of a nearby rock. His hooves were fitted with spiked horseshoes, making a crisp metallic sound as he stepped on the rocks. Two smaller ponies quietly emerged from another hiding spot. One was also an earth pony, carrying a deadly engineer's shovel with sharpened edges. The other was a unicorn, whose horn glowed faintly as he raised a short, thick object at me, made of wood and iron with two tubes. Each small pony was wearing armor made of thick animal hides. Aside from illustrations in books, I had never seen any firearms, just as I had never experienced a real knight. But even so, I was quite aware that it was a deadly threat. The bound unicorn on the grass mat shook his head, his eyes filled with sorrow and mockery. He began to try to scrape off the gag with his forehooves, no longer deliberately hiding the shackles on his legs. The three small ponies approaching me only glanced at him occasionally. We should tie her up too, the armed unicorn chuckled, then said to me, you wouldn't mind, would you? They burst into laughter again. Another unicorn. She could fetch a good price. Fetch a good price for what? Sell her to whom? The earth pony with the engineer's shovel muttered something indistinctly. He then spat out his weapon, clearly feeling that threatening me with a gun was enough, and repeated, look at her. I bet she has even taken a bath. That's when I realized all four ponies were filthy and reeked. I nearly vomited and quickly sneezed to cover it up. What happened? I asked. Various emotions swirled in my heart, but ultimately only confusion surfaced. The captured unicorn finally managed to throw off the filthy gag. They are slavers, you idiot. The dirty light brown unicorn, named Cheese Jack, his cute mark being a piece of cheese, followed behind me as we trudged along a ragged path with the kidnappers. My legs were shackled, making it impossible to walk quickly. The little ponies had a hard time securing me, eventually having to put the shackles directly on my thighs. If it weren't for the edge of the engineer's shovel pressed against my throat, I would have certainly kicked at the vital spots of the other two small ponies. In any case, they tied me up without much effort. I hate those idiots, The Earth Pony with the shovel muttered through clenched teeth. If you could swim, we could have taken a detour, right? The unicorn suggested with a sly smile. Swim your ass. Based on his pungent body odor, I guessed he probably hated water. I turned my head away, and they laughed heartily. I ignored their disgusting conversation and faintly heard water sounds ahead. It wasn't the gurgling of flowing water, but more like slowly sinking mud. There were other sounds too. The noise drifted closer from afar. Was that music? Yes, music, soft yet cheerful, majestic. I wasn't sure what feeling the tune evoked in me, but it was clearly very discordant. The Earth Pony noticed my confused expression and smugly said, "Looks like you've never heard it before. What? Have you lived your whole life in a shelter? That's not your Prince Charming coming to save you, girl. Just a mechanical sprite." With a sharp string sound, the music abruptly stopped. The Earth Pony thought it had fallen into one of the little pony's traps. And the other Earth Pony muttered something indistinctly again. The unicorn turned his head forward again, and the faint glow on his horn suddenly illuminated a large iron ball. It was a metal sphere about the size of a foal's head, silently fluttering with 4 wings in front of him. I would bet it had nothing to do with mysterious technology. It was entirely a product of Earth Pony engineering. Damn it. I hate when they sneak around and play tricks. It's just a flying radio. It shouldn't be sneaking around. His unrestrained swearing made my ears burn. But I didn't care. I was seriously pondering the scene I had just seen. Fool, Cheese Jack muttered under his breath. Now the gunfire will alert Ponyville. Unlike him, I was glad to witness the unicorn firing the gun. Because of that, I knew how that thing worked. How stupid, Cheese Jack complained. To expose yourself at the edge of a raider's territory. A river wound straight through the path we were walking, the murky, sticky river water slowly seeping into the riverbank. The water splashed against the bridge supports, making a damp, muffled sound. The ruins of a pre-war town were obscured across the bridge. The bridge was piled high with labyrinthine obstacles, and the shadows of ponies moved nearby. For a moment, I naively hoped for rescue. But my gaze was soon drawn to a row of wooden spikes along the bridge. What horrified me was that 2 severed, rotten pony heads were impaled on 2 of them. I felt sick and almost vomited. It was simply insane. Stay quiet. The Earth Pony finally said the name of the Earth Pony with the engineer's shovel, shotgun. Let us go ask how much the toll is this time. Ligashma. The Earth Pony growled fiercely. The sharp tip of his engineer's shovel was only inches from my eyes. Bang. The Earth Pony suddenly turned. The blade of his shovel scraping past my face, making me scream. The recent gunfire had come from the bridge. It didn't sound like shotgun-esque shotgun. But the following gunshot definitely was. I stood frozen, eyes wide, trembling. Warm, sticky blood flowed from my forehead into my left eye, seeping into my mane and fur. I had witnessed too much tonight, but the most terrifying thing was seeing a pony die in front of me. I blinked, feeling the blood slowly flow into my eyelid. Shotgun was dead, and I was covered in his blood. My first instinct was to jump into the river to wash off the blood. But I couldn't do that now. Driven by determination and fear, my horn began to glow again, trying to pry open the locks on the remaining shackles. I glanced at the bridge and saw Shotgun crouching behind an obstacle, opening the chamber to load ammunition. I understood. His gun only had 2 bullets. The previous shot had hit the mechanical sprite, and the other shot had just been fired. After 2 shots, he would have to reload. He closed the chamber and shot wildly over the obstacle toward the fierce battlefield. The shotgun hit an already injured raider, who staggered and fell to the ground. Shotgun was also out of luck. The raider rushing over next used a faster-firing shotgun that wasn't limited to 2 bullets. Just as he leaned out to check his results, the raider shot him cleanly through. I flinched and turned, focusing on unlocking, trying to escape the living nightmare before me. I was free. Just as I tried to rescue Cheese Jack, 2 raiders ran across the bridge, directly over the Earth Pony, Shotgun, and the shattered body of the raider they had knocked down. One raider was a unicorn, wielding that powerful combat shotgun. The other was an Earth Pony, holding a large hammer. The unicorn was laughing, not the sinister laugh of the Earth Pony, but a mad, wicked laugh that sent chills down my neck. Looks like we've found some loot. The Earth Pony with the massive hammer cackled, while the unicorn appraised us from head to toe. They were even dirtier than the slavers. The unicorn had many jagged scars on her face and side, one of which went straight through her cute mark. And she had some fresh wounds that were bleeding. The Earth Pony had no mane, and the left side of her body was mostly burned, looking painful to behold. Both small ponies wore tattered armor crudely stitched together from rags. Help us? I weakly pleaded. Huh, I can do anything I want to you. The unicorn suddenly lifted its hind legs and kicked me hard, its hooves sinking deep into my side. The intense pain spread throughout my body in an instant. And I gasped for breath, my legs giving way, nearly collapsing to the ground. It kicked me again with all its might, and I cried out in agony. The Earth Pony raised a massive hammer and swung it at the Cheesejack beside me, who groaned in pain, his voice muffled, seeing me curled up and whimpering. The unicorn shifted its attention to the restrained Cheesejack. They took turns pummeling him, each strike echoing with a dull thud. I immediately understood that they wouldn't stop until he became a lifeless corpse. Perhaps even then, they wouldn't stop. I pressed down on his legs, aiming to shoot his hooves off. The unicorn floated up a combat shotgun, aiming at the Cheesejack's outstretched left hind leg, which I had just freed from its shackles. I gritted my teeth against the pain, leaped up, and charged forward, turning to deliver a powerful kick. The shotgun was kicked away, landing on the other side of the bridge. In the next moment, I conjured a shovel with magic, lowered my body, and glared at them angrily. But the two raiders merely stood there, watching me with interest. It was 2 against 1, and both of them were seasoned warriors. The Earth Pony, clutching the massive hammer, stepped closer as if to compare the strength of the hammer and the blade. Suddenly, the Cheesejack lunged at her from behind, draping his forelegs over her head and desperately choking her with the iron chain around her neck. The raider gasped for breath and involuntarily released her grip, the giant hammer falling to the ground. The situation reversed in an instant, and the unicorn stepped back in surprise. At that moment, I could have attacked her, but threatening a pony and actually harming one were fundamentally different. I wasn't sure I could harden my heart to chase down another pony, to make her bleed, cripple her, or even kill her. The unicorn picked up the fallen giant hammer and turned to face me, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Suddenly, I realized that stabbing with the shovel was easier than I had imagined. I had no time to hesitate or waver now, as my life was at stake. And self-defense was an animal's instinct. There was no time to dwell on morality, even if I lacked the combat skills of my opponent. I had a trump card, the aim-assisting magic. With the help of the beep-beep pony's aiming magic, I thrust the shovel. The first strike cutting across her knee and crippling one leg. The second strike slammed into her face, knocking her hammer away, and the third would take her life. If I was ready for that, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I redirected the shovel and smashed it down on her head, nearly breaking the wooden handle in the process. The unicorn collapsed at my hooves, unconscious. I looked up to see the Cheesejack standing there, his chest rising and falling, while the Earth Pony lay beside him, having been choked to death. He stared at me quietly, trying to raise a foreleg but was prevented by the taut chain. Oh! I quickly dropped the shovel and turned on the beep-beep pony's flashlight, searching for my screwdriver. It was so dark that I couldn't find a hairpin, but fortunately, I had other tools. Her blood spread out, flowing over my hooves. I was so stunned that I couldn't say anything, silently watching him turn away and start poking at the raider's corpse, searching for something. After a while, I finally spoke up. "What are you doing?" He looked at me as if I were an idiot, checking for anything useful. If he was lucky, he might find food. I nodded and continued watching him approach the corpses at the other end of the bridge. Taking things from a dead pony seemed wrong, but a cold, rational voice in my mind told me, to survive, this sense of guilt must be overcome. Wouldn't it be absurd to let myself starve to death rather than take a bag of oats or a jar of applesauce from a dead pony? So I took a few steps toward the other end of the bridge. I searched a raider's corpse, his face smashed by a broken hoof and covered in blood. Just as I was about to feel around in his pockets, my stomach rebelled. I dashed to the railing and vomited my lunch into the filthy river below. The clouds suddenly split open, casting a hazy silver light over everything in my view, allowing me to see my reflection in the water, still covered in the congealed blood of broken hooves. Then I saw a short-barreled shotgun floating in the air, aimed at the back of my head. "I'm going to take what you have," the Cheesejack told me slowly. "What?" I turned around slowly to see him standing on the bridge, bathed in moonlight. His horn shone with a pale yellow light, and the shotgun floated between us, aimed at my head. "But I just saved you." "That's right, which is why I'm leaving you alive." He squinted his eyes. "Unless you decide to do something stupid right now. But I just saved you. Don't you understand pony talk?" He said mockingly. "We should help each other. Set off together." He snorted, "And then share limited food with you? Sleep with one eye open every night. Always on guard for you to stab me in the back? Give me a break." I accepted the reality and stopped resisting. In that moment, I felt very vulnerable. I nodded, lowered my neck, letting 2 water bottles slide down, and took 2 steps back to let him come forward and take them. I turned my head, starting to unbuckle my saddlebags. Then I saw them lying on the bridge, right under my tail. I turned to face the Cheesejack, his horn glowing, and the combat shotgun suddenly swung through the air to find its way in front of him, the dark muzzle aimed at his forehead. We stood face to face, locked in a stalemate for a long time. 2 unicorns on the bridge surrounded by corpses, 2 shotguns floating between us, aiming at each other. The moonlight shone down upon us from the cracks in the clouds. The Cheesejack broke the silence. "You won't shoot. I saw you let that raider go. Since you can't kill her, You won't be able to kill me either. I narrowed my eyes and said slowly, I learned very quickly. I could feel his anger. But he still didn't move. You will use this thing? He asked. I forced out a smile. You know you can only fire one more shot, right? Given how damaged that mechanical sprite is, your gun is poorly maintained. I survived a shot, and while you're reloading, I can shoot as many times as I want. Want to try? The cheesejack took a step back, and I gradually gained confidence, wearing a genuine smile. Give me back my water bottles. Ponytown? Never heard of it. Why would the Beep Beep Pony know its name? It even recognized the name of the building I was about to sneak into. Ponytown is raider territory, and I just hope this place called the Carousel Boutique isn't filled with raiders. Before the cheesejack and I could part ways, the railing beside us suddenly shattered into pieces. There's a sniper. I guessed it was that pony who turned the silent head into a puddle of applesauce. I quickly dashed down the signpost and into the town. Most of the buildings in Ponytown had turned to ruins, and the boutique was the best cover I could find nearby. Luckily, there was only me in the building. I curled up in the shadow by the door and waited for nearly an hour, but the sniper didn't seem to want to follow me inside, just waiting for me to come out. Fatigue washed over my body. I hadn't slept a wink the previous night, and tonight's series of events had pushed my body and mind to the brink. My muscles ached from exhaustion, my body was in unbearable pain from the kicks, and my mind was on the verge of collapse. I needed to rest, but sleeping here was a terrible idea. When I woke up, I would likely fall into the clutches of other slave traders, raiders, or worse, some more despicable ponies. But finding another place was even less feasible. I had no energy left to outsmart that sniper. The Carousel Boutique was similar to the house in the Sweet Apple Acres, but it had been pillaged even more thoroughly. The walls were covered in crude, violent graffiti and even cruder profanity. Tattered clothes piled in the corners slowly rotting, emitting waves of foul odor, as if a little pony had been repeatedly urinating on them. There are 2 beds here, one covered in bloodstains and possibly other more unspeakable things, and the other, smaller, designed specifically for a foal, with only a mattress and a broken bed frame left. It should be quite comfortable to sleep on. The Carousel Boutique left me with 2 treasures, a lock chest and a terminal. This terminal is identical to the one in Sweet Apple Acres, and surprisingly, it is also functioning, but encrypted. I took out my hacking tools and began to crack it. The ponies who created these terminals were also the later creators of the beeping ponies, and the encryption algorithms and locking mechanisms of both are quite similar, allowing me to use the tools to bypass part of the security verification. The rest involves finding the password among the deciphered strings of code. Given my current mental state, successfully deciphering the password would be a small miracle. Or maybe not. The password is Apple. Due to the age of the recording, the audio is somewhat distorted, but there are still clear enough parts. I recognize the very sweet, oddly accented voice of a filly, who just hours ago had told me the override code for the stable's door, guiding me into this brand new, terrifying world. The special instructions for Stable 2 say our family is all down there. That door must never be opened until the contamination on the surface is gone. The voice is occasionally drowned out by static noise. I know you hate this, Sweetie Belle, but you are a supervisor now. The supervisor of the most important stable in all of Equestria. Please do this for me. Guarantee their safety. Forever good friends, remember? The audio ended with a sob. I was right. The message from 2 centuries ago is indeed useless. I decided to study the locked chest again in the morning, so I curled up and drifted off to sleep. Hoof note, upgrade. New skill, well-informed. You learn quickly, gaining any experience points with a 10 bonus. Chapter 3, Guidance. Books. I've read quite a few on this subject. Sunlight. I have never seen the sun, and to be honest, I still can't see it now. But even through heavy clouds, that sunlight is brighter and warmer than the simulated sunlight of Stable 2. The sky itself presents an unusually pale color, but in any case, everything in sight is illuminated, and I can see tiny dust particles swirling in the room. I wonder if inhaling them would be harmful. At that moment, I truly realized how vast the outside world is. Vast enough to make me want to hide immediately under the window. I gradually gathered the courage to leave the bedroom. The living room is surprisingly large, trying to focus on opening the chest I discovered last night. To open it, I broke 2 hairpins, but it was worth it. Inside was the most beautiful dress I had ever seen. What exquisite patterns. What delicate folds. What brilliant colors. And this lightweight, breathable texture, not at all saggy. It's simply a dream come true. Unfortunately, this dream does not belong to me. It belongs to another taller pony. Joy and disappointment intertwined in my heart. However, even though I cannot wear this dress myself, at least not without major alterations, it is still the prettiest thing I have seen since leaving the stable. I carefully folded it and stuffed it into my saddlebag. Then, I hid behind an overturned table. using magic to slowly push the door open while keeping an eye out for last night's sniper. The rusty bell at the door jingled sharply with my movements, and soft sunlight immediately poured in. Various sounds flooded my ears, birds chirping cheerfully, the distant rush of water splashing. The much fresher air instantly swept away the stale smell inside. I cautiously moved to the door, peeking out. After the great disaster, the once comfortable and leisurely Ponyville is now just a messy, hollow ruin. The streets are filled with rubble and trash. The walls along the street charred black from the flames of 200 years ago. Grotesque, degenerate graffiti is everywhere, and those frenzied looters are still scribbling all over the boutique, as if in a wicked carnival. I turned around to observe the interior, the unbearable profanity stretching from the floor to the ceiling. My gaze swept across the entire hall, and I was immediately choked into silence by the disgusting scene before me. The sunlight illuminated countless dead cats, all hanging from the ceiling like ornaments, long since turned into mummified corpses, and I had actually slept directly beneath 3 of them last night. I instinctively took a step back, one of my hind legs stepping outside. Beep. What sound is that? Beep. Explosion. The shockwave ripped the door completely off its hinges, and I was thrown out, crashing into a broken screen, while the smoking door slammed down on me. Ow! I crawled out from under the door in shock, ignoring the dull pain in my body, my ears ringing. A trap. No wonder those looters didn't break in while I was asleep. They had already prepared a big surprise. Move fast, they're coming. My ears felt like they were stuffed with cotton, and I could barely hear a voice coming from somewhere. Who are you? I asked as I hung the water bottle around my neck and used telekinesis to retrieve the combat shotgun. Unfortunately, it only had 1 bullet left. But if any looter dares to appear at the door, I will make sure to use it wisely. I kept blinking to relieve the sting, then lifted the shotgun again, cautiously edging toward the door along the wall. I could only see one of the looter's front legs motionless resting inside the door. After some thought, I levitated a table in front of me as cover and carefully crawled past it. I quickly peeked out to see if the looter was still conscious. That leg had already separated from the body. The process of escaping Ponyville left me trembling with fear. I just realized that I had neglected the visual enhancement magic indicator. Once I activated the visual enhancement magic, determining the looter's position would be a piece of cake, and I could easily avoid them. Although those looters were searching for me, they seemed to be nothing more than second-rate hunters. I occasionally tapped the mailbox cover on the street with telekinesis or smashed empty bottles a few blocks away to attract the looters' attention, then slipped past while they were distracted. Just as I carefully slipped past the last house, the sniper shot at me again. The bullet narrowly missed me, but grazed my thigh. I felt a burning pain from the wound, and blood even splattered out. Fortunately, the wound was much shallower than it looked, even with my rudimentary medical skills. I could easily bandage it up. I immediately rolled into a small ditch shaded by trees, trying to catch my breath. At that moment, that familiar music echoed from afar again. Gurgle, my stomach growled louder. I then remembered that I hadn't eaten anything for nearly a day. I floated an apple out of my saddlebag and pulled the cork from the water bottle. Just as I took a small sip, the visual enhancement magic indicator displayed a hostile red, not from Ponyville, but from deep within the forest ahead. Of course, I immediately knew that trouble was coming to find me again. The Wasteland never lets me off easy. I secured the cork on the water bottle and stood up, the fleeting sting in my thigh making my leg wobble for a moment. I levitated the shotgun with only 1 bullet left, perked up my ears, and listened carefully. The surroundings were silent. Even the strange music from earlier had vanished. After a moment, I gradually began to discern a faint buzzing sound. I brought the gun to my eyes, focused the sights, and aimed at the red dot displayed on the indicator. At first, I didn't see anything. And then I noticed an ugly little flying bug, bloated and oddly shaped, hovering between a few trees. It spotted me too and shot a stinger at me, but missed. It just barely grazed my mane. A series of crackling sounds erupted, and soon another marker appeared on my display. The original red dot extinguished, leaving only the new one, which the little beeping pony identified as a friendly target. I felt deeply sorry for everything happening in Ponyville, but I had no other choice. If I didn't do this, I would have been killed long ago. It was this tiny electronic sound that had just issued a warning and saved my life. A weight lifted from my heart, and I let out a sigh of relief, but confusion crept back in. I watched as the mechanical sprite flew into my hiding place. Who are you? I almost asked what you are, but then thought it might be impolite. I stared warily at the mechanical sprite. All right, watcher. I stepped out from behind the tree and began searching for my fallen apple. Not far away, where the flying bug had been, there was only a pile of hot, smoking pink ashes left. Was that you? That was a carnivorous spirit, a mutated form of a gluttonous spirit after coming into contact with rot. I can't stand them, so I'm happy to lend a little help. I found my apple and floated it up. Thank you. And thank you for warning me about that thing buried in the ground. A landmine. It was handed over. I blinked in confusion. You want me to hand you the apple? The mechanical sprite chuckled, but the electronic synthesized voice conveyed no emotion, making the laugh sound quite awkward. No. That's the name of the trap buried in the ground. It's called a landmine, and it will explode the moment you step on it. Oh, I bit into the apple, feeling a bit uneasy. The name of that weapon is really silly. It laughed again, which made me a little nervous. But then, oddly enough, I chuckled lightly as well. I really thought you wanted my apple. If you really wanted it, I would have given it to you. Even though I don't know what you do with it since you can't eat. Huh. Despite its emotionless voice, it clearly expressed confusion. You don't eat, do you? You don't consume food. You're a machine. You don't even have a mouth. Laughter came from the speaker for the third time. This time the sound was stifled and light. Ah, you meant this mechanical sprite. Well, at least I'm not the only one feeling confused in this conversation. I'm getting more and more mixed up. I'm not this mechanical sprite. I'm somewhere else. I just know how to hack into these machines and use them to observe and communicate. I began to understand that music. Oh, don't mention that. I have to turn off that awful music every time I hack in. You can't imagine how outdated it is. The hacker hiding behind the mechanical sprite thought for a moment and added, at least for now. I finished the apple, and my stomach pain eased a bit. Thanks to having a civilized, albeit very strange, conversation, my mind felt much more stable. Time is up. Listen, you need some things to survive out here. A weapon. You'd better prepare more ammunition for your shotgun, a set of armor, some guidance, and most importantly, go make some friends. Another weapon? The thought of scavenging corpses had already made me hesitate. Just thinking about continuing to kill made my heart stop for a moment. As for making friends? I couldn't make friends in the shelter, so why would I be able to find friendship in this merciless wasteland? Even rescuing other ponies from slavers and raiders didn't earn me a shred of goodwill. If these conditions need to be met to survive, I truly doubted whether I could make it in the wasteland. What do you mean by some guidance? The mechanical sprite swayed up and down, falling silent for a moment. I guess you like books, right? Yes, I know a good book that can teach you how to survive in the Ponyland wasteland. I'm pretty sure the Ponyville library has a copy of it. Wait a moment, I've marked its location on your beeping pony. I widened my eyes in alert. The Ponyville library? Right in the place I just escaped from? A place full of twisted lunatics? Are you trying to get me killed? Listen, you have to try to trust some ponies. I don't know if the part where I saved you is enough. If I wanted to kill you, why would I warn you? I thought the luck I had in the carousel boutique would last a bit longer. But when I looked up at the highest balcony of the library, all hope shattered like an empty bottle in the hooves of a raider. That sniper. She was a land pony, with a powerful-looking rifle beside her. The rifle was propped up on the balcony railing, able to swivel on a tripod to shoot at anything within her line of sight. Entering the library from directly behind her was the only option, as the balcony door and tree branches would block her view. But there were undoubtedly more raiders inside the library. There was only one route that would allow me to slip into the library without meeting my end. I carefully observed my surroundings and quietly approached. As I reached the library entrance, excessive tension made me tremble, my coat already soaked with sweat. I slipped into the library as quickly and quietly as possible, as if I had just woken up from a terrifying nightmare only to plunge straight into the fiery depths of eternal damnation. The bloodiest parts have been skipped. Blood was everywhere. Blood dripped from the ceiling at intervals, and the entire hall was covered in brutal, cold graffiti. Pre-war posters hung between the shelves, their original frames long shattered. Raiders had crudely scrawled images of magical bursts on one poster. Reading is magic. While another, the beauty of the mind is true beauty, was covered with indecent images. Books had been piled together and burned to ashes, mingling with the filth on the floor. The stench in the hall was maddening. In the center of the hall were 3 iron cages. 2 square ones were on the floor, while a smaller one hung from the ceiling, barely big enough for a pony. Those cages were filled with abused captives, covered in blood, their hooves tied with filthy ropes, their limbs twisted and curled up in corners. The nearest iron cage held 2 ponies, looking pitifully at me, and my heart twisted in pain. I stared wide-eyed in horror, desperately trying to close them. I had to bite my hoof to keep from screaming. I slowly backed away until my back hit the door. My stomach churned violently, my throat felt slit open, making it impossible to breathe. The horrific scene in the hall overwhelmed me, consuming me. I trembled as I moved my hooves, and vomit surged forth. The sour smell mixed with the stench of blood made me dizzy. Please, a pony quietly pleaded, her voice seized by fear, save us. That plea was more terrifying than the fear itself. I tightly shut my eyes, and then shut them even tighter. Suddenly, a surge of fierce determination swept away all my discomfort, and I opened my eyes wide. Help! This voice was not an endlessly looping recording trapped in the speaker. They were all alive, they needed help, and they were right in front of me. If I let them plead again, what would be the difference between me and those damned, degenerate raiders? A screwdriver and a hairpin floated out, darting toward the nearest lock. In just a few seconds, the iron cage door clicked open. Inside were two bound ponies, helplessly soaked in their own filth. I anxiously realized I had nothing to cut the ropes with, so I tried to use telekinesis to free them. The rope on the first little pony was soaked with blood, and I immediately pulled it off. But the second little pony was tied too tightly for me to help at the moment. This can't be my imagination, can it? The first little pony shook its hooves, trying to stand up. Am I free? I nodded and looked at the other trapped ponies, struggling to think of how to reach the small iron cage hanging there. If only you could help me. The little pony steadied itself and shook its head desperately. No, I can't stay in this terrifying place for even a moment longer. But over there, take those things. I managed to hide them before. It dug through the mud with its hooves, showing me the only possessions it had in this world, which were just a pile of boring trash scattered on a torn piece of cloth, a can of carrot chunks, a box of pre-war cupcakes, and some bottle caps. Seeing these things made my heart ache. No, keep them. You need them more than I do. I suddenly stopped talking, realizing there was a shotgun shell hidden among this pile of junk. I needed that bullet. Thank you. I opened the chamber with my telekinesis and stuffed the ammunition in. Now I had 2 bullets. When I looked up, the little pony had already grabbed the package and quickly slipped out the door. I prayed for Celestia's safety and turned back to rescue the other little ponies. The second little pony was silent, its coat lacking any shine. When I looked at the blood clots congealed between its legs, it visibly shrank back into the corner. What did those raiders do to her? I looked around, trying to calm the panic inside me. On the front door, there was an ancient mural depicting a beautiful, pure white unicorn with wings. Was that Celestia? She was tall and elegant, otherworldly. An open book floated in front of her, and a group of foals curled up under her outstretched wings. Their colorful coats arranged like a rainbow. The foals seemed to be listening to a story, their faces adorned with warm, innocent smiles. But those raiders had defiled it with blood, even using it for target practice. The mural was covered in feces and bullet holes, desecrated beyond description. The layout of this library was strange, with rooms and terraces extending in all directions like tree branches, even though they were already in a tree. I could vaguely hear the sounds of raiders coming from other rooms. From the bloody decorations in the hall, there should be knives nearby. Suddenly, the door swung open, and I jumped back a large step. The raider who stepped out froze, staring at me in confusion. His mane was a mess, and dark black fur was covered with makeshift armor. A pair of holsters was strapped to his sides, one with a small gun, and the other hanging a serrated short blade, clearly meant to inflict pain. What was even more unbelievable was that the raider's cute mark was a dismembered corpse. He quickly recovered from his shock, turning his head and biting down on the small gun. What? Is he planning to pull the trigger with his tongue? I immediately activated my aiming magic and fired 2 bullets at his face. His head exploded instantly, blood and flesh splattering everywhere like noodle sauce, and his body fell limply to the ground. I just killed a beast. This group of raiders had already given up their right to live as ponies. They are not ponies. They are monsters that deserve extinction. It would be a crime not to slay them. I had never thought like this before. But the pure evil here deeply shook my heart, driving me to madness, my heart filled with blazing anger. I collected his weapons while tossing the empty shotgun aside. The small gun didn't look powerful, but its chamber was full, with 6 bullets evenly arranged in a rotating cylinder. Now was not the time to be picky. The gunfire would soon attract all the raiders. In the next moment, 3 raiders burst into the hall, one of them shouting profanity excitedly. With the help of my aiming magic, I shot 3 times at her head. The first 2 shots missed, but the third shot blew her ugly red eyes apart, knocking her to the ground. The second raider opened fire on me. Guess what? They really do pull the trigger with their tongues. And the bullets whizzed into the old door frame. 1 bullet punctured my saddlebag, but thankfully it didn't injure my body. I crouched down, focusing my energy. Controlling the revolver I just picked up, aiming at the open doorway. I fired 2 shots at the second raider, but the little pony was still gathering energy. So both bullets flew up to the ceiling. The raider deftly jumped to the right, hiding behind a captive, a shameless act that only fueled my anger. I angrily stepped out of the door, finding the third raider standing at the other end of the hall. That raider was biting down on a pool cue, charging at me with its head lowered. Are you kidding me? I blinked in surprise and took a step back. He charged at me at full speed. But the pool cue merely brushed past my body, stabbing into the door frame and stopping him abruptly. He was so close to me that I didn't need aiming magic at all. I shot straight through his neck with my last bullet. Can't you be smarter? You all live in a library. He fell down dejectedly, blood gushing from the bullet hole in his neck. I suddenly saw the raider with the gun peeking out from behind the iron cage, aiming at me. My heart skipped a beat, and I crouched to the side. The gunshot rang out, and a bullet hit my side, my scream echoing through the room immediately. It hurt so much, more than I had imagined. My body went weak, leaning against the wall, leaving a small bloodstain on it. The pain burned through my body, intensifying with each breath. I could hear the sound of the raider's hooves as he cautiously approached. I tried to use telekinesis to close the door, but the corpse of the raider holding the pool cue was blocking it. But I had to defeat the raider in the hall first. I was now out of ammunition, heavily injured, and getting close to that pile of ammo boxes would expose me to the raider's line of sight. I nervously took a few steps back, looking around, then held back the intense pain and concentrated my magic. When the raider stepped into the kitchen, he just happened to come face to face with a row of flying knives. He turned to flee, but the knives either missed entirely or hit his armor, causing no real threat. Compared to firearms, I was much worse with knives. Fortunately, I still managed to force him back, buying some precious time, and I immediately rushed towards the pile of ammo boxes. Discovering that Lady Luck favored me once again. Although one box was full of large magazines that I didn't know what guns they fit, another box had bullets for the revolver. The raider cautiously peeked his head into the room, shouting, "Out of knives? Huh, little girl? Why don't you just come out? I promise I'll make it quick once I'm done having fun." He turned to look at me, his eyes widening in an instant. Not knowing if he was staring at my eyes or that revolver, I could use aiming magic again, and that bastard would no longer have the chance to use the tortured and violated captive as a shield. Inside the cage was a disgusting scene. A little pony locked together with a rotting corpse. The little pony was sobbing in her sleep, her tail tangled with the horrifying corpse, as if she were hugging a teddy bear. The corpse was not cut into pieces, so I didn't know how it died. It had very few hairs on its body, with grayish-pink spots all over its skin, some of which had even peeled off. Its eyes were lifeless, and its yellowing teeth matched the few remaining strands of mane and tail. Strange growths hung down from its sides. I initially thought they were tumors from mutations, but after a moment I realized they were a pair of wings. It turned out to be a Pegasus corpse that had been shaved of its fur, and I didn't want to look at its disgusting wings any longer. Suddenly, I let out a scream, as the corpse suddenly twitched and then sat up. Its eyeball slowly slid in its socket, gradually focusing on me. It was a zombie pony. The zombie pony blinked vacantly, trying to stand up, but lost its balance and fell to the ground. It seemed to have forgotten that its forehooves were tied. It lay there, looking at me with a pitiful gaze. I felt dizzy, and many implausible thoughts rushed through my mind. Save this friendly zombie, so it wouldn't go crazy on me, though not very rational. This idea gradually surfaced in my mind. I swallowed hard and reached out with a small knife towards the rope. "Don't move," I focused on its eyes, but involuntarily looked away. One of its eyes looked at me, while the other gazed elsewhere, its breath reeking of decay. "If I let you go, you might want to munch on my brain, and I definitely wouldn't be nice to you." At least now I knew what those large magazines in the ammo box were for. As soon as I heard the sound of loading, I dashed out, concentrating my telekinesis not on my weapon or its weapon, but on the large bookshelf behind it. I focused my energy, the glow on my horn growing brighter, as it finished loading its ammo and floated the gun to aim at my head. Boom! The bookshelf toppled over and knocked it out, the assault rifle flying down with the torrent of books, along with something else that fell down. I kicked away the books covering it and discovered an old, dusty pre-war pair of binoculars. At first, I thought it was quite strange to use binoculars in a library. How bad could someone's eyesight be to need such a thing? I shook my head, dismissing my silly thought. I noticed another raider had vanished. I quickly picked up the assault rifle and the binoculars, considering how to rescue the pony trapped in the cage. If I could get upstairs and jump onto the cage roof, I could see the lock structure and save the pony. Just as I was pondering this, the raider suddenly popped his head out from behind the railing, grinning wickedly. He shoved an ammo box forward with his hoof, leaning against the railing and toppling it over. The lid popped open, and a dozen orange landmines spilled out. Beep, 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 beep. Damn! I desperately flailed my four poor little short legs, jumped over the corpse of the pole raider, and sprinted under the kitchen table, trying to upend it as cover. Chunks of mutated crocodile meat slid to the ground with a sticky thud. I crouched behind the table, the world transforming into a dazzling light and fire. When I peeked out, the entire hall was nearly destroyed. I felt blood dripping into my mane, and when I looked up, I saw the twisted iron cage, the pony inside blown to bits. Celestia punished those raiders to hell. I had never been so resolute. Though the armor on the corpses was tattered, I still stripped it off, even if it was just a pile of useless fragments. I could pick the best parts to make an armor piece, which was definitely more reliable than wearing my multifunctional pony armor. After piecing it together, I realized it had no pockets, so I had to pull out the multifunctional pony armor from my saddlebag and stuff most of the tools inside. Though it was a hassle, it was worth it. Wearing the raider's armor sent chills down my spine. Dark red blood soaked the entire set of armor, now congealed and dimly glowing. My hooves were already covered in blood. I almost lost the courage to toss it aside, but ultimately put it on. My stomach immediately started to rebel, but I had nothing to throw up. I felt I still had plenty of time, so I glanced again at the raider upstairs. Who must have thought I was dead? I would think the same. I searched the corpses, finding only a few bullets. The assault rifle had been damaged in the explosion and was beyond repair. To my surprise, these ponies seemed to be collecting bottle caps. What could such strange things be used for? The kitchen fridge still held some food, cooked mutated crocodile meat, a few skewers of meat from meat spirits, analyzed by Beep Beep Pony, a few skewers of roasted fruits, a box of pre-war cake, who could eat something from 200 years ago, and a few bottles of water that were clearly drawn from that muddy river. I accepted everything except for the water and cake. Clearly, that cute marked raider was a skilled chef. I thought again and looked at the ingredient list on the cake box. Lots of preservatives. Even if you die and turn to dust, your stomach will endure in the wasteland, and took it with me. When I walked out of the kitchen, the raider was inspecting the damaged hull. As soon as he saw me and my pile of weapons, he bolted upstairs. I took off after him, my horn shining, the revolver wrapped in a levitation field. Zipping over to follow me, he fled into a room upstairs, and moments later, I reached the doorway, but out of caution, I slowed my momentum and did not burst in. If I were him, I would definitely hide beside the door, ready to blow anyone's head off who dared to peek. Given the circumstances, I would not make the same mistake. Help! A young mare's cry came from inside the room. Time to change tactics. I pressed against the wall and suddenly swung the door open. The raider did not attack, so I charged in, then froze instantly. The sides of the room were piled high with torn-up books, extending all the way to the balcony window. The room was disgustingly arranged, covered with filthy bedding. By the window, a young mare without even a cute mark lay on a blood-soaked mattress, looking like she had been brutally raped countless times. Tiny burn marks covering her thighs where the cute mark should have been. Beside her lay a severed rope. Between her and me, the raider held an unexpected trump card. Confronting me, the zombie pony. I suddenly realized, if there is still some justice left in the wasteland, she must have flown in through that window from outside and bitten through the rope binding the young mare. Now she was cornered by the raider against the wall, a large axe pressed against her throat. At that moment, I accidentally blurted out, how did the zombie pony manage to fly with wings that had no feathers? And another mystery seemed even more intriguing. Why was she still, in some way, alive despite her body being so decayed? My eyes filled with hatred as I fixed my gaze on the raider, holding the axe tightly. We stood silently facing each other, the young mare's sobs occasionally reaching my ears. I finally spoke, my tone so cold that it surprised even me. Celestia, bear witness, you fool. Brandishing that big axe. But you can't even spare a moment to tell me to back off and surrender, can you? If you spent some time reading instead of tearing them apart, maybe you could grow a brain and think of a way to convince me. I levitated a hoof grenade from the table, waving it between us. Don't think I'll shove this up your rear. The axe blade swung toward the zombie pony's throat, slicing a gash. Her skin split like a taut rubber membrane, pus seeping from the wound that once held blood. The zombie pony did not whimper or retreat, but the young mare had already buried her head in fear, crying uncontrollably. Good, move your hoof. I floated the revolver next to the hoof grenade, so there was nothing stopping me from turning you into a sieve. I could see the raider desperately considering his few options, and none seemed optimistic. He dropped the axe and pitifully screamed, I don't want to die? Turning to flee toward the balcony, leaping over the trembling young mare. Assisted aiming magic helped me fire 4 bullets at his backside, and he died a terrible death. I turned and went upstairs to deal with that sniper on the highest balcony. I was now fully armed and filled with fighting spirit, my heart ablaze with the fire of justice, ready to cautiously leave Ponyville. In front of me, a massive pavilion gradually came into view, within which stood a majestic marble statue. It was clad in battle armor, raising its forehooves and holding a long sword in its mouth. The pavilion had almost no graffiti. After carefully observing it through my binoculars, I found the reason. The surrounding weeds were teeming with mutated crocodiles. As I approached, the visual enhancement magic indicator kept flashing red dots. I pulled out the sniper rifle I had just acquired and easily took down a few. I now knew that their meat could be eaten after being cooked once. At least it was far more reliable than other food sources in the wasteland of Ponyville. I slung the sniper rifle behind me on the strap, another gift from the sniper, and drew out my saw blade, preparing to crawl towards my prey. The beeping pony sounded again. I raised my forehoof and saw that it had named the pavilion Macintosh War Memorial. Artist, too. Curiosity drove me closer. I kept an eye on the movements of the mutated crocodiles while using the binoculars to read the inscription on the pedestal. It commemorated the hero Big Macintosh of the Battle of Broken Hoof Ridge, as well as his noble sacrifice for Ponyville. The damn apple trees near the shelter were full of apples, but he was now seriously ill and too weak to move. We had hidden in the water tank next to the old memorial, and we had run out of food and medicine. If any pony hears this, please, help us spread the message. I drew my revolver and cautiously crawled towards the entrance of the water tank. Just as I was about to reach the opening, a mutated crocodile burst out from the bushes, opening its gaping, bottomless mouth to reveal several rows of razor-sharp teeth, lunging at me. I was so scared that I fired twice, but I didn't manage to kill it. However, it was enough to make it abandon the thought of eating me. Unfortunately, the gunfire attracted more mutated crocodiles. In panic, I tossed away the revolver, used telekinesis to lift the lid, jumped inside, and quickly sealed the entrance. My anger gradually faded, and fatigue began to wash over me. After the grueling battle in the library, my whole body was sore and weak. Excess adrenaline was damaging my nerves. I ate a piece of meat from a meat spirit and glanced at the cramped underground space, which had 2 beds embedded in the walls. I crawled into the upper bunk, trying not to think about the skeleton of the young pony beneath my bed, with its father's bones resting nearby. I took a small sip of water, which eased the burning sensation in my throat a little. The water bottle was almost empty. I had to ration it. If I slept here tonight, the mutated crocodiles might wander away from the exit. If I was lucky, I might find my lost revolver. Tonight, I was prepared to bury myself in study. I took out 2 new books from my saddlebag, first flipping through the one with a revolver on the cover, titled Guns and Bullets. Very straightforward, so I set it aside for now. The second book was a hefty volume, with a gray cover emblazoned with a black skull. This was the real treasure. I opened the first page and began to read Wasteland Survival Guide by Little Dopey. Hoofnote, upgrade. New skill, well read. You pay more attention to details when reading than other ponies, allowing you to gain 50 additional skill points from books. Chapter 4, A Glimpse into the Unknown. I wasn't sure why it was interested in you, but be careful. It has never helped any pony. Fool. As a result, I was lost in this labyrinthine building, encountering only a bunch of killing machines and automated turrets. I ran around until I finally retreated to a corner of the office area above the factory zone. With my ammunition almost depleted, if I hadn't found a medical kit in the employee restroom, I would have already met a terrible fate while trying to push through to the second floor. How could I be so stupid? Below the observation room, 3 machine ponies were wandering nearby, searching for my trace. They were all equipped with treads and looked somewhat similar to ponies. Their heads were transparent hemispherical domes, inside which were real brains. I tried not to think about what other ponies' brains the technicians might have used to create them. That thought made my fur stand on end. It was terrifying even if they had used the brains of other animals. Clearly, 200 years of continuous operation had not dulled the thinking abilities of those brains. Come out. We just want to get rid of you, the intruder. What did I say? This was evidently the voice of a little filly. Even though it sounded obviously mechanized, such a voice made those machine ponies even more bizarre. Fortunately, the narrow gap between the railings on either side kept the bio-brain machine ponies below. I quickly shrank behind a row of metal filing cabinets, and flames danced in front of my eyes. I sadly realized that my positional advantage was useless against another type of machine pony. It was like a giant metallic spider with many legs, its forelimbs equipped with various weapons, including circular saws and flamethrowers. And it could even fly. Artist, 1994. While desperately scavenging the downed spider machines, I contemplated my choices. I couldn't stay here forever. If I ran fast enough, I could burst out all at once without getting shot by the bio-brain machine ponies below, as they didn't seem to have much accuracy. But the recent explosion had destroyed the support structure, and the narrow path ahead began to sway precariously. The longer I observed, the less I wanted to place my hooves on it. I had never tried to levitate myself with telekinesis. Theoretically, it was possible, but I had never seen a pony do it. I tried to concentrate my magic, feeling the faint glow from my horn gradually expand, enveloping my entire body. I gritted my teeth and continued to cast the levitation spell, the aura around me becoming brighter. My hooves barely lifted off the ground, and I was already shining like a big lantern. I was nearing my limit, drenched in sweat, but still struggling to hold on. Just a bit further. Just a bit more. When the bio-brain machine ponies shot electric bolts in my direction, I was still floating in midair. A bolt of lightning struck the narrow path, the arc crackling around it, and I was really glad I wasn't standing on it. But I was already exhausted, unsure how much longer I could hold on. Ahead of the narrow path was a large window, with the dim sunlight filtered through double layers, thick clouds, and the stained glass itself, spilling onto the factory's dusty floor, supplementing the dim light from the ceiling. The suspended narrow path branched into a T-shape, extending along the wall to both sides. One path was the route I had taken to arrive, while the other led to a door that had been tightly locked until recently, which I had since unlocked. That door could not be opened with a key. It was controlled by a terminal inside the observation room. Another bolt of lightning nearly hit me, piercing through the shattered window of the observation room, turning the terminal into a heap of sparking scrap metal. Luckily, I had sent the unlock command for the door through it 5 minutes ago. The suspended narrow path still stretched far ahead, with the annoying machine ponies below continuously shooting electric bolts to interfere with me. I tried to maintain my levitation, gasping for breath. But darkness was creeping in from the edges of my vision, gradually consuming my consciousness. I had to stop, or I would faint right there, and that would mean doomsday. I ceased my spell and fell onto the narrow path. It swayed but held. I let out a long breath, not realizing I had been holding my breath all along. Then dashed forward. Don't run. We just want to be friends. More lightning whizzed by. I tensed up, fearing the current would surge through my hooves and paralyze me, tearing me apart. But all I heard was a loud bang. Crash. Buzz from above. As I ran, I looked up and saw one of the lightning bolts struck a chandelier, the previously flickering weak light suddenly flashing brilliantly. The lamp frame crashed into the ceiling, then swung down, landing directly on the suspended narrow path behind me. The whole corridor sank suddenly, and a section of the narrow path behind me let out a shrill screech of rusty metal before snapping. Let Celestia take me out with her hooves. I must admit that under the influence of those marauders, my once colorful and witty words seemed to have gained a bit of profanity. But right now, I'm galloping down the corridor at a heart-exploding speed, while the narrow path behind me is creaking and breaking off in sections, almost like a deadly game of dominoes. In such a situation, I think it's completely understandable to show a little emotion. Just as I was about to dash to the door, the narrow path beneath my hooves suddenly snapped with a crack. I jumped desperately, propelling myself forward with momentum, and clung to the edge with my front hooves. I hung there, my hind hooves swaying at several floors' height. Below was a dilapidated rifle production line, already destroyed by the recently fallen path. I strained to pull myself up inch by inch, my heart racing with anxiety. I tried to use telekinesis to grab the saddlebags, believing they could lift me up. I had to push away the terrifying images of me crashing down onto the conveyor belt below, my spine snapping in two. At least those damn biomechanical brain machines were now scattering in search of cover, no longer shooting at me. This heart-pounding ordeal felt like it lasted 2 centuries. Yet I managed to climb up the last section of the narrow path inch by inch. It trembled under my hooves, extending like a diving board toward the wall ahead. Loose screws were stuck in deformed holes, barely maintaining a fragile balance. I steadied myself and carefully walked toward the door. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the narrow path, and the current surged through my hooves, causing excruciating pain to shoot through my body. I collapsed onto the steel plate, twitching, my fur standing on end. The narrow path let out an ominous wail and bent downward slightly, as if wanting to throw me into a hellish abyss filled with slaughtering machines. I struggled to support my body with my 4 hooves when another flash of electricity shot up, just a foot away from the narrow path. It struck the ceiling, sending blackened plaster fragments raining down. I stumbled forward, resting my front hooves on the heavy iron door. As I watched it slowly move aside, all my bodily pain seemed to vanish in an instant, and the narrow path beneath me continued to extend forward. I clung to the doorframe to prevent myself from sliding off the suspended path. A third flash of lightning shot through the air, hitting the workshop's fluorescent light, which suddenly sparked and swung dangerously. I suddenly realized that if the room I had worked so hard to enter only had one door, I would be in big trouble. Horseshoe armaments. Do you like those apples? I didn't understand what it meant. I ignored it and scanned the room. There was a beautiful large desk with a chair beside it. A row of filing cabinets stood next to a large wardrobe. And there was a backlit poster. I had seen that poster many times in the factory, but this one was well preserved. A team of Pegasi gracefully soared through the sky, trailing a magnificent rainbow, while the ponies they shot down had sinister faces, clad in devilish stripes, their pupils flickering with evil fire. The slogan read, "Pure coats must prevail. Crush the stripes. Join the Pony National Army now." I only glanced at them and then focused on more important things. This office had a hackable terminal, an ammo box hidden under the desk, a safe embedded in the wall, and a private elevator. If it could still operate, I could safely reach the first floor and leave this place of chaos. Then, a uniquely crafted glass display case caught my eye. It leaned against the opposite wall, containing a well-preserved, exquisite revolver. That revolver looked similar to mine, but it must have been crafted with great love. It came with a scope and a pair of ivory grips, which would surely be very comfortable to hold and easy to pull the trigger. The grip of the revolver bore a symbol made up of 3 red apples. I decided to deal with the safe first. It was tough to crack. I failed several times, but finally, at the cost of a hairpin, I figured out the trick. With a click, the safe opened, and looking at the numerous items inside, I couldn't help but feel that infiltrating the horseshoe armaments was well worth it. I began to sift through the pile of items, which included a sack of pre-war coins, a copy of today's Pony National Army, a large bundle of meaningless financial newspapers, a shimmering magical battery, and a box of something resembling bubblegum. The writing on the packaging barely legible. Finally, I unearthed a mysterious scientific device that seemed capable of connecting to a pip-buck. Curious, I connected it, and the pip-buck began analyzing. Invisible Pony can activate invisibility magic, single use. Fantastic. Next, I needed to tackle that terminal. I pulled out my multifunctional armor, retrieved my hacking tools, and began my intrusion. The security level of this terminal was clearly higher than any I had encountered before, even with tools and hoof. I had to back out multiple times to avoid the computer locking me out. I concentrated on the screen, casually biting into an apple, only to find my teeth painfully jammed. I floated the apple in front of me and discovered it had a bullet embedded inside. My gaze shifted to the saddlebags, which indeed had a small hole. It took me a while to remember it was shot through by a marauder from the Ponyville library. The accent sounded just like the voice I had heard from Vivalimi's Pip-Buck, but it was clearly not the same pony. The sincere tone in the recording plunged me into thought. 200 years ago, a pony sent out this revolver as an apology, hoping it could serve as a bond to maintain family harmony. And her cousin, as she requested, kept it safe for generations even after her death. I had no intention of leaving it here, untouched by any pony, until the building came crashing down. However, when I took it, my heart was filled with respect. There were other things worth taking in the office. The ammo box was filled with Macintosh bullets. I found several repair suits in the wardrobe that could be used to patch the holes in my multifunctional armor. As for the other clothing, I didn't need them. Finally, I walked toward the elevator and pressed the button. Nothing happened. Sigh. Of course it wouldn't work. The Wasteland wouldn't give me a moment's respite. I took out my tools and pried open the elevator's side panel, trying to figure out what was wrong, hoping to fix it. Thank goodness I could manage it. Compared to other facilities in the factory, this elevator was in good condition. The only issue was that the control panel's power had run out, but fortunately, there was a spare power source in the safe. Once I replaced the battery, I wrote it up. As the elevator doors closed, a thought crossed my mind. Macintosh? Isn't that? The crumbling buildings scattered around horseshoe armaments, and I was navigating through these ruins, directionless and purposeless. I hadn't seen any signs of civilization, of course. I meant civilized civilization. I had already given up on finding Vivalimi. Now I was just content to wander aimlessly across the wasteland. Although it turned out to be quite dangerous. Living in Stable 2, I clearly knew my future, just as dull as my past. I had tried my best to reach the vast wasteland, only to fall into the exact opposite predicament. I had never thought that having a designated position, although excruciatingly boring, was also a blessing. The mechanical sprite floated by me, seemingly oblivious. I dashed in front of it again. Hey, the music continued to play. I waved my hooves at the non-existent face of the mechanical sprite, but it still floated beside me, and then continued to fly forward. Oh, what a great help. My frustrated gaze accidentally fell on a red scooter in the ruins. I reached out to set it upright, and pushed it back and forth a few times. To my surprise, although 3 of the wheels were rusted and stuck, the remaining 1 actually turned normally. I lifted my head and found myself on the edge of an amusement park. The swings and slides had long been reduced to charred remains by the flames of a bygone era, resembling the carcasses of giant beasts lying in the eerie air. The carousel twisted awkwardly to one side, and the curled skeleton of a young pony still rested on one of the wooden horses. An indescribable sorrow and shame suddenly engulfed me. Witnessing such a tragic scene, I was surprised to find myself feeling pity for my own existence. Another small skeleton leaned against a charred tree, with 3 skates buried in the dust at its hooves. The position of the 4th? Probably no pony knows. I trudged heavily through this silent makeshift graveyard. At the far end of the amusement park, I spotted a few intact walls and discovered a vending machine hidden behind one of them. Despite being covered in thick dust for years, the words sparkling cola were still faintly discernible, with a glowing carrot icon all over the machine. This vending machine looked like it could still work. What a pleasant surprise. I fished out a few pre-war coins and inserted them into the machine, not really expecting it to spit out soda after 200 years. When it dutifully rolled out a bottle of cola, I was utterly astonished and suddenly realized how desperately thirsty I was. I saw a bench by the side wall of a building and decided to sit down to rest my hooves while reading the Equestria National Army book I had picked up earlier. Just as I turned the corner, my gaze fell on an old, cracked poster attached to the outer wall, featuring a middle-aged pony in a nearly blinding shade of pink. Her mane was mixed with gray stripes. Gray manes can make most ponies look old and frail, while a few might appear extraordinary, but for her, it just made her look like a walking stick candy. Her eyes were wide open, sparkling with intensity, regardless of whether it was a poster or not. I swore her gaze could see right through my thoughts. The poster had a tear right down the middle, so I couldn't see the expression on her face. But before her, I felt like a naughty child caught in the act. The faded yet still striking slogans at the top and bottom of the poster proclaimed, "Pinkie Pie is always watching you." Below the slogans was a line of extremely faint small print that I had to lean forward and stretch my neck to barely make out. "The morale department happily reminds you." I leaned back, tilting my head at the poster. What is the morale department? Another originally well-intentioned idea that unfortunately didn't turn out so well. Suddenly, the voice of the Watcher echoed behind my shoulder, startling me so much that I jumped 3 feet high, my horn banging against the ceiling. I gasped for breath, trying to calm my racing heart, and saw the mechanical sprite floating beside me. It was utterly silent when it wasn't playing music. "Were you trying to scare me into a heart attack?" "Sorry," the mechanical sprite said, and I shot a furious glare at the floating orb. I turned and walked away, completely forgetting about the bench, focusing instead on enjoying the remaining sparkling cola. The mechanical sprite followed closely behind me. "I noticed you managed to acquire a set of armor." The voice of the Watcher seemed a bit hesitant, but I didn't ask why, nor did it seem interested in explaining. I was drifting through the wasteland in blood-stained armor. Perhaps that was what made the Watcher hesitate to speak. If I were to walk up to any resident of a stable right now and shout, "I am the evil nightmare pony, roar," then no matter how small I was, they would definitely take one look at me and bolt away. I took another sip of cola, eagerly wanting to find a place to take a shower. But the problem was that clean, radiation-free water was incredibly precious. It would be too wasteful to use for bathing. Moreover, one of my canteens was already empty, and the other was nearly out. "Maybe you're so aimless because you haven't discovered your own virtues." The Watcher suddenly popped up with this line. I stopped. "What? How do you know?" "Forget it." I then asked, "What do you mean, my virtues?" "Well," the floating orb began, "there were several great heroes in Equestria. They possessed extraordinary powers and forged unbreakable, everlasting friendships. Each hero represented one of the most important virtues and became known for it. For instance, kindness, honesty, laughter. Is laughter really a virtue?" I asked skeptically. After I finished speaking, the mechanical sprite continued unaffected, and generosity, loyalty, and magic. In fact, before one of the ponies realized her friends represented these virtues, they didn't understand themselves or each other. After that, they embraced these virtues as their principles. However, I'm not saying that the virtues they possessed are all the virtues in the world, just that they're virtues. The mechanical sprite paused, as if searching for the right words were particularly important. What I mean to say is that perhaps if you recognize the virtue that dominates your heart, you might understand yourself. At that point, you won't need any pony to tell you where your belonging is. With a crackle of static noise, the Watcher's voice suddenly cut off. Music poured out again. Wonderful. I looked at the mechanical sprite as it drifted away. To me, it all felt like a pile of useless preaching. I finished my soda and tossed the bottle into a pile of cola bottles. Those empty bottles were scattered everywhere like weeds. A thought about the Watcher suddenly popped up. The Wasteland Survival Guide must have been written after the Great Magic Cataclysm. Considering it contained advice on scavenging, the disaster must have long passed when the book was written, so it originally might not have belonged to the Ponyville Library. Based on its condition, free from graffiti, blood stains, or burn marks, I further speculated it was placed there later. Now I wanted to figure out, did the Watcher know that those poor ponies were imprisoned by raiders back then? If so, was that the real reason the Watcher wanted me to go to the library? Was I tricked into that hellhole just because the Watcher hoped I could save them? I wasn't sure. Since the Watcher saved me, I should trust what he said. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the Watcher had played me, and I didn't like being toyed with. My ears perked up as the music suddenly stopped again, replaced by a voice, but not the Watcher's voice. It belonged to another pony. This highly provocative voice lacked a metallic quality, sounding like a slick-talking stallion. "Friends, ponies, rejoice. The world around you is desolate and grim, riddled with toxins, all thanks to the reckless and shameful wars waged by those inferior ponies of the past. But we no longer need to live in the shadow of their greedy wickedness. United, we can restore the beauty of Equestria. United, we can build a brand new unified kingdom. My dear ponies, this is already in the works. A wonderful new era is being established. Yes, This process will be very arduous, but shouldn't we strive to do better for ourselves and future generations? Shouldn't we give it our all? As your friend, as your leader, I now tell you, we can succeed. We must succeed, and we will succeed. What kind of nonsense is that? What a fervent fantasy. The music started again, but this time it didn't continue the song interrupted by the watcher. It played a new song. As if this were the normal operating mode of the mechanical sprite. Wait, does that mean ponies now have a leader? This was serious news to me. From what I could see, we didn't even have a country. Whatever, I'd be satisfied with a town. Even a few shanties that barely counted as gathering would do, as long as ponies lived in them and coexisted peacefully, maintaining as much peace as possible in the wasteland. If we really had a leader, then at least we must first have a town, right? I began to quicken my pace as a building ruin appeared before my eyes. The second floor of the building was not completely destroyed and still had enough intact steps for me to climb up. I took out my binoculars and scanned the surroundings. And indeed, smoke was rising in the distance. There were quite a few of them, and they were relatively close, suggesting there was a settlement nearby. I prayed to Celestia, hoping it was cooking smoke and not fire set by raiders. I didn't have to worry about getting lost, as there was a path leading to that settlement, and I saw something moving along the way. I focused my binoculars, and my horn lit up in response. A small group of ponies came into view. 2 young ponies pulling a heavily loaded cart. There was also a young pony sitting at the back of the cart, seemingly talking to 2 other ponies leading a 2-headed monster. Those monsters were also pulling heavy loads. The group of ponies gradually moved away from the town I imagined and headed in my direction. But they didn't seem to be running away. Nor were there any injured ponies. These were all good signs, too good to be true. I looked up at the sky. Above the hot, thick clouds, the blazing sun was shining brightly, leaving dazzling spots on the cloud tops. Thank you, Celestia. To be precise, this path could hardly be called a road. It was more like a twisted railway track on the wasteland of Ponyland. Old wooden planks were laid on 2 parallel metal tracks, supporting them. After walking for half an hour, the track was supported by a rickety bridge crossing a ditch. After experiencing the thrill of a factory's suspended narrow path, I preferred to face this deep ditch bravely than risk stepping on a bridge that would collapse the moment I put my hooves on it. As a result, I got hurt, but it was still the right decision. A group of large, bloated, and grotesque pigs had made a nest in the ditch. One of them lunged at my left hind leg, biting through my armor and cutting a deep wound. My weak gun was neither quiet nor subtle. My little darling blew the head off that pig with a single shot. Moreover, it fired quickly, helping me take down the remaining 3 pigs within the time limit of the aiming assist spell. A camp of some ponies was set up under the bridge. It looked abandoned for a long time, but there were still supplies scattered around. This included several shotgun magazines, a can of food hidden in a pile of tin cans. The label boasted about magical fruits, but it only contained beans and a locked medical box. I easily unlocked it and found a bottle of healing potion, which I drank in one gulp. I sighed in relief as the pain gradually faded and the annoying bite slowly healed. The medical box contained some magical bandages. They weren't as powerful as the potion, but they worked decently on fresh wounds. There was also a box of mints. Mints, to clear the mind and freshen the breath. I was surprised to see a smiling zebra printed on the front of the box. It was the first time I had seen a zebra not depicted as a villain from a storybook. I felt that I had already covered more than half the distance to that settlement, maybe even 2/3. I tried not to fantasize about what I would find there, maybe a metropolis filled with civilized and happy ponies. As I didn't want to get my hopes up only to leave disappointed, I reminded myself, even if it were just a few shanties. Then I quickened my pace. Just as I heard the gunshot, a bullet struck the barrel of the sniper rifle strapped to my back with a loud clang. And another bullet shot straight through my right hind leg. Agonizing pain surged through me, and I screamed, my body tilting as I collapsed onto the rocky ground. I pressed tightly on my hind leg, blood gushing from the wound. I knew the bullet hadn't hit the bone, as I could clearly see the horrific bullet hole. I raised my head and screamed again. Fear and pain made me tremble uncontrollably. Judging by the cold spreading through me, I was about to go into shock. I looked up to search for the attacker, but there wasn't a single pony in sight. However, there weren't many hiding places around. These rocky mounds were almost bare. A thought suddenly pierced my mind. I felt like that pony who fell into an icy abyss must have an invisible pony. She might be right beside me, pointing a gun at my head while I was completely oblivious. But then I looked up at the sky, and a rust-colored Pegasus came into view. He had orange mane, wore a black cowboy hat, and had a weapon resembling a rifle strapped to each wing. The Pegasus had just completed a loop and was now aiming his gun directly at me. Is this what it feels like to die? Not so bad. My eyelids grew heavier, and I simply closed my eyes, stopping my thoughts. But when I opened my eyes again, I found 2 ponies pulling the cart coming over a small hill. There should be more ponies behind, leading some 2-headed cows. I remembered a young pony sitting at the back of the cart. I figured no ponies would notice the sky. I struggled to lift my body, moving bit by bit toward the clearing. Even if I was going to die, I couldn't just lie on the ground and watch those ponies get slaughtered. The searing pain struck my brain, but I wouldn't stop my staggering steps until I stood in the path directly in front of that group. I turned around, ignoring the roaring in my head, focused my energy, and made weak gun float, aiming at the rust-colored Pegasus. But he had already executed a sharp arc and was now charging straight at me. I stood firm between him and the travelers. Pain tortured my nerves. Tears blurred my vision. Even with the aiming assist spell, I wasn't sure I could hit him, and there was no way I could survive his next shot. He was a sharpshooter. Strictly speaking, he had never missed a shot until now. I summoned all my strength and let out the most threatening roar. I hoped he would think that a pony who had survived 4 gunshots needed to be taken seriously. You can shoot me however you want, but if you dare to harm those ponies, I will take you down. To my surprise, I saw the Pegasus widen his eyes and not fire. Instead, he folded his wings and landed in front of me. What the hell? I could barely lift weak gun anymore. My shot leg had completely lost feeling, and I had unknowingly squatted down on the ground. We didn't attack the caravan. It was you. What? Darkness encroached on the edges of my vision, and I felt dizzy. This conversation made no sense, but at least I needed him to say something instead of shooting me on the spot. I weakly murmured, "We didn't attack. You shot me." Of course, I had to shoot. We saw a raider sneaking up on the caravan, and we had to shoot her to stop her. The rust-colored Pegasus glared at me. Then he showed a strange sense of pride and added, "That's our principle." My front legs were growing weaker, almost giving out, but his words sparked a fire in my mind. Weak gun, which was about to fall to the ground, now wobbled and floated up, pointing directly at the attacker's forehead. I am not a raider. The Pegasus pointed a hoof at me and argued, "You look just like a raider." A young stallion from the cart seemed to appear out of nowhere and dashed over. I tried to raise my voice to warn him, but nothing came out. My eyes were finally completely overtaken by darkness, and I collapsed to the ground, as if falling into an endless slumber. The last sound that reached my ears was the young stallion's cry. "Disaster. What have you done?" Hoofnote, level up. New skill, genius. You gain 2 additional skill points each time you level up. Chapter 5, Disaster. Friendship never changes. I'm alive. I'm still alive. When I regained consciousness, I found myself wrapped in a blanket lying on a mattress, feeling warm and energetic. I hadn't felt this comfortable since leaving shelter 3 days ago. At least I thought it was 3 days ago. I wasn't sure how long I had actually been unconscious. I instinctively raised my front hoof to check the time on the pip buck. The blanket was lifted and then slipped to the floor. "Oh, look who's awake." A sweet voice of a filly rang in my ears. I was startled and immediately went into a defensive posture. I raised my head and looked around, realizing I was surrounded by a group of little ponies. I recognized one of them as the Pegasus who had shot at me earlier. I wondered if I was now his prisoner. The previous voice came from a very beautiful white earth pony, her pink mane resembling cotton candy, perfectly matching her yellow and pink nurse's dress. My gaze drifted past this small group of ponies to 3 neatly arranged medical boxes against the wall, all the little pink butterflies lined up perfectly, and a faded pre-war poster. The poster was clearly advertising medical services, a mare slightly larger than a foal proclaimed, "You don't have to be a Steel Ranger to be a hero. Join the Peace Corps now." Her dress was the same as the one swaying in front of me. From the decor of the room, and the absence of any ropes or chains, I inferred that this was a clinic, and I was not a prisoner. Moreover, I actually felt quite good. A bit tired, as if I needed a good long sleep, but I was not sleepy at all, just tired and a bit warm. I straightened up, and the room spun in my eyes. "Don't rush, buddy," the Pegasus said as he walked over. I remembered his name was Calamity, though I couldn't quite recall how I knew that. I scooted back on the mattress. Naturally, with so many little ponies watching, he might appear polite and gentle on the surface, but I had seen his other side. He had once been a killing reaper, raining down fire. "Sweetheart?" One gray earth pony with a black mane asked, looking at my nurse, though to me, it sounded like he had just called her sweetheart, which I strangely and eagerly agreed with. "She will recover. We prepared the last bottle of healing potion she needed for her a while ago and fed it to her." "Prepared?" The gray earth pony raised an eyebrow skeptically. Sweetheart smiled. "Of course, we added a bit of apple cider. We found that it always enhances the potion's effect." I didn't understand why the gray stallion was now covering his face with a hoof. In any case, I felt great, not just good, and very comfortably warm. The gray stallion began to shoo away my visitors. Although I wasn't familiar with them at all, it still made me a little disappointed. I had been so lonely these days, so eager to return to the civilized world. And civilization was right in front of me. Yet he wouldn't let me have it. I realized this thought made no sense, though I wasn't sure why. Sweetheart bounced over, dreamily whispering, "He's so handsome." "Isn't he?" "Who?" "Of course, Calamity." She giggled. I couldn't find my voice. No, I could still say, "He shot at me." She waved her hoof nonchalantly. I'm sure that was just a little misunderstanding. I lay there a bit longer, my head becoming clearer. I was eager to meet the little ponies of New Appaloosa. The beep from the little monitor indicated that I had been asleep for nearly 2 days. "How did you stack those up?" I asked, looking up at the piles of train cars. The tallest stack even had 4 layers. The aisles and railings stretched out, connecting to other car towers. On the roof of the top layer, the words Long Road Hotel shone brightly. The gray stallion with the black mane was named Track Rights. He was the mayor and sheriff, overseeing the town. He said to me, with a serious expression, "We entrusted it to a unicorn." I gasped and turned to glare at him. I had never heard of any pony being able to levitate something so large and heavy. Track Right's serious expression soon turned into a cheerful smile. "Just kidding," he said, pointing to the sky behind us, and my astonishment turned into an awkward laugh. "That's the work of a crane." I turned to look up. A massive orange iron tower loomed in the town, with a large hook swinging beneath its long arm. "However," he continued, "if you're looking for a heavy lifting expert, the crane is definitely the best choice. You should talk to him." "Talk to a crane?" I slowed my tone, trying to figure out if this was another of his jokes, but it wasn't he. He told me that the crane was a unicorn working at the train yard. There was no stronger telekinetic master from here to the ruins of Central City. After saying that, Track Rights suggested showing me around the town. The grocery store in New Appaloosa was called Everything You Need, and it was our 4th stop. Track Rights wore a knowing smile, coaxing me toward this oddly shaped building. The shop was welded together from 3 different kinds of train cars, one of which was a black metal tank car, with a chimney prominently sticking out on top. From a distance, it was one of the sources of smoke. I stopped at the door, reading the humorous sign beneath the grocery store's bold name. "Yes, I can deliver. Unsavory, disgusting scavengers? No entry. Wasteland Survival Guide. Now on sale. The first copy for every household is free." I pushed open the door and stepped inside. When I saw the zombie pony from the scavenger library, I gasped and froze in place. I was quite sure she was that pony because her eyes were oddly angled to the sides. Another piece of evidence. She recognized me immediately, beaming with joy, and rushed over to give me an uncomfortable and sticky hug. Nice to see you again," I said awkwardly. The last time she saw me, I was running out of a room to shoot a bullet into a scavenger's head. "I've heard your story from Little Pip," she said. "Little Pip?" I looked at the zombie pony. "Did you write Wasteland Survival Guide?" She managed to align both eyes on me, practically beaming, and nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, I can deliver." Suddenly, I understood why that book ended up in the Ponyville library. This also intensified my suspicions about the Watcher. As I was pondering, Little Pip dashed up to me, holding another guide in her mouth and stuffing it into my saddlebags. This zombie pony was so kind and generous that it was remarkable, and she severely lacked an understanding of personal space. I opened my mouth to say something, wanting to tell her I already had one, but considering that the one on the scavenger's table had several pages torn out, getting another one might be helpful. But another strange thought derailed my thinking. "You don't talk much, do you? Can zombie ponies talk?" Little Pip took a few steps back, opened her mouth wide, letting me see clearly against my will. Calamity redirected my attention. Decades ago, slave traders cut off Little Pip's tongue, but she has been doing just fine without it. It seemed Cheese Jack's warning was not without reason. Little Pip ran to the counter, picked up a pencil, and scribbled something on a large pad of sticky notes. She set the pencil aside, lifted the notepad, and her eyes were oddly tilted to the sides again. I stared at the notepad, avoiding staring rudely at her eyes, and loudly read. I can't talk, so I learned to write. Otherwise, I would never write this well. I blinked and looked up at her. Little Pip put down the notepad and picked up the pencil again. She added a line of text and held it up for me to see. How about a better set of armor? Bottle caps? The little ponies outside use these as money? It was equally absurd and ridiculous that I should have anticipated this. No wonder those scavengers were collecting these things. No wonder empty bottles were discarded everywhere. Yet I hadn't seen a single bottle cap, except for the one I randomly discarded outside the Steelhoof Armory. I left my multifunctional pony armor at the Everything You Need grocery store. Little Pip's armor didn't come in my size, but she swore she could improve my multifunctional pony armor, which would definitely be better than any scavenger's stolen goods. She didn't want to take my money, but I insisted on not letting her work for free, and then I discovered that in the wasteland of Little Pony Country, there was a trend of trading items that were incredibly silly, no offense to Little Days. Really, it was just bottle caps. Fortunately, there were still piles of pre-war currency that could be exchanged for some money. Maybe it was because they could buy soda with it. Even though almost all the vending machines had been pried open and robbed. As I left the everything store, the guide introduced me. Little Days is not only a Pegasus living here, but also a corpse pony. Great. It sounded as if the title Corpse Pony Days was more pleasant than Zombie Days. However, he continued, pointing a hoof at Disaster. I talk to this fellow every day, and we all welcome him to settle in my town. After all, he has been protecting the caravan for 4 years. Now, I plan to go meet the crane, and Disaster is right beside me. I finally mustered the courage to strike up a conversation with this rusty brown stallion. So, you don't live here? Yeah. I live a bit away. It takes about half an hour to fly from here to there. I carefully considered my understanding of the Pegasus. Do you live in the clouds? I could swear Disaster widened his eyes slightly. No, just a shed. It was hastily built by someone a long time ago and has since been destroyed by nearby beasts. I had encountered some of the nearby beasts already. But Mom, I want to see Cross-Eyed. Disaster leaned closer and whispered, some ponies call Little Days that because of her eyes. Yeah, they only focus on that. The punks from Shelter 2 would definitely latch onto that, completely ignoring her decayed body. Little Days herself seemed not to care. In fact, I think she quite liked it. I didn't mention that Little Days also seemed indifferent to her missing tongue. That couldn't be an excuse. Well, I admit, there were a few times I did refer to Little Days as it, but at that time, I thought she was already dead. I paused. Hello, ma'am. I just got here. Is there something wrong with the zombie pony? The mare looked flustered. She was more concerned about Disaster's expression than I was. I could imagine the latter's angry face without looking. Old Cross-Eyed is quite nice. I mean, Miss Days. But, know what? I pressed, trying to hide the shame that surged from avoiding Little Days' corpse smell and sticky embrace. This mare glanced around and leaned down to whisper to me. You know they all tick like time bombs, right? I mean, you're quite aware of how much becoming a corpse pony affects their appearance. Think about their brains. They'll go crazy sooner or later. Dear Little Days has held on for a long time, with only a little abnormality. But sooner or later, I just don't want my son to provoke her. Let him be the first sacrifice to her rage. With that, the mare straightened up, pulled the super mare close, and hurried away. Clearly, they were getting further away from the everything store. I stood in shock for a long time. Finally, I asked Disaster, is this true? Disaster sighed deeply. It wasn't a good sign. Yes, most of them are like that. When traveling, if you're not careful, you'll find yourself being pursued relentlessly by hordes of numb, bloodthirsty wild corpse ponies. But honestly, it's just most of them, even if they are good ponies. Despite being a bit smelly and ugly, they still can't escape misfortune. But there are still exceptions, like Little Days, who has never lost her mind. I understood what he meant, but this information didn't make me afraid of that bald Pegasus rider. It only made me feel sorry for her. Hello there. It's an honor to see you. You saved Little Days and Little Sweet Apple. Not to mention Sharply, Spiky Barrel, and Turquoise. He stopped working and vigorously shook my hoof. It's also an honor to meet you. I smiled, and even after he finished shaking hooves, my body was still swaying. The guide said, if I wanted to find a strong pony, I should talk to you. The crane laughed and casually lifted 3 large barrels onto the flatbed wagon at the same time. That's right. Then unexpectedly, he asked me, what magic do you know? Magic? I hesitated to repeat. You see, he continued, as 3 large barrels floated up, glowing with the same aura as his unicorn horn. Unicorns usually have several kinds of magic, often related to the work they are good at. Of course, not counting those unicorns who are proficient in magic, because they can grasp a whole bunch directly. For me, as long as I concentrate my magic, I can fix any broken tracks or trains. Damn, I stomped my hoof on the ground and sighed deeply. No, I only know telekinesis. I can't do any magic. I know this is sad. Levitation is just basic child-ass play. By the time I get my cutie mark, the other unicorns in Shelter 2 will already know several kinds of magic. Thank you for reminding me, Crane. I might be the weakest unicorn in terms of magic. The crane widened his eyes in surprise and immediately changed the topic. Oh, I still have a lot of work to do. But listen, if you could help me with a little favor, I could teach you everything I know about magic lifting in return. Sounds good. What little favor? Deliver him a bottle of soda? Maybe a lunch? Help him secure the large barrels on the flat car? There was a bit of trouble caused by those things crawling out of the western shelter. I heard you both are quite brave. The guns won't be hanging loosely. You just need to go over there and shut the big door. If those beasts' old home is sealed up, we might be able to clear out what's left outside. Well, not delivering soda. Hey, why are you still following me? It's getting dark a bit early. Soon I'll have to turn on the lights on the little pony. We owe you a favor, Disaster said sincerely, walking beside me. Thinking of how much you've done for the little ponies of New Appaloosa, You might even owe several. I sighed and tried to comfort him. You couldn't have understood the situation then. I was wearing raider clothes, and the blood on them was all clotted. I was carrying an arsenal that even a regular raider would envy. That was raider blood. And you could only dress like that because you needed extra protection when you saved the lives of 5 good townsfolk. Only 4, really. Little Days saved Little Sweet Apple. But you saved Little Days first, so she could save Little Sweet Apple. Let us say it's 5. He took a deep breath. Besides, we can't let you go alone. We've heard some dark stories about those shelters. Many bad things have happened in a lot of shelters. I just came from a shelter. Damn, all ponies' ancestors came out of shelters, right? I can understand how an empty shelter would attract beasts to nest, but it has nothing to do with curses or misfortune. Disaster thought carefully. I think you're right, but not including ponies like Little Days. They somehow survived the great disaster on the surface, and some even have descendants, right? Corpse ponies don't age like regular ponies. I couldn't help but wonder. There is actually a pony who witnessed that disaster. Who knows what happened back then? What story does she have? Disaster chuckled. It's too long ago. Most of it is just our speculation, but we do know that when the first super magic struck Cloudsdale, Little Days was flying outside the city. She happened to be affected by the magical energy that completely erased the entire city. Since then, she has been a corpse pony. I nodded, immersed in the solemn silence. The image of the entire city of flying Pegasi in my mind reappeared. In just a minute, everything vanished. It started to rain under the clouds above. It felt like showering in shelter too, except the showerhead was everywhere, and it just wouldn't stop. If it weren't for Sweetheart giving me a bath yesterday, I would have quite liked the cold rain. But now I was completely soaked, feeling utterly miserable. It was a thunderstorm, and a fierce one at that. We'd better find a place to hide. This is just the beginning. Boom. The sky exploded. It was like a gunshot. If that gun were made of pure miracles and handled personally by Celestia, I had already dived under the body of disaster. Stand firm. You're afraid of thunder, but seeing lightning in person won't scare you to death. He chuckled to himself. All right, get up. Let us find a place to take cover from the rain. Each flash from the dark clouds was accompanied by terrifying cracks and booming sounds. Soon, I really saw the lightning. I had thought lightning was like those electric arcs fired at me by the biomechanical brain machines, but it was completely different. It was a white blade that tore the sky apart, as if it had sliced open the entire universe. The lightning vanished in the blink of an eye, but the afterimage lingered in front of me for several minutes. I even saw a little pony, or at least I thought I did. The lightning illuminated a figure that flashed past on the mountaintop in the distance. I wasn't sure if it was a Pegasus or a unicorn. At first, I thought it was both. But before I could be certain that I really saw anything, the scene disappeared without a trace. We raced across increasingly muddy and treacherous land until we were blocked by a furious torrent, white foam surging. The churning muddy waves crashed against the banks, and I could make out the dark outlines of uprooted trees swept along by the river. A cliff suddenly rose on the opposite bank, its crevice splitting the waterfall into hundreds of thin streams that flowed into the river below. On the cliff facing us, a cavern opened up with a dark hole. The path leading to it had long been washed away. I stood there staring blankly, trying to find a way across. When I realized I was lifted into the air, disaster had pulled me over the flood and finally set me down at the cave entrance. How silly. Disaster ran past me. Don't just stand there in a daze. Help us close the door while the river hasn't breached and flooded this cave. He tried to push the iron door with all his might. I looked down and realized the cave had turned into a muddy pit 2 inches deep, and the water was still slowly rising. I regained my composure and ran toward the control panel. I took a moment to inspect the latch structure, which was actually completely missing, trying to determine if I could restart it. Luckily, I could. I strained to pull the lever up, but it wouldn't budge. I focused, my horn shining with light, as I infused my magic into my hoof. With a screeching sound of friction, I managed to pull it. The mechanical arms screeched as it moved, and the door of Shelter 24 slammed shut with a protest groan. You know we just locked ourselves in an evil, terrifying, haunted shelter, right? I teased as this unexpected companion looked around in surprise. We believe what you said before. No pony knows this place better than you. He smiled nervously at me, adding as he flapped his wings, anyway, this doesn't seem like a good place. My gaze fell on Disaster's harness. This Pegasus was equipped with a pair of long-range rifles strapped under his wings, the mechanisms designed in a saddle shape. 2 long metal reins extended to his front, with a bit connected at the end, swaying a few inches below his mouth. Just one bite, and the barrels would fire simultaneously. The saddle was designed to reload based on commands, which might require pulling the bit to trigger or a different action to bite. I couldn't be sure. Hey, Disaster, I've always wanted to ask, what is that? I pointed my hoof at the marvelous contraption. I nodded. It's a masterpiece, right? I designed it myself. He raised his front hoof, proudly showing it off. Then he noticed my expression and asked, "You're saying you've never seen a combat saddle?" I shook my head. That is nothing. He swaggered over. Generally speaking, there are two main types of firearms. One type is smaller, can be bitten in the mouth, and unicorns can float it beside them. The other type is the combat saddle, designed for guns that are too large, too heavy, or have too much recoil that require additional support. I've seen many kinds of weapons that can be made into combat saddles. Machine guns, rocket launchers. Rocket launchers. Upon hearing this, my tail drooped, and my ears went limp. That's right. Even energy weapons can be used, he paused, but those things are hard to find, so if you're acting alone, you might not even see a shadow. I noted it down. It might come in handy later. I looked at the beep beep pony, checking the radiation levels and other indicators. I also activated visual enhancement magic to search for hostile red dots. I took a big gulp of water from the canteen and began to plan our route. I felt confident about my experience in the shelter. Making a plan should be no problem. If the structural layout is the same, there should be a door leading to the stairs next door on the left, and below that is the cafeteria, living quarters, school, and infirmary. The corridor on the right leads to the maintenance area, where the familiar beep beep pony technician's workshop is located. Without hesitation, I decided we should go left first. All right. I was a bit surprised. My ears perked up involuntarily. You can't find that kind of thing in Shelter 2. What's inside? I think it's explosives. Disaster said with a scholarly demeanor, but I'm not sure. It's locked, but I want to shake it like a child guessing a birthday present. Imagining it's a plush doll. Explosives, you know. I followed the rust-colored Pegasus to the storage room to check it out. After 3 failed attempts and losing 2 hairpins, their numbers were starting to dwindle. I had to admit that even I, a self-proclaimed expert, couldn't unlock that lock. So I suggested we proceed along the planned route. My thoughts were interrupted by the booming thunder above. The thunder was very close to this cave. It could even be heard in the shelter. My heart was pounding in my chest. What I stammered, waving my hoof toward the outside. I told you, it's a thunderstorm. Disaster looked at me mockingly. The weather isn't like it used to be. The sun and moon are no longer controlled by ponies, we Pegasi. Celestia and Luna, the 2 goddesses, raise and lower the sun and moon every day. I shouted indignantly. How dare he say that? This is blasphemy. That's right. He rolled his eyes at me. Rolling your eyes. Right in their little pony paradise. Exactly. I was so furious that my mane bristled. He looked at me quietly until I finally relented, waving my hoof for him to continue. What I was just about to say is, we Pegasi no longer control the weather. The climate in Ponyland has gone out of control. A chill ran through my mane, through the iron walls and mountains. We felt the roar of the storm. I wondered how exaggerated the design of Shelter 2 was that I couldn't hear the sound of the rain inside. Clearly, Shelter 2 was designed to be more sealed, which might also explain the other structural differences I found here. Well, I muttered to myself, there's only 1 bathroom here. At least there's only 1 in the living quarters. But Shelter 2 has 2, 1 for Mares and 1 for stallions. The floor outside the bathroom was wet, and I could hear the gurgling noise behind the door. Another difference is that Shelter 24 is adjacent to the underground reservoir. So only anti-poison and anti-radiation magic are needed to purify the water source. Outside, the rain poured down, and all the sinks and toilets were overflowing. The drinking fountain was the same. The drinking fountain located in the school and living quarters was spraying brown water. The previously terrifying noise was coming from the plumbing system. Not some monster I had imagined. I suddenly stopped because a red dot jumped out in the visual enhancement magic indicator. A creature mentioned by the crane was somewhere in front of us. I suddenly remembered that we hadn't asked what those things looked like. Do you know what kind of creature we're looking for? Just as we both crouched down, moving as quietly and discreetly as possible, I whispered to Disaster. Although the bathroom is shared, the resting area is not. The stallion's resting area is on the 1st floor, while the Mares reside on the 2nd floor. This is also different from Shelter number 2, where the rooms are assigned by family. Frustratingly, my visual enhancement magic is limited. It can't tell me the height of that red. I can only know it's directly in front of me. I floated up a weak golden tower, preparing as best as I could. I remember retorting, perhaps a bit too loudly, that only I needed to come over to close the door, and there was really no need for you to follow. I had to admit he had a point. If trapped in a creature's lair, there really isn't a more foolish behavior than wandering around. However, this is another shelter, and my curiosity and sense of connection drove me to explore it. If I had to stay here for several hours, I had to make every second count. Disaster shook his head, but still followed. As we got a few steps closer, the red dot suddenly flickered out. I immediately turned around to see if it had slipped behind us, but there was nothing. If it hadn't disappeared suddenly, then we must have just reached a height above it. We lay quietly still. After a while, the red dot popped up again, still in front of me. A few seconds later, it vanished again, and this time it seemed to disappear forever. If shelter number 24's school weren't so old and dilapidated, it would look just like home. The desks were all neatly arranged. The activity corner was filled with various toys. There was a terminal on the podium, a few pencils, and even a decayed apple. The only difference was that there was a large glass tank, probably originally for keeping fish. Even with the walls covered in rust, there was still a sense of home here. This should have been comforting, but it felt strangely unsettling, like standing on the edge of a cliff. The banging pipes intensified my discomfort and gave me a slight headache. Worst of all, we encountered 3 ghosts. In my visual enhancement magic, they were all marked as hostile units, but they were completely invisible. This was of no use, as Disaster didn't have his own beep-beep pony, so he didn't know what I was seeing. I began to worry that the visual enhancement magic might have malfunctioned, or that the beep-beep pony itself had gone wrong or been damaged due to exposure to the wasteland of Equestria. It was unlikely, I reassured myself, in my memory. They were much more durable. A reasonable but unsettling explanation was that the creatures here could also use magic. Have you heard of Prince Celestia? Disaster asked. What? I rushed over, furrowing my brow. Let me see, I said, using telekinesis to grab a book from the table in front of him. I read a few lines before closing the book to look at the cover. It was a storybook for young foals. The Moon Prison Stallion. Disaster chuckled softly. I remember someone telling me that story, but if I recall correctly, the one on the moon was a mare. That's because the moon prison creature was originally a mare. I quickly scanned the books on the desk and the bookshelf, then came to what seemed like an important conclusion. First, every significant pony in each book had been turned into a stallion. I think some ponies were male to begin with. Second, I stubbornly continued, even though my voice sounded a bit tense to my own ears. Aside from extremely vague introductions, all the storybooks or textbooks said nothing about the history or politics of Equestria. I don't mean to say that shelter number 2 is remarkable in this regard. The most recent history in our textbooks is also from a generation ago. But the problem here isn't a lack of historical materials, but a deliberate distortion of the truth. And it happened in the educational section of shelter number 24? Absolutely. I said, if you don't calm down, you're going to explode. Today, the magic test for the little unicorns left me stunned. I had each little pony bring their pets over and then lift them up for me to see. It was fairly simple, but dealing with wriggling little animals was still somewhat difficult for such large foals. Since Buttercup and Pixie Dance had no pets, I had to lend them the class mascot. Pixie Dance was practically overjoyed, but even though I told Buttercup that Snake had its teeth pulled and posed no danger, she was still quite scared. Needless to say, Buttercup's performance was not good. The real surprise was Quantum, who had even spent a whole year on basic levitation magic. Although I knew there were no records showing that girls could also experience this, I couldn't think of another explanation. She went through a magical surge right in the classroom. Quantum not only lifted herself into the air, but also instantly released a burst of energy that affected all the pets in the classroom. Most of them were just a little startled and needed calming, but some, including our mascot, seemed to have completely vanished into thin air. The oddest thing was that the mysterious flash turned Carrot Tail's ugly old cat into an even uglier old cat. The magical outburst only lasted a moment. Quantum seemed fine, completely unaware of what she had done. Of course, we notified the parents, and Carrot Tail was left with psychological trauma. Unless a miracle happened, I wouldn't be able to teach them anything before this week's exam. I also need to submit a proposal that from now on, there must be another male unicorn supervising the exams, just in case. Another notable record was from 4 days later, and it was the last entry on this terminal. I stared at the last entry for a few seconds. Wait, male supervisor? Disaster looked at me curiously. What's wrong? The supervisor of this shelter is a stallion? He blinked, then squinted a bit. And what is wrong with that? Supervisors should be mares. That is how it is. I felt like I was explaining it to a foal, but Disaster not only didn't understand but squinted his eyes even narrower. Are you saying that what a mare can do, a stallion cannot? He stood still, his voice very flat. Are you saying that even if a stallion is more capable of leadership than any other pony in the shelter, regardless of gender, and even his cute mark proves this, he cannot be a supervisor because of his gender? I swallowed hard and took a step back. Damn, but I was right. However, now no matter how I explained, it would only make things worse, so I just kept my mouth shut and said nothing. Disaster turned and walked out of the classroom. This time I followed him. Well, now I do feel a bit awkward. In front of us was another door leading to the maintenance area. To the right was the cafeteria, and to the left was the storage room of the maintenance area. Inside the storage room was a glowing terminal, several shelves of supplies, and a poster stuck to the wall. It depicted a strong and brave stallion, standing tall and facing the danger ahead. 3 mares were crouched beside his hind hooves. looking terrified yet admiring the stallion who was saving them, their adoration evident in their eyes. Disaster felt awkward, while I felt anger slowly rising. Not because this door should lead to the hall. I could accept the huge differences in the layout design of the shelter, although it did annoy me. Not because of the stallion sculpted as a hero or the giggling Mares. I completely understood the desire the poster wanted to convey about achieving success and earning the admiration of others, nor was it because this poster had appeared 15 times, each one uniformly promoting gender discrimination, but because the stallion in this poster was bravely holding a wrench. While the terrifying thing that made the girls in the background tremble like frightened rabbits was merely a leaking sink. To avoid stepping on another sensitive social landmine, I cautiously asked Disaster, "Do you know why I'm upset? These posters aren't about giving the position to the most competent pony, regardless of tradition. These posters are. Right, these posters are brainwashing." The poster was already up here before the little pony escaped to the shelter, and he turned to stare at me, as if saying that certain jobs are only suitable for stallions or Mares. I understood his meaning. Except for cooking. I halted my body, my ears suddenly perked up, and I bet for a moment they let out hot steam. What? Shouldn't I have noticed his sly gaze? Oh, haha, I guess I was a bit overreacting. That's right. We were silent for a while. I turned and hacked into the storage room's terminal, quickly scanning through the records from start to finish. It seemed to belong to the maintenance area supervisor. Meanwhile, Disaster was gathering the salvageable supplies. The pipes continued to roar, but I suddenly wasn't as tense as before. I felt like I had safely walked out of the social minefield. Just a bit of my mane was singed. Then, as some stories go, the calm part was over, and it was time for a twist. I finished reading the 4th record, and halfway through the 5th, the visual enhancement magic indicator flashed with a total of 5 ghosts. 1st record. I can't believe my luck. Little Sweet Tomato is such a beautiful mare. Last night's date was incredibly successful. She even let me kiss her. Her daughter, Carrot Tail, seems to like me too, and I kind of like her. I don't have to pretend to stay longer with her mom. In fact, we've already agreed on a 2nd date tomorrow night. Oh, and Greyhorn finally fixed the lights on the 2nd floor. Those flickering lights were driving the ponies crazy. 2nd record. 3rd record. The male supervisor's office called me today. There's a very urgent situation that requires my special talent. Guess what? He locked himself in again. This is the 3rd time this week. Luckily, any little pony with half my talent can open it. I've never seen a lock so simple. However, just in case it's Greyhorn's turn to do this one day, I left some bobby pins and a copy of today's locksmith in the maintenance area locker. I even marked out the most useful sections for him. As long as he doesn't forget the password, he should be fine. He probably wouldn't forget it anyway. Besides, I set the password to his name, so damn it, he might actually forget it. Also, my love life just got worse. Little Sweet Tomato's daughter seems to have been sent to the infirmary. I heard that cat attacked her. They probably have no choice but to get rid of that cat. 4th record. Where the hell did Greyhorn go? That idiot didn't show up for his shift today. I called his room, but no pony answered. Damn it. I have to handle everything myself. Sigh. I replaced all the lighting fixtures on the 2nd floor, and guess what? There's still a problem. I swear. The little ponies responsible for building this place must have cut corners, probably trying to make a quick buck off the shelter tech. I hope those stupid donkeys turn to soup when the super concentration magic hits. 5th record. Still Haven T found Greyhorn. I asked a few ponies, and they haven't seen him either. They told me to check with the doctor. Only Greyhorn could find a way to fall and get pierced by his own horn. Damn, that creaking is happening again. Something must have crawled into the ventilation system. I've already taken off several covers, hoping whatever is inside will just fall out by itself, so I don't have to make a few buddies crawl in after it. Damn it, I just discovered that guy is right above me, staring down at me. I almost thought it was that stinky cat that belongs to Carrot Tail, but they caught and dealt with it yesterday. Fuck, that beast bit me. I swear I'm going to send in a buddy with a flamethrower. I looked up and saw a few pairs of gleaming, creepy eyes staring at me from the dark opening that should have contained a fence. Little Wheat Golden didn't float beside me. That was a mistake. When it lunged at me, I didn't have time to draw my gun, not even to think. I instinctively grabbed it with telekinesis and threw it away like I would with a hoof grenade. Only this time, the space was too small to throw it far, so I had to slam it against the wall. It hissed and struggled, pinned down by me. The second one also jumped out, crashing onto the terminal before landing on the ground. I lifted a hind leg and kicked it hard in the head with all my might. Then I raised a forehoof, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the first one. The third one jumped directly onto me, its claws tangled in my mane. I screamed like a little girl, "Get off! Get off! Get off!" Panicking, I leaped and kicked the terminal, shattering the glass. I could feel the hair near my hooves getting singed. I turned towards the doorway and saw Disaster aiming this way. Bang! I staggered to my feet. trying to curve my lips into a smile, even though I knew it was a twisted smile. I could still read his expression. He wanted to tell me to trust him, to tell me not to be afraid of him shooting me. But he didn't say anything in the end. He didn't say it because he knew I had reason to and the right to be afraid of his gunfire when I was next to him. My reaction was completely natural. I didn't even realize I used to see him this way, but now I do. Damn. Now I feel like I owe him an apology. He turned to look at the ceiling, probably scared off by the gunfire. Just temporarily, I agreed. I understood, but I couldn't tell him directly. He would just deny it, and then it would only lead to an awkward silence. After all, he is a stallion. Damn. I cursed myself harshly for this thought. It wasn't hard to find the reason I thought this, and I glared angrily at that stupid poster. I hate this shelter. I swung Little Wheat Golden and fired 3 shots in quick succession, hitting 3 more diminutive, evil cat snake monsters unconscious. They were fragile, but their small size, agility, and extreme ferocity still made them hard to deal with. A few more jumped onto Disaster, clinging tightly to his fur. Disaster leaped up, flapping his wings to blow them away, and his forehooves came down, smashing one into a bloody pulp. How many of these little monsters do you think are left? I shot at one that Disaster had flung away but missed. I fired again, this time hitting it. The last one leaped right past me, lunging at Disaster's back. I heard his roar of anger when its sharp teeth sank into the back of his neck. Don't worry, I've got it. I used telekinesis to yank the creature down. My horn glowed brightly, directing Little Wheat Golden at the thing that was dripping with Disaster's blood and meowing wildly. Then I pulled the trigger. Damn, I got bitten. We had passed through the maintenance area, which was completely flooded, being the lowest part of the shelter. That journey was long and damp, but we made it through safely. We also found the changing room and opened the safe with the password. My reserve of bobby pins was now nothing short of delightful, and today's locksmith was resting nicely in my saddlebag. The only monster we encountered in the maintenance area had drowned. Although those little monsters seemed to be a mix of snakes and cats, it appeared they couldn't swim. You better express your gratitude for the small favors of the wasteland while you can. However, we also started to see pony skeletons. At first, they were few and far between, but now they were piling up. The closer we got to the center area of the shelter's hall, the more dead we discovered. I couldn't help but imagine a scene. Some little pony might also be wandering through shelter number 2 like me. Seeing those ponies I once knew in my previous life dying like this. Just a moment of it was unbearable. I needed to rest and calm down. Then, at least 9 damn things chose this moment to attack us. I bandaged Disaster's wounds, bitterly laughing at my poor medical skills. If I tried to join the Peace Corps, they would kick me out on my ass. I might as well die because I don't know which end to open the medicine bottle. But I really don't want other ponies to rely on my terrible medical skills. Actually, I suggest we continue to the infirmary. I turned around in surprise. Upon seeing Calamity, my surprise turned to shock, then to fear. I guess you all stumbled in, and his pale face was hidden under his fur. Where would that potion be placed? Thud. The Pegasus collapsed. Calamity. Chimera. Dr. Thornberry, the medical officer of Shelter 24, private notes. I believe I have proper and obvious reasons to name this new species Chimera. This creature is the product of a gifted little filly named Microquantum going berserk with magic. At the moment of an uncontrollable magical explosion, Microquantum successfully fused multiple nearby creatures into a single entity, a brand new and functional life form. The initially born Chimera underwent a shedding process for several days before revealing its true nature, during which another little filly named Carrot Tail was attacked by it. She was hurriedly sent to the infirmary, but died a few hours later from an unknown magical toxin injected into her body by that creature. You can see from the images attached to my document that the feline and serpentine characteristics of this fused creature are quite obvious. See figures 1 and 2. We initially didn't realize and couldn't have predicted that when Microquantum went off, there were several kinds of insects in the classroom, which were also deeply integrated into this creature's genetic information. As you can see, the resemblance of Chimera's sharp teeth to those of a rattlesnake is not high. Rather, they look more like an insect's ovipositor. This species is extremely aggressive and will attack any host suitable for laying its eggs. A day later, these eggs will mature inside the host, and then a nest of new young chimeras will tear open the infected pony, ultimately killing the host if he is still alive by then. For example, with Grey Horn, less than an hour after he was declared dead, 5 newborn chimeras ripped open his corpse and crawled out. You can imagine the expression on my assistant's face at that moment. Fortunately, thanks to the case of Grey Horn and the young chimera samples he provided us, we have been able to design and create an antidote for chimeras. But sadly, there is a shortage of several required herbs, so the quantity of the antidote is unlikely to meet the needs of all ponies. The male supervisor locked a bottle of medicine along with the formula in his office, while I waited for the male supervisor's decision on how to distribute it. I stored the remaining antidote in the infirmary. Merciful Celestia. After reading it, fear has numbed me. I slowly stood up from Dr. Thornberry's terminal, and my gaze slowly swept across the infirmary. There were pony skeletons everywhere. Many of the skeletons were rushing toward the open cabinet of the medical fridge, while others were tangled together. An extremely unfriendly new species, capable of paralyzing victims with just one bite, torturing them to death over the next day, and multiplying its numbers fivefold. I suddenly realized that since chimeras cannot swim, the only way to prevent them from overrunning the wasteland of Equestria is that big river outside the shelter. Thank the wasteland for its great favor. If we survive, I need to have a talk with the supervisor about his definition of a small problem. In the wasteland of Equestria, understatement is certainly not a virtue. I looked at Calamity, who was resting on a bed and looked even weaker. Oh my goddess, I can't tell him the truth. Let him think he's just poisoned. That's much better than the alternative. I wandered aimlessly in front of the fridge door, knowing full well that there was nothing inside. All right, last-ditch effort. I walked to the infirmary window and looked out into the hall. It was dark. The light was swallowed up. The only illumination came from a pair of lights still working in the infirmary and the flickering light from the circular window in the supervisor's, male supervisor's, office above. If there really was a bottle of antidote preserved, it must be locked in the safe above. To get there, I would have to cross the hall. The hall was filled with swarms of chimeras. I swallowed hard, turned to face Calamity, and told him my plan. Calamity stared at me for a long time, finally saying, "Too crazy." I focused, my horn began to glow, and I opened my saddlebags. "I'll be fine." "No, you won't. That's totally suicide. You'll get us both killed." I looked at him firmly. "Let me guess, you think you should go alone because you're already poisoned. Not to mention that without my help, you can't even stand up. It's a struggle." The rust-colored Pegasus's eyes flashed with anger. "Then you just leave. At least one pony can escape this crazy shelter." Now it was my turn to get angry. I abandoned my friend. I loaded the bullets into my weak Kinta. Calamity coughed and stared at me in disbelief. "Friend? But I shot you." I rolled my eyes at him and then nodded. "Yes, that's right. And I intend to use this to provoke you for the rest of your life. If you die here today, then the blood I spilled that day would have been for nothing. Don't be foolish, little P. You absolutely can't." I made myself invisible so Calamity could see clearly, then forced a brave smile. "I still have this." This was undoubtedly the most tragic 2 hours of my life. I inched through the darkness, surrounded by deadly predators. They couldn't see me, but in the dark, I could only rely on visual enhancement magic and aiming assistance magic to avoid stepping on or brushing against one of them. This was a minefield. As I crossed it, I realized that previously calling my confusion a social minefield was disrespectful to the real minefields and all the ponies who had fallen into them. This is the minefield, and the landmines are all alive and running around. If I stepped wrong, I wouldn't be the only one to die, but I really did it. This was the first time the wasteland lent a helping hand. Just like the maintenance area supervisor said, the male supervisor's door lock was easy to open. Based on the numerous white bones outside the door, I guessed that the male supervisor had locked himself inside. I worried that he had taken that bottle of chimera antidote. However, I not only got the antidote from his safe, found the formula, but also discovered an old audio recording. I guess this was his last words. If this were Shelter 2, and I were the supervisor watching everyone die from some magical accident, I would probably do the same. I took all 3 items. Considering my next actions, I thought I had to take them. The thunder outside shook the mountains, reassuring the ponies. I looked up to thank Celestia for sending down the rain. The tricks in this book were indeed useful. I tried it, and opened the box marked with explosives using just a hairpin. It really contained explosives. I carefully took them out one by one, and placed the curled-up Calamity inside, and locked it up. I didn't want him to get hurt if a chimera slipped by while I was busy. In the next few hours, I ran through the entire Shelter 24 except for the hall, opened every door I could, and then used trash cans, overturned filing cabinets, or anything else that could block the door to jam it shut, allowing the impending flood to rush in. As for the hall, after I looted the medical supplies from the infirmary, I threw a lit stick of dynamite out the window and turned to run. The remaining explosives were used to blast open the opening, allowing the river water to pour in. Just as I was about to detonate it, Calamity woke up, quite curious as to why he was wrapped as high explosives. As I explained to him what I was doing, his eyes grew wider and wider. "Gotcha. That's all. Sweetheart, it was nice to let me sleep on an empty bed in her clinic. It was fair since I gave her the formula for the chimera antidote, which was a copy." I woke up in the afternoon, and the rain hadn't stopped yet. By the time Disaster woke up and came to find me, it was already evening, and by then, I had made quite a bit of progress under the guidance of the crane. I was out of breath and sweating profusely. Just about to stop and take a break, drink some fizzy cola. To put it mildly, we were even. When the crane floated 2 bottles of ice-cold fizzy cola to us, I said to Disaster, "We don't understand. If we had stopped at the front gate, you definitely wouldn't have been bitten. If we had stopped at the front gate, you absolutely wouldn't have gotten the antidote. If we had stopped at the front gate, you wouldn't have needed it at all. But maybe other ponies need it." The crane said those creatures were making them frantic, so clearly a few had already run out. Damn, I had completely forgotten about all that. But their den was destroyed. If we were lucky. That place is not your shelter, you understand? Disaster said solemnly. I stared at my new friend. What? We know you grew up in a shelter. But that isn't that shelter. Of course not. I understood perfectly, but I still didn't quite grasp what he meant. We say it seems like you've, buried what we saw there deep inside yourself. He looked at me sincerely. I just wanted to remind you of this, nothing else. He was indeed right. I didn't know what I was looking for there at that time or what I wanted to discover, but I did perceive Shelter 24 as an insult to myself. Shelter 24 was definitely not my home. I had no connection to it whatsoever. The only bond connecting these shelters had been severed 200 years ago, buried in the nearly forgotten river of history. The shelter technology company had long since ceased to exist. I didn't have to be loyal to it. Nor was I responsible for the deceased. Oh, I pulled out the audio recording from the overseer's office. Want to hear what's on it? Hoof note, upgrade. New skill. Precision shooting when holding or floating a firearm. The hit rate of aim assist magic is increased by 25. Additional task skill, strong telekinesis, level 1. You can lift 3 times the mass of prior objects with unicorn magic. Chapter 6, the truth comes out. Compared to the company of bad friends, I would rather be alone. Hello, I'm Fluttershy. Maybe you've heard of me, because I'm really famous. Or seen my cool performance last year. Or just because I'm the Red Racer. But all of that is nonsense. When you hear this news, it means that the Omega level highest security alert protocol has been activated, and you right now, damn it. I'm so sorry. Okay now? As the Vice President of Shelter Technology, I'm notifying you that, in light of your loyalty and sense of responsibility towards the ponies around you and the company, you have been appointed as the overseer of the shelter, or, regarding the situation of Shelter 24, it should be called the male overseer, to manage this underground shelter established by Shelter Technology for the protection of life. Even if the headquarters of Shelter Technology should be said to have turned to ruins, our goals still stand tall. Your shelter has been selected to participate in an important social experiment. Like other shelters, the primary goal of your shelter is to ensure the normal life of ponies within. However, there is a higher goal above this, even prior to saving those ponies' lives. Everyone at Shelter Technology knows very well that the so-called primary goal will not benefit us in saving ourselves. It can only slightly delay the time until self-destruction. Therefore, we must find out where we went wrong before. We must find a better way. And always be prepared to use this method to save Equestria on the day the shelter doors open. In order to continue the efforts that today's leaders have made for Equestria. Damn it. I really hope no pony ever hears this. What is all this for? Do they really want to destroy us? Really? I'm so sorry. I didn't read from the script again. Where was I? Oh yes. In short, the duty of Shelter Technology is to strive to ensure a more stable society in the future. Thank you. For all of you. For Equestria. Thank you. Perhaps heaven can have mercy on us. I really didn't want to see this message. My perception of the shelter has been completely distorted, and I just want to forget them entirely. Forget the past, embrace the future, right? I tapped the counter with my hoof. Apple whiskey, another round of your house special. Apple whiskey, the proprietor and bartender of the roadside hotel, handed me another glass. He placed 7 apples on the counter in front of me, beautifully arranged golden apples. Completely different from the bland apples I encountered during my wandering earlier. Then, as his horn swept over them in order, the apples magically transformed one by one into the most delicious fermented apple drinks in the world, capable of relieving pain and relaxing the mind. Behind me, Disaster was cheering and applauding on the floor, and a few fillies in the bar also cheered along. I don't know why, but I was really surprised. I leaned closer to Disaster and whispered, "After all, your leader is a stallion." Disaster perked up his ears, looking at me with a surprised and confused expression. Leader? We don't have a leader. I couldn't tell if his expression was angry or worried. I waved my hoof. I heard from the mechanical sprite. Back when that thing wasn't the watcher. Disaster looked at me, even more confused. After a moment, he suddenly burst out laughing. What? Red Eye? He turned to the other ponies in the bar. Hey, everyone, Little Skin thinks Red Eye is our boss. The bar instantly filled with a lively atmosphere. My goodness, girl. In front of us, a filly laughing on the counter said, Red Eye is just a guy full of himself. Hey, Don't you listen to the broadcast? Haven't you heard what they said? Huh. Right. A pony at the next table agreed. He had just won a bunch of caps from his gambling friends, who were looking resentfully at the colored segments on the gambling wheel. Let Red Eye show up here and turn the new Appaloosa into his so-called new world. Let us see if we don't wipe out whatever brotherhood he gathers until he begs on his knees. Bet now. A nearby pony angrily interrupted him. So I was trying to digest this newly received information. This drink is perfect for forgetting everything, but not to the point of hindering thought. The voice of the mechanical sprite that wasn't he the Watcher was Red Eye, and he wasn't he your leader. What the hell is the Watcher? A filly next to me interjected. Those mechanical sprites are just movable radios. Red, I can't monitor ponies through them. They're not cameras. She turned to Disaster. I mean, can you imagine if he really could through them? Well, I know that's not right. Those mechanical sprites are really used to monitor other ponies. But not many ponies know. The Watcher had mentioned these things to me. What did I do wrong? Is all this because of me? I just wanted to do my best, but it brought suffering to everyone. I wish I could escape, to flee far away from everything. I prayed for a chance to start over. I was in the midst of war, but I had long forgotten my original intention. The sins of the whole world now rest on my saddle. Oh my, this song is so sad I can't bear it. I don't know why, but I feel like my heart is about to break. I need to find something to distract myself. Who is it? The answer came quickly. Almost every pony in the hotel had something to say. Of course, it's 3 Lives Forever. The best music on the Wasteland. Yes. All the songs are the best, a total of 12? Or was it 20? He is a corpse, so he will never die. How is it possible? The pony with the title of 3 has always been changing. I was just a filly when I was young. I heard he is a Pegasus. And his radio is up in the clouds, so he knows everything that happens on the Wasteland. Nonsense. All ponies know that 3's radio is located at 10 Pony Tower outside the ruins of Manhattan. He is also a corpse. He has been alive since before the war. In fact, I heard that the first 3 was actually a filly named Vinyl Scratch. When the zebra wildfire destroyed Manhattan, she did not survive. But her niece did and eventually settled at 10 Pony Tower, secretly taking over her responsibilities. I heard that was her sister. I was completely stunned. And Calamity was watching me with a silly grin. When I got a little closer to him, he quietly said to me, "There will always be a 3 out there." In the atmosphere at that moment, a voice that seemed infinitely beautiful yet sad suddenly raised its pitch. How can I make up for my mistakes? How many more failures must I endure? This time, let me save what I love. The music faded away. Then a voice came from the radio. This is 3. And that last song was from Sweetie Belle, reminding us of a wasteland truth. All ponies have done things they regret deeply. All right, my little ponies. Now it's news time. Remember when I mentioned 2 little ponies sneaking out of stable 2? Well, now we have listeners reporting that the smaller one has taken down a raider settlement in the center of Ponyville, while also rescuing a few captives, including Little Pip, the beloved author of the Wasteland Survival Guide. Hey, kid, on behalf of everyone, thank you. Next is the weather report for Equestria. The sky remains overcast with possible rain, gunfights, or bloody massacres. I was so shocked that I barely registered the following reports. 3 just mentioned me on the radio. Pride and fear swirled in my heart. But the latter quickly dissipated. I had only been outside for less than a week, and I was already famous in the Wasteland, being given a title that belonged to someone far more qualified than me. For a moment, everything around me seemed to freeze. What? I turned to Calamity. Near Appaloosa? Isn't this Appaloosa? Calamity chuckled, and I was grateful he didn't mock me for my ignorance of the Wasteland. Not at all, Little Pip. This is New Appaloosa. With a new one, there has to be an old one, right? His tone suddenly turned serious. You wouldn't want to get close to old Appaloosa, you know? That place is a slave town. Apple Whiskey chimed in. But if it's for business, you won't have any problems. I personally sell some top-notch whiskey to that bunch of idiots. I was stunned. This must be a joke. You trade with those slavers. What's wrong? We have a train heading there first thing tomorrow morning. I looked at him in disbelief. You trade with slavers? Calamity whispered to me. You don't want to think about why we never stay here. It seems the answer is self-evident. The next morning, it was pouring rain outside. I looked at the train. I had spent all night helping the crane load goods while practicing my telekinesis. So I didn't feel like I owed myself anything. The only difference from a few days ago was that I now knew exactly where that cargo was headed. I shouldn't have told you about this town and the slavers yesterday, right? Calamity was checking his combat saddle nearby. My head was heavy and dizzy from drinking too much apple whiskey yesterday, but at least my brain was still functioning. I knew it was stupid to do this. But there were slavers there, and there were slaves that needed saving. Even though I was doing this. Perhaps it was because I didn't want to let down my exaggerated reputation on the radio. I had been caught by slavers before and understood the situation well. In a few hours, I would arrive at a place where slaves were waiting for other ponies to save them. Yes, you shouldn't have told me. All right, I'll go with you. I've been wanting to shoot that godforsaken place for a while. You know, if we go together, we'll have a chance to succeed. His words comforted me immensely. I thought carefully and suddenly realized that even if we had enough supplies, what would happen to the little ponies we rescued? Would those ponies be willing to come with us? These questions would certainly not stop my actions. But I had to find a way to make those ponies pulling the cart willing to wait for us while we raided the town they were trading with. I shared my concerns with Calamity. He immediately ran off, leaving me to stare blankly at the train. I curiously asked one of the train drivers about it, and he was happy to explain. Then he pointed to the engine at the front. That S called the engine, originally meant to pull the train, although we only use it to honk and scare off the mutated rats around the tracks. What? The engine is meant to pull the train? I thought you all pulled the cart yourselves. That's right. So, the engine can't run without coal, and we can't get coal. Even if we could, we wouldn't have a coal car, so we have to pull it ourselves. This doesn't make any sense. So the engine is meant to pull the train, but it can't pull the train, so you all have to pull both the train and the engine together? I must have missed something. Yes. Well, why don't you go get some coal? Where can I get coal? The driver rolled his eyes at me. Equestria hasn't had coal for a long time. I felt like my head had been hit hard. All the coal is in a very, very far place. So how can we get the coal here? Of course, by train. Forget it. I wouldn't bother learning about this broken train. This conversation was too brain-racking and seriously lowered my IQ. I stared at him expressionlessly. Done? He took a few steps back, lowered his front hooves, and pulled out a can from his saddlebag with his mouth. I floated it closer with my telekinesis to take a look. The can had a scratched zebra pattern. They call this thing party time mentats. It's made with regular mentats and some other stuff. It guarantees that you'll feel like you're at a party for the rest of your life. It can empty your feelings, empty your thoughts, and make you the most charming pony in the wasteland. I scrutinized this thing skeptically, but then relaxed. What harm could trying it do? I opened the can with my telekinesis and put a small piece in my mouth to taste. I had to admit, it tasted pretty good, though a bit bitter. But I didn't feel any different from before. Wow. The whole world suddenly focused. The colors became brighter and more pleasant, and even the rain felt harmonious. My head. I had never thought so clearly before. No problem could stump me. By Celestio above, where could I find something so wonderful in my life? I was now full of confidence. Communication suddenly became especially easy, and I could persuade any pony to do anything. I would prove it soon. A few hours later, I was looking out the window of the passenger car at the scenery. The sky was slowly darkening, and the rain was getting heavier. I still remembered the rushing waterfall on the cliff near Stable 24, silently praying that the storm wouldn't cause us trouble while we were climbing up. It became very easy to persuade the driver to stop waiting for us. After the effects of the party time mentats wore off, I immediately felt the world lose its color, and I was as dumb as could be, but I didn't immediately eat more. In fact, if Calamity hadn't snatched that can away, I would have definitely gone for another piece. Even so, I still sneaked a glance at his saddlebag. Think of something else. I tried to tune into 3S channel. However, I could barely hear the broadcast in the thunderstorm. We were about to leave New Appaloosa and also leaving the coverage area of the signal. I tried to find a music station using the BB Pony, and then I tuned into the music of the Mechanical Spirit. Disaster frowned and told me to turn it off. I gazed out the window at the scenery, letting my drifting thoughts slowly settle, finally focusing on Little Days. The multifunctional horse armor I wore had been upgraded to armor, all thanks to that strange yet optimistic Pegasus zombie. Poor little pony, she watched her homeland being reduced to rubble, enduring the mockery of other normal ponies, and had to carry these memories for centuries. She had suffered torture under the hooves of raiders and slave traders. In fact, just thinking about it was enough to terrify me. And it didn't stop there. As a zombie, her head felt like a blade, hanging high above her rationality, ready to fall at any moment. I was amazed that she still wasn't a walking corpse. I still remembered her warm smile and couldn't help but wonder why she looked so optimistic. I finally understood. Disaster looked puzzled. Why did you suddenly start smiling? Just mocking myself. I shook my head reproachfully. Laughter is a virtue. What? I smiled slightly and retracted my previous demeanor. Giggling isn't, and hearty laughter definitely isn't. A genuine smile comes from the heart. Even if the whole world pours all its negativity onto her, she won't be crushed. Perhaps I slightly expanded the definition of laughter. But laughter must be a virtue. Turning to the window, I felt more energetic today than on any other day. A flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky. I gasped and quickly jumped away from the window, swearing I just saw something. A pink pony the size of the Great Bear constellation, seemingly on the mountaintop, grinning down at me. Ready? Disaster shouted to me in the rain. He wrapped his forehooves around me and spread his wings, taking off into the wind. The storm blew us away from the train, and disaster began flying toward a ridge that overlooked the entire slave trading town. The fierce wind kept tugging at us, and I couldn't help but worry we would fall to our deaths, but disaster stayed on the right path, eventually landing safely, while I immediately fell into the mud. Disaster burst into laughter. I shook myself vigorously, splattering at least half the mud and water onto him, and laughed along. We soon came to a stop. Regardless of whether it was virtuous or not, there was always a right time and place to laugh, but this was certainly not it. I handed my binoculars to Disaster and took out my sniper rifle, observing the dilapidated wooden houses through the scope. Derailed trains, shabby metal fences, and cages holding slaves made up the entirety of Old Appaloosa. The train we had taken earlier had just arrived. At this moment, the storm darkened the sky, and with the distraction from the train, there was no better opportunity to sneak in. Through the sniper scope, I could see the alleyways between the buildings, with many shadows of guards patrolling near the cages holding slaves, who lay miserably in the pouring rain. This scene felt familiar. Disaster, you stay here. I'll take the lead. We didn't come all this way just to stand around. He looked unhappy, but still agreed with my plan. I floated the wheat gold tower, confirmed it was loaded with ammunition, and then set off from the slippery ridge. I didn't want to end up in a situation where I had to fire. It wasn't because I wanted to give those slave traders a way out, but because my wheat gold tower made a sound that was anything but subtle. As I approached the first cage, a flash of lightning illuminated the surroundings. Thank goodness for that flash of lightning. Otherwise, I would have been dead in an instant. Realizing this, my face twitched continuously. Landmines. Those damn slave traders had filled the area around the cage with landmines. The rain had washed away some of the topsoil, revealing the orange metal casings glinting in the light. There must be more mines, but I had no idea how many or where they were buried. Hey, who is there? A slave trader's voice came from the darkness. Clearly, I wasn't the only pony who had seen something thanks to the flash of lightning. Damn it. I tried to sneak away as quietly as possible. I didn't want to leave the cages holding slaves, but I needed more time. Shooting would definitely attract all the slave traders in the town, and I certainly couldn't take care of that slave trader before he called for help. So I decided to sneak into the nearest shed for cover. I instantly regretted it. The shed had only a few rooms, and I could hear moans coming from upstairs. I hoped it was just two slave traders rolling in bed, feeling both awkward and disgusted. I tried to make no noise as I searched for a hiding place. I didn't want to stand next to the door in case the guard decided to come in and take a look. I glanced at the items in the box. I knew this was stealing, not a search, but these ponies stole other ponies to sell them, so I didn't think they had the right to complain. Thanks to the screwdriver and hairpin, I didn't overlook the box I found in the next room. Inside, I discovered something very special. A small totem. To be precise, it was a small statue of a pony, an orange-bodied pony with yellow hair, poised on the base. However, the 3 apple cutie marks on the pony puzzled me. They were exactly the same as the marks on my wheat gold tower. I floated it closer and read the inscription on the base, which read, Strength. Immediately, I felt a powerful energy surge. I wasn't sure what this little statue had done to me, but I truly felt stronger. Not only did my body feel stronger, but my mind also became more confident. I put the little statue in my saddlebag, ended my search, and then the door was slammed open. Found you. I glanced around, activated my aiming magic, and fired 2 shots at that pony, one in the head and the other in the chest, before he could reach me with his iron-shod hooves. As soon as the gunfire rang out, the 2 ponies upstairs immediately stopped what they were doing and rushed down, but only one stopped to grab a gun before heading downstairs. Bang, bang, bang. The wheat gold tower roared like thunder, and the slave trader with the gun didn't even get a shot off. I quickly reloaded the wheat gold tower. Luna cursed them. I had to deal with this mess now. Flames roared past the stone I was hiding behind. A flamethrower. That jerk was trying to burn me with a flamethrower. Huh. Roasted pony. Smells like dinner. A slave trader with a flamethrower roared, let the barbecue begin. I really hoped his words were just for bravado. Surely these ponies hadn't fallen so low as to eat their own kind. Wherever you are, come out. Get out here. The slave trader with the flamethrower walked around the corner, and I blasted him in the face with my shotgun, sending him crashing to the ground. I quickly grabbed the supplies I wanted from the corpse, leaving the battle saddle behind. I had neither the talent nor the professional training. That thing was useless to me, and I didn't need the extra weight to slow me down. Now, I nervously watched as more and more hostile targets appeared nearby, including the one just now. Plus the 3 from the shed before, I had taken down 9 slave traders. It looked like a lot, but it was still far from enough to liberate the entire town. However, I was somewhat surprised that all the gunfire hadn't attracted more slave traders. Perhaps the thunder was too loud, drowning out the gunfire, and these guys seemed so arrogant that they didn't seek any support. But besides the damned luck, The damn slave traders, and this dreadful weather. There had to be other important reasons. The gunfire with the slave traders kept forcing me back, getting closer to the massive multi-story barn at the center of the town. The light leaking from the window illuminated the surrounding area, accompanied by various strange noises from inside the barn. As I moved a little closer, I heard singing. I checked my pip-buck and found that Appaloosa was completely out of any signal range, except for the Mechanical Sprites channel. I couldn't figure out how the Mechanical Sprites broadcast could cover the entire wasteland. Maybe they could relay signals to each other. But the music inside was definitely not coming from the Mechanical Sprites broadcasts. Walking through the front door would be suicidal. But quietly sneaking up the passage to the second floor should be fine. I quietly climbed up, and just as I opened the back door, a strong gust of wind suddenly slammed the door open. I couldn't help but shrink back, then slowly peeked inside. The room was empty, not a single pony in sight. The room was filled with old furniture and filing cabinets. Inside the cabinets were bottle caps, ammunition, and several packs of cigarettes, all now mine. I don't smoke and have no interest in learning, but I could sell them to Little Pip, who would then sell them to the ponies that do smoke. There are plenty of those in Appaloosa, and right in front of me, behind that door, was a raised platform. Looking down from above, I could see that the main part of this room was a tavern, crowded with ponies drinking, gambling, and watching performances. The stage was right below me. The platform surrounded the entire hall, with guards patrolling above. Fortunately, they were all focused on the chaotic crowd below and hadn't noticed me yet. Wait. I recognized that singing. I immediately crouched down on the platform and peered over the edge at the singer below. VVVVVVVVV. Note, upgrade. New skill, strong telekinesis, level 2. You can levitate 3 times the mass of the previous level with unicorn magic. This skill can be combined with the effects of strong telekinesis, level 1. However, you must learn the basic skill first to learn this skill. Chapter 7. VVVVVV. They see me as a god, yet what sin is there in blaming you? It's her. I first saw VVVVV at my daughter's birthday party, where she performed a breathtaking birthday song as a special guest. For weeks after, I was consumed with deep jealousy, unable to forget. Yet, even after all this time, she remained as stunning as she had been then. In fact, she looked even more glamorous now compared to the last time I saw her. I followed her footsteps into the wasteland, and seeing her again, amidst this filthy environment of rusted iron and rotting wood, along with the long-dried dark red bloodstains and the pervasive smell of alcohol in the air, her voice was so clear and melodious, cutting through all the noise and chaos, making her seem extraordinary. Artist, 1994. My heart was racing uncontrollably, like a butterfly trapped in a glass jar, fluttering wildly in despair. One thought continually urged me to rush towards her, while another smaller thought firmly urged me to run and blame her for dragging me into this mess. It didn't matter who pushed me out of the impenetrable door of the stable, even though it was ultimately my own idea. Like a stone thrown into a long calm lake, creating countless ripples, my original plan was completely thrown into chaos. Now, safely rescuing VVVVV from her cage had become my top priority. It didn't mean that the other poor ponies also trapped and tormented in cages were any less important. It was just that everyone has their own affairs to deal with, right? Just moments ago, I had been imagining the expression on her face when she saw me again. How excited she would be to see me. As I stepped out of my hiding place, what I saw made me realize that trouble was coming. Countless slavers, many with lanterns on their backs, were gathering around the corpse of the bastard I had just taken down. They had witnessed my actions the moment they saw me. For lightly armed slavers rushed towards the main barn door, trying to warn their oblivious comrades inside who were still indulging in revelry. I pressed myself against the wall as tightly as I could, knowing that it wouldn't be long before the alarm rang, and it would be my turn to be in trouble. A loud gunshot pierced through the storm's noise, and the leading pony fell, 2 bullet holes appearing in its body. Of the remaining 3, 2 quickly dropped to the mud to take cover, trying to locate the attacker. The other one continued rushing forward, almost reaching the barn when the blood splattered from the disaster that took him down, completely staining the door red. The other 4 fully armed slavers finally spotted the disaster as it dove in, and a hail of bullets flew toward it, but it was moving too fast. And tonight's darkness, combined with the slavers' poor marksmanship, left me unimpressed. Seeing that none of the assault rifle rounds fired at my companion hit, I felt a sense of relief. However, I was not surprised at all, given their abilities. But when the 4 saw that their bullets had all missed, they changed their strategy. Now they huddled together, covering each other's blind spots, gradually advancing toward the barn. I had to admit this tactic was ruthless, completely sealing off all safe positions for the disaster to dive into. Seeing this, I quickly ran down the hallway, sprinting toward a half-collapsed old wooden house near the barn, while reloading my combat shotgun, preparing for battle. Damn, the door was locked. In a panic, I pulled out a hairpin and frantically searched for a screwdriver. This lock was incredibly stubborn, and each failure only made me more frustrated. I really wished I had a box of Mentats in my bag, preferably the party time kind. The hairpin broke. The sounds coming from the central barn behind me underwent a dramatic change. The melodious singing suddenly stopped, and the drunken shouting and commotion were interrupted by a commanding voice. I yanked out another hairpin and inserted it into the lock for another attempt. The barn door behind me slowly opened with a creaking sound, and in the next moment, numerous slavers rushed into the downpour, roaring with bloodlust, violence, and murder, charging toward me. The impact of it all hit me like acid corroding my insides. I absolutely did not want to be caught by them. I would rather die than fall into their hooves and be tortured. After countless difficult attempts, the lock finally gave in. Without saying a word, I charged in. Bang, 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 bang. The combat shotgun fired 4 rounds in quick succession, sending the guards, who were lazily staring at a table full of cigarette butts and bottle caps, to their demise before they could react. The moment I took them down, I suddenly got scared. Why was I shooting at them? Just because they were dressed like those slavers, looking hostile, and fully armed guarding this place. My God, what I had just done was exactly like what the disaster had done when it shot at me. The scene before me left me incredulously wide-eyed. The cages here were worlds apart from the cages in the Ponyville library. The tightly packed iron bars held not ponies, but an array of weapons, along with countless stacks of ammunition. I had accidentally stumbled into an armory. Seeing all this, only 2 thoughts remained in my mind, one that had just flashed through, and the other following closely behind. I had just hit the jackpot. However, my current position had also become a target. I quickly turned around and locked the door, doing my best to barricade it, but not too tightly so as to trap myself inside. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to rescue the other slaves. However, this can help me buy some time, allowing me to calmly loot the supplies here and think about my next plan. A filing cabinet, a counter, and a metal desk might come in handy. As I knocked over the counter to block the door, bottle caps and gambling chips fell to the floor. I levitated the filing cabinet and placed it in a suitable spot. When I lifted the desk, unsure of where to put it, I noticed a terminal glowing with green light on the desk. If time permits, I might take a look at what useful information it holds. But before checking those messages, I should get the job done. After thoroughly rummaging through 7 large boxes of ammunition, half of which were locked, 2 gun cabinets, and a weapons safe, also locked, I could no longer be considered a small pony. I was practically a moving armory. I found dozens of guns, but their maintenance was too poor. So I only took 3 in the best condition, including a nail gun. However, I didn't overlook the damaged weapons either. The Beep Beep Pony's auxiliary repair magic allowed me to strip the good parts from the broken weapons without wasting anything. I originally wanted to get the 2 battle saddles locked in the safe, but they were just too heavy. I couldn't find any bullets for the wheat gold tower, but I gathered almost every type of bullet. My collection even included some things I had never seen before, like several magical weapon charging batteries and 3 missiles. Honestly, I was startled when I first saw them. This was a model that couldn't even be mounted on a battle saddle, yet they had reserves. The biggest gain from all this loot wasn't the numerous guns or ammunition, but a blueprint for a poison dart gun. This weapon could silently fire poison darts, quickly incapacitating enemies. And more fortunately, while I was dismantling the weapons, I confirmed I had gathered all the parts needed to assemble this gun. The slavers quickly realized I had locked myself in their armory. If that made them give up, their frantic pounding on the door certainly didn't show it. Locking the door again was pointless. After all, the first pony to enter the armory must have a key. In comparison, the filing cabinet, counter, and desk I used to block the door were much more useful. Just as I finished repairing all the guns I carried, they finally stopped pounding on the armory door with their hooves. I was sure they were lying in ambush outside, waiting for me to walk into their trap, but that also gave me more time. Seizing the opportunity, I browsed through the files on the terminal and quickly hacked in. The password was for the terminal, making it hardly challenging. The first record could be called a living fossil. The date of writing showed that this record was even a few years older than the apocalypse. The remaining records were from the past few months. Record 1. The actions of the morale department yesterday really astonished me. We all know what they did. And I even received a hush money payment. Regardless, I still can't believe everything went so smoothly. Just by bribing them with a little of our specialty. They gave us legal permission? Even if they are truly corrupt, I can't understand why they didn't just seize all the goods for themselves. The whole process was unbelievably smooth. So, I did a little in-depth investigation. A friend of a friend works at Horseshoe Armaments and is said to know a little inside information. So he revealed some details to me. The minister of the morale department actually despises the newly enacted ban on contraband laws. Ever since the morale department implemented those laws as required, those delicious zebra specialties can only sneak into Ponyland under the princess's nose. I think this means that as long as she says the goods are General Huang, we have to say they are too. Even if the princess suspects her actions, if she doesn't, that would be incredibly foolish. She won't be charged with inciting a riot by the morale department, after all. How could the minister be sued by her own department? Record 2. I finally cleaned up this machine. I deleted over 300 useless messages. Most of what I deleted didn't even count as messages. Except for an old document with a strange but logo that had encrypted commands I couldn't delete. Believe me, trying to delete that thing exhausted me, and in the end, it still didn't work. I never understood why they bothered to keep transaction records, especially since all the goods only went to that hellhole. I also couldn't figure out what the hell Stern wanted so many slaves for, unless she wanted to form an army. Otherwise, how could one explain such a terrifying consumption rate? The boss was more worried about the loss rate during transport. About a third of those damn things probably never reached their delivery point, and Stern wouldn't pay for dead bodies. I need to find a way to ensure those damn goods at least stay alive until the caps arrive. Maybe giving them some drugs would help. Last week, we found a secret door to a storage cave. Inside was an entire buried car full of these things. Record 3. I finally convinced the boss to expand our business and get into a bit of full trafficking. The little ones are easier to train and discipline. Of course, we have to front some caps first, since they can't handle the work of regular slaves yet. But many buyers can see their potential. Damn it, Stern sees nothing. That bitch has no patience at all. The result is that a small dose of Buck and Daisy, corresponding to Rataway and Jet and Fallout, might work. It can keep those worthless slaves from dying on the way to Bark City. As for what happens to those slaves after they reach Stern, I don't care at all. I guess I'll have to tell the whip wielders not to go too hard on them. After all, even mixed drugs can't prevent any pony from being beaten to death. Maybe I should suggest that those drivers work a bit harder. Record 4. Those old jail cells from the former police station are perfect for holding foals. The early settlers of Appaloosa planned far ahead and built many sturdy facilities like that. Clearly, they knew how to build cells like the back of their hooves. I could even say those little cells are the second best thing left behind after they rolled out, second only to the apple pie recipe. As a result, it's riskier to raid those independent farms to catch foals. When we grab the little ones, their parents almost invariably clash with us. But they also pay a heavy price to protect their little ones. Even if we killed all the adult ponies, we still have a considerable income. Record 5. What the hell is this? 2 whole carts of valuable goods, all destroyed. The only situation we could think of is that they ran into a lone hellhound and got torn to shreds. Damn mutated monsters ruined everything good. Now I hear Stern is going to send a commissioner to check on our work situation. Sounds more like she's planning to take over here. I think she must be shocked by the incident. That commissioner better be careful. Don't provoke any trouble they shouldn't. Another batch of foals has arrived. And soon I'll be trading them for caps. Another benefit of the foal business. You only need to kill one in front of them, and they'll all behave. Unlike those adult slaves, dealing with them is really troublesome. Record 6. What happened last week is simply indescribable. Stern was completely tight-lipped about the identity of that commissioner. And now I really have no idea. I'm close to going crazy. Changing the subject. When our new boss came to find me to settle old scores for talking bad about her before she arrived, my forelegs were shaking. However, I think she could understand that I was just guessing without any basis at that time, which is why she spared my life. I hope so. The lesson left by the previous boss still rings in our heads, reminding us that the new boss's hooves are not soft at all. The new method can indeed save the lives of that bunch of slaves, and the actual effect is indeed good. It's just that the new boss no longer allows us to use Force and Daisy's tricks at will, which is really good news. Fortunately, I can blame the whole thing on Apple Core and wash my hands clean of it. Poor Apple Core never expected this misfortune would fall on him. Oh my goddess. Everything I saw completely infuriated me, igniting a raging fire in my heart, ready to erupt and burn down the entire slave trading town. Saving those helpless foals has already become one of my action goals, even beginning to replace the position of saving Vivi in my heart. I am not well at all. Damn it, what am I still doing hiding here? I need to go out now and show those bastards a lesson. Once upon a time, the Wasteland would listen to your pleas and give you everything you needed through your labor, but now everything has changed. Just when I stepped away from the terminal, angrily stomping around a vent, even when I was running out of strength to move obstacles, the door suddenly exploded. A scorching wave of air and shrapnel rushed towards me, violently slamming me against the wall behind me, blood coursing through my body with excruciating pain, finally pooling at the wound and gushing out. When my body was thrown against the wall, my head also slammed hard against the weapon cabinet, and I immediately lost consciousness. Those slave traders actually used missiles to break in. Along with the trembling caused by intense pain and shock, I greedily swallowed another bottle of healing potion. Then, the wound began to heal. Calamity stabilized my foreleg, allowing my bones to heal faster under the potion's effect. The wound could no longer be described as ugly. Even with the potion, I could only walk with a limp until I found a real medic to completely heal it. Sugarheart is too far away from us, and she might not even have the ability. Fortunately, Calamity made me feel much better. A combat saddle carrying missiles takes a lot of time to aim at a target, which means those inexperienced little ponies would set themselves in place before launching, turning into live targets. For Calamity, hitting such targets is as easy as pie. After sneaking out of the room, we parted ways in the pouring rain. In just a few seconds, those slave traders lost track of us. I quickly opened the tightly closed door of the trailer behind me, quietly slipped into the carriage, and then kicked the door shut. As the door closed, the square patch of light reflected on the floor gradually faded into darkness. She was actually here. Maybe it's time. She had her back to me, staring straight at the yellow medical box with 3 pink butterflies hanging on the wall. I couldn't do anything here. Artist, 17. What is going on? Ever since I saw Vivi on stage half an hour ago, I had been imagining how wonderful her expression would be when she saw me again. The result? I thought she would be surprised and delighted, but in fact, neither emotion appeared on her face. Oh my. Her gaze slowly moved down from my face, sweeping over my number 2 shelter armor. Even though Little Days had completely altered the outfit, the number 2 shelter's emblem was still clearly visible, finally landing on the beep beep little pony on my foreleg. Vivi looked very shocked and seemed incredibly sad. I couldn't tell if it was disappointment or something else. She sighed heavily. What are you doing here? I straightened up. I followed you out of the shelter, crossed the wasteland, and endured countless hardships to find you. I'm here to save you. I gave her the brightest smile I could muster, a bit worried that my earlier words might not have sounded appropriate, and added, I'm not following you. Isn't that the case now? She shook her head vigorously, flustered, swaying in place. I racked my brain to prevent any little pony from following me, and in the end, this is how it turned out. This is not the result I wanted at all. She turned to look at me again, and I saw her gaze sweep over the wound on my leg and my gear. You were the one who was shooting everywhere outside just now, right? It was you, wasn't it? Wait, why does Vivi sound like she is questioning me? It feels like I did something wrong. Yes, as I just said, I'm here to save you. Save me? Little Pip. She actually remembered my name. I'm not a prisoner. I chose to stay here. Did I hear that right? What? You are here working with those slave traders? I don't know if my heart shattered into pieces first or my sanity was completely destroyed, but in any case, I was on the verge of collapse. You serve those slave traders. She quietly stared at me, an uncontrollable coldness in her tone. And you just killed a few of them. Little Pip, do you know how many ponies will die tonight because of you? But they are slave traders. I gasped for breath, my eyes turning red with anger. Then do you know how many ponies rely on this to make a living? Little Pip, this is a small town, with peddlers, hotel owners, and a bunch of workers. Can you guarantee that you didn't kill any of them? No, I didn't. I promise. Unless there are townsfolk disguised as slave traders, fully armed and plotting to kill me. And those slave traders? Are you really naive enough to think that those slavers would let you kill their partners without seeking revenge? Do you think they wouldn't take out their anger on innocent ponies first? As long as I rescue all the slaves before killing them, there wouldn't be so many problems. I couldn't help but think angrily, but I didn't continue to argue with her. Instead, I forced myself to calm down. Calm down, Little Pip, after all. It's Vivi. I need to give her a chance to explain. After searching my mind for all the tones I could choose from, I asked as calmly as I could, then why do you want to stay here? The cruel reality made me widen my eyes in disbelief. But you are aiding the oppressor. You are helping the very ones you shouldn't help. Perhaps a bit disappointed in me, she silently turned away, staring at the yellow medical boxes with pink butterfly logos hanging on the wall. Indifferently, as if discussing the weather, overcast, possibly with rain, gunfights, and bloody massacres, she told me, when I was your age, I was fortunate enough to read a book about the life of Minister of Peace Little Butterfly. The book mentioned that whenever she was present on the battlefield, she ordered all the doctors under the peace department to treat all the wounded equally, all of them, regardless of whether they were ponies or zebras, in her eyes. They were just victims of cruel war, with no distinction. She turned to glare at me again, slowly asking, if she could do that, what reason do I have not to? Oh, she questioned, what's the difference? Because those slave traders have no sympathy for other ponies, in their eyes. All ponies are worthless goods that can be killed at will. Wherever they go, they bring only enslavement and death, and they don't even spare foals. And zebras are the ones who destroyed one city after another. Why do they only bring death? Thinking of this, I stomped my hooves anxiously. Well, It seems there really is no difference. Although it feels different, I can't quite put it into words. You see, I racked my brain trying to find a suitable reason to persuade her. You know what those slavers are like. Saving them means allowing them to continue harming more innocent ponies. Those poor slaves, maybe you can help them bandage their wounds to alleviate their pain a bit. But in the end, they will all be sold and suffer hunger and beatings from their buyers, ultimately working themselves to death. The slave traders are just using you to make their goods more valuable, to sell more bottle caps. What you are doing cannot bring them redemption. Instead, it leads them to an abyss of no return. After hearing this, Vivi showed an unbearable pain on her face. Do you think I don't know? I know. But what can I do? I'm just an ordinary little pony, too ordinary to be ordinary anymore. At least what I'm doing now is not sitting idly by. According to you, I should abandon those poor ponies and just walk away, right? She gently shook her head, letting out a bitter laugh. Her face still filled with despair and helplessness. Rescue them? Just the two of us? To deal with all the slave traders? I look up at you. And I'm not doubting your determination or your equipment, but relying solely on the two of us is really weak. Hearing this, I felt a surge of joy in my heart. I am not fighting alone. I have support, even if it's just a Pegasus. Vivi's resistance gradually faded away, but she still shook her head firmly. Even if we succeed, then what? Is there enough water and food? We are several days' journey away from the nearest friendly settlement. And most of the poor ponies I have cared for cannot support the journey, and there are children among them. She looked closely at my injured leg, her eyes widening in shock. Oh no, your injury won't allow you to complete this journey either. If I had a few more hours, maybe I could heal you, but... She sat down, filled with regret. I truly admire your courage and sacrifice, little pie, but have you really thought these issues through? Of course. I have everything prepared, I stammered, not out of nervousness, but sincerity. I have a whole train. Wow. Vivi's eyes suddenly lit up. Finally. Her voice was no longer filled with pain, but with hope. This might actually work. The lock core slid to the side and fell to the ground. The children in the cage looked at me with complex expressions, joy, hope, fear, and a bit of reluctance. These were all the emotions I could identify. There's trouble. The voice of disaster echoed through the heavy rain. Damn it, little pie, we've got big trouble. Vivi gave me a worried look, as if all the faith I had just built for her had collapsed in an instant. I signaled her not to be afraid and quietly slipped to the window to observe the situation outside. 2 slave traders were striding towards the police station. The sound of hooves coming through the rain, crossing the waterlogged road in front of the door, heavy as drumbeats. A third one was standing on the carriage, silently watching us, then leaped down to join the 2 slave traders. The 2 on the sides were equipped with heavy battle saddles. But what surprised me the most was the one in the middle. All my attention was on her. Her tall body radiated a powerful, noble, and resentful aura that I had never felt from any other pony. In fact, she couldn't even be considered a pony. She had long hooves, a long spiraled horn on her head, and wings. A winged unicorn. The authoritative voice of the mysterious black mare surged into the room like a torrent. You have one chance to roll out from inside. Otherwise, prepare to die without a grave. My mind was in chaos, my body uncontrollably wanting to walk towards the door. But I finally snapped back to reality and repeatedly emphasized to myself that my unwavering belief could not be wrong. Neither Princess Celestia nor Princess Luna would ever condone those villains running rampant here, harming innocent lives. I didn't care what that creature was. She didn't deserve my respect. My skeptical friend on the rooftop froze for a moment. And after realizing what was happening, with a sound of eek, disaster dove towards the 3 ponies below. 4 bullets struck the left slave trader's vital points, sending him crashing to the ground, splashing water everywhere. The blood gushing from the bullet holes covered the hooves of that strange mare, staining the entire main street. The strange mare let out a sinister laugh, devoid of sympathy or compassion, as if she were cold to the bone. How rude. Her horn began to emit a nauseating green glow, and with a loud bang from the tip of her horn, a lightning bolt tore through the rain curtain and struck Disaster in the chest, sending him flying away. Disaster. At that moment, I almost despaired, desperately focusing to catch him with my telekinesis just before he lost balance and fell, successfully catching him before he crashed into the minefield. Seeing the ground around the cage filled with mines, Disaster's eyes twitched continuously, and the fear in his expression was evident. He tried to turn in the air, but his hooves were numb and lost feeling, only trembling weakly. Pitiful insect. Just as I floated Disaster out of the minefield and gently set him down to ensure he wouldn't be too hurt, that mare gave the slave traders a command. Kill her. The slave traders rushed over, with minigun barrels on their heavy battle saddles aimed at the dilapidated wooden structure before them, which swayed from the years of disrepair and harsh weather. Behind me, Vivi shouted a warning to the children. All ponies, get down. Get as low as you can. I turned around and saw her waving her horn at the room where the children were, enveloping the entire space in a shiny and fragile magical shield. I was astonished that she could still cast such spells, but the moment I realized Vivi hadn't included herself in the magical shield she created for the foals, it was already too late. The roar of the slave trader's battle saddle firing was not like other firearms. It sounded more like the roar of a giant dragon. Bullets ripped through the outer wall, some even piercing straight through, leaving shocking bullet holes on the police station's exterior. I crouched behind a metal table to avoid being turned into a sieve by the bullets. I could feel the rush of air as bullets passed overhead, and the protruding bullet impressions left as they attempted to penetrate the table. I heard Vivi's painful groans and the dull thud of her body hitting the ground. The roar of the gun finally stopped. As if the battle saddle needed a moment to rest, I used my front hoof to prop myself on the table, leaped out from behind the riddled cover, and began to cast a spell. The light from my horn enveloped 1, 2, 3, 4 mines, and in the moment the machine gun-equipped slave trader was reloading. I pulled them out of the mud and threw them with force. The strange mare saw my actions and slightly spread her wings, encasing herself in a layer of green spherical shield, more dazzling than Vivi's, with a stronger and sturdier force field. The slave trader turned to look at the mines flying towards him, watching the beeping metal discs in fear, instinctively taking several steps back. Beep, 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 boom. The strange mare's shield was instantly splattered with blood and entrails. In the violent explosion just now, the shield flickered slightly, but it was only for a moment, indicating that it wasn't indestructible. Interesting. She smiled coldly, but I didn't have time to play games with you. I hardly noticed what she was saying, but my gaze was fixed on Vivi, lying in a pool of spreading blood. 3 bullets had struck her, 1 merely grazed her skin, but the other 2 were deeply embedded in her abdomen. I quickly opened the medical kit on her back and pulled out a roll of bandages. The door of the police station was violently torn from its frame and thrown into a dark corner. Go on, she mocked. Use all your strength to show what you can do. I didn't move because there was nothing nearby I could throw at her. Heh, she laughed, as if she had seen through all my thoughts. Out of options? You've truly embarrassed the unicorns. I did my best to bandage Vivi. The continuous pain made her body tremble, letting out unbearable moans. This scene made my heart race. We actually still hope that you, this reckless little thief who comes to cause trouble on our turf, can give us a bit of a challenge. And the result? You really let us down. I concentrated as much as I could, and my horn began to radiate light. Another floating magic? A trick with no technical content at all. She slowly walked towards me, continuing to wear that mocking expression, and finally stopped a few steps away. You left a mess behind and made us waste time on you, this lowly insect. Therefore, we will deal with your friends first, turning them into a stew to feed you. The light from my horn became increasingly dazzling, and my whole body tensed up, starting to sweat profusely. No, we suddenly changed our minds and decided to feed them to those foals first, letting you watch helplessly. The light from my horn suddenly flickered, and another layer of even more blinding light enveloped it, causing my exhausted body to tremble. Still just a trick. The eerie mare's voice remained condescending, making me afraid to lift my head. The light emitted from my horn continuously poured through the bullet holes in the wall and the doorway, but she was completely indifferent to it. So what other tricks do you want to play? Floating all the foals away? Give it up. You can't hide them where we can't find them, or do you want to control all the weapons in the armory? Even if you manage to do that, the shield separating you and me would help us block all the fire. The second layer of light erupted from my horn, completely covering the previous layer. Energy continued to burn within me, and I finally couldn't help but cry out. The eerie mare glanced around, then turned to see if there was anything behind her for a surprise attack, but aside from the trickling water and boundless darkness, there was nothing. Are you done? Don't waste time. She turned to look at me. You are right, I said, weakly making my way to the door. I was so exhausted that I feared I would faint at any moment. I was a frail little thing. My injured leg trembled violently, and my teeth started to chatter uncontrollably, unbearable pain causing tears to fall. I lowered my head, my horn pressed against the ground, looking like I was bowing to her. As a unicorn, I truly only knew how to perform this little trick of floating magic. I looked up at her eyes without raising my horn. At such a close distance, the brilliance of my horn was completely cast upon her. She was not purely black. She looked more like dark green, with a mane of purple and green. But I really excel at this. She casually looked around again, trying to guess what trick I was playing. After a moment of slight worry, I left her with a very dull impression. Perhaps you are not completely worthless. Devote yourself to us, join our unity, and you will be much better than this pitiful state. A third layer of extremely dazzling light shone from my horn, bright enough to almost blind the eyes. My injured leg could no longer bear such intense pain. I knelt on one knee. No. Because of my rudeness, the mare furiously questioned, "What? What do you want now?" I heard Disaster snickering nearby. "So you can never act recklessly again." "What?" She lowered her head, then immediately looked up at the sky. In an instant, a freight car silently floated from the roof of the police station above her. She widened her eyes in realization, but it was already too late. I released my magic, letting the freight car crash down hard. Boom! The immense shockwave from the collision knocked me to the ground. Dust rushing into my nostrils and throat, choking me to cough continuously, while my desire for fresh air made me gasp even more. I tried to force myself to stand, but a wave of overwhelming fatigue quickly spread throughout my body, and the next moment I completely fainted. Hoof note, upgrade. New skill, Master of Management. You can now allocate saddlebag space more efficiently. This skill allows you to carry more important small items. Objects weighing less than or equal to 2 pounds will have their weight halved when placed in your saddlebag. Chapter 8, Train Battle. Some things tell me this is no joke. Blood. Blood soaked my hooves, running down in streams, the flowing blood continuously washed away by the torrent formed by the rainwater, flooding the main street of Old Appaloosa. I stood in the middle of this river of blood, surrounded by countless little pony corpses in the blood. "How many lives have you taken?" Vivalimi reproached me. "You left the shelter not long ago and have already descended into a cold-blooded executioner, haven't you, little skin?" Vivi. I found myself in the deepest darkness and torrential rain, frantically searching for her figure, but only saw the bullet marks on the wall of the police station. The entire wall scrawled with foul language, suggesting that raiders had been here. Their nauseating works, the grotesque dismemberment scenes, were displayed without reservation for every pony present. I looked at the poor nameless pony hanging from the ceiling, its limbs cruelly severed, leaving only the torso. Dark red blood scabs clung loosely to the stumps like thin cocoons. Not only that, the poor thing's skin had been completely stripped away, and as gravity pulled at it, it finally broke free of the chain it was hanging from, falling with a soft thump onto the blood-stained floor. Without any warning, it suddenly raised its hollow-eyed head. The next moment, that thing actually pushed up its rotting forelegs, slowly crawling towards me. I felt my head explode, and I screamed instinctively. Another corpse nailed to the wall was soaked in blood, water, pus, and more unknown liquids I didn't want to think about. It was vivisected along a line. Patches of pale skin cruelly peeled away from the flesh, faintly revealing its ribs and rotting innards. It too began to writhe, breaking free from its bindings, concentrating its strength towards me. The entire body fell with a thud into the blood water, splashing countless crimson droplets. A mechanical spirit silently watched everything, doing nothing, while a half-bodied slave trader crawled towards me like the other horrifying things, dragging its intestines along like a rope, leaving a long trail of blood. Accompanied by the slight tremor of the train and the metallic grinding sound of the wheels against the tracks, I suddenly jolted awake, still feeling my heart pounding. My whole body soaked in cold sweat. I still felt weak, but at least it was much better than the scenes in my nightmare. Moreover, the previous pain had mostly disappeared, and I felt myself slowly recovering. Looking around, I found myself lying in the passenger car of the train, covered with a dirty blanket. Beside me, Vivalimi was gently waving her horn at my injured leg. To my surprise, I felt a slight itch at the wound on my leg, indicating it was slowly healing. I tried to pull myself out of the lingering fear of the nightmare. This was not the first nightmare I had outside the shelter, but it was certainly the worst one. In the following days, whenever I separated from or reunited with my companions, the dream became more and more real. I suddenly remembered that what I should care about more was Vivalimi. I remembered the last time I saw her. She was lying in a pool of her own blood, having saved a child. I perked up my ears, listening to the sounds around me. I lifted my head to observe the new environment, and saw that the little colts and fillies previously locked in the police station cells filled most of the passenger car. The vast majority looked tired and disheveled. 2 were snuggled together, taking advantage of the rare, comfortable moment to doze off, while another excitedly looked at me, unable to stop smiling. That was really cool just now. The little stallion slowly waved his hooves, showing no concealment of his joy, and then thudded his hooves against the ground. I gave him a weak smile, and my heart, which had been hanging in the aftermath of a nightmare, finally relaxed. The disaster, which had been staring out the window, turned to me with a smile, welcoming me back to reality. "Are we okay?" I still hesitated, a bit afraid that this moment would turn into another nightmare. But Vivi nodded at me, reassuring me. What about the adult slaves? She didn't need to elaborate. She must have known I might oppose her actions. I truly couldn't believe Vivi would do such a thing, which greatly diminished my impression of my idol. Suddenly, I remembered the original plan and the locks on the cages that held the slaves. But those locks, I knew the disaster could not open them. And I couldn't imagine that Vivi, so young, already understood this so well. Her blue crystal-like eyes quietly watched me. Although I wasn't an expert at picking locks like you, and I couldn't use telekinesis as skillfully as you demonstrated, I am still a unicorn. I can do basic levitation. Whether it's the missiles in your saddlebag or the landmines on the ground, I can cleverly use explosives to avoid the hassle of finding lockpicks and keys. The train we were on rumbled. I glanced out the window and saw that the train had crossed the desert and was clearly on its way up the mountain. The drivers had started to slow down, and we were gradually approaching the mountain's peak. In fact, my conversation with Vivi was already wrapping up. But the disaster interrupted us at an inopportune moment. I forced myself to sit down, stretching my recently healed leg. What shadow? The little stallion who had been chatting with me before spoke first. Brother Disaster thinks something has been following us. Only then did I notice that Disaster had been crouched by the window, looking outside, or rather, looking up at the sky. Please don't let it be another encounter with that winged unicorn slave trader I had desperately tried not to call a goddess. Like the creature we encountered at the police station? I don't think so, but there is definitely something up there, just too far away to see. If you can't see it, how do you know something is there? Vivi retorted first, but in Disaster's view, her subsequent words indicated a concession, perhaps another Pegasus? Disaster looked troubled. We don't think so. After saying that, he silently shifted his gaze back outside. At least the annoying rain had finally stopped. And Vivi followed Disaster's gaze to look out the window, knowing that the storm had lasted for several days. Hearing this, I turned and looked at the sky covered by layers of dark clouds like glue. I had to say that I really couldn't see any rain falling from the sky now. Compared to before, the color of the clouds had lightened a lot, allowing a few rays of sunlight to break through the weak spots and cast a faint halo. Vivi, I spoke. She looked at me, giving me a dreamy smile that made my heart race immediately. Her previously harsh words had vanished without a trace. Thank you, little pie. Your bandages saved my life. I looked at her, knowing that with my mediocre first aid skills, whether or not the bandages were enchanted, I could never make her as healthy as she was now. Just as I was about to explain, she interrupted me with a hoof, saying it was okay. At least you helped me wake up, and that was enough. After regaining consciousness, I could take care of myself. After saying that, she glanced sideways at Disaster, not to mention you and your interesting friend. Under her gaze, Disaster seemed a bit embarrassed and chuckled. I also shook my head with a smile, and then looked again at my injured leg, surprised by its recovery. Seeing my astonished expression, Vivi found it somewhat amusing and reminded me. I remember I mentioned this to you before. You know my dream is to become a medical pony. I specifically learned skills in this area, and even had a mentor. I hesitated as I looked at the elegant and beautiful mare a few years older than me. Voicing my question, if your dream is to become a medical pony, then why did you end up as a singer? Because of the cutie mark. One day, I sang a song for a sick little pony, and then the cutie mark appeared. A singing bird, to be precise, a nightingale. When your cutie mark appears, your duty in the shelter is already determined. Her words revealed a hint of sadness. I understood this fact all too well from personal experience. I even sought the supervisor for this, but it was clear that I was destined to become a singer. My fate was deeply stamped on my side. And my singing voice was indeed the most beautiful in the entire shelter, which I do not deny. Or rather, I even became more fond of singing afterward. The supervisor even showed me my genealogy, proving that I am a direct descendant of the first supervisor of Shelter Number 2, who happened to be a legendary singer. I nodded in understanding. I had already experienced the heartbreak-inducing songs on Radio 3 at the tavern. How could I fight against this fate? The supervisor has been very generous, allowing me to pursue my interests as long as it doesn't interfere with my new duties. But at the same time, I was told that my dream does not belong to me. I was somewhat skeptical of this answer, but only asked, Vivi, why did you leave the shelter? Vivi Lamy sighed seriously, still because of the cutie mark. She turned around and removed a medical box hanging from her body, showing me the nightingale pattern that spread its wings and sang on her side. You see the meaning it represents, little pie? I certainly knew what it was. After she got her cutie mark, she never changed from being a bird good at singing. But it is not a caged bird, Vivi said earnestly, with a hint of joy in her tone, and precisely because it is not, I naturally do not intend to be trapped in the shelter. No matter what price I have to pay, I want to obtain that priceless freedom. I suggested we should go out for a walk later. Maybe we could stretch our wings as well. I quickly flipped through the book in my hooves to pass the time. Only later did I realize that today's Pony Nation army was all about battle saddles. At this moment, I could vaguely feel the train slowing down, almost coming to a stop. I turned to look outside. The train had reached the mountain peak, and the ponies pulling the train were preparing to release the carriages, allowing themselves to jump onto the train for a rest before the upcoming downhill plunge. But before that, They were still pulling the remaining carriages over the peak, reaching near the next bend. I thought this was our only chance to breathe the fresh air at the mountaintop, and there would be no other opportunity for disaster to carefully scout the shadow that was following us. After that came a long wait, with time passing as slowly as the train climbing the slope. Meanwhile, Vivi was enjoying the beautiful moments of healing she had given at the rear car. Could she get lost? No, that would be too silly. You could never get lost on a train, could you? When I realized this, I couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Even if I did lose my way on the train, the automatic positioning magic of the beep beep pony on my leg would easily help me find my way. Poor Vivi. Her beep beep pony was still with me. How would she find her way in this situation? Thinking of this, I offered to return Vivi's beep beep pony to her. But to my surprise, she politely declined. I emphasized several times how useful this tool could be in the future, especially in this hostile wasteland. But she smiled and told me I could keep it as a gift, along with an apology for tricking me into leaving the shelter. From her words, I could sense that she felt no guilt for leaving the refuge, but was instead tormented by the guilt of having used me at that time. In fact, she had completely dragged me into it. I tried to persuade her again, but in the end, she slowly declined. I worked very hard to escape that prison. So I really don't want to carry that shackle anymore, no matter how helpful it might be in the future. After saying that, she left me again and walked to check on those slaves in the guard car. Moments later, I could hear the guards, responsible for securing the train, who had been switched out, opening fire in retaliation. What? How did they catch up to us? Before I could voice my confusion, a small pony wearing slave trader armor, with a spiked gauntlet covered in the blood of other guards, charged into the passenger car with a fierce expression, swinging his weapon and standing tall, trying to end another guard's life. I had no time to aim. I quickly drew my assault rifle and opened fire in his direction. The guard fell instantly, his gun dropping next to the slave trader and being confiscated. In fact, I didn't even know which side's bullet had killed him. I frowned and turned to Vivi, pulling out the nail gun and loading a marked magazine. I couldn't directly judge the meanings of the various markings on the magazine by appearance, but I thought there must be one that could fit into this nail gun. Taking it, I aimed to protect those children with my life. I needed to go ahead and provide support. I hoped to eliminate them all before they got close. If that was even possible. Vivi stared at the nail gun I handed her, not daring to touch it. As if it were poisoned and would infect her. I don't think I can. Celestia is up there. But you have to do it. If you don't fight back, you won't survive here. The children you want to protect won't either. Vivi was choked by my words. I meant I didn't know how to use it. Oh, come on. It's simple. Just levitate it with your mind. Point the end at those bad guys. And if you want to shoot, pull this little lever. That's the trigger. She nodded at first, then looked at me pleadingly as if hoping I would change my mind. I'm not a killer. I don't think I can do it. Then learn to do it. That sounded cruel. But this is the wasteland of Equestria. I heard the sound of hooves getting closer and quickly shifted my attention back to the car ahead, only to find it empty. Confused, I walked to the edge of the car's top and looked down to see if they were chasing the train along the ground. I concentrated and yanked the terrified slave trader from his hiding place. Just as I was about to throw him off the train, I suddenly felt something yank me from behind, sending a wave of searing pain through my back. I winced in pain, releasing the floating slave trader, who, to my dismay, landed safely on the roof between the cars. It was then I realized I was in a disadvantaged position, caught between attacks. Just as I refocused to deal with the new threat, she caught up from behind and lashed out again, having perfected her aim to an extraordinary degree. With a single strike, she knocked my assault rifle high into the air. I watched helplessly as my weapon fell off the train tracks into the abyss. The slave trader with the submachine gun laughed arrogantly at me, having already reloaded, as if he had already killed me. An explosion sounded above, followed by 2 bullets piercing through the submachine gun-wielding slave trader, taking his life. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief before plummeting off the train with his still-gripped weapon. In the next moment, disaster dove past the boxcar and quickly ascended, its hooves scraping against the steep cliff right above the train. A griffin followed closely behind. I ducked down to avoid them. The slave trader with the whip hadn't reacted in time and was sliced in half by one of the griffin's wings, her head falling clean off. I looked up to see the bloody blade at the front of the griffin's wing and gasped, my heart racing. After regaining my composure, I quickly picked up the whip, only to find the severed head rolling beneath me due to the train's acceleration. Disgusted, I kicked the head off the train, stuffed the whip into my saddlebag, and pulled out my combat shotgun to start checking the number of remaining enemies, first on one side of the boxcar, then the other, but saw no sign of them. The magic used by the slave traders had significantly turned the tide in their favor. I began to worry. How many slave traders had already made it in front of me before I figured out their trick? Further down the train, I could hear more gunfire. The remaining guards were fighting for their lives. I continued to search for hostile targets along the train, suddenly hearing Vivi's scream. I quickly pinpointed the source of the sound and was about to rush to support her when the car violently slammed into something, shaking violently, probably having run over a corpse on the tracks. In the next moment, Disaster landed calmly beside me. I smiled foolishly and pointed towards the passenger car. Quick, go help Vivi. Disaster nodded and flew into the sky, not even needing to flap its wings, arriving at the passenger car in an instant due to its relative position to the train. I watched it disappear into the gap between the cars and ran forward to support the guards. As I hurried ahead, a few terrifying thoughts flashed through my mind. What the hell has my life become? What have I turned into? Am I going to be chased by countless ponies for the rest of my life? Am I destined to be at odds with them forever? As I crossed the rooftops with the last batch of surviving guards, a white unicorn with a bizarre combat saddle appeared ahead, shooting 2 beams of pink energy from her energy weapon that cut through the air. We quickly jumped into the open hatch of the passenger car. Just seconds ago, one of the guards who had been with us had turned into a pile of glowing pink ashes, swept away into the sky by the wind. The passenger car was empty. In a way, it was. A black-furred slave trader was pinned to the ceiling, his body covered in nails from the nail gun. The magical aura on his hooves kept him from falling to the floor, even in death. This startled the Earth Pony Guard following me. To be honest, I was nearly scared enough to shout myself. I tell you, I prefer those slave traders with real guns. The guard gasped, recovering from the shock. You know, if you get turned to ash by an energy weapon, you can't bandage up a wound. I completely agreed with him. Suddenly, the back door was pushed open with a bang, and I thought it was hostile targets breaking in. But it was Vivi running in from the back door. I guess she had been nearby the flatbed car. Seeing the guard next to me, she immediately gestured for him to follow her. Please, go find Disaster. He's still in the guard car. We were facing a tricky situation. I warned her. There are 4 more slave traders following that one. I think it's all that's left of them, but the key is, the lead one has a magical weapon on his combat saddle. Vivi nodded cautiously, looking up and pointing at the corpses on the ceiling. That guy crawled in from the ceiling, just like a bug. She was clearly frightened, but I thought her fear stemmed more from having taken a living life rather than witnessing the incredible scene. However, I felt she couldn't let herself focus too much on this useless matter, at least not now. Moreover, I began to suspect that her occasional mood swings might not just be reactions to the various terrifying things in the wasteland of Equestria. The Earth Pony driver ran ahead of her, loaded the weapons with bullets, and kicked open the tightly shut door with his hind legs. But the situation didn't give us more time to discuss. Just as Disaster had finished speaking, 3 slavers charged into our carriage under the lead of that unicorn. They didn't come in through the front or back doors, but directly through the broken window. Gunfire erupted immediately in the passenger carriage. I quickly used my targeting magic to lock onto the slaver who had entered through the left broken window. At such a short distance, I couldn't possibly miss. Unfortunately, this principle also applied to the enemy. As I fired several shots at my first target's torso, Vivi's horn lit up, creating a protective barrier around us. The armor on the enemy absorbed most of the damage, but my firepower still pushed him back, though his bullets grazed my cheek. I swiftly turned to the second target but failed to react in time, getting hit directly in the chest by his enchanted energy hammer. The intense pain almost made me pass out. I could almost hear the sound of my ribs breaking inside my armor. Disaster fired again with the combat saddle, shooting several blood holes into a slaver rushing toward him, with splattered blood and internal organs even landing on the bed in the passenger carriage where the colts rested, as well as on the walls and windows. The last slaver charged at Vivi. Celestia, why wouldn't she put on some armor? I lay on the floor, filled with fear and helplessness, watching as the slaver plunged a combat dagger deep into Vivi's shoulder, just inches from her neck. Blood gushed from the cut made by the blade, staining her charcoal-colored fur a deep crimson. Her defensive magic instantly collapsed, and the magical aura bursting from her horn vanished without a trace. I struggled to get up, fiery pain coursing through my body, and couldn't help but cry out in agony. My targeting magic was still cooling down, but the slaver I had initially targeted had recovered and was now raising the gun on his combat saddle. The slaver next to me, wielding the energy hammer, swung it again, intending to beat me into submission like a corpse. Disaster opened fire. The heavy armor of the slaver might withstand my combat shotgun, but it couldn't block my companion's powerful rifle, and he fell to the ground. The slaver who had stabbed Vivi gripped the dagger's hilt tightly with his teeth, trying to pull the blade out of her wound. But Vivi's horn lit up, and a telekinetic beam wrapped around the dagger. She was extremely weak, but she held on tightly to the blade, preventing the slaver from pulling it out. This brief delay gave Disaster enough time to aim and take him down with a single shot. while Vivi was splattered with the wet chunks of flesh that exploded from the slaver's corpse. I was in extreme pain, my vision was blurry, and I was even having difficulty breathing. But at least, it was now, I hoped, 3 against 1, when the slaver with the hammer raised it above my head again. The door to the passenger carriage was suddenly smashed open. The white unicorn stood outside the door, firing at us with a pink magical weapon. Light burst from my horn, and the pony wielding the energy hammer was distracted for a moment before realizing that I had blocked him with telekinesis, turning him into a meat shield. In the blink of an eye, he had become a pile of glowing pink ashes. Now it was truly 3 against 1. As I had to endure the intense pain to aim, the targeting magic finally finished cooling down. I immediately aimed at the last target with the magic. But it turned out that Disaster didn't need my help at all. Before I could even activate the targeting magic, he had already shot the last enemy dead. Vivi gently healed my broken ribs, her horn flickering again, the faint aura flickering irregularly amid the train's jolts. My initial agony had lessened to a dull ache, but it still hurt enough for me to moan. To be honest, little skin, casting healing spells had slowly become a habit for me. Her own fur was mixed with her blood, and our last healing potion had already been used up. And both of us had bandaged ourselves with our last batch of bandages. I guessed that only Disaster had managed to come out nearly unscathed. The bodies of the slavers lay scattered around us, except for the one who had attacked me with the energy hammer, whose body had been completely evaporated, leaving only glowing ashes. When I thought about how I might have indirectly inhaled part of his body through breathing, I couldn't help but shiver. I turned around and stared blankly at the floor. Even though we had won, there was no joy in victory. I only felt guilty that many drivers had lost their lives because of my rescue attempt, and I hadn't contributed much in this battle. If Disaster hadn't been with me, maybe my emotions were written all over my face. As Vivi guessed my thoughts immediately and tried to comfort me, at least you took down that guy with the energy hammer. And I did my best just to avoid becoming a live target. But as a doctor, you did other meaningful things too, I pointed out bluntly, adding that I was still surprised she hadn't stayed with those slaves and children. The train made a terrible screech as it turned sharply, and the violent jolting forced us to hold on to each other. Don't you two think the train is going ridiculously fast? How do you usually slow the train down? Of course, by using the brakes. So where are they now? In the conductor's car. Disaster made a face. Right? Thinking about it, he said. Now we know why the driver looked at us that way back then. I began to understand how your name came about, Vivi said coldly. We spent a few minutes figuring out our situation, arguing about what to do next, while the train continued to race down the mountain uncontrollably. Soon, the 3 of us stopped arguing because we had to struggle to stay upright every time the train turned sharply. I felt we were still halfway down the mountain, with steep cliffs rushing past on the other side. In the end, I concluded that there was only one solution now. Disaster, fly up and take Vivi to safety. Vivi's eyes widened. What about you? I firmly stomped my hoof on the floor, trying to ignore the lingering pain in my treated leg and ribs. I'll be fine. I figured out a way to get out. Then, I stood alone on this out-of-control train. All right, I encouraged myself in my heart. It was really time to think of a way out. The train suddenly tilted, and I could even feel the wheels coming off the track. I focused all my energy on my horn to cast a spell. As I used telekinesis to balance the train on the track, I could feel cold sweat seeping from my already extremely strained body. The entire train was wrapped in a weak magical aura. It had already completely derailed at the turn, tilting at an incredible angle, now resting on only one side's wheels. When I could open my eyes again, the cold wind blew mercilessly through the gaping hole torn in the train. I could see another turn ahead, with an even larger angle than before. I was shivering in the cold wind from excessive fatigue, fully aware that I couldn't stop the train from derailing anymore. I refocused my energy, desperately hoping to use telekinesis to fly to safety. I didn't have time to sigh. Just as the front of the train crashed into the bend and was snapped in half, I felt my hooves lift off the floor. The weight of the other carriages couldn't keep up due to inertia, accompanied by a chilling scream that sent shivers down my spine. The violently shaking train broke apart and derailed, like a decapitated snake coiled atop a cliff, with all the carriages plummeting into the abyss except for the front. I concentrated all my remaining energy and forced myself to lift up, hoping to escape from the broken roof of the train. But it wasn't enough. I was still falling, and quickly. I did my utmost, barely managing to slow my descent just enough to witness the train plummet before me. With a thunderous crash that shook the earth, the train fell deeply into the bottomless valley below. I felt vibrations beneath my hooves, as if Luna's powerful hooves were pounding the ground below. The rising dust obscured the wreckage of the train I was about to crash into, and I couldn't even tell when I was ready to accept my fate. Just when I thought I was doomed, Disaster caught me. The 3 of us, Disaster, Vivi, and I, stepped into the narrow valley beneath the ominous clouds. I had no idea where we were now. I remembered looking at the map of Ponyville before, and it was still days away from New Appaloosa if we could travel in a straight line without eating or drinking. According to the terminal data I had seen, the slavers from Old Appaloosa were selling most of the slaves they captured to a place called Bark City, delivering them to someone named Stern. I hadn't forgotten the anger I felt when I read that news. How dare those bastards do something so vile and cruel? However, I chose to temporarily push that thought aside. If I had a way, Bark City would definitely be my next target. But first, I needed to focus on the more pressing matters at hand. We urgently needed medical supplies. Likewise, the water and food that Disaster and I had brought wouldn't sustain the three of us ponies for several days. We needed a safe place and more supplies. After regrouping, we took a few hours to rest. We had just gone through a fierce battle, and if we didn't rest now, things could become worse later. In fact, we needed a longer rest. I was so weak that I couldn't even levitate a wheat golden tower now. But this strange and dangerous environment didn't allow us to delay any further. The valley was filled with charred dead trees and some debris. It wasn't the wreckage of the train. The crash site was several miles behind us. These remnants seemed to tell the tale of the destruction of Equestria. The fallen sky carriages and other similar vehicle wrecks made the land even dirtier and more chaotic. Cheerful music, incongruously filling the valley, still that maddening old tuba sound, suddenly played. To be honest, it sounded 1,000 times worse than the song of a siren. I suddenly perked up my ears, as if recognizing the music, and began to gallop towards the direction it was coming from, my companions panting behind me, looking puzzled. "Little Pip," Vivi gasped, "what are you doing?" Disaster looked just as confused. He had heard the music of the mechanical sprites countless times, but still didn't understand why I was so eager to chase after it. I finally reached the mechanical sprite, grabbed it with my telekinesis, and pulled it forcefully towards me. "Watcher." Disaster landed beside me, looking at me in confusion. Vivi, who had fallen behind, also caught up after confirming it was safe. "Watcher." I shook the mechanical sprite vigorously, as if that would turn off the annoying music and call my mysterious old friend. "Watcher, I know you can hear me. I need you now." "Little Pip," Disaster said with a half-smile. "I don't think he'll be quiet anytime soon," because the ancient music played by the mechanical sprite stopped abruptly, and Disaster's pupils widened in shock as the mechanical sprite spoke to me in a voice he had never heard before. "Hello, Little Pip. How may I assist you?" The tiny mechanical voice greeted me, clearly having scared my partner, who called himself a Wasteland veteran, out of his wits. "I need you to send a message to New Appaloosa." I waved my host frantically. There's a train car sliding down the mountain, but it's not connected to the rest of the train. The driver inside will ensure it gets down safely, but there are many ponies inside, including 5 children, and they can't survive on their own. New Appaloosa must send a transport to pick them up. The Watcher was silent, as if hesitating. "Watcher, their situation is dire. They have no water or food. It's critical." The Watcher opened its mouth slowly. "I don't know, Little Pip. I'm not used to this. I don't care." I roared in anger. "You care about the safety of those ponies, don't you? Do you want to just watch those children die?" "No. I mean, I care. But I don't want to then go help. You don't have time to beat around the bush here. Watcher, they're in imminent danger." With a burst of static noise, the mechanical sprite resumed playing music. I released it, unsure whether I felt relieved or disappointed. "Little Pip," Vivi sighed from the side, finally mustering the courage to speak to me. "If you keep bossing your friends around like this, you'll soon find you have no friends left." Footnote: upgrade. New skill, light as a feather. Your hooves are agile. You are lucky enough to stay alert, and perhaps you've just mastered the skill of self-levitation. In any case, you will now never trigger enemy landmines or traps. Chapter 9, Revelations of the Past. No matter where I am, I should become the target of all. Cloud Sea. As I took my first step into this new world, the world suddenly became unimaginably vast, and the sky I had never seen from the shelter was also unattainably high. Now, the omnipresent cloud curtain in the sky, whether drifting, rolling, or mixed with rain, was just a ceiling much higher than the shelter. The outside sky was always gray, just like the hues I had in the repair room of the shelter. Only in extremely rare circumstances, such as the first night I left the shelter, would the clouds part slightly, only to close up again like a self-healing wound. The few beams of light emanating from the gap made ponies endlessly imagine the happy and peaceful world above that blue, while also tempting and tormenting those survivors living in darkness below the clouds. "Little Pip," Vivi Lamy had somehow come to my side, resting her forehooves on my shoulder and speaking slowly. "It seems what I'm thinking right now is similar to you. Is the air outside hard for you to adapt to? Compared to the terrible stormy weather before, today was not only warmer, but also brighter." Yet the air was still so terrible. It's ironic. I once abandoned everything to breathe the air outside, yet now I'm reluctant to be enveloped by it. It's as if breathing could make one sick. I nodded in agreement. Disaster, walking beside us, didn't he interject as he usually did? I guessed that for him. The Wasteland veteran, the air was just normal air. It had never changed since the moment he came to the Wasteland. At that time, only one super concentration spell had accidentally hit Cloud City, and the entire urban area of Cloud City was instantly erased from the map, no longer existing. The wreckage of sky carriages that fell from the sky and scattered all over stretched for miles. Some sky war chariots and cargo carriages, along with the bones of the poor ponies who were injured or killed by the shockwave of the super concentration spell, were scattered further away. Those corpses didn't rot away completely with the passage of time. The continuous mountains stood on the other side of the valley. Sickly grasslands were covered with blackened deadwood. Some newly sprouted plants clustered around, thriving on the remnants of their predecessors, and ahead was an old, faded billboard. Worn and blurred, featuring an excited pink-maned yellow pony holding a sparkling bottle of soda high. You can instantly recognize that kind of drink without any effort, even if the text on the billboard has faded to the point of being unreadable. According to Disaster, those huge signs are called outdoor billboards, which once dotted the traffic routes between Cloudsdale and other cities, promoting goods and services from all over Equestria. Not only that, but I could even see a second billboard on the other side of the valley half a mile away. Even at that distance, I could mentally reconstruct the familiar image on the billboard, a heroic rainbow-colored Pegasus soaring through the sky, carrying a rainbow shockwave, swooping past an evil zebra army below. The text below read, "Pure coat, crush the stripes." A gigantic, closed trade wagon lay abandoned beneath the billboard, its dented parts driven straight into the mud below. I then noticed that one side of the wagon seemed to bear the logo of some company, a pattern made up of 7 circles arranged in a vertical line. It gave me a strange sense of familiarity, but I couldn't recall where I had seen it before. I didn't dwell on it any longer. As we got closer, the mapping feature of my Pip-Buck directly identified the place, the remains of the Little Dork trade caravan. I finally remembered where I had seen that logo, on the cover page of the Wasteland Survival Guide. Disaster was thinking roughly the same thing, his gaze fixed on the pile of wreckage. Vivi looked at us both in confusion, wondering why we were stopping to stare at that useless debris. What's wrong? This is where Little Dork was struck by the super-concentrated magic, I explained to Vivi, filled with awe and deep sorrow. This would have been the only grave to prove she has passed away, had her body not encountered a more bizarre fate. Who? Little Dork, I repeated, then fell into deep thought. I tried to reconstruct the scene of the explosion of super-concentrated magic in my mind. Vivi didn't recognize the name I mentioned, but she understood what we were talking about, waiting expectantly for me to continue. Seeing that I had no desire to explain, she turned to Disaster, hoping for an answer. That's right. Vivi sighed and walked to an empty space behind us, idly circling the wreckage to pass the time. After a moment, I heard her exclaim in surprise. "Little Skin, can you come look at this?" Her voice was full of hope, so I ran towards her voice. Not at all like a little dog being commanded by its owner, really. Some boxes and goods were scattered on the ground behind the Little Dork trade wagon, most of them overturned or crushed. Some boxes had already been smashed open by other scavengers, with any valuables picked clean, except for a whole safe and a locked storage box, which was why Vivi had just been excited. Although the storage boxes I had encountered before all looked the same, the one in front of me had a very rare pattern, 3 yellow stripes with a pink butterfly logo in the middle. This wasn't a medical box, but the colors and pattern indicated it belonged to the Peace Department. Artist, 1994. Of course, leave it to me, I said proudly, using telekinesis to lift the screwdriver and hairpin, glancing at Vivi, whose expression was not very natural as she tried hard to pretend she wasn't showing any expectation. Once I focused, I decided to open the safe first. As I picked the lock, I could almost hear her anxiously tapping her hooves on the ground, making me bite my lip to avoid laughing out loud. The lock on the safe was surprisingly easy, given the looted surroundings. I was astonished that such an easy lock had not been pried open by other scavengers for so long. Or was I the only pony in the outside world who had this skill? With that thought, I opened the safe. Inside, one item instantly caught my attention. The interior of the safe was bathed in a rosy glow emitted by a bottle of purplish-red liquid, sparkling cola. Quantum version. Contains radiation that can invigorate you and a strong carrot flavor, as refreshing as being kicked in the face by a hoof, made with natural carrot ingredients. The quantum sparkling cola was enveloped in Vivi's magical glow, floating out of the safe and hovering in front of me. She examined the bottle closely, her pupils suddenly shrinking, revealing a look of disdain. "This is insane. How could any pony be stupid enough to think actively consuming radiation is healthy? I exerted all my telekinesis to barely snatch the bottle away, but I confidently pretended to look unaffected and not out of breath from the effort. Vivi watched me put the bottle into one of my saddlebags with an almost disgusted gaze. Don't tell me you're really planning to drink this? Seriously? I shrugged. It looks like it would taste really good, and according to my pip buck, the residual radiation in the drink is still very low. Low enough that even if I drank it directly, a bag of Rataway would completely eliminate my radiation. I then turned my attention to the storage box that Vivi was interested in, hoping to distract her from, at least not mention, the drink in my saddlebags. However, the lock was not as easy as I had imagined. It refused to let me uncover its secrets easily. After my third attempt, I began to worry that this lock might be beyond my capabilities. I really didn't want Vivi to see me fail. So I came up with another idea, but still didn't want her to see. This lock is a bit tricky. I need some space to concentrate. Vivi, could you step back a little? Considering she would likely be concerned about my health and try to stop me, I added, please. I could tell she didn't want to do it, but she had elegant ladylike manners, so she couldn't outright refuse. As she slowly stepped back, I immediately opened the inventory magic of my pip buck and pulled out a box of mentats that I had hidden at the bottom of my saddlebags. This wasn't the unforgettable party time mentats I had eaten before, but it would do for picking locks. After opening the can, I quickly tossed one into my mouth and began to chew slowly. The effect was immediate. It felt like all my senses burst through an invisible membrane. As if my thoughts finally broke free from the thick fog, I felt more energetic and alert than ever. Although this wasn't party time mentats, it certainly wasn't the ordinary candy made by the candy company. It was enough to force that damned lock to yield to me. Outside the wreckage, I could vaguely hear Vivi's voice. Disaster, can I ask you something? Of course, go ahead. Why are you the only Pegasus I've seen in the wasteland of Equestria? I always thought there should be as many Pegasi as there are Earth ponies or unicorns. My ears perked up. Their conversation wasn't particularly private, so it couldn't be considered eavesdropping. I had to admit, I was also very curious about the answer to that question. Next came a pause filled with anticipation. After a while, Disaster finally spoke. Miss, you always get straight to the point when asking other ponies questions, don't you? I apologize if this is a personal matter. No, you have the right to know. I could even hear Disaster sigh. I felt my insight reach a level that would astonish any pony, just as I expected. The lock became very easy, and soon it clicked open, surrendering to me. The closed sky? Yes, they turned the cloud-making machines to maximum power, locking the sky in place like it is now. This action saved their families, their cities. The zebras couldn't see what was above, couldn't lock onto targets. But that doesn't mean the zebras didn't try. They did manage to hit a few shots by luck, but not many. Next, I could hear him stomp his hoof heavily. Since that day, Equestria has been covered in clouds like this. Vivi gasped. This is simply terrifying. They tell themselves every day that soon they will shut down the cloud-making machines, open the sky, and quickly come to the surface to rescue the remaining ponies. The premise is that they wait until they are ready and the time is ripe. The disaster does not hide its mockery. It has been exactly 200 years since they said that. The truth is, they are now content with the status quo and too lazy to take action. It has been a long time since they fooled themselves into thinking they would do it sooner or later. Now, they are completely isolated from the world. All the creatures under the cloud curtain, including you, can only struggle to survive under the threats of slave traders, raiders, and wasteland monsters. To me, this sounds more like the Pegasi being very afraid of the world on the surface. I opened the storage box and took a look at what was inside. What about you? We don't feel like living up there is very stable. There are too many winged scoundrels. Oh, Disaster. I'm glad you're on the side of Equestria, but it's causing a lot of suffering, isn't it? Inside, there are countless scrolls soaked beyond recognition by liquid leaking from a broken bottle. There is also a photo of a rabbit and a crystal ball sealed in a bag. Readers of all classified documents from the Peace Department without permission will be reported. And a book called Supernatural Archives. Vivi gasped, making that kind of exclamation that comes when one is at a loss for words. I quietly chuckled as I observed her reaction. Then, I suddenly realized that this extraordinary and graceful unicorn, who had attracted at least 300 fans, was not just an ordinary pop star. I know what this is, Vivi told us, using telekinesis to float the bag containing the orb in front of her for a closer look. This is a memory crystal ball. It records things that happened in the past. Such things can not only let you hear sounds, but also see the images from that time. The information recorded is much more than that of a tape recorder or video camera, and it is very rare. Vivi carefully took the memory crystal ball and the photo of the rabbit. I was a bit surprised to see she didn't go for the book. Oh, I've read that book, but I think you should take a look, little skin, you'll find it very useful. To me, She seemed like she was trying to cheer me up so she could legitimately make me carry the book. Anyway, I'm not a pony who rejects books, especially since this one was recommended by Vivi. Little Skin, what did you find? I whispered anxiously. Go find Disaster, be quiet. I slowly turned to face a direction where there was a gap between the red markings. It meant we weren't completely surrounded yet. Trouble. It was a big trouble we could barely handle. Vivi immediately got tense, nodded seriously, and quickly and quietly ran out. Along the way, aside from her accidentally bumping into a box, we made no noise. When she reached the back of the wagon, she stopped, peered outside, and was stunned. Zombie ponies. What? Not slave traders? I walked over to her, already thinking of how to explain about the ghouls. But when I saw those hungry creatures staggering closer to us with their strange movement, my words caught in my throat. They didn't look like ghouls at all. They looked completely like zombies. I suddenly recalled the advice of a certain pony earlier. When traveling, if you're not careful, you'll find yourself being relentlessly pursued by packs of bloodthirsty, numb wild ghouls. I approached Disaster and whispered, "Follow me." We saw them staggering a little closer. There were two nearby, and the closest one suddenly lunged at us, drooling. Run. We took off as if being chased by a mindless monster that only wanted to swallow us whole, and indeed we were. The Artist, 1994. All the zombie ponies suddenly went wild, joining the chase. Our flesh would be their prize for victory. Many Pegasus zombies flew up into the sky, diving towards us. I wanted to use telekinesis to grab a piece of the wagon wreckage we had just passed, but the light from my horn flickered out. There was no way to use telekinesis to save us now. A zombie swooped down from above, brushing past us, and Vivi couldn't help but scream. Quickly ducking to avoid the zombie-esque dive, that creature passed over her head and crashed heavily into a tree in front. I jumped over the corpse, still running, but I could already feel my body getting tired and sore. The soreness spread rapidly through me like smoldering coal, tears involuntarily welling up in my eyes, draining my energy even faster. Two more zombies dove towards us. Disaster's fear instantly turned into anger, and he shouted, "Try this." He slammed to a stop, pivoted 180 degrees, and pulled the trigger. The bullet tore through the wing of one zombie Pegasus that lacked feathers, causing the creature to lose its balance and crash into another zombie Pegasus behind it. In front of us, a rusty passenger wagon was abruptly blocking the way like a barrier. Seeing this, Disaster flew off the ground and quickly signaled for us to go around the wagon and keep running. "Don't slow down. Not for a second," he shouted, quickly dodging another flying zombie pony, taking advantage of the brief moment to kick his combat saddle and reload his rifle. I was stuck. I tried to free myself from the gun strap, but my hooves barely touched the ground. When the zombie herd reached the long body of the wagon, I could even clearly hear their scattered hoofsteps. The horde split into two, searching every corner. I turned around, trying to chew through the gun strap before they appeared overhead. I heard Disaster's gunfire, and I also heard the sound of the wagon's metal being pierced by two rifle bullets. His shot clearly missed. The only time I saw him fail to hit a target since I met him. Panic spread in my heart. Even if the zombies didn't catch me, Disaster's missed bullet could still hit me. The worst part is that both outcomes might happen at the same time. I began to pray. If those zombies start to feast on me, may Celestia grant Disaster the wisdom and mercy to shoot me. The horde had circled around the passenger wagon, trampling over the dry yellow grass, gradually closing in on me. More and more zombie ponies were tumbling from the roof, making the shortcut I had chosen seem absurd. The clarity and heightened perception I had from the medication now made me feel a genuine terror. I could feel the ground trembling beneath my hooves, could gauge how long it would be before they could bite me, and could even distinguish a strange, muffled hissing sound from the roars of the horde. In an instant, the wreckage of the passenger wagon was engulfed in a wave of unleashed wildfire magic, and I felt myself being blown into the air by the blast. Watching the magical sparks swirl upward like a vortex, colorful fragments corroded and melted by magic falling from the sky. I could smell the stench of the zombies being blown to pieces, even as their remains were on fire. I crashed to the ground, got back up, and ran again. The entire valley shaking violently from the recent earth-shattering explosion, and I used all my strength to maintain my balance. Zombie ponies rained down on me like raindrops. Ahead, Vivi suddenly stopped, her eyes wide open, staring at something behind me that I didn't want to imagine. More than half of the zombies had been obliterated in the explosion, but there were still quite a few left that wouldn't last long. Disaster swooped down from above me, roaring at Vivi to turn around and keep running. Ahead was a pile of strange wreckage from Pegasus cargo vehicles, painted and modeled bright blue and gray, with some white accents, forming the only stronghold against the zombies here. The valley extended outward, forming rolling rocky hills, where there was no cover at all. When we arrived there, More zombie Pegasi flew over our heads and landed a few yards away. Vivi lowered her horn and charged towards them. In the chaos, her horn pierced one of the zombies, and she let out a fierce shout. I couldn't help but secretly admire her courage. I tried to lift a weak gold tower with my telekinesis, but my current magic power just couldn't manage it. I decided to go all in and quickly looked around for something I could use as a weapon to bite down on. A piece of wreckage shaped like a spear caught my eye. However, what I actually found was a much better slender piece of debris, at least that's what I thought. While Disaster shot at the approaching zombie ponies, I took the opportunity to climb up to the top of the cargo hold of one of the truck wrecks. In that moment, I saw the beautiful light blue sky above the clouds. Even just a fleeting glimpse was breathtaking. Under the influence of Manta, my mind was unusually clear, and I quickly realized that the peculiar paint job of these Pegasus war chariots served as camouflage protection. This was a Pegasus military escort, thanks to Celestia. They had automatic turrets among the cargo they once transported. I had received programming training from the Beep Beep Pony's magic core, and it was a piece of cake to adjust and operate an automatic turret using the Beep Beep Pony's friend or foe identification system. Besides, I was currently under the enhancement effects of Manta. Skippy, are you sure you know what you're doing? Disaster asked, landing between me and the increasingly large herd of zombie ponies, giving me a distrustful glance as he adjusted his stance to take the next shot. I smiled slightly. Did that even need to be said? May you walk your chosen path, with Celestia watching over you, granting you safety. May Luna be with you, giving you strength, so that your fighting spirit is never broken. With loyalty, honesty, and courage, let the ponies you save never forget you, for you will always shine in our hearts. Vivi hummed a tune, repeatedly revising the lyrics. The content of the lyrics changed constantly, and for me, seeing my idol compose live was simply amazing. Disaster didn't complain. He probably also felt that Vivi's music was a bright spot in this desolate wasteland, even though he occasionally rolled his eyes, hoping she would settle on the lyrics early instead of endlessly pursuing perfection. Several hours had passed since we safely left the herd of zombies and the valley behind. The sky darkened again, but Disaster said it was just the arrival of evening in the wasteland. He said it deliberately, seemingly not wanting to dampen our spirits during this arduous journey. I thought if I ever got the chance to meet other Pegasi, I would definitely thank them for making the wasteland of Equestria so depressing. For some reason, I felt this was worse than the monotony and unchanging nature of Shelter No. 2. Perhaps it was because I had never believed that the shelter would one day get better, although it could also just be the frustration after the effects of Manta wore off. Oh my, Vivi panted as we climbed the rolling hills, and we saw a rather gigantic billboard, much taller than any building I had ever seen, standing prominently on the other side of the next hill. The image on it, though covered in dust and having endured centuries of rain, was still surprisingly clear. It depicted a huge face of a pink pony that made other ponies dare not look directly at it. Her mane had become indistinguishable from a stick of white and pink candy over time. She seemed to be smiling, but the chilling part was that no matter the angle, her gaze seemed to be fixed on us. I had seen this billboard when I was on the train. Now, in such dim light and at such close proximity, it was Celestia. It still made me feel tense and sent chills down my spine. I stared at it and slowly approached, trying to imagine the time before it had endured countless winds and rains, sunshine and storms. Imagining when it stood like this behind the hill during a carefree era, as if it were playing hide and seek with this ghostly wilderness. Imagining when everything was not so. Luna, damn it, it was so damn eerie. I wanted to shake off this feeling, but when I turned away from the billboard, I found a mechanical sprite staring at me. Hello, Skippy. If Disaster hadn't grabbed my tail in time, I would have probably run off in fright to another country. He pulled my tail to keep me spinning in place until I calmed down. During this time, the Watcher wisely flew out of my reach. You're lucky. I can't throw stones at you with telekinesis right now. Vivi seemed to want to come help me. Disaster shot a distrustful glare at the mechanical sprite, half spreading his wings and slightly spreading his legs, taking up a defensive stance. Skippy? At that moment, all I wanted to know was, Watcher, are they safe? The mechanical sprite swayed. Yes, the search and rescue convoy is already on the way. But I tricked Little Days into thinking you could hack the mechanical sprites to send them messages instead of using my own identity. I'm sorry about that. Skippy? Disaster almost shouted, but restrained himself. We don't trust that thing. So, the Watcher found a way to send the message without alerting the residents of New Appaloosa to the Watcher's own special identity. As Disaster said, I realized I didn't trust the Watcher either. Now that I knew the ponies we fought to save were safe, or about to be, more questions suddenly flooded my mind. I thought of a primary question, the most important one. You deliberately led me into the lair of the raiders. You knew exactly what I would encounter in there, right? Disaster stopped glaring at the odd machine ball and looked at me in confusion. After all, I hadn't told him that my break-in at Ponyville Library was related to the Watcher. They need help. You could have just told me the truth. I was a bit angry. Hey, I didn't have a clear understanding of you at that time. You looked like the kind of good pony who would do the right thing, but I felt like I was shouting, you lied to me. Damn it. The Watcher was right. I found little days there. Compared to the survival guide she wrote, I cherished my acquaintance with her. I held her in high regard. Collecting my thoughts, I could find more arguments. My friendship with Disaster was born out of what happened there, even though the logical connection between the two wasn't so tight. I could even say that my connection with New Appaloosa, and later my ability to save more ponies, including Vivi, if it could be called saving, all stemmed from the Watcher. Even though the Watcher's words were hard to refute, I still wanted to kick the panel of that machine ball. But I knew it wouldn't do me any good. This mechanical sprite wasn't the Watcher's true form. So, I told them everything. Oh no, there's not much time left. When I finished my story, the Watcher reminded me, hardly making any comments. Disaster continued to glare maliciously at the floating machine ball. I organized the various questions in my mind. Watcher, you seem to know a lot. Yes. What are those departments? I had read a lot about the departments in pre-war documents, though I wasn't sure how that information would help me now. I hadn't realized then that I was asking what might be the most important question of my life, at least a Celestia-level question. I nodded. You mentioned them, right? The Watcher's speech was slow, as if filled with pain. The massacre at Philadelphia broke Princess Celestia's heart. After that, around the mid-war period, Princess Celestia concluded that she was no longer fit to lead Equestria, so she abdicated and passed her position to her sister, Princess Luna. I continued to listen, feeling somewhat surprised. I had never seen anything about the two goddesses in this regard in history books. The negative effects of the war were devastating, both domestically and abroad. Equestria was then in dire straits, facing problems at home that were no less troublesome than those posed by the enemy. You could never imagine how terrible things were at that time. The heroes I told you about, they were 6 extraordinary ponies, with sincere hearts and noble souls. Their friendship had the power to change the world. Princess Celestia always cared for them like a mother. She saw them as her children, especially the leader among them. She loved them and wanted to protect them, so she sought various ways to keep them as safe as possible, at least away from the front lines. The princess only assigned them simple tasks, such as sending them on diplomatic missions with the Griffins and the Bison Kingdoms. Princess Luna met them under very special circumstances and later respected them greatly, treating them as equals. I felt she even regarded them as her saviors. Therefore, when Princess Luna ascended to rule Equestria, taking over the mess left by the war, she summoned these 6 most precious heroes of Equestria to be her personal advisors. She gathered them to establish new government departments, each pony managing one, and the responsibility of each department was to solicit opinions from all ponies to arrive at the best conclusions and ultimately find ways to implement them. So those are the so-called 6 departments? Yes. I looked around at the incredibly desolate, devastated wasteland before me. It was hard to imagine that this had once been the beautiful land of Equestria. Things did not seem to be going well. The Watcher fell silent again. After a while, he spoke up. Have you ever heard the old saying, the road to hell is paved with good intentions? If there is any lesson from the past of those 6, it is this. Night was approaching, and we approached a farm that was relatively well-preserved, with no animals inside. But smoke wafting from the chimney, bright lights shining from several windows, and lights spilling through the crack in the barn door. It was just the 3 of us ponies left. The Watcher had vanished with a burst of electronic noise, replaced by that annoying, old-fashioned patriotic music and a completely soulless mechanical sprite. Disaster kept a cautious eye on it until it drifted out of our sight. 3 thick wooden boards rose from the barren pasture, and a raven flew down, landing on the outermost one, slightly tilted. The smaller board looked like some remains of a fence. We cautiously and quickly trotted down the slope, across a rocky clearing, and reached the house. We needed a place to stay overnight, food to fill our stomachs, and if possible, especially medical supplies. The house before us felt as if it had been granted by Celestia herself, provided the ponies inside wouldn't shoot us for intruding. After all, in the equestrian wasteland, having hopes for hospitality from unfamiliar ponies was quite unwise. We passed a windmill that had lost more than half of its blades and was rusty, creaking in the gentle breeze. It might not be a good idea, I began to say, although there were no nauseating corpses or graffiti on the outside of the house. It didn't mean there weren't a room full of raiders inside. Vivi passed by me. Little skin, you shouldn't be such a downer. She raised her hoof, ready to knock on the door, but it suddenly swung open on its own, and the 3 of us were instantly bathed in warm light. Vivi blinked in confusion at the empty room before her, looked down, and discovered a small filly standing at the door. She was pink, a rather bright pink. Just like the pink pony on a giant billboard, only much smaller, quite a lot, and younger, not exactly the same pony. Although it was hard to define anything in the dazzling light, for some reason, I felt something was off about her. I first noticed the deep scar on her head, looking as if she had recently fallen and hit her head, possibly from a height. The bruise on her head was also quite severe. My first guess was that she had jumped off the barn roof, trying to fly. My gaze shifted to her side, searching for wings, but found nothing. She was indeed a ground pony. I also saw her flanks were empty. She was a bit young, but not so young that she was still blank. She was only a little shorter than me when standing, and I could deeply understand the situation of a long-awaited cute mark not appearing while in the refuge. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but start to feel sympathy for her. She had been waiting for her mark to appear even longer than I had. And she was still waiting. No, wait. I suddenly realized something was wrong. If the effect of the Manticore's potion was still active, I should have noticed immediately. Her coat color was not her real color. She had dyed herself pink. I turned to glance at Disaster and Vivi. From their expressions, it was easy to guess that they had also noticed, and their faces showed a bit of discomfort. "Hello, sweetheart," Vivi spoke, "your mother." My goodness. The little filly jumped up, squealing excitedly. Then, she quickly stuffed a hoof into her mouth, gasping as if startled. "No, you're too late. I waited for you all day, but now we have to close the door." Tears welled up in her big eyes. Vivi took a step back. "Oh dear. I'm very sorry, kid, but we don't." The fear on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by a big smile. "Of course not. As if we would close the door." She laughed joyfully, darting out of the house, rushing past us, and suddenly furrowing her brow. "But you better hurry. Some nasty things will be lurking in the fields at night." After giving this ominous warning, she immediately ran joyfully toward the barn. The three of us exchanged glances. I looked confused, but Disaster just shrugged and started chasing after the young pink girl. When we reached the barn, Vivi called out to her, "Sorry, sweetheart, but we still don't know your name?" "Pinkie Pie?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. Pinkie Pie struck a pose and pushed open the barn door. It looked like a party had exploded inside the barn, not in any aesthetically pleasing way, but more like a party that had swallowed a hoof grenade. Now the room was covered in party blood and party guts. "Welcome to the Pinkie Pie Museum." The girl almost jumped up. "This is the largest Pinkie Pie collection museum in all of Equestria." Pinkie Pie didn't slow down, not even pausing to catch her breath. "Did you know? Now it's your sightseeing time. Where's our tour guide?" She better not have fallen asleep again. "Oh wait, I'm the tour guide." This museum only had one huge room, with not much to see. But Pinkie Pie still earnestly stopped to show us one by one. Most of the exhibits decorated with deflated balloons and scraps of colorful confetti. They danced day and night. The best part is, Pinkie Pie invented the very first party in this barn when she was still a filly and got her cute mark. Vivi leaned closer to me and whispered, "I'm pretty sure that party was 250 years ago." Pinkie Pie was chattering away, and naturally, she wouldn't stop for our conversation. In the first few years of the war, Pinkie Pie traveled everywhere, throwing parties for the soon-to-be-deployed Ponyville Army, bringing them the taste of home, and most importantly, uplifting their spirits and putting smiles on their faces. Pinkie Belle waved her hoof at several framed pictures of Pinkie Pie, where Pinkie Pie, dressed in lacy and mesh outfits, danced on stage in front of nearly 1,000 ponies. This was how she was when she wasn't on a top-secret mission from Princess Celestia. The kid looked much younger. I shared my thoughts with Vivi, feeling that this little filly looked nowhere near as scary as that stupid billboard a few miles away from the farm. Pinkie Pie's only regret was that she couldn't throw parties for all the troops at once. Even with Daisy, she could only get close to that goal, so. Calamity raised a hoof to interrupt. "Are you talking about her friend named Daisy, or that drug called Daisy?" However, Pinkie Belle seemed not to notice his question. She walked proudly over to a familiar-looking poster and continued to explain in rapid fire. When Princess Luna decided to give her an entire department that could do anything for her, she seized the opportunity, and thus the Morale Department was born. It was a poster that read, "Pinkie Pie is always watching you," but this one was perfectly intact. The now middle-aged pink mare had a mischievous smile, as if she had just pulled off a fantastic prank. This time I saw her face clearly, and I swore there was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. I no longer felt guilty under the gaze of that poster. I just felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at like that. Artist, 1994. Pinkie Belle skillfully spun around and finally walked to a table displaying a set of chemical instruments and several samples. Pinkie Pie was truly skilled at cooking. When Princess Luna, announced that the drugs from Zebra Country were harmful to ponies, Pinkie Pie decided to prove they could be fun and add excitement to any party. She worked day and night, mixing Manhattan and some of her favorite things, creating Tada, Party Time Manhattan. Pinkie Belle raised a tin box, showing it off. "I want that box." Pinky Bell placed it next to the chemical instruments and continued explaining. At that moment, I completely forgot she was still rambling because I was using all my thoughts to remember the box's location. By then, the morale department had turned Pinkie Pie into a beloved idol, her spirit surpassing the limits of ordinary ponies' understanding, becoming a symbol of mysterious exaltation. Even able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Princess Celestia and Princess Luna. Well, that's not entirely accurate. The kids knew Pinkie Pie was always watching them. She would see everything they did. If they were friendly and well-behaved, doing chores and often smiling, they would be good kids. And Pinkie Pie would throw them a super amazing party on their birthdays. Pinkie Bell waved her hoof and warned us again, but if they were bad kids, Pinkie Pie would bring them a rock. What the heck? I looked at Vivi in confusion. At that moment, Pinkie Bell stopped, opened her eyes wide, and took a deep breath. Then she seemed to wait for something. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. Finally, Pinkie Bell sighed in disappointment. Sorry. I thought I had the ability to improvise a song. Vivi focused her gaze elsewhere. Forget about that. Where was I? Oh right, how Pinkie Pie throws parties now. Vivi turned back toward the little filly, a bit surprised. Now? Sweetheart, you should know that Pinkie Pie is dead, right? I saw Vivi raise her eyebrows and smirk a little, as if accepting this statement, but I couldn't reach her level. As I covered my face with a hoof, Vivi leaned over and half-jokingly whispered to Calamity, I think Pinkie Pie's ghost is lurking around here. I successfully missed most of the remaining content of this tour because I was struggling to figure out how to convince Pinkie Bell to part with one of her very precious treasures. When Pinkie Bell said she needed our help, I jolted and had an idea. In fact, I had the only recipe for Party Time Manhattan. Well, I knew that wasn't true. Calamity's friend also had the recipe, but this was probably the fastest and easiest way for me to get Manhattan at that moment. If I had the recipe, why would I worry about asking for a small sample? If you can bring me a limited edition Pinkie Pie magic figurine from the Pinkie Pie Museum that has gone missing, then I would be very willing to share the recipe with you. Bring that little figurine here, and I'll throw you a super party that ends all parties. I really shouldn't have made that joke, Vivi said, clearly startled by her own words, and nervously ran toward the narrow upstairs bedroom where Pinkie Bell allowed us to stay overnight. As Pinkie Bell explained that those special magic figurines were customized to resemble each department head, I immediately thought of that orange pony figurine with 3 apples on its side. Finding a figurine like that, especially one that belongs to Pinkie Pie, was like searching for a needle in a haystack. But Pinkie Bell insisted that those figurines would survive the great catastrophe, and she wasn't wrong. I had just come out of the shelter not long ago and found one. Maybe just a week ago. Calamity sat on the bed, pressing one ear against the wall while watching Vivi's distressed expression. Poor little girl, she looked so sad. Vivi stopped. That's right, that poor little girl is not happy at all, not one bit. She lowered her head, filled with pain. She must have gone through something terrible. I carefully examined Vivi, once again captivated by the golden red stripes in her silvery mane, which inexplicably reminded me of the pink and yellow of the Peace Department. At that time, I thought it might just be a coincidence or fate. But now, I began to suspect that those stripes, like the pink painted on Pinkie Bell, were a sign of excessive admiration. Vivi noticed me staring at her mane and surprisingly seemed to understand what I was thinking at that moment. It's not the same at all, she protested softly. Calamity continued to press her ear against the wall, listening intently, then suddenly jumped up. She's gone. If you don't want anything bad to happen, we better leave. He walked to the door and pushed the doorknob, but the door remained still. The door was locked. Maybe she just wants us to avoid those annoying things lurking in the fields at night to keep us safe? I speculated, but even I didn't believe my own words. Vivi squeezed past me, trying to open the door herself. It's okay, we're leaving now. I never want to be locked in a cage. Calamity had already walked to the window, looking down at the farm below. I stood on my hind legs, resting my front hooves on the windowsill, peering out through the glass. At first, I saw nothing but darkness. Then, a faint shimmering colorful light peeked out from the barn. As Pinkie Bell pushed open the barn door, creating just enough of a gap to slip through, then closed the door behind her, Calamity quietly waited, motionless. And after a while, the main door of the farmhouse opened, casting a rectangular light on the ground, outlining Pinkie Bell's shadow. The moment the door closed, Calamity turned around and kicked the window. The crash was deafening. If it weren't for our Pegasus friend helping us fly downstairs, this escape would have surely been discovered. We began to crawl through the farm, hiding deeper in the darkness. As we quietly passed by the barn, curiosity suddenly surged in my heart, and I slipped inside. Afterwards, when Vivi in disaster asked me why I sneaked into the barn, I said I wasn't sure myself. However, in reality, I had 2 reasons. First, the Party Time Manatee recipe was not at the museum, and I didn't see it at the cottage either. It could easily be hidden anywhere, in a book or under a rug. But I thought since Pinkie Pie considered that recipe a treasure, she wouldn't hide it in plain sight. So I had to hope it was in the barn. Second, the strange flash coming from the crack in the door reminded me of the carriage that Disaster had blown up, and that feeling unsettled me. I later asked Disaster about it, and he explained that some large sky carriages, the kind that can carry dozens of little ponies, use glimmering engines to create a magical zero-gravity field, allowing a single Pegasus to pull the entire train in the air. Just like glimmering batteries, those mysterious scientific engines still retain dangerous magical energy. Disaster didn't fully understand them either, but he knew that if you shot a hole in the magical engine of those carriages, they would instantly release hellish magical energy. The duration of that magical explosion is often short, but extremely intense. Just the thought that Pinkie Pie might have hidden something similar, like a stable magic bomb, in her barn made me deeply uneasy. What was that thing? It was a small geometric object, with surfaces twisted together. The whole thing was only the size of a barrel of apples, emitting a psychedelic and hypnotic colorful glow. I could feel myself staring at it as if enchanted, struggling to tear myself away from it. I looked around and found a safe. Most of the remaining things in the barn were useless. I slipped over and began to skillfully apply my unique lockpicking technique. The safe clicked open. Inside was my reward, the Party Time Manatee recipe. But I shouldn't take it for myself. I had picked up a lot of trash in raided slaver and raider hideouts. But this was stealing from a poor, underage little pony. However, Pinkie Pie had considered it a reward for my help, and my current action felt like outright theft. Completely unearned. I sat down, not knowing how long I had been staring at that safe. Finally, I used a levitation spell to pick up another item from inside the safe. A recorder that only recorded a single voice message. I copied the message into my beep beep pony and played it back. I couldn't recognize the speaking pony. She sounded very young. At least as young as Pinkie Pie is now. Peltree, my little sister, can always play beautiful music, as if many magical bells are ringing, and we all love it. But when Silver Bell is very scared or worried, that magic sometimes gets unleashed uncontrollably. She really doesn't mean to. It's just an accident. Raiders killed Dad and Mom. They killed them in a cruel and slow way and forced us to watch. It was terrible. I buried them at the end of the field to the east. I made a wooden board as a tombstone. It's a pity those broken boards can't last long, but I can't carve their names on stone. Dad and Mom's tombstone should have their names. Silver Bell has nightmares every night now. To be honest, most nights I do too. For several days, she has been silent and curled up. No crying, no laughing. She even started to refuse food. I didn't know what to do. You are my best friend. Love, Memory. I sat there stunned. Celestia above. You shouldn't listen to that. I turned around sharply and saw Pinkie Pie. No? I should call her Silver Bell, staring straight at my face. That is not your thing. At such a close distance, I could see that scar quite clearly. The horrifying truth poured over me like ice water. Silver Bell used to be a unicorn, and she sawed off her own horn. You want it so badly? No way. Pinkie Silver Bell stepped forward and closed the safe in front of me again. Suddenly, Vivi's voice came from behind her. You don't look like a Pinkie Pie. Pinkie Silver Bell froze, slowly turning around in front of me. She still blocked the safe, but I hadn't sunk so low as to push her aside to reopen it. You don't resemble a Pinkie Pie at all, Vivi said slowly and calmly, her tone not accusatory but filled with sadness. If you were to be compared to Pinkie Pie, you are her opposite. I saw the little filly in front of me trembling. Her emotions seemed to be pouring out of her, as if she no longer wanted to be trapped in her body. You didn't bring joy. When I saw you, I only felt sadness, Vivi continued, her tone very gentle. If Pinkie Pie saw you, she wouldn't throw a party for you. No, she would. Vivi paused for a moment. Maybe she would, but even if she threw a party, it wouldn't be to have a good time with you, but to help you, because you make her very sad. What do you know? The kind of laughter I know, real laughter, isn't forced. It isn't used to mask true feelings on the inside. Vivi Lamy slowly walked towards the little filly, who wanted to explode in anger, but also wanted to cry out loud. I know your heart has been severely hurt. This kind of hurt can't be healed by a party, and my healing magic can't either. As Vivi approached the little filly, Pinkie Silver Bell trembled violently. What happened to your parents is not your fault, and what happened to your sister is not your fault. Sister? I suddenly remembered those 3 thick wooden boards in the field. The furthest one was a bit crooked, as if it had been set up by a younger child. Her big sister, named Memory, went alone to the nearest neighbor's house, probably another farm 10 miles away, but was brutally killed while crossing the raiders' territory. Thinking of this, my heart shattered. No, it's all my fault. After saying this, Silver Bell broke down and sobbed. Vivi gently hugged her head, holding her tightly with her front legs, allowing her to lean against her mane and cry as much as she wanted. Footnote, upgrade. New skill, Math Fury. You can optimize the logical matrix of your Beep Beep Pony's auxiliary aiming magic. It is now 20 cooler. Chapter 10. Sailing Toward Correction. Yes. Thankfully, they didn't give me enough benefits to make me identify with them. That's really a good thing. Fireworks. Pinkie Pie, no? I really should call her Silver Bell. Called it fireworks. She had treasured it until she collected all the exhibits in the Pinkie Pie Museum. If you plan to throw a super party that ends all parties, you definitely need fireworks. Is that the kind of thing I was thinking of? Trackwrights muttered, staring fixedly at the strange object inside the barn that continuously emitted colorful lights. He had no intention of stepping another half step into the barn. Besides him, Little Days was also outside, helping the little filly onto her cargo cart. I transport any goods. This phrase was written on the side of the cart, next to several bubble-like circles, which I thought might be the trademark of that corpse pony. The watcher appeared again. The machine sprite quietly slipped into the farm under the cover of night, which startled me a lot. The unfamiliar guardian had clearly been closely observing us. Persuading the watcher to seek help from Little Days was much easier this time than last time, perhaps due to Vivi Lamy's previous warning. My tone was more gentle and polite this time. However, the watcher likely agreed so quickly this time because it was frightened by that thing in the barn. The watcher's panic reaction to that object was indeed beyond my expectations and startled me greatly. That kind of panic was unlike Vivi's fear when she first saw Little Days. Vivi's fear of Little Days was more pure. When I assured her that the zombie pony was our friend and not the greedy zombie ponies that chased us yesterday, Vivi smiled and then became very polite to Little Days. However, she still wore a frightened expression on her face and maintained a certain distance from Little Days. I thought it might be the medical pony inside her causing her to excessively reject the existence of the zombie. I had long anticipated that Little Days would come personally because the emotional comfort that Silver Bell needed was something we could not provide. Perhaps there was a place in Manhattan that could help that poor little filly if such a place still existed. My experiences in the wasteland of Ponyland had already proven that traveling with a pony like Silver Bell was far too dangerous. She needed love, comfort, a safe environment, and long-term treatment. Wandering the wasteland with her was utterly pointless. If we encountered raiders again, her scars would only deepen. I was even worried that her emotional trauma was too deep to heal, so I could never let her take that risk. With no other place to choose, New Appaloosa became the only place I felt was reliable. Moreover, it was incredibly difficult to find a pony who could take care of Silver Bell better than Little Days, perhaps apart from a psychiatrist. But most importantly, I knew Little Days would genuinely care for her. To my surprise, Trax showed up too. Although he had appeared friendly before, I had an ominous feeling about his arrival. I walked past him, approaching the strange object, carefully observing its upper and side parts without looking directly at its bizarre surface. Yes, the Calamity was also standing in the barn with the door wide open. He didn't want to get too close to that thing either. But it was out of reason and caution, not cowardice. That's a wildfire bomb, he said. There's an unexploded super magic in Pinkie Bell's barn. It's meant for fireworks. Sunlight pierced through the rolling clouds, casting a ray of sunlight, just like the night I first stepped out of shelter 2. But that night, I could only see a starry sky resembling an abyss. I knew that at this moment, above the clouds was a beautiful blue sky. How I wished to have that azure sky. But soon, the gaps in the clouds closed up, disappearing before I could fully open them. By noon, the overcast clouds became even thicker. As we exited the barn, Calamity asked Trax, "What do you plan to do about that ghostly thing?" "We were going to suggest that you knock down the barn with the bomb, but that might trigger an explosion. Damn it. We all know that even a slight touch could set that thing off." Trax said helplessly, "We have no options left." He raised his hoof to stop Calamity. "Do you mind if I talk to Little Days alone?" Calamity shrugged and then ran over to Little Days. As Trax got closer, my uneasy feeling intensified. "You know, if you keep sending ponies our way, we'll have to build a bigger town." Though he initially said it casually, I quickly realized his tone was becoming more severe. "I want to save more ponies from the slave traders," I admitted, thinking again of Bark City. "I sent them to you because you are the friendliest and most upright group of ponies I've ever seen. To be honest, sending the rescued ponies to a town that does business with slave traders made me feel a bit uncomfortable. I just hoped that with the influx of ponies abused by the slave traders, it would make them stop associating with them. Don't get me wrong. We appreciate what you're doing. You're saving lives out there, and no pony will complain about it. We'll give them a comfortable home, and morally, that child and those ponies from Old Appaloosa will be taken care of." Then came the main point, I thought. But Trax frowned and continued. "Because of your reckless and dangerous actions, we've lost 6 of our best drivers. One of them was my friend, and our bond is so long that I can't even remember how long it's been. You also destroyed our only train that could still run. Your actions basically burned all our agreements with the slave traders to the ground." Now I have to add extra guards to all the walls and send more guards to escort our caravans. To be honest, if they decide to make us pay for your actions, I'm worried about whether we can gather enough ammunition in town. My ears drooped, and I sat down on the ground, feeling cold inside. So, I'm sorry to say this, really sorry, but New Appaloosa no longer welcomes you. He tried to soften the blow. At least for a long time. I felt a bit numb. Trax glanced at Little Days and Calamity, who were trading the extra junk we collected along the way. Trax looked back at me. Little Days insists on continuing to do business with you, but I only allow her to trade with you at the front gate. The clouds in the sky had completely merged into one, and the wasteland of Ponyland was once again shrouded in a dull gray. Vivi and Calamity walked ahead of me, deeply discussing lyrics. Vivi, using some method, had gotten Calamity to agree to try a duet with her. My heart felt heavy as lead. But the news Trax brought didn't hit me as hard as I might have expected. It wasn't surprising. I didn't feel as if I had suddenly lost all support. After all, in my heart, I had never established a real connection with New Appaloosa, except for my admiration and respect for the author of the Wasteland Survival Guide. I had never thought of making New Appaloosa my home, especially after learning why Calamity didn't consider it home either. So now, I felt as displaced as I had last night. Silver Bell had left her Pinkie Pie museum. Before that, I had quietly asked for her permission to take a look at the recipe for Party Manta. The recipe was now in my pip-book. For various reasons, I hadn't told the other companions about this. Fatigue began to creep in on us. We hadn't slept, staying with Silver Bell until Little Days arrived. Even when that little filly cried and fell into a nightmare-filled sleep, we still stayed by her side. In the distance, I saw a white spire piercing the sky, reaching into the clouds. I felt a bit inclined to walk in that direction, even just to take a look, but that tower was several miles away from us. And going there would only add a few hours to our journey, since heading to that tower would only waste energy and time. My curiosity shifted to the small building ahead, and I quickened my pace to catch up with Calamity and Vivi. Vivi looked troubled by some question, stopping her songwriting. Calamity. If the Pegasi really live in the clouds, what do they eat? Vivi stared at Calamity. And I looked at the truck and the Calamity. Are you planning to take us up in the air to deal with those guys? Can you do it? Uh-huh. I blinked. This must be a whole new mode of combat. I nodded to Vivi, and she began to tie the truck to the Calamity. Soon after, we ascended. It was quite thrilling, the strong wind rushing past my fur, and I was no longer bound to the ground. I worried that I might fall, feeling a bit scared, but it was also very novel. Bang! Another raider fell with a thud. I aimed at the third target in my view and pulled the trigger with my tongue. My target collapsed into a pool of blood. It was far too easy. Now I had to reload or switch to another weapon. At this distance, the combat shotgun was useless, and I had lost my assault rifle during the fight on the train. All I had left was the sniper rifle. But it was too large and needed levitation magic or a stand to shoot. I looked at the truck and found I could set it up on a pole to use it. Oh woo! The Calamity shouted, bullets flying everywhere in the air, one narrowly missing his combat saddle. Damn it, little skin, see if you can hit that guy hiding behind the mailbox. Let's turn a corner so you can aim. I set up the sniper rifle, steadying it as best I could, and aimed down as the Calamity turned the truck. I aimed at an ugly mare unicorn with only a few purple mane hairs left. She was hiding behind a row of mailboxes, well protected. Holding a modified assault carbine with a scope, a super upgraded version of my previous assault rifle. I didn't fire, waiting for the Calamity to fly to a better shooting position. Now that raider was almost completely exposed, entering my line of sight, pouring a rain of bullets at us. I used auxiliary aiming magic to lock on the target, and as I pulled the trigger with my tongue, sending that raider to the afterlife, I almost didn't notice the Calamity scream. The artist, 1994. I felt the truck tilting at a dangerous angle. Calamity. Vivi beside me let out a wail. The truck was spinning rapidly in the air. I gasped. The Calamity was hit, the right wing pierced. He struggled with all his might to maintain the truck, emitting a painful grunt, blood seeping from his wing. Sorry, passengers, the Calamity cried out in pain. There will be a jolt soon. The truck suddenly dropped a bit, and both Vivi and I screamed. The Calamity steadied the truck and pulled it back up, attempting to land on the nearest intact rooftop. He succeeded. We almost landed heavily on that roof, sliding across the broken tiles, and the truck crashed down violently, breaking a wheel as Vivi and I were thrown out. My flying through the air wasn't the fun kind of free fall. I first hit the roof, then bounced back up, my shoulder exploding with pain, and finally flew into a pile of crates and ammo boxes, the former shattered. I quickly raised my head and saw the Apple truck flipping over the Calamity, making a loud cracking sound as it slid towards the edge of the roof, dragging the Calamity over the edge. The blood seeping from his injured wing left a trail on the roof, and the heavily injured Pegasus gasped for breath, struggling to kick his legs. trying to grab something to keep himself from falling off the roof. He finally stopped, using all his strength to clutch the eaves, trembling nervously. But the heavy truck still pulled him down through the harness tightly secured to him. "Help!" Vivi was moaning nearby. That lucky mare successfully landed headfirst onto a raider's intact soft mattress. Now that I think about it, it wasn't that lucky. I struggled to get up, enduring the pain in my body as I rushed towards the Calamity. Vivi zoomed past me, reaching the Pegasus first, trying to bite through the straps of the Calamity's harness. And I quickly ran over to assist her. The Calamity was about to give out, emitting painful moans. After a long few seconds, the strap finally broke, and the truck fell off the edge of the roof, shattering into pieces on the road below. Vivi knelt on the mattress. She initially wanted to flip the mattress over to show the less stained side, but the numerous bedbugs underneath made her abandon that idea. Staring at the memory crystal ball she found among the wreckage of the small trading caravan. In fact, she had never seen it before. Vivi had done her best to clean and stitch up the Calamity's wounded wing, finally bandaging it up, ensuring the Pegasus could fly again tomorrow. Of course, this was on the condition that he followed her advice, to stay on the ground until fully rested. She also treated our other wounds with healing potions and ointments. Our medical supplies were once again below the required amount. I hoped to scavenge some from these buildings. Those raiders must have stockpiled quite a bit. There was a door on the roof that led inside the building. Shortly after we severed the Apple truck straps, a raider suddenly burst out from the door, equipped with a metal rake whose tip was sharpened into a deadly claw, and was immediately taken down by the Calamity with his combat saddle. Even on the brink of fainting, the Calamity's shooting was still incredibly precise. Why is it called a wildfire bomb? I stowed away the sniper rifle, trying to stuff it back into my saddlebag without using levitation magic. In fact, I still had the ability to reload the wheat gold tower. But I had to hold that pretty gun in my mouth first. My companions looked up at me in surprise. I added, why is the one in the barn a bomb? I thought super aggregation magic was all about being cast directly with magic. The Calamity curled up next to the door on the roof, resting while keeping watch. Unicorns can cast magic directly, but zebras cannot. They can store magic in potions, talismans, artifacts, or relics. Their super aggregation magic bombs are either loaded onto magic missiles, like the kind that completely destroyed Cloud City, or smuggled into the city center and detonated, like the wildfire bomb that turned Manhattan into ruins. I nodded. The few ammo boxes left by the raiders caught my attention, and I found a few hoof grenades inside one of them. Great. I looked up at the Calamity, ready to deal with this house. I hoped all the raiders had been cleared out by us, so we could freely scavenge the supplies inside, but it might just be my wishful thinking. The Calamity nodded and stood up. Vivi also got up and walked past me towards the door. I bent down and bit the end of her tail. I tried hard not to think about what it tasted like, to stop her from moving forward. "Wait here," I whispered. "Let's scout inside first." Vivi let out an unwilling hum, but obediently stopped. The Calamity grabbed the doorknob, flapped his wings. Vivi sighed helplessly and pulled the door open. We were greeted by flickering lights and the pungent stench wafting from burning trash cans. I crouched down and felt my way down the stairs, the Calamity following behind me. Inside the room were 3 raiders, hiding behind cover, defending and nervously waiting for us to show up. I waved my hoof to signal the Calamity to back off, and I began to retreat as well. After a while, I greeted them with the few hoof grenades I had just acquired. Holy crap! A loud roar came from below, followed by 3 loud explosions. Then everything fell silent, with only the sound of debris hitting the ground. When we cautiously climbed down again, all that lay before us was a wreckage and 3 bloody corpses. There were no more raiders in the remaining rooms of this building. But before I announced that it was safe to scavenge this house, the Calamity and I still had to clear away some tripwires of landmines and disarm a series of hoof grenades hanging on the door. Unfortunately, neither I nor Disaster had the technical skills to safely disarm those traps and explosives, or to safely recover those hoof grenades. So, we resorted to the simplest method. We threw a wooden barrel over, then quickly made our escape. "Oh, can I go down now? I've really kept you waiting." Vivi ran down beside me with a blank expression. I covered my face with my hoof. Then I heard her gasp after seeing the massacre scene we had just left behind. I closed my eyes, shivered, and tried to push those damn things out of my mind, then followed her down. This neighborhood had a post office, a grocery store, and a small army recruitment center for the Pony Nation, which had been directly hit by a bomb and now only had 2 walls left. One wall still displayed a large recruitment poster. It read, "You can become a Steel Ranger too," along with an image of a pony with its front hoof raised, or rather a set of front hooves raised, with a spotlight shining on its forehead, wearing a fully enclosed armor shaped like a pony, standing on a ground littered with rubble and bloody zebra corpses. The rest of the recruitment center had collapsed into a pit at the bottom. The roof of the post office was where we had just hard landed. It seemed we hadn't landed in the wrong place. It was the building most worth scavenging. The raiders had hidden cigarettes and various odd items inside, enough for me to make a poison dart gun. But there were no medical supplies, which was a pity. The food in the grocery store had long been looted, and the raiders had turned it into their camp, gutting their prey and hanging the corpses from the ceiling. With filthy mattresses below and jars of disgusting food all over the floor. The place was filled with vulgar, blasphemous graffiti. Vivi insisted on entering the grocery store despite our warnings, but quickly ran out to a mailbox across the street and started to vomit inside. I hurried to the side of a unicorn corpse and picked up an assault carbine with my teeth, struggling to stuff it into my saddlebags, but ultimately gave up. I tied it to my water bottle with a strap and hung them both around my neck. Disaster had stripped some weapons and gear from another raider's corpse. Tossing their shoddy armor aside, he was now dismantling their weapons, reassembling the most intact components. I ran over to watch him work. Although I had done the same thing before, he was much more skilled than I was. Vivi looked a bit pale and called out to me as she ran. There was a seemingly intact safe in that pit. "Dear, do you want to take a look?" So I let her lead the way. Thank goodness, even without telekinesis, I could still use hairpins and screwdrivers. As I tried to pick the lock, I asked Vivi if she thought it would be alright to rest here for the night. "In the raiders' den?" She asked, puzzled. "Didn't you see their decorations? Not to mention how disgustingly unsanitary it is. I even suspect that they became your living targets so easily because they were suffering from diseases, no offense intended." I chuckled, shifting my focus back to the safe. "Besides, there might be more raiders around, and they could come to loot us too. If they come, would you still want to sleep here?" She hit the nail on the head. Even though I was tired, this was still a dangerous place to spend the night. The safe clicked open. I peeked inside and found another invisible pony and a book titled Zebra Infiltration Tactics Manual, with the cover reading "Know Yourself and Know Your Enemy. And you will never lose." There were also some old documents and a few glowing magic hoof grenades, along with a recording tape hidden behind them. I slid it into my pip-buck and started to listen. "I sent a device I found in Shattered Hoof Ridge to you. Intelligence indicates that the zebras have developed magical cloaking devices. But this device looks very much like something the Ministry of Magic would develop. It could even be compatible with the pip-buck. Although I really don't want to say this, it seems we have a traitor among us. If any pony is leaking our mysterious technology to the zebras, the princess will need to take action." The voice on the recording wasn't one I recognized. But I learned the name of the third department. The third of the six. 6 heroic friends and their 6 departments. Previously, I only knew of the morale department and the peace department, right? No, there's another one, but I don't know the name yet. That rear-kicking orange mare statue is clearly one of the limited edition magical statues that Pinkie Pie, Silverbell, and we spoke of. Her cute 3-apple logo matches the one on the handle of the Wheat Gold Trotter. In fact, I could piece together a connection between one of the heroes mentioned by the Watcher and the military factory protected by that biomechanical brain machine pony. This made me feel a bit uneasy. I had a feeling that I was destined to learn the stories behind these departments. But I was afraid I wouldn't like those stories. At least the peace department seemed like a benevolent department. Vivi began to sing. "The gilded cage is no more. Innocence still imprisoned. Retreat from the stage with grace, soaring free like a swan." Then Disaster joined in. And although his voice clashed a bit with Vivi's, he surprisingly kept the melody quite well. "The blind are not blind, closing their eyes. Clouds and mist obscure my true desire. Sincerely rise up, it's not too late. Shatter the old rules, spread your wings and fly high." Wow, that morning. I sat down on the ground for the second time, dumbfounded. Vivi and Disaster continued singing their song, unaware that I had stopped to stare at them. When I finally reacted, I quickly got up and hurried to catch up with them. Seeing my friends like this made me feel surrounded by happiness. A part of me, upon hearing that Vivi had composed a new song, remained in a state of euphoria. However, the more rational part of me, which I hated, felt that they were recklessly announcing their presence in a dangerous wasteland. I doubted that Vivi understood the wasteland any better than I did. Although she had stepped into it a few hours earlier, her experience was far less than mine, and she seemed more inclined to think from other perspectives, completely different from the wasteland dwellers. On the other hand, Disaster probably didn't care at all. He likely thought there wasn't much danger he couldn't handle. But I felt he had forgotten that he was traveling with 2 inexperienced ponies who couldn't even fly. I deliberately ignored that part of my thoughts. Now, my hooves could only keep moving thanks to that song. After we crossed a steep peak, Vivi and Disaster's singing abruptly stopped. I still didn't know how to transition the song, Vivi said shyly, but the effect of the chorus really impressed me. Disaster smiled in agreement. Already warming up to the singing plan, he spread his wings and flew to a jutting rock at the top of the mountain, crouching down. "There's something." He glided down to tell us. Ahead there's a group of ponies gathered around a pile of wrecked cars. Disaster checked the ammunition in his combat saddle. They looked like raiders. Looked like? I questioned. Disaster paused, blushing. Well, it's best to approach with caution. Better safe than sorry. Fortunately, they hadn't spotted us yet, so. Ponies, are you really so sure? A hoarse voice called from above. An armored griffin suddenly descended before us in a combat stance. With razor-sharp eagle claws and a jagged scar extending from its beak to where its left eye used to be. A 3-barreled energy shotgun was tucked into a quick-draw holster beneath its chest. The battle-scarred griffin was named Guad, and we had become her guests. I must admit, I found her quite charming. Gavard led us along the railway towards a place my little Pip marked as Hub 7. The so-called pile of vehicles from the disaster turned out to be a barricade made up of a rusty old train and some freight cars stacked on the tracks. Those train cars were quite strange. I had never seen livestock cars before. The wheels of the locomotive were long gone. The area was overgrown with cacti. And Hub 7 looked like it hadn't been operational for at least several decades. Now, the little ponies had converted the livestock train into a guard outpost. Shacks made of rusted metal sheets extended from that pile of freight cars. The distribution room across from us had now become their toilet, emitting a foul stench. Vivi raised a hoof to cover her nose, choking back tears. Disaster noticed me staring at the livestock train. I heard some slavers use those cars for long-distance transport of slaves on the railway, he mumbled, pausing for a moment before adding, but I've never seen it myself. Given the size and number of those livestock cars, I was shocked. That was quite a lot of slaves. However, it was clear that the ponies here weren't using them to buy and sell other ponies. Their armor was as mismatched as the gear I had confiscated from raiders. But upon closer inspection, I noticed some of the ponies were carrying various magical weapons. As we approached, most of the ponies were alert, immediately aiming their weapons at us. Hey, Gavard called out. Let them through. I want to talk to these ponies. I glanced at my companions. Disaster slowed his pace, curiously eyeing the armed ponies. Vivi, aside from being shocked, was more concerned about the living conditions of these ponies. A starving foal dashed from the shadow of a rusty metal cage, with a canteen around its neck, sharing it with a few other ponies. Vivi leaned closer to me, nervously murmuring, "Where are we going?" She followed us into the room, commanding a blue earth pony. The door slowly creaked shut and then slammed with a bang, sealing us in with this griffin. Ironically, if we were in a combat situation, the griffin had made a huge tactical error, 3 against 1. And we at least had 2 who could fight. I couldn't believe I considered myself a pony who could confidently face combat. It made me feel a bit uncomfortable. And I questioned more than once whether the Wasteland had made me better or simply changed me. However, it was now when my levitation magic was at its weakest. And if it came to close combat, we could easily be outmatched. It was this reasoning that made me accept Gavard's invitation. There was no other choice. First, Gavard glared at us. "Who are you? Who do you work for?" Disaster's fur bristled with anger. "Can we ask you the same question? Mind your manners, Pegasus. You're on our turf, my turf. I ask, you answer. Did Mr. Amber allow you to pass through our territory?" The grayish-white griffin leaned over the table, glaring at Vivi with its good eye. "Say that again." It scrutinized Vivi from head to toe. Vivi immediately stood up and said, "You're asking us about Mr. Amber. A pony we've never heard of. I'm asking you who he is. What is so hard to understand about that?" I struggled not to cover my face with a hoof. However, Gavard clearly saw something in Vivi and sensed the unicorn's frankness. The griffin sat back down. "It seems you really don't know, do you?" A smirk slowly crept onto her lips, distorting her scars in a way that made ponies uncomfortable. "Well, that is interesting." She scrutinized us, tapping her claws repeatedly. "So," Vivi prompted. Gavard leaned back and laughed. "Mr. Amber is the boss and kingpin of Shattered Hoof and the surrounding areas." Disaster muttered under his breath. "Bullshit. This place is far from Shattered Hoof." Gavard rolled her eyes. "That is true, but you can fly to Shattered Hoof in less than half an hour from here. A quarry named after the Battle of Shattered Hoof." "What is a quarry?" Gavard covered her face with a wing. "Really? You obviously understand what shattered stone is." She displayed an expression of disbelief before sighing. "Sometimes, rocks contain gems, unless a unicorn tells you which stones have them and which don't. You must break them all open to see what is inside. Come on, you must have passed through a stone farm to get here. You can't be completely unfamiliar with it." Vivi raised an eyebrow, confused. "A farm? How do you grow stones?" "Ah, simple. Just find a place where stones produce gems more easily, and then plant them there." Our ignorance clearly didn't impress the griffin. She waved her claws and continued. "Some ponies even frequently transport stones to another gem-rich area to increase the chances of producing gems." "That makes no sense," I suddenly interrupted. Blurted out, "Gems don't grow in stones like seeds." My mind was in chaos. "I think it's just a tradition," Disaster guessed. only making things worse. This tradition is stupid, I retorted. Those are just stones, and gems have no magic. A stone won't produce more gems just because you give it more love, or extra sunlight, or bury it in fertile soil. Gems might have magic, I said. Think about it. How many magical products require gems? You need gems to make magical weapons, to focus and amplify energy. I stared at Disaster, never expecting him to know so much about mystical technology. And I had never thought gems really had magic. Gavard offered us a job and promised to pay us bottle caps, letting us pass safely through here. Naturally, we had questions, so we began to ask, why us? Because you ponies aren't from around here. You don't owe loyalty to anyone in the vicinity, which allows you to do things I can't do, things Mr. Amber's employees can't do. She squinted at us. You understand what I mean? I slowly nodded. You want us to do something you can't do without betraying Mr. Amber. Isn't hiring other ponies to do your dirty work a betrayal too? Vivi asked. Gavard glared. Listen to me. I only owe loyalty to two things: contracts and bottle caps. In that order. Contracts first, bottle caps second. She leaned back, turning to look at the flags behind her. When my former subordinates decided to accept Red Eye's bounty and turn the caravans we were hired to protect into slaves sold to Red Eye, they regretted breaking that order. She turned to us. I made them pay for that breach of contract, shot them in the back. I think they should understand now that Talon never breaks contracts, not even for a barrel of bottle caps. Her smile became serious. It was a matter of honor. Red Eye, that guy from the Mechanical Spirit, is he involved in the slave trade? Yes, isn't it ironic? He promotes all that crap about peace, unity, and building a better future, but all of it comes at the cost of hundreds and thousands of slaves. I can't understand why so many ponies buy into his hypocritical garbage. Wouldn't a griffin do the same? No, he can't afford enough to make me bite into his poisoned apple. Gavard made a face and added, besides, his unification project doesn't apply to the griffin race. We're just mercenaries to him. So the griffin works for him? Yes. Gavard seemed to take this as a provocation or mockery, or perhaps just an unreasonable taunt. The Talons will work for anyone who pays, whether it's slave traders, raiders, or friendly residents or caravans, as long as the caps are enough. We don't play politics and don't favor any side, unless it's within the terms of the contract. This is how the Griffins have operated for 200 years. And Red Eye knows this too. Unlike typical employers, he unabashedly exploits our kind to bolster his armed forces. What are the Talons? Talons mercenaries, Godad proudly said. Turning to look at the flag, the best mercenaries in the Wasteland, even before Ponykind became a wasteland. She proudly tapped her armor. You won't find better. Why Godad finally ran out of patience. Enough. I'm not your kindergarten teacher. I'm hiring you to carry out a task for me. Do it well. And when I take you safely out of here, you can ask any questions you want. I glanced at my companions. This wasn't too difficult after all. It was right within my capabilities, because I basically didn't need to use my nearly exhausted telekinesis. Godad patted her claws again. Oh, one last thing. I had a bad feeling. What? Assurance. Godad laughed, a cold and unfriendly smile. It's not that I don't trust you, but I need to ensure you won't think about running off to tell Deadeye about our little arrangement. So one of you has to stay with me. No. Disaster nearly shouted. Or, better yet, I reasonably suggested, you can rub your butt on my horn. Godad was genuinely amused by this, waving her claws vigorously. If you decide you don't want to take this job, you can leave. I just need to call the little ponies outside to open the door. And then I will tell them you are no longer under my protection. She raised an eyebrow, pretending to give us time to think carefully about this no-choice dilemma. If you take this job, this is the sacrifice you must make. Well, my idea didn't seem very appealing to her. I glared at the griffin and said, fine. You can make me. I shivered, and then clearly said, become your prisoner. Godad thought for a brief moment, then shook her head. No. A razor-sharp claw sliced through the air, pointing at Vivi. She stays. My head echoed Disaster's earlier words. No. I opened my mouth, about to spew a string of curses that would put even raiders to shame, when Vivi stepped in first. I agree. What? I turned to her, shocked. Vivi just nodded, saying, I might be able to take care of the little ponies here, and this job needs your special skills more. Wait, Godad interrupted Vivi. Take care? Don't tell me you're another missionary. Vivi glared at the griffin and said, maybe before you insisted I stay, you should have learned more about me. Disaster handed me the binoculars and crouched behind a row of boulders on the mountaintop. I picked up the binoculars and looked down at the small valley surrounded by hills. Several tracks ran through the valley, ending at a fortress with an iron gate. Concrete walls rose high, surrounding the base, with barred windows. And the internal situation was hard to see past the barbed wire-covered roof, though there was a big hole in the wire leading to one side. That should be for unloading. The dirt road in front of the second thick iron door was filled with obstacles, and a watchtower monitored it, but I only saw a few ponies guarding it. Broken Hoof Labor Camp. Reforming twisted moral qualities through hard work and friendly care. We had been warned before that the valley was surrounded by landmines. That road would be a death trap. Even if I could sneak past the mines with an invisible pony, I still might not be able to get through that door. That iron gate looked like it could only be opened from the inside. If we wanted to sneak in, there was only one way that would work. I looked at Disaster, who seemed to have come to the same conclusion. We could wait until it gets darker and fly you in. I nodded. Are you sure your wings can fly? Disaster flapped his bandaged wings a few times. Yes, ready, no amount of bullets can stop us from flying. He quickly added, at least not when I'm not dragging an apple cart. He looked at his bandaged wings, his expression dimming for a moment. Flying and still carries risks. A pony-shaped shadow crossing the sky might be spotted by the ponies below, especially since they are on alert for griffins. I couldn't let Disaster take the risk of being shot down again. An invisible pony also couldn't hide both of us. I kept thinking about this issue, and then suddenly had an idea. It might work, but I still didn't want Disaster to fly with his injured wings, even though he just suggested it himself. Disaster, remember those mattresses in the grocery store? I asked. An hour later, the cloud-covered sky gradually darkened, and Disaster circled a few times in the sky, flying through the large hole in the barbed wire above the gravel pit. He held me with his front legs while I used telekinesis to let a sheet float below us, which we had taken from the bed at that raider outpost. A dirty, gray mattress, hiding our shapes in the deep gray sky. Broken Hoof has now become a home for some successful escapees. Many came from Hub 7, escaping from the cattle car transporting slaves at the time, and then made a living by raiding nearby farms. Just thinking about the captured slaves that my friends and I risked our lives, not to mention the lives of those innocent carters, to rescue, some of whom might end up becoming raiders themselves, made me feel nauseous. Just the thought that those former slaves could fall into the most despicable raiders made my skin feel like it was about to burst. Their leader is a pony named Deadeye, who is responsible for relaying messages for Mr. Amber. We speculate that Mr. Amber is a pony of higher rank than Deadeye. No pony has seen him except for Deadeye. Deadeye formed the raider group near Broken Hoof and operates the gravel pit. Godud told us that in the fortress, in Deadeye's office, there is a safe. The safe contains a ledger. Godud wants it, but didn't say why. To be honest, for my own reasons, I also wanted to see that thing. Disaster moved through the hole in the barbed wire with the agility of an arrow, gently landing on one side of the yard. See, he said in a low voice. Nothing difficult. In an instant, 2 Broken Hoof raiders jogged over. Disaster and I hid in the shadows, pulling the sheet over us and holding our breath. Did you hear anything? I heard one ask the other. I did, my stomach is growling. They only stayed for a few seconds, but those seconds felt particularly long to me. The stench from the fabric made my eyes water, and my stomach twisted constantly. I was afraid I would burst out sneezing or throwing up. Finally, I heard their hoof steps fade away and immediately tossed the damn sheet aside, breathing in fresh air. Disaster and I quietly made our way along the wall to the first door we had found earlier, which we discovered was locked. But it didn't take long to deal with that lock. This isn't the safe you want to open, Disaster warned me at the door. Adding up everything that makes ponies cover their faces with hooves in this world couldn't express how I felt at that moment. 2 vending machines stood on either side of Disaster, the lights above flickering on and off. The vending machines had long been pried open, and the sparkling cola and Dawn soda inside had already been looted clean. There was even a picture on the Dawn soda vending machine, the goddess Celestia rising behind a little pony drinking soda. Yet we still managed to scavenge quite a few pre-war coins from those 2 machines. Disaster shook his head and said, to be honest, I feel something's off. I don't know why we're doing this work. Isn't this just helping the raiders? I stopped and felt the same way. The reason we took this job was that we didn't have the means to fight those guys. Even if we got proper rest and recovered our health, it would still be an extremely tough battle. I took a deep breath. Besides, we could use this opportunity to gather information. I don't care about what happened in that raider camp. I only care about how to eliminate this source of evil. I shook my head and said, no, it's not just the situation here. It's everywhere. I began to organize in my mind those things I was reluctant to think about. I had seen many unusual things, even in the wasteland of Ponyville, which were particularly strange. On my first night outside, I was captured by slavers. They planned to cross a bridge guarded by raiders, thinking they could just pay a toll to get through, but the raiders shot first. At the time, I thought it was just my luck, but now I don't think so anymore. Disaster looked at me thoughtfully, pondering my point of view. The false goddess that appeared in Old Appaloosa was the new boss there. The slavers there had never seen anyone like her before. A guy named Stern sent that bitch from Manhattan to keep watch. And that should have happened a week or 2 ago. Disaster sat down, flipped his hat back, and fell into contemplation. I think that makes some sense, he chuckled lightly. But anyway, I've never taken a job from raiders before. Don't talk about it. Disaster chuckled. I bet you didn't listen at all. My hairpin broke. So I had to pull out another one and try again. I had a strong urge to see what was in this safe because I had just seen a leftover pre-war record on the terminal in the reception center. The terminal was encrypted quite heavily, so much so that the Shattered Hoofed raiders had never been able to crack it. Record 42. Just received news that the Shattered Hoof labor camp will close the reception center. The morale department has announced that the friends and family of ponies convicted of sedition and treason will no longer have the right to visit our prisoners until they are fully reformed. They are worried that prisoners will spread their harmful thoughts to their friends and family. This might be my last record. Fortunately, the severance compensation is quite generous. I plan to take my whole family to Cloudsdale. The world below is just too ugly for my children. We have done our utmost to contact the owners of the items still left in the lost and found, and most of the lost items will be sent out today. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough time and luck to wait for the special guest to arrive. It is said that Sweetie Belle has already run underground in Ponyville. I specifically stored her things in the safe. What strikes me as funny is that we have to close this office that has just been repainted. If they had told us about this earlier, it would have saved a lot of trouble, not to mention Guanguan's new clothes. Although we all regret that. That mare was just too unbearable for the ponies. Although it cost me a hairpin. I finally opened the safe. I later regretted that if I had been a bit more patient, I could have remotely unlocked it through that terminal. There was only one package in the safe. I carefully dragged it out with my teeth and placed it on the ground. I tugged at the drawstring with my teeth and easily opened it. I was surprised to find a cute little statue of a sexy white unicorn with a purple mane and 3 diamonds. There were other things in the package, but I completely ignored them. Are you lewdly staring at that statue, girl? Disaster interrupted my daydreaming. He looked at me impatiently, and my face immediately turned red and hot. The artist, 1994. She's a real beauty. I completely agree, but I think she won't be pleased with you staring at her like that. I was just taking a look. I stammered, focusing all my energy on levitating the little statue and stuffing it into my saddlebag. I knew I was risking exhaustion just to keep her, but I also didn't want to risk damaging the little statue with my teeth. The little statue vibrated, seemingly reluctant to rise from the ground. Suddenly, I felt a surge of magical energy, and then the little statue gracefully floated up. Whatever enhancement the little statue had, it indeed revitalized my unicorn horn. Though just a little, enough for me to levitate the little statue and even a small wheat golden tower. I spun the sexy, stunning little mare around and saw the inscription on it. Perseverance. Hoof note. Upgrade. New skill. Stable shot. Your attacks flow smoothly, gracefully, and accurately. In battle, you have a higher chance of dealing a critical hit to your enemy, equivalent to an additional 5 points of luck. Chapter 11. Gang Wars. I can't think of anyone who would willingly step into this place unless they were digging their own grave. The demise. All the ponies in Manhattan are dead. I was chatting with my best friend, Silver Spoon, on the terminal when the connection was cut, and at that moment, my best friend died too. I just hope she wasn't left to rot in the wilderness. A minute ago, she was talking to me about the concert at Hoofdrum Tower last night. And then she just left like that, erased from the world. Now they say Cloudsdale has also been attacked. And Ponyville has launched a counterattack against the zebras with extreme magic. No. Will they attack Ponyville? It's too inconspicuous. They surely won't attack it, right? I must hurry to warn Mom and Dad. Maybe they still have time to get into the shelter at Sweet Apple Acres. Please, it has to be open. Last week, Silver Spoon told me that the shelter technology was organizing the residents of the Manhattan suburbs to enter the shelter, but it was just a test drill. And it didn't cause panic among the ponies. Now it seems they might know something. I closed the record, and while playing it, I downloaded the remaining content into my pip-buck. I previously found some audio records scattered around in the guardroom. I pulled out a headset from the enhanced multifunctional pony armor, plugged it into my pip-buck, and listened to the audio with one ear. So I wouldn't have to divide my attention. Crossing the Shattered Hoof took much less time than I expected. The reason for the quick progress was that we concealed our movements as much as possible and didn't scavenge around for junk. The lost and found safe was an exception. But I perfectly hid my theft, closed it, and locked it again, so the safe looked like it had never been opened since the extreme magic explosion. Once reopened, no pony would know it had been looted. Strictly speaking, the interior of the Shattered Hoof was a wasteland. The monotonous gray was identical to the walls of the maintenance area of Shelter Number 2, but almost all the walls here had cracks, and the ceiling was in tatters. A nail was deeply embedded in the wall, and a small oil lamp hung from it, casting a faint flickering light on the gray-white walls. Outside was a dark, cloudy sky, and the small windows with iron bars on the high wall seemed like a pair of eyes of death, hollowly gazing down the corridor. From deep within the corridor came the extremely sad music played on the radio, We had re-entered the broadcast range of 3. Pony, Pony, on the highway. With a bewildered face. Pony, Pony, stumbling, walking towards the horizon. A little pony waiting for a birthday, throwing a grand party to lift spirits. Even though the fleeting years are gone and cannot return, one must not forget to look forward to the future. Oh no. I muttered behind a signboard that read "Work hard. Be happy," my gaze crossing several rows of unobstructed tables, landing on that brightly lit room. Inside, a little pony sat behind a desk, reading a book titled Application of Gem Resources, looking exactly like the deadpan expression described by Gawad. I could see at least one guard standing beside him, and possibly more that I couldn't see. The safe was right behind him, and there was no way I could sneak past. Even with an invisible pony, he would hear the sound of the safe opening half a step away. It was time to activate the backup plan. I whispered to Despair, "Do you have one?" Despair raised an eyebrow. "Of course. Drive them all to the guard car and give them a good kick." I couldn't help but flinch, recalling how well his previous plan had gone. "And the rest worse," he said, suppressing a laugh. "We're sure Vivi's plan is to just walk up and negotiate with them properly." I closed my eyes. We can't just wait for those bastards to leave. The longer we hesitate, the easier it will be to get caught. "All right," I finally said, "let's do it this way." Despair's eyes widened. "Are you joking?" Thanks to that fiery little mare statue restoring some levitation magic, I carefully floated up the sniper rifle and assault carbine, handing them to Despair. "Take these and hide in that room full of old flashlights," I instructed. Thinking of that room, which had no purpose other than having ponies fooling around inside, I would walk up and greet them. What if they shoot you? The communications network had been cut off. I kept trying to contact my parents, but was unsuccessful. At first, the network seemed overloaded, and dialing was delayed, but eventually, it became completely unreachable. It started to drizzle outside. The sky had darkened significantly compared to an hour ago. I thought the Pegasus must be mourning for Cloudsdale. Most guards had already left, and they had told me the prison code. Spoon said it was all up to me. No pony would risk releasing our prisoners. But why was it up to me? I shouldn't bear that responsibility. But if I didn't do it, those ponies would starve to death here. Yet some of them were real villains. Some even admitted to helping the zebras assassinate Princess Celestia in Shattered Hoof Ridge. If I released them, who knows what they would do? Which is worse, letting them starve here? Or letting them continue to torment the already battered Equestria? No. I'm just an inspector. I have no right to make such decisions. Dad. Mom. Silver Spoon. What should I do? I wasn't sure why I was listening to these recordings now. Out of curiosity. Maybe. Or perhaps I wanted to express my respect for the past by listening. Never mind. It doesn't matter. It's time to act. How did you get here? Deadpan frowned. Sizing me up, 3 energy weapons pointed at my head, although the brutish one on Deadpan's left could take me down with just his teeth. Damn it. Think of something fast. The Watcher might consider honesty a virtue, but sometimes the ability to lie is also a virtue. I came in using magic, after all. I'm a unicorn. I felt relieved that at least this excuse was plausible. If a pony didn't understand my magical prowess, it would be easy to believe this reason. I wanted to ask more. Why? What why? Why am I here? No, why are Maras different from stallions? The gray little pony asked sarcastically. I realized I was wearing reinforced stable armor, which certainly didn't look like that of a runaway slave. Deadpan looked at me with confusion. It made perfect sense. Let me tell you why. Little mare, Deadpan seemed to have made up his mind, glaring at me. Let's see how you handle things first. Show your worth, and then we can talk. I swallowed hard. Well, at least he didn't shoot me. What do you want me to do? I have a letter to send out. Not far, just to Yellow Rock Ridge. About an hour's journey. I have a map. You can download it onto your Pip-Buck. Deliver it and come back. Then we will talk. As he handed me the sealed letter from across the desk, I wondered if it contained something like "Kill the pony delivering this letter." Oh, you also need this hoof band. It will let Gawad know you can go through there. Who? I asked while putting on the hoof band, pretending not to know. That Griffin bitch who manages our reception. To be honest, she causes more trouble than help, but the boss seems to like her, so she stayed on until now. The boss? I thought you were the boss. The brutish one on Deadpan's left showed a hungry smile, and I immediately left without saying a word. Just after I walked away, a guard from Deadpan came running toward me. He casually signaled a little broken hoof pony outside to follow on my other side. Clearly, they wanted to ensure I could find my way out. As we approached the small room where Despair was hiding, I tried my best not to raise their suspicions. Raising my voice to ask, "So, escorting ponies out is your job? Are you a guard?" "No, I'm just someone responsible for breaking rocks." I raised an eyebrow. "Responsible for breaking rocks? What is your background?" He looked talkative. "Slave traders attacked my family's farm while my wife was trying to hide our children. I and my brother resisted their attack, but they not only killed my brother, but also took my lovely wife and kids, leaving me there to die." As he spoke, His expression darkened. He squinted slightly, looking sad and a bit agitated as he said, I'm just doing hard labor here to get shelter. I'm not a raider. And I would never do those dirty things. I just deal with stones every day. Thank the goddess. I'm not the only pony with such a fate out here. I nodded seriously. What else could I do? Then came a suffocating silence. I could hear a radio from a nearby room. The music ended, and 3 began reporting the news. I stumbled and stepped into empty space, suddenly startled. The broadcast was about me, just like last time. The poor ponies I rescued were safe, but I had actually died. Well, at least that's what the broadcast said. Some ponies must have speculated that I died in a train accident. If not, then some pony was spreading rumors. I turned to another guard and asked, So what about you? He glanced at me. I won the annual unicorn kicking contest and joined in. Then there was another silence. The path we were taking was different from the one Despair and I had taken. This path leading to the backyard was straighter. There were several open doors along the path, leading to a theater and kitchen. Through the large doors, I could see an old stage with tattered curtains. I thought Sweetie Belle, the first supervisor of Stable 2, might have performed on that stage. Tables and chairs in the theater were haphazardly arranged, with a group of raiders huddled around a pot of grayish-white stew. The air was filled with the smell of stew and the stench of unwashed ponies, mixed with the faint odor of already rotting corpses. I opened the next recording on my Pip Buck to distract myself. I reacted too slowly. I should have anticipated what would happen. No wonder the remaining staff fled so quickly. I should have realized that when the central computer discovered we were severing our connection to the outside world, it would immediately lock down the broken hooves and activate the anti-escape protocol. It was only when I finally made up my mind to release those prisoners that I found out we were all trapped inside. I know the law of the jungle, and I can hardly imagine what they would do to me when they discovered there were staff members stuck with them here. I took food from the fridge in the guard room and locked myself in this restroom. I also locked several other doors. If I'm lucky, they won't think there's a horse behind this locked door. If they break down the door, I would be completely helpless. I brought enough food and water to last about 3 days, along with some medicine. I can only pray that these supplies will get me through until they find a way out, before they discover me, as this is my only chance. As soon as we stepped into the courtyard, the guard turned to me and shoved me hard against the wall. You want to know my story? He yelled. I'll tell you. I was a merchant in a trading caravan, protected by the mercenaries of Gward. I witnessed their plan to turn us into slaves and sell us to slave traders, and I saw her deal with them. So why am I here? She put me in here, just like we all know she put you in here. My ears drooped as I felt the stone wall scraping against my back. I didn't belong here. I should have been with Gward. But if one can't understand the variables in the market, one isn't a good merchant. So I chose to support Deadeye. The guard with a merchant background said to me, his deep voice full of anger, Gward is heading to the guillotine. Trust me. When the axe falls, you won't want to be on the wrong side. The 2 guards turned away. One of them chuckled. Why don't you teleport out right now? They turned and locked the door, leaving me in this stone courtyard. I looked around and realized that the prison holding the little ponies would have features to prevent unicorns from teleporting out. Although it was a very rare magic, they were still prepared. I walked over to the mattress we had thrown here, hid behind it, and switched to the next recording, waiting for disaster. This time the voice was very faint, almost drowned out by the intense arguing in the background. The situation for the prisoners outside was worse after the lockdown. The food in the storage room was only enough for them to last less than 2 days. Now they were starving mad. I could hear them arguing outside about who to eat first. No. How could they do this? It was beyond creepy. The noise was interrupted by a scream from some little pony outside, clearly muffled. The background noise grew louder, and I could clearly hear a little pony shouting, Kill her. No. Don't let me hear that. Celestia, Luna, I beg you. I couldn't take it anymore. The endless darkness of night enveloped me and disaster. As he flew me toward Yellow Rock Ridge. Why do we have to help that Deadeye guy again? I still wanted to try and help Gward open that safe. Remember Vivi and her claws? Of course, he said decisively. For the next few minutes, we flew silently. Where are we going this time? We can't see anything at night. I had marked the destination on the Beep Beep Pony map, but I didn't want to lift my leg to look. Moving around on a flying Pegasus was clearly unwise. So I directly activated the visual enhancement spell. However, there was nothing. If I hadn't forgotten to set the path to Yellow Rock Ridge, then we must have strayed off course. Damn, we flew too far. Disaster made a sharp turn, the cold night wind sweeping over my coat and mane. Turning the corner, a few clusters of dim lights came into view. Was that the destination? It looked more like a messy camp. I checked the visual enhancement spell. Now I saw the marker. It was at the edge of the map. No, we flew in the wrong direction. Yellow Rock Ridge should be behind us now. Disaster did not turn around. Hold on, don't say anything. I want to see what that camp is. He flew a bit lower, trying to skim over those light sources. As we approached, I could make out a bunch of tents, cooking pots, and some little ponies. When we got closer, I saw a red and black flag with an abstract white eye, the dark red iris in the center. The little ponies below were not only fully armed, but numerous. I noticed a few griffins among them, identifiable as Gward's mercenaries by their armor, but they wore scarves emblazoned with red and black eyes, which clearly did not belong to Gward. They should belong to a different faction. Behind the camp, I also spotted several rows of slave trader carts. Disaster flapped his wings. Mumbling in pain, what a nightmare. He took me higher into the night sky, hoping to slip back into the darkness before the ponies below noticed us. Disaster, I whispered. Hearing his complaints, your wings. It's fine, quiet, he said. Deadeye glanced at me up and down. I didn't mention the slave trader army stationed with the red eyes. Good job, he finally said. Go take a break. You look like a toy that got played with by a griffin. Come back tomorrow, and I'll give you another task. After you complete it, you will be one of us. With that, he waved his hoof, signaling me to leave. To my surprise, no pony came out to escort me this time. I had barely walked a few meters out of the hall when Deadeye directly took all the guards out of the office, and the door was still open. They turned to the other side and walked away. I stopped. There were no ponies guarding the safe. This was too easy, completely effortless. I activated the invisibility spell. The safe was difficult to open, but still within my capability. With a click, the door opened. Inside was only a ledger. One of the two guards was the merchant pony from before. They stood on either side of the door. I changed direction and crouched down. Just as I was about to crawl under the table and slip between them, one of the ponies closed the door. I felt like Luna had just given me a hard time with a crescent moon. I slowly turned around. Deadeye was staring at his safe. You think she stole the ledger? The merchant pony asked, and my heart leaped into my throat. I think our little spy did what Gward had her do. Deadeye said with a smile. That's even better. Let that griffin reap what they sow. He turned to his guards. Get ready. The red-eyed army will attack Broken Hoof at dawn the day after tomorrow. We must be flawless and ensure he gets in smoothly. It's time to meet this big character in person. My mind was in chaos. Deadeye was doing business with the slave traders? He was preparing to let the red-eyed army in, capturing the little ponies he was supposed to protect? This was betrayal, just like the betrayal from Gward's subordinates. But this time on a much larger scale. Deadeye strode to the table, slamming his hooves down. And I had to raise one of my hooves to avoid being hit. I struggled to maintain my balance, feeling beads of sweat trickle down my forehead. Deadeye leaned forward to grab his gem resource application. My heart sank as I realized I was stepping on it. In an instant, I lifted my hind leg. It was even harder to maintain balance now. My whole body felt extremely weak from the severe lack of sleep. I frantically searched for a perfect place to land before I fell. The door burst open, and I crashed heavily to the floor with a bang. Two earth ponies rushed in. Deadeye jumped back, clearly startled, and the book fell to the ground. Sir, sorry to interrupt, but we have intruders. Deadeye looked at the two little ponies, the unicorn filly, so high profile. He casually raised his hoof. No, sir, this time it's just a Pegasus. The moon is up. The little beep beep pony reminded me that my invisibility magic was about to wear off, and I had no choice but to push with my hooves, dodging the nearby ponies, and barely squeezed through the middle. I charged straight towards the open door. Exhausted, I used the last bit of my strength to rush to the rendezvous point. Calamity was hiding under that mattress waiting for me. Stop hiding, they already found you. I got the bill, let's go. Damn, they know I'm hiding here. I woke up from a nightmare and accidentally knocked over the trash can. They heard it. It won't be long before they break in. I could hear ponies on the other side of the door shouting some crude slogans, swearing they would do something to her. I no longer had to guess what they would do to me. Their previous actions had already shown me, and I wouldn't let them have their way. Guess what? This piece of junk gun might just save me. First, I'll smash the mirror with the gun's handle. Then I'll have the shards. It will hurt, but if I'm quick, it won't hurt for long. There's only one record left. The 7th hub station gradually came into view, and the exhausted Calamity landed there with difficulty. The surrounding ponies aimed their weapons at us, their magical energy weapons glowing fiercely, and Gward approached. Welcome back, you two. I was worried about you. She looked us both over. Got the bill? I hesitated and nodded. Yes, but before you look it over, I want to see it first. And there are some things you need to know. Gward raised an eyebrow. Oh, she asked, scrutinizing me. Deadeye knows about this. He nearly let me steal it on purpose. And I overheard him say he wants you to reap what you sow. Gward sat down and stared at me. After a moment, she spoke. You impress me. You didn't have to tell me this. Then she squinted. So why did you do it? What's in it for you? I shook my hoof. I have more information, but my friend and I need to rest here first. You need to ensure our safety before I tell you. Gward laughed. A scar on one side of her face twisting. No problem. It's settled then, she said bluntly, While you sleep, I want to look through that bill. I nodded. It wouldn't take me long to look through that thing. Gord led us to a livestock car, and as I climbed in, I immediately saw Vivi, feeling a wave of relief. She was curled up on a bed made of slightly moldy hay, softly talking to one pony while tending to another with a bandaged hind leg. It seemed to be our precious remaining bandage. I really wanted to know how many medical supplies we had left, if any. And your wings, I told you. Calamity was pushed into a corner of the train by Vivi, which clearly had become her makeshift clinic. Let me see your wings first, then I'll change those bandages. I shook my head, feeling a mix of admiration and despair. I followed her, too tired to even appreciate her beautiful tail. I found a pile of hay that looked dirty but soft, squatted down, and pulled out the bill. As I flipped through it, I found records from a long time ago. The latest entries made me feel quite suspicious, no matter what Deadeye was plotting. I felt that forging the books was part of his plan, hoping these gruesome records were fake. But these old records had faded so much that it was impossible to change them without leaving a trace, at least not for a land pony. I suddenly found myself wanting to know what a cute mark skilled in forgery would look like. I easily found the records I wanted. Some nearby farmers had begun to resist. They had gotten some firearms from a caravan that passed through last month. One of them shot a few rounds at a raider squad heading east. Mr. Gold didn't care about this. He just wanted the ore to keep flowing in. So I figured it was time to let those farmers know why they should do as we said. Tomorrow, I'll send some guys to Bell Farm for a demonstration, giving them a vivid lesson, so they won't have any room for rebuttal. I calmed my emotions, stood up, picked up the bill, and stepped outside to talk to Gord. What now? Gord looked up from the bill after reading it, staring at me across the desk. Now you go to sleep. We'll discuss it at breakfast tomorrow, and once it's done, you can leave. By then, all the patrols and outposts at the border will know I allow you to pass. You've completed your task. A verbal contract is still a contract. And I want to go back on my word. Gord frowned slightly. What a pity. We could have had a skilled doctor. Then what will you do? What will I do? I pointed at the bill with my hoof. What will you do now? Gord took a deep breath and straightened up. Mr. Gold has a contract with me to protect the shattered hoof and the ponies inside. It's not hard to prove that Deadeye has now become a potential threat. She poked the bill with her talon. I can't just sit by. I know Deadeye is plotting something dirty in secret, but this has crossed the line. It's too coincidental, as if Deadeye's betrayal was tailor-made to provoke Gord. I told her my thoughts. She laughed, her tone tinged with a bit of bitterness, but still humorous. You think I don't know? I could guess what she was planning. Another question came to my mind. What would you do with this place once you're in power? She glanced at me. Shattered hoof. What will you do with it? She said softly, I want to take power. I want to do that, not even if Deadeye dies. Mr. Gold operates here, and I still have a contract with him. Well, I nodded while pondering. What would happen if you didn't? Would that griffin really let us go just like that? I nodded. Vivi looked not relieved but surprised. We'll be spending the night here. We need to get some sleep. I had a headache. Vivi bringing up this topic at this moment felt extremely rude to my sleep-deprived mind. Little skin, while you and Calamity were out stealing, I had a very interesting conversation. I sighed wearily, completely uninterested. Do you see that stallion over there? She asked, pointing a hoof at a shadow in the corner. I guess that's a sleeping pony. His name is the Preacher. I nodded, vaguely remembering Gord mentioning the Preacher. He said he came here to convey the will of the goddess given to the red-eyed. My ears perked up. Vivi had successfully caught my attention. The goddess's will? I asked. Her tone made it clear it wasn't he referring to Celestia or Luna. Vivi nodded. He said that since he was a foal, his goddess has been talking to him in his dreams. Her tone indicated she didn't quite believe the Preacher's tale about his imaginary goddess. I suddenly wanted to rush to 10 Pony Tower and talk to 3. He seemed to have an information network that, while not perfect, was good enough to make ponies incredulous. Or some magic or technology that allowed him to know what was happening in the Wasteland. I wanted to exchange information with him and see how much he knew. To see a complete picture of the Wasteland, I still lacked some clues, and if any pony knew those clues, it had to be 3. Vivi seemed to understand my explanation. She spoke again. Well, if it's true, then what the Preacher said sounds even more like an ominous omen. She led me to the most secluded corner of the livestock car and whispered, according to the Preacher, that goddess only chooses to talk to a very small number of ponies. I found myself somewhat skeptical. Is it a choice? Or does that so-called goddess have limitations on her abilities? And the red-eyed was the pony who talked to her the most. However, the missionary was not very sure. Red-Eye paused for a moment, searching for the right words to express himself, and received accurate instructions. He believed the information Red-Eye received was distorted. Vivi was clearly not satisfied with this analogy, but I understood her meaning. Perhaps, Vivi continued, perhaps he didn't listen at all. In any case, the missionary was here to spread the true will of the goddess, warning everyone to stay away from Red-Eye and his slave-trading army. I recalled that a fully armed Red-Eye army was stationed just a few hours away from Shattered Hoof. Clearly the missionary hadn't gone far enough to know this fact. I hesitated to ask what this true will was. I really didn't want to directly ask Missionary Benma, although that would provide an answer free of Vivi's own biases. The cost would be a long sermon, and I was too tired to think deeply about that information. Perhaps it meant this: honor me, follow me. You will receive my guidance, and you will ultimately become one with me. Vivi had clearly been pondering this sentence for hours, and I finally understood why Gawad was so wary of taking in extra missionaries. I nodded at Vivi. That pile of hay is calling me. We'll talk to Gawad about it over breakfast tomorrow, and then we can leave. However, I wasn't sure if I really wanted to leave now. Before going to bed, I played the last audio recording. This time, the knocking outside the bathroom door was louder and more rhythmic. It sounded like the horses outside were using a piece of furniture as a battering ram. I could hear the door frame gradually cracking. The voice of the mayor was faint, muttering to herself. I can hear you banging on the door, but you can't come in. I can hear you. I can hear you. I just realized I recorded this too. Only you fools will get to hear it. Fuck your whole family. Fuck your ancestors for 8 generations. Who am I? I felt like I was turning red, splashing everywhere. Drip drip. Hey, Silver Spoon, let's paint this town red. Or at least paint this bathroom. Oh, keep banging. You dog bastards. Even though I haven't figured out my cute mark yet. It's fine, just a stupid cute mark. A diamond crown? Really? What the hell does that mean? I mean, I have diamonds. Celestia knows I've identified countless diamonds and sent the best ones down every year. There are some things you will never get. Just like you'll never catch me. I am the jeweled crown. You bastards will never catch me. I want to escape. Really, but what does a crown mean? Hee. You can't catch me. You can't catch. Catch. Artist, hoof note, upgrade. New skill, silent running. You have learned to move quickly while remaining silent. You can sprint without alarming enemies. Chapter 12, without hesitation. So you think you can defeat me on my turf? In my town? Come on, let me see. Breakfast. I placed a small pile of bottle caps on the tin counter, and soon a small pony with brown fur. A cute mark resembling roasted meat, and covered in scars took a skewer of roasted rabbit meat from the grill. Regardless of whether we counted as guests. We had to pay, but there were no other options. I picked up my breakfast, the aroma wafting through the air. I brought it to the dining table, where Disaster was already happily devouring a bowl of oatmeal. Little Hoof, what are you doing? Vivi Lamy almost screamed as she saw me approaching. I stopped and looked at her in confusion. Vivi looked quite frightened. You wouldn't really eat that, would you? Little Hoof. Vivi raised her hoof to her face, striking an exaggerated pose. That's meat. I quickly swallowed my breakfast. It seemed my wish for a peaceful meal had gone up in smoke. Vivi squinted her eyes. We are vegetarians, she said bluntly. Of course, now I remembered that fridge used to belong to raiders, and the food inside was indeed questionable in origin. Disaster finally lifted her head from the bowl of oatmeal and joined the conversation. We can definitely eat meat, we just don't like it. It's not very good for our bodies. Disaster glanced to the side, pouting, with bits of oatmeal still on her lips. Our brothers once had a contest to see who could eat hot dogs, which meant they had to force that disgusting thing down our throats. Vivi looked very shocked. Besides being meat, what's worse is that they're 200 years old. I felt my appetite diminish significantly. Ugh, Celestia above. I hope they've been frozen for those 200 years. Vivi raised her nose high, proudly trotting away from our table. As soon as she left, Gawad approached us with a plate of roasted mice. She looked at Vivi with extreme disgust and quickened her pace to run away. Gawad sucked a mouse tail into her mouth and swallowed the whole mouse. Turning to us, what's wrong with her? I guess you all will finish breakfast before you leave? Gawad asked, chewing on roasted vegetables and rabbit meat. I told Gawad about the Red-Eye army. Her expression grew serious. Do you need escorting out? This question had been troubling me all night. Not the escorting issue, but the leaving issue. I could leave right now, completely putting Shattered Hoof behind me. Missing out on the drama that was about to unfold here. Leaving those ponies to fend for themselves. I had to admit I had thought about it. Especially considering that staying would certainly mean getting shot, and very likely dying. Is there any pony or anything here worth risking my life? Even putting my companions' lives on the line? I had been thinking about staying, I admit, just to stay a little longer. Gawad smiled at me. The Watcher had told me to seek my virtue. What virtue can be found in standing by and doing nothing here? Well, maybe out of reason. Is reason also a virtue? Or self-preservation? To be honest, I really couldn't think of a greater mission. As far as I was concerned, slavery was dirty and vile. And I wanted to pull Red-Eye out. Yes, I sensed some signs that Red-Eye was brewing something big. But what drove me to investigate was merely curiosity and concern. Although I was moving toward the goal of stopping Red-Eye, I could still leave. even if I was determined to make this my mission. But there was a small troop of red eyes just over the hill. If I really wanted to teach those slavers a lesson, why not stay here? Maybe we need to talk, Disaster said to me. Gawad stared at me thoughtfully, clearly weighing her options. In the end, she made a decision. If you're interested in staying, then I have a contract for you. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, how about taking out Deadeye for me? My ears perked up quickly, and Disaster stared at Gawad in surprise. Me? Why? Gawad's expression grew troubled. Because if you don't do it, I have to do it myself. While I'm sure this still falls within the scope of Mr. Yellow Diamond's contract, it has negative political implications. Deadeye has a lot of supporters, and I don't like having to constantly watch my back for spears. That feeling is not pleasant. I don't think hiring us to take that guy out will prevent you from becoming a target of Deadeye's supporters. Maybe not, Gawad agreed, but it's worth a try. Right? She added, turning her gaze to me. Ultimately, it's up to you. My mind was in a jumble. Should I kill Deadeye? Damn, I've wanted to do that for a long time. I had thought about how to kill him and even devised several ways. But to be hired to do this? I've always been a volunteer cop, but am I really ready to become an assassin? Less than 2 weeks ago, I was still living in the second shelter. If I take this job now, what will I become by the end of the month? What about by my next birthday? I would consider it, I honestly replied. Gward wrinkled her brow, clearly wanting an immediate answer as there wasn't much time left. There was less than a day before the Red Eye Brigade marched to Shattered Hoof. Suddenly, I thought that based on my understanding of Gward and the Talon mercenaries, if I asked this, she would respect me more. What will we gain from this mission? What is the reward? I swear I saw a hint of a smile at the edge of Gward's beak. Deadeye has a key, always hidden in her tail. And that key can open the vault beneath Shattered Hoof, down to the old mines. It made sense. A place like Shattered Hoof would naturally be built on a gem vein. They couldn't rely solely on rock farms. Once the gem veins were exhausted, what else could those mines be used for besides storage? The last news from the Jewel Crown even mentioned sending the best gems down below. What's in the vault? Gward said proudly, your reward, no matter what's inside. It could be gems or weapons. The gems collected by the little ponies before the cataclysm were used to make magic energy weapons. The armory there was already filled with such weapons, and it was reasonable to assume there were more in the vault. To me, it seemed unrealistic to hide a pile of magic energy weapons beneath a prison. After all, they couldn't possibly make weapons here. You can't do this. Disaster furrowed his brow. We have to agree with Vivi this time. Little Pip, he said directly. We know the Talon mercenaries, and we even respect them a bit, but we are not mercenaries ourselves. If you take this job, we won't accompany you. Vivi added another jab. Do you remember the song I wrote about nobility and sincerity? I wrote it for you, Little Pip. In every way, you don't deserve it now. To even consider doing this. She stepped away from me, her voice soft and regretful. You disappoint me too much. I felt my heart bleed. But the more they shouted at me, the more I realized I had already chosen my path. I just needed to make them understand why I was doing it. Silverbell. They both quieted down and looked at me. After a long, unspoken pause, Disaster asked, what does Silverbell have to do with this? I felt powerless, but incredibly firm. Silverbell's parents were killed by raiders, and those bastards forced Silverbell and her sister to watch. Do you remember? I could see Vivi tremble a bit. Of course, we do. They made them watch, helplessly. I stomped my hoof heavily, saying it word by word, deliberately slow, as they slowly killed her parents, very painfully, very terrifyingly. I asked again, do you remember? My companions fell silent. Those raiders came from here, I emphasized to them. They were acting on Deadeye's orders. I spat. It was written on his bill. I saw it with my own eyes. Disaster spoke first. Then everything changed. Vivi was slightly shaken, but still firm. What changed? We no longer think of this as murder, Disaster said without reservation. This is justice. Vivi shook her head. You mean revenge? No, it's justice, the purest literal meaning. Disaster nodded at me. We join. He gave a meaningful glance at my horn. How's your levitation magic? It regained some vitality after resting, but I admitted I still couldn't lift a train car. I can control firearms, though. How about your wings? They are raiders, Disaster said flatly, stretching his wings out. Honestly, I'm puzzled why we should help them. Just let them kill each other with the slavers. And then we'll deal with the stragglers. I had a different viewpoint. In fact, not all the ponies here are bad. I thought of that rock worker who escorted me out and joked with me. I truly believe this place could change. Perhaps becoming a trade town instead of a raider stronghold. Though I said that, I knew it was just foolish daydreaming. I quickly added, my opinion is to kill Deadeye, find Mr. Topaz, negotiate for coexistence if feasible, or eliminate him if not, and then let Gward take over here. I kept Disaster in the yard to study the Zebra Infiltration Tactics Manual while I snuck in alone. He didn't tea like that at all. But I explained I had a big plan to explore areas in Shattered Hoof I hadn't seen before and find a way down to the mines. When I first arrived in the yard, Disaster immediately spotted the hydraulic cargo lift's metal platform, but the control platform was damaged beyond repair. If it could operate, it could only be controlled from within the mines. There should be other ways. Somewhere there should be a door to get under the prison, and I wanted to know where that door was. Now, I felt I had found it. I stood behind the dilapidated stage in the cafeteria. Beside me was a large, dirty curtain, hiding the dark backstage from the dining area where the raiders were eating. Countless dust had accumulated here. I dared say no pony had ever pulled back this curtain, nor would they. It was filled with rotting stage props and hundreds of pony skeletons. Countless bones filled the entire room, spilling out of metal boxes. If the flesh of those skeletons hadn't completely decayed, the pile of bodies would easily be 3 ponies high. Those guests of Shattered Hoof had turned into such savage flesh-eating tribes, and in the end, each of them died here. I discovered their records, their graffiti. I wondered why I wasn't tripped by the mountain of bones. A giant mural covered the wall, depicting a warrior who looked incredibly noble. I had seen his statue in Ponyville, raising his front hoof, standing on his hind legs. Despite the mural being severely faded, it was still clear that Celestia herself was standing behind him, radiant and beaming with approval. I realized that every time the guests of Shattered Hoof had their meals, they would see this mural until the stage was built, completely covering it. There was a reinforced door on the wall wide enough for a cart to pass through. Inside was a danger zone, with 2 magic energy turrets mounted in alcoves, already powered down. Further inside was another heavy metal door, the light on the door long extinguished. I could speculate that this door was also powered down. I intended to go inside, not because there might be a vault filled with jewels. Only dead I had the vault key, and only dead I had met Mr. Topaz face to face. If that Mr. Topaz really existed, I dared say he must be in the vault. I began to imagine various scenarios. Maybe there was a dedicated terminal for Mr. Topaz to communicate with Deadeye remotely. Or this underground vault was a shelter, and Mr. Topaz was a biomechanical brain horse. The possibilities were endless. I spent several hours wandering around Shattered Hoof, trying to restore power to that steel door. Restoring power was theoretically simple. Just replace a fuse or a set of batteries. But it turned out those things were hard to find. I found the armory in a room next to the guard barracks. There were no weapons at all, as expected, because most raiders were armed with magic energy weapons, which they must have looted from the armory. However, on the back wall of the armory, there was a framed newspaper article, and behind the frame was a safe. I took the frame off the wall, and the photo on it immediately caught my eye. It was a light snowfall in winter, and there was a funeral that seemed quite grand. In the background, 2 alicorns stood vaguely, one much shorter than the other. I hoped they were the legendary Celestia and Luna, but that did not capture my attention. The photographer focused the lens on a mare, an orange pony, who was different from the others around her. Instead of wearing the formal black mourning attire that all the other ponies wore, she sported a black cowboy hat and a black scarf around her neck, which had a half-apple pattern printed on it. She was placing a beautiful bouquet of flowers on the coffin, and the camera captured a single tear that fell from her eye at that moment. The cute insignia of that mare was 3 apples, identical to the pattern on the Golden Wheat Tower. All of Equestria mourned for the hero of Broken Hoof Ridge. 2 weeks ago, we didn't even know his name. The Golden Wheat Tower had bravely intercepted a bullet aimed at Princess Celestia by a zebra assassin, sacrificing his own life. But he would forever live on in the hearts of the patriotic ponies. He became a glorious example of bravery and self-sacrifice for all of Equestria. This afternoon, a funeral ceremony was held in the west courtyard of the Ministry Avenue. At Princess Luna's command, the Pegasi arranged for a light snowfall. Inside the vault, there were 2 stealth ponies, along with the last shiny battery I needed, and various weapon magazines. According to the documents set aside, the ammunition had been magically enhanced, including Golden Wheat's ammunition, nail gun ammunition, and ammunition for the disaster battle saddle, as well as 2 calibers I was unfamiliar with. I suspected one of them was for a multi-barrel battle saddle, as I had seen slave traders use it. So you're sure they weren't blown to bits by those landmines? One stallion asked. Another younger-sounding mare snorted. As if I care if they get blown up. Do you know what those damn slavers did in my town? Aren't you all from Younghorn Ridge? I heard they wiped that place out. No, but it was close enough. They took almost all the adult ponies, killing those they couldn't take, leaving their bodies to rot in the wasteland. As for the foals, children are of no use to Red Eyes, so they just left us there to fend for ourselves. After a moment of awkward silence, she continued, things got pretty bad there quickly. Hell, this is just the beginning of a nightmare. Many of us witnessed our parents being brutally torn apart, limbs scattered everywhere. But it only got worse, and I found a way to escape. So for me, If a bunch of invaders got their legs blown off and died screaming on the ground, I couldn't be happier. As they walked by, I could see the shadows of 2 Broken Hoof Ridge raiders sweeping across the armory floor. They were too engrossed in their conversation to notice anything amiss. Okay, I get it. If Deadeye's trap works, there will be plenty of slavers who will become our slaves. Then you can do whatever you want with them, slowly torture them. Make them pay for their blood debts, whatever you like. After all, Deadeye's doesn't care about a few less unimportant organs from his new stone laborers. They turned the corner and disappeared from my sight, their voices fading away. I exhaled, realizing I had been holding my breath. I quickly organized the information I had just heard. Deadeye's had not betrayed. He did not intend to turn against the raiders of Broken Hoof Ridge, but wanted to deceive the Red Eye's army into thinking he had defected and lead them into a trap. He naturally hoped they would come in without any effort. He had also deceived Gawad, making her take hostile action against him. If this plan had been approved by Mr. Amber, or, worse, was actually Mr. Amber's plan, then Gawad had violated the contract. Before I killed any pony, I needed to talk to Gawad. I want you to kill Gawad. I stared at Deadeye's. Was this his second task for me? Deadeye's snorted. Gawad, the cold feathered griffin. With a scar from her beak to her face and only one eye, you won't mistake her. He leaned forward, showing a cruel smile. If you do it, I'll let you join and become my subordinate. He looked so smug, and to make this deal more enticing, he added, you will become my personal guard and get a nice room with better food. I had nothing to say. I knew he was playing me, and I was still an outsider. I felt like a drowning pony, desperately searching for a lifeline. And my gaze fell on the photo of the first overseer of the second refuge stable, Sweet Belle. I remembered what Vivi had once told me about her background, which the current overseer had told her at the time. I fixed my gaze on Deadeye's ash-gray eyes and nodded firmly. Okay, no problem. He blinked. Is that it? I asked, as if killing Gawad was the easiest thing in all of Equestria. He raised an eyebrow. That's enough for this. His eyebrows rose higher. To be honest, I have a plan that can take care of your griffin problem and let you cut all ties. He squinted. Please tell me how you plan to do that. Have you heard of a pony named Sweet Belle? Deadeye's blinked in surprise, then burst into laughter. He pointed at the photo on the wall. You actually asked me that? I have every one of her songs, at least the ones that can be found in the Wasteland. Don't you know she performed right here? On that stage. He gestured toward the direction of the cafeteria. Going up the stairs outside my office is where the Friendship Warden used to watch performances. Wow. I had only hoped that Deadeye's would know a little about the mayor in the photo. But I never expected this brutal bastard to be such a big fan of hers. He stopped his rambling, his tone cooling down. Why do you ask about her? I took a deep breath. You know I'm not here alone. There's a pony traveling with me who's actually a direct descendant of Sweet Belle. It turns out, musical talent can be inherited. I had successfully captured his attention. Her name is Vivi, and she's planning to go to Manhattan to record a few new songs for a broadcast. Wait, that is actually a brilliant idea. This way, I also had a chance to talk to the most famous stallion in the Wasteland. I thought I could persuade her to perform here, on that significant stage. I quickly brainstormed, trying to organize a plan that sounded reasonable, and we could act tonight, inviting all the ponies to watch. Of course, that included Gawad, the cold-feathered griffin. I could tell Deadeye's greatly liked this idea, and with a battle scheduled for tomorrow morning, it was perfect timing for him to arrange a morale-boosting rally. I'll hide in the stands and fire 2 shots. One will blow the griffin's head off, and the other will just hit your desk, very close to you, making it look like you were also one of the assassination targets. I'll activate an invisibility spell before any pony catches me or sees who I am. I will disappear, and then you can pin the blame on the slaver's assassin. Who wouldn't buy that? Especially since everyone knows the slavers are planning a big attack early the next morning. I stood there as Deadeye's contemplated the plan. I could feel my nerves rising. He had to think it through, as doing so would put both him and Gawad in the crosshairs, and he had already assumed I was a spy for that griffin. Would he really believe I would betray Gawad so quickly and be looking for a new loyalty? I like this plan. Deadeye's broke the silence, laughing, and clapped his hooves, but there's one condition. No, I want to hear at least 2 songs from that VV before you ruin the performance, including Sweet Belle's song. Can you specify which one? He laughed. Damn it, I like all her songs. He leaned in a bit. Just give me a little surprise. I walked out of Deadeye's office and glanced around. I remembered that before I took his bill, Deadeye and his guard had left in another direction. Now I knew that the spiral staircase without a doubt led to the upper viewing platform. I checked the platform. It was quite enclosed and in the dark. It was a perfect sniping spot. As I descended the stairs, I noticed a place emitting a sickly apple-green glow, something I had never seen before. A terminal in a room outside Deadeye's office was already powered on. I was sure I hadn't seen that terminal before. It must have been operational again after I replaced the fuse and the flickering battery. I took out my tools and hacked into that terminal. There was no menu, no options, just a single function, and I finally found the terminal that could open the mine's steel door in the underground vault. I would give Deadeye a bullet to the head, I told Gward, and the other shot would just hit your desk. Then I would sneak away before Arma found me. Of course, you could publicly announce it was the work of the Red Eye slave traders, after all. They would launch their attack tomorrow. Gward nodded, handing it over to you. You are a cunning strategist. I felt a surge of pride, then immediately reflected. If I started to like such flattery, was it a good change, or was I becoming worse? In a while, Calamity, and Vivi met in the livestock carriage. Vivi was pacing nervously. A performance? Only a few hours to prepare? Why are we doing this again? Calamity was confused. Which side are we on now? As before, the basic plan remained unchanged, but first I wanted them to stay in the same room. Vivi opened a saddlebag and took out a notebook. Well, which song do I need to sing? Most of my songs wouldn't be ones the Raiders liked. In some ways, all the songs about love and peace, nobility and freedom were simply not to their taste. Calamity added, they have a lot of runaway slaves. Vivi checked her song list. Well, this one won't do. This one might work. Oh, this one must be interesting, but it was originally a duet. I saw it in an old magazine, played by the Panjipis and the Vinyls in a concert at the Hofdrum Mansion. I could adjust it to fit a solo performance, but I would still need musical accompaniment, or should I create an original song? That should do. Vivi was clearly dissatisfied. When are you going to tell me? Just now? She hissed. Fine. 2 songs. One is by my long-gone great-grandmother. Well, at least I remember most of it, but the other one. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Although I loved Vivi's music and adored every one of her songs, tonight I just needed to distract Deadeye. It didn't have to be perfect. Do you think you can capture the attention of all the ponies present? Calamity asked. Vivi looked at Calamity and teased. Of course, darling. There won't be any pony in that room more eye-catching than me. I believe that even if Dazed stood awkwardly in the audience, all eyes would stubbornly remain on Vivi. Vivi suddenly gasped. All eyes. I need to take a shower. No, what am I going to wear? I can help you with that. Vivi looked up. No thanks. I can wash myself just fine, darling. I felt my face flush, stammering. That wasn't what I meant, but since she said so, the imagined scene lingered in my mind. And my heart raced. Calamity chuckled and turned away. I'll try to give you both some private time. He waved a hoof between us. Do what you want to do. He quickly left, complaining about helping Gward's pony install the magical plasma cannon and needing to get it operational before the Red Eye army arrived. I didn't pay attention to his words, just focused on Vivi, feeling my face burn with embarrassment. I stomped my hoof. I have a perfect idea about what you should wear. I concentrated my magic, opened the saddlebag, and took out the most beautiful outfit from the Wasteland. The one I found at the Carousel Boutique. How can I make up for my mistakes? How many failures must I endure? Vivi looked stunning. That outfit was simply tailored for this fairy, making her more breathtaking than ever. Her horn emitted a soft glow, and the entire stage was enveloped in a brilliant and warm light, the light and shadows dancing with her voice and melody. Stand tall, rise up high. Determined, conquer despair. She chose a heartbreaking song from the radio for her first song, one that all the ponies were very familiar with. It was not just a simple re-singing. She elevated it to a new level. I crouched in the viewing box, covered with that disgusting mattress we had used many times. My auxiliary aiming magic was ready. The sniper rifle was loaded, right beside me. In fact, I hated this plan because it would ruin her performance. Deadeye was not foolish. When I entered the box, I found a note left for me. 1 shot hits the target, 1 shot hits the desk. If I fired incorrectly, the entire stage would be blown to pieces. Celestia, burn that guy alive for me. Even if I told this news to Calamity, he wouldn't know how to stop the explosion just like me. To vent my frustration, I stole Deadeye's gem resource application. Vivi pushed the song to a tear-jerking climax, the audience of raiders sitting in silence, completely shocked. Even Gward was wide-eyed. We immersed ourselves in the silence for several seconds as the stage slowly dimmed, leaving only a glimmer from Vivi's horn. Then a thunderous cheer erupted, shaking the entire hall. Dozens of ponies stomping and cheering, causing the viewing platform to tremble and some debris to fall from the ceiling. I noticed Deadeye glancing towards the box. From Gward's peripheral vision, it was clear she noticed too. She dipped her beak into a tin cup, her gaze never leaving Deadeye. New music began to flow from the stage, her horn becoming an entire orchestra. Had enough of this slow tempo. Let's have a wild party, she shouted, and the audience cheered loudly. I perked up my ears, dumbfounded. Before long, I completely forgot about the sniper rifle beside me. I didn't remember such music. I had never heard this song. Run wild, don't delay, ignite the night, don't make me wait. The band was ecstatic, the audience was calling out. My soul was pierced. Start the revelry. Don't dawdle. Hooves stomped, never stopping. I need more rock. Celestia is on stage. If she keeps this up, she'll blow up the explosives beneath the stage. I lifted my sniper rifle, worried that if I let her finish singing, the consequences would be unimaginable. The flashes and music burst forth from the stage, and Vivi had completely captured the attention of all the ponies, including Griffins. Luna bless. I should be able to shoot now, before half the room calms down. No pony will notice me. Well, provided the stage doesn't turn into a fireball. Don't be so lazy, open up. Why not go crazy at the party? I activated the auxiliary aiming magic of the little ponies, locking onto 3 targets in succession. Bang, bang. The first shot pierced the tin cup, splashing the drink all over Gawad, and the bullet embedded itself into the table. Before any of the little ponies could react, the second shot cleanly severed Deadeye's head in half, spraying brain matter onto the few little ponies sitting in front of him. The third target was Vivi, who was surrounded by a layer of magical aura. This was not her magic. As I was using telekinesis to forcefully push her into the thick curtain, off the stage. Deadeye was not lying. The front of the stage exploded instantly, engulfed in a fireball, and debris flew out in an instant. The little ponies in the front row fell down, and I saw Gawad stagger. She was injured by the wooden splinters and was bleeding. I activated my invisibility spell and carefully flew towards the stairs, hearing a little pony downstairs shouting, "Slave traders." They attacked early. This completely aligned with my hypothesis as I pondered while rushing down the stairs. Just halfway down, an explosion sounded from outside, and I realized that the little ponies below were panicking for a reason. I quickly ran to the terminal, hesitating for a moment. Was it a coincidence? No. When I reached the table to activate the terminal's only function, I realized it was definitely not a coincidence. The red-eyed slave traders never intended to trust Deadeye. They were already prepared to strike first when Deadeye planned to betray them. At this moment, all the little ponies were here. According to the plan, Gawad would also be present, along with her supporters. We had gathered all the little ponies in one place, with the border and lookout posts unguarded. They would certainly choose now to launch an attack. As I burst into the room behind the curtain, my invisibility spell wore off. I saw Vivi crawling out from a pile of bones, her elegant dress adorned with several fragments of bones. I gasped and apologized to Vivi, explaining about the note. She waved her hoof dismissively. "It's nothing. I'd rather be buried under the pile of bones than become part of it." Her smile softened my heart. "Thank you, little P." She thought for a moment. "But, can I finish my song?" The rusty brown Pegasus came running over, his black cowboy hat nearly falling off. He had a key attached to a chain gripped in his teeth. Vivi rolled her eyes and laughed. "You're not really going to stop to get the key, are you?" Vivi dismissed this, and even I rolled my eyes. I immediately turned to run towards the door. Disaster bit at the tip of my tail, forcing me to stop. "Don't move, baby." He nodded toward the door, and I turned back. On the other side of the door, between us and the open metal door, 4 defensive turrets were pointed at me. I cursed myself. Powering up would certainly restart those turrets. How could I be so foolish not to anticipate this? I could have turned them off safely. "Shall we take care of all 4 turrets at once?" Disaster suggested. "Wait, let me think. Why do we have to go down?" Vivi asked, clearly seeing that what we were about to do would be very dangerous. I wanted to agree with her. But right now, going down was more important than anything else. I hoped there would be a way to escape below. I raised my hoof to check the little pony's map. Thankfully, we were lucky. I still had 1 invisibility spell left, which I could use to approach those turrets and overwrite their programming. Just like last time with the remains of the Pegasus Guard. This way, they would not only let us pass, but also block those trying to follow us. With a plan in place, I took out the failed invisibility spell, equipped the last one, and began the operation. We quietly navigated through the cave, which had been transformed into a storeroom filled with boxes marked with the words "Shattered Hoof Reformatory Quarry," some of which were circled, indicating priority for transportation at the level of Celestia, marked with the abbreviation OR. "Okay," I whispered to my companions. "I know the reference is to the Ministry of Magic, but I've never heard of the other one." Disaster stopped, looking puzzled. "Then what is it?" "It should be the abbreviation for the Department of Mysterious Science," Vivi explained nonchalantly before he could think too hard. A deep voice echoed from the depths, rumbling through the cave like thunder, startling us into silence. "So, you are the little ponies who intruded into my territory and made a mess of everything. You killed my agent and then came to me, Mr. Goldstone?" Disaster asked, which was also what I wanted to ask. He either had a high-performance, well-hidden sound system, or some guy was magically amplifying his voice. I suspected the latter, which meant he could be a unicorn or, worse yet, another false goddess, just like the creature I encountered in Old Appaloosa. "I can't get a carriage here." I quickly pulled out enchanted ammunition, silently praying to Celestia and Luna. If Mr. Goldstone was indeed one of those monsters, we would really need divine assistance. Disaster quickly replaced his ammunition in his combat saddle, while Vivi remained remarkably calm. Her horn glowed, and her voice erupted from every stone in the mine and every board. What's so great about this? I lifted my wheat gold talisman, preparing for his entrance, and began to suspect that he was indeed a false goddess. When a dragon covered in orange scales suddenly appeared around the corner, licking its sharp teeth, I realized I had been completely wrong. Enough! Disaster shouted, flapping his wings and flying deeper into the cave faster than I or Vivi could run. At least it wasn't an adult giant dragon. I ran wildly, magically pulling a beam from the wall behind me. I could hear the sound of the ceiling collapsing, rocks falling down. I couldn't stop it, but at least I could slow it down and keep us away from those sharp teeth. We could have negotiated, Vivi shouted while fleeing, if Disaster hadn't shot first. My breathing became increasingly labored, a burning sensation spreading in my lungs. I could hear Mr. Goldstone breaking through the collapse I had just created. Turn left ahead. I gasped. Although I couldn't stop to check the map, the visual enhancement magic indicator showed we had been going in circles. The ammunition did have an effect. The bullets pierced through the dragon's armored scales, but it was just too large, and being hit only seemed to make it more furious. We ran past a large metal door, and Vivi mocked. Hey, isn't that the vault you wanted? Anyone want to stop and take a look? What a clever question. Disaster stopped at the next corner, circling, clearly managing his panic well. Little P. Which way? This time, take the right. At least I hope so. I was now suffocating under the threat of death. If we were heading into a dead end, it would become our grave. Disaster vanished into the right passage. Luna and Celestia were with us. Thankfully, going right was the correct choice. This passage led us back to the first tunnel we entered. Disaster recognized the path and had already flown back to the Shattered Hoof Reformatory, joining the chaotic melee between the slave traders and raiders. Vivi followed closely behind. But as I ran towards the door, Mr. Goldstone was already on my tail. He opened his gaping maw, sharp teeth reflecting cold light in front of my eyes, and a drop of saliva landed on my neck. The turrets opened fire the moment I ran past. The dragon roared. The roar echoed throughout the entire dining hall. The battle in the hall suddenly freezing as the 4 turrets were obliterated by the flames spewed from Mr. Goldstone, and every little pony stared at the badly wounded, completely enraged dragon. I felt the flames engulfing me, my fur singed black, my skin blistering under the intense heat, and one of my saddlebags was on fire. My heart raced as if it would explode, and moving my body now felt like being burned alive. I wanted to scream at the other ponies to warn them, but I could barely breathe. It seemed I wouldn't escape before I collapsed, carrying the flaming saddlebags and the sniper rifle that was about to catch fire. I dodged the panicking crowd of ponies and struggled toward a narrow passage that the dragon couldn't follow, with the cafeteria already turned into a sea of flames. Mr. Amber was using the fire to burn everything inside, be it slave traders or raiders. Then the dragon left. I leaned against the bathroom wall, panting. It was several corridors away from the cafeteria. I filled the sink beside me with water and soaked the saddlebags in it, pouring some water on the floor beside me, which provided some relief to my burned skin. I jumped into the small puddle, rolling around, hoping to submerge every burned part of my skin in the water, the pain making me howl continuously. I tried not to think about how much it hurt, attempting to shift my focus elsewhere, which was not an easy task. Vivi collapsed beside me, gasping for breath. For both of us, surviving without any fatal injuries was almost a miracle. I wanted to stand up, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. Where was the dragon? I gasped, peering outside, trying to guess if I was correct. Vivi just shook her head. She didn't know either. Where was Disaster? I didn't know. I couldn't find him. Luna, save us. Little Pip? Despite being exhausted, Vivi's ears remained alert. I gritted my teeth against the pain and tried to move forward. Vivi watched me warily. Little Pip, let me. She weakly opened the yellow medical box she had been using as a saddlebags, taking out our last healing bandages and a syringe. This will help with the pain, she said, breathing slowly. Trust me, you'll need it. She was absolutely right. The painkiller would help, but I was still screaming in agony. After Vivi finished, I felt dizzy, tears blurring my vision. I weakly groaned, my knees shaking, but I managed to stand up. Little Pip, you're in really bad shape, Vivi said. Her tone filled with concern, not blame. She, like me, knew we couldn't stay here, and she knew I had to go help Disaster. Do we have any of the power left? I bit my lip. It was hard to ask her for something like that. Vivi didn't sigh at me like she usually did to express her disapproval. She just took out a bottle and poured a few orange-yellow pills into my hoof. Thank you, I whispered, putting them in my mouth, then leaning my head under the faucet to take a sip of water, swallowing without chewing. After a long while, it seemed to have no effect. The time stretched so long that I worried the medicine wouldn't work at all. Then a surge of energy filled my body. I felt stronger, more agile, energized, and my mind clearer. This is good. It has to work. I lifted the soaked saddlebags from the water and put them back on my back. When the bag brushed against the skin where I had bandaged, I gritted my teeth in pain. Maybe this way, I thought, I'll set the saddlebags down and let them float beside me. I turned to Vivi and asked as gently as possible, without giving orders. Vivi, can we go find Disaster? Be careful, don't get caught by any ponies. She nodded. Little Pip, what about you? But Vivi frowned, worried. Little Pip, you don't have the key. I laughed. When did I ever need a key to open a door? The cafeteria now looked like a slaughterhouse, the stage's burnt frame still flickering with flames. The air was thick with smoke and the smell of roasted ponies, some of whom were still on fire, almost choking me. Despite the urgency, I took some time to casually pick up a few undamaged weapons before passing the shattered turrets and entering through the warped door from the intense heat. Behind me, the beam that had once supported the curtain collapsed with a thunderous crash in the consuming flames, and I walked straight toward the vault. Turning a corner, I collided face to face with a pony wearing leather armor and wielding a magical spear. I had no idea which side she was on, but it clearly didn't matter, as she immediately went into a combat stance. Wait, the glowing tip of the spear lunged at me. I tried to dodge, but my body slammed against the cave wall. A sharp pain surged through my neck, and I felt my flesh melt in an instant. Arg. The pony stepped back first, then swung the magical spear horizontally, aiming for my head. I quickly ducked, the spear grazing over the top of my head. I lifted the saddlebags and slammed them into her face, causing her to stagger back a few steps. I dropped everything I was holding and charged at the pony with all my might. She swung the spear again, but this time I was already close. The spearhead couldn't reach me. She struck my side with the spear shaft, the force enough to rattle me through my armor, but still couldn't stop my charge. My horn pierced through her leather armor, deeply stabbing into her chest. I stepped back, my horn covered in blood, and the pony collapsed at my hooves, still breathing faintly. I felt blood running down my head, a drop trickling into my left eye, quickly turning my vision red. She weakly murmured, I don't want to die. I recoiled, blinking rapidly, trying to let the drop of blood escape my eye, but instead, more blood flowed in, blurring my vision completely. It was too late, I'm sorry. I said honestly, I can't save you. I wanted to snap her neck. She was already doomed. Why should I let her die in such pain? I lifted my hoof. I walked past her. In the end, I couldn't do it. No matter how much I tolerated the Wasteland's wanton transformation of myself, I hadn't fallen to that cold-blooded extent. I walked a few steps down the corridor, stopped, turned around, lifted my saddlebags, and gently covered her with a blanket. Then I lifted the weapons from the ground, dropped the magical rifle, but kept her spear as a trophy. From then on, until I reached the vault, I encountered no trouble. The pin of the lock finally fell into place with a click, and the vault door opened, immediately triggering an alarm. Clearly, while I didn't need a key to open this door, if I wanted to do it quietly, I certainly needed one. I placed my front hooves on the heavy metal door and pushed it open with all my strength. If I hadn't taken the power, I wouldn't have been able to do it. I stepped into the darkness, focusing my mind and enhancing the glow of my horn to illuminate the entire room. I had thought of many possibilities about what might be in this room, but I was completely wrong. The room was filled with memory orbs, stacked from top to bottom. Shelves full of memory orbs. Each orb was labeled with a date and guest number, at least a few hundred of them. My ears and tail drooped down, feeling dejected. There was nothing here to help me fight. Oh, you really are persistent. I turned around to see Mr. Amber squatting at the vault door, his head poking in. His shoulders were too broad to fit through, but he completely blocked my only exit. All he had to do was breathe a puff of flame to turn everything inside the vault to ash. I was just about to snack on a few of your friends outside, especially that Pegasus who looks particularly delicious, and you come running in to ring my dinner bell. My tail crashed into the shelves behind me, barely out of his biting range, causing the memory orbs on the shelves to scatter everywhere. I frantically searched the surroundings, but found no place to hide or escape. You really want to be the first one to be eaten. I admire your perseverance. The dragon made a cold joke. The first one? Mr. Amber is indeed a sadist, but at least he's quite talkative. If I can keep him talking, maybe I can find a way to escape. I racked my brain trying to come up with some mental tricks to save my life. If gems are the dessert, then the little ponies are the main course. The dragon showed a displeased expression, scaring me to the point where I almost screamed. Of course, you barged in and disrupted all my plans. I spent all my time and energy ensuring I had a perfect dinner before sleeping, and now most of it is dead. His gaze was filled with hatred. You little ponies are even tastier when eaten raw. I changed my strategy. deliberately leaning against a shelf and knocking off dozens of mysterious little balls, which rolled in all directions on the floor. The dragon's attention was immediately drawn to the rolling balls. What are you trying to find here? A pile of gems? Or do you think I enjoy calling over the idiot with dead eyes every time I'm a little hungry? Have you seen what's in those boxes? No. He chuckled, and the heat from his laughter made me feel like I was about to faint. I lost my balance, and my saddlebags and collected weapons fell to the ground. He eagerly examined those things. Are those weapons? You hope to find a magical shotgun to slay dragons here, right? There's no way a dragon would be stupid enough to leave that kind of thing near its home, unless it wanted to bring about its own demise. No. I repeated, although this time he was pretty close. The dragon reached in with his claw and flicked a memory crystal ball over to me. Go ahead, try one. After all, you're about to die for this thing. I'm about to die. I hesitated and reached for the memory crystal ball, grabbing it. I was sweating profusely. The heat in the room was draining my strength. It wouldn't be long before I couldn't even stand, and my only strategy was still to keep him talking. So what are those? They're confessions. The dragon laughed cruelly. It seems your former minister of morale doesn't trust traditional interrogation methods. Probably due to some accident in her youth, or something else. Instead, they trained unicorns like you to examine the memories of other ponies, to find criminal thoughts or experiences. Extract them as public records. After all, they don't want to throw any innocent ponies into the broken hoof labor camp. What but that? That's too bad. The dragon stopped laughing. See, little pony? Look at what you ponies have done to your own kind, and then look at what you're doing to your own kind now. What do you think your pathetic, sinful race has of value, besides being dragon food? I tried to get up, but I couldn't. The heat made my previously burned skin feel like it was exposed to flames again. I felt like I was on fire again, and this time it might be worse. And I cried out in pain. The dragon was going to eat me. There were no other ideas left to choose from, no tricks, no other way to escape. I would die here, just like that, all alone in a little metal room underground in a prison. But I still argued as much as I could. No. Not all ponies are bad, some are good. The dragon snorted, the hot breath mixed with wisps of black smoke. Yeah, I can see that. He stared at me, and after a while, I realized he was looking at my horn. The heat had already congealed the blood on my horn. He mockingly said, well, I agree that some of you are good. It would be even better with ketchup. Ketchup would make you ponies taste smoother and easier to swallow. I shivered, fearing he would laugh again. The air had become too hot. Even breathing was difficult. Though from my perspective, I preferred mustard flavor. Suddenly, a bright green flame burst from the outside mine tunnel, hitting the side of the dragon's body, and the violent explosion knocked his head out of the room, flipping him over onto the ground, all four legs in the air. Yay! The long-lost cool air rushed into the room, and I suddenly woke up. It was Calamity's voice. Do you like those apples? Calamity flew into my view, wielding a magical plasma cannon obtained from Hub 7. Hey, little pie. I'm so glad you're okay. Sorry it took so long to get here. These things are just too heavy to carry. That bizarrely huge, three-barrel weapon was bigger than he was, strapped to his belly. And the battery pack was secured to the top of his combat saddle with steel cables. I found myself grinning foolishly. You look so funny. Well, Calamity kindly interrupted me. You must be kidding me. What? He got back up. Running was beyond my capabilities. Most of my body felt like it was on fire. I stumbled forward, trying to gather my strength, and my saddlebags started to float. Calamity fired again. The flames spewing from the cannon tore through the air, the recoil pushing him back violently. The dragon roared in pain and anger. Oh, Luna, what are we going to do about that big guy? I used my levitation magic to float my remaining stock and dashed out the door. Calamity bit through the ropes holding the plasma cannon. Carrying both you and that cannon won't allow for any flight. I looked back. The dragon was severely injured, nearly on the brink of death. One of his wings was twisted and deformed, a wound on one side reaching deep into his ribs. One of his legs was so deformed it was just a stump. But he still managed to stand up, his eyes filled with unfathomable rage, opening his mouth wide to spew flames. But this time the range of the flames was only a fraction of what it had been before. I could feel the high-temperature air wave rolling in before the flames arrived, but ultimately the fire did not reach us. Before long, Calamity took me up into the sky. The hydraulic lift had come down, and we flew out of the hole in the elevator shaft, the sky still overcast. Gawad flashed by us, engaged in a fierce and brutal aerial battle with two griffins from the slave trader camp. My one unbloodied, I caught a glimpse of her using a magical shotgun, blasting all her bullets into one griffin's chest. Below us, the entire rocky field was a chaotic melee of ponies. Explosions of various sizes and flashes of magic illuminating the darkness in large patches, staging a violent dance of slaughter. The dragon impossibly chased after us. Even with his wings crippled, he still flew faster than us, violently tearing a gap through the top barbed wire as he pursued us. If Calamity's wings had fully healed, or if he wasn't carrying extra weight, he would have had better maneuverability. But the reality was, we were as clumsy as two pony-shaped bricks. I thought of an idea and continued to fly forward. Calamity muttered something, flapping his wings with all his might to speed up. I hope you know what you're doing. I opened my saddlebags and took out the remaining hoof grenades. All the hoof grenades, I felt a hint of dark humor. They really did look like little metal apples. Try this, I said as I pulled the pins from the grenades, accurately sending them into the dragon's greedy throat. When they disappeared into the dragon's mouth, I realized I might have made a terrible mistake. Since the dragon could breathe fire and eat gems, what greater harm could a few hoof grenades cause, besides causing indigestion? Before long, I found that my delayed explosions had no effect on the dragon's intact body, but his injured side exploded, and blood gushed from the wound blasted open by the plasma weapon. Mr. Huang Yu had a gaping hole on one side of his body, large enough to fit 3 small ponies. It was almost certain that he had died before hitting the ground, his body sliding along the ground for dozens of meters, leaving a long trail of blood and scattered entrails. Note, upgrade. New skill, sniping small ponies, increases the probability of hitting the opponent's head by 25 when used. Chapter 13, Ancient Words. This is a ghost story, all fabricated. Home. As long as you relinquish ownership of everything in the vault, everything here will be yours, Gawad explained, pointing with her wings at the 7-hub station in front of us. Do you accept or decline? I had to make a choice. One was a vault filled with the memories of small ponies who had died 200 years ago. The other was a place that could be called home. So you don't need this place anymore? I asked cautiously, not using it as a stronghold. I nodded slowly. So when I'm not here, the small ponies 1T raid the things I leave here, right? Gawad smiled, as if my question was always of great value. Even if I don't command them not to touch your things, they 1T touch a single bit. She added, with a kindness that was quite contrary to her character. Every small pony knows what you have done for them here. And those who don't feel indebted to you at least understand not to provoke a dragon slayer. I looked at the damaged train, at the makeshift hut built from scrap metal, examining the place with fresh eyes. This could become my home, and if Disaster and Vivi were willing, it could also be their home, our shared home. A place where we could rest. A place where Disaster could hang up his hat. He wouldn't want to take off that hat even in his sleep, just as he wouldn't remove his battle saddle. I circled around the place a few times, seemingly immersed in it. I glanced at the guard post outside Gawad's former office, and Disaster waved his wing, still wrapped in bandages. He had almost installed the 3-barrel plasma cannon. Indeed, this place was rusty, filthy, and filled with the smell of moldy hay, but with some cleaning and a bit of tidying up, most difficulties could be overcome. Of course, the stench emanating from the station house was a completely different matter. The waste in the bathroom had already overflowed. I glanced at it, feeling slightly nauseous. It was indeed a daunting and unpleasant task. Vivi noticed my expression and whispered comfort. Don't think of it as a pile of years-old pony pies. Think of it as a heap of free fertilizer, and we can build a vegetable garden. That word felt more pleasing to me than basking in the warm sun. My home in the wasteland of Ponyland would be Gawad's former house, including her office. All hesitation and doubts about why Gawad suddenly wanted a vault filled with memory crystals were completely dispelled by Vivi's wonderful deal. We don't get it. Disaster muttered. Is she helping the raiders? Disaster and I followed Gawad, passing through the rubble of the broken hoof labor camp. Vivi was elsewhere, doing her best to assist the injured. Even though medical supplies had run out on the second morning after the great battle, including all supplies from us and the broken hoof. Moreover, we could not rule out the possibility that those hateful ponies who had killed Silverbell's parents were still alive, still mingling among the injured. They are no longer raiders, Gawad said firmly, making it hard for the ponies to refute. Disaster was indeed a disaster. Don't think you can cover up the bad things some of those ponies have done. He shook his mane. We still don't think they can change their vile nature. That was what they did when they were manipulated by Deadeye. Gawad led the ponies of Broken Hoof Ridge, who were trapped in a desperate situation, to repel the red-eyed slave traders. Now, both Deadeye and Mr. Huang Yu have been eliminated, and she has become the recognized leader of Broken Hoof Ridge. I had devised a grand plan for this place. From now on, there would be no refuge for those cold-blooded killers in my Broken Hoof Ridge. I looked at her, admiring her words and actions. I didn't have much fondness for Gawad, but I still held her in high regard. Yes, she had smooth, shiny fur and a strong physique, possessing extraordinary charm as a non-pony being. It didn't matter that she was a griffin. Appearance was not important. Gawad had already battled 2 enemy griffins and defeated them with her magical energy shotgun and her claws. She had gained a few new scars in the battle, but I felt those scars would only make her appearance more impressive to ponies. I hoped the other Mares would notice that I also had scars now. Burns were extremely painful, but they could heal through magical treatment. However, those malignant wounds caused by destructive magical energy would not be easily removed. For example, the decaying skin left by a magical spear that grazed my neck would accompany me for life. There might be a few bad apples among them, but they would all be dealt with. Gawad was discussing her future plans with Disaster. It was then that I realized my attention had drifted far away. I had been admiring the curves on her side. Of course, it was entirely in a respectful manner, which caused me to miss part of the conversation. All the ponies here realized that in the past few years, they had all been serving a dragon, and the reward was that the dragon planned to eat them. They were all reconsidering their life trajectories, and most were prepared to make changes. Gawad looked at Disaster, smiling proudly. I will engrave the mark of awe for Gawad in the hearts of every pony. In the past few days, I learned that when I triggered the alarm, Mr. Huan Yu lowered the lift, just in time to arrive at the rock field. The dragon's voice was loud, directly reaching the rock field. Although no pony knew what I said in the conversation, dozens of small ponies heard everything the dragon said. The news spread quickly among the surviving ponies. Every small pony now knew my name and the names of my companions, and they gradually formed a certain perception. Hey, little skin. On the other side of the rock field, a group of ponies called out to me from a distance, as they were sorting through the armor stripped from the dead. Did you find any dragon-slaying ammo? Have you tried the food from Mr. Huan Yu's pantry? There are always ponies who exert less effort than others. I rolled my eyes, trying to ignore them. I quickly focused my attention and interjected. So what is your grand plan? Gawad stopped, turned around, and scrutinized me closely. Clearly, I was prying into the secret she chose to bury in her heart. After a long while, she gave me many answers that I could know. But they were all trivial matters. I would naturally know the answers in the coming weeks. Since Mr. Huan Yu has unfortunately passed away, we have enough gems to attract merchant caravans and establish trade routes. Broken Hoof Ridge is only a few days' journey from Manhattan and New Appaloosa. Gawad smiled knowingly at me, and I heard that the residents of Appaloosa were looking for new trading partners. I tried hard not to frown. How much does Gawad really know? We still have a big house to sell in Central City, Disaster said with a hint of sarcasm. If you expect us to believe that a hard-nosed mercenary like Gawad is really looking to settle down as a mayor. Gawad laughed, this time with a deep, seasoned laughter. You're right. And I will also. She paused for a moment, trying to find the right words, inviting those uncontracted Talon mercenaries. She didn't reveal more. But I had already imagined the scene in my mind. What about those memory crystals? I asked out of curiosity. I am satisfied with the renovation of the 7th hub station, especially since we blocked that nauseating stench and started to implement the turret array I designed. I began to doubt whether I had taken a bigger loss in this deal, but this thought did not trouble me. After all, I had gained great benefits from this transaction. Even if I had taken a loss, I admired the shrewdness displayed by Gavadna. As we reached the end of the yard and entered the guard tower, I could vaguely hear a radio playing. The song from the old world sung by Balon Shah was coming to an end, replaced by the voice of 3. Gavid continued forward. But Disaster stopped and stared at me, raising an eyebrow, the brim of her hat slightly tilted back. I felt my face flush hot, but I didn't know why. So where did she go now? I heard your questions. Well, sit down and perk up your ears, because it's time for 3 to tell a story. Ready? Good. This story is about a little filly named Silverbell. I looked at Disaster with annoyance. This was something Vivi did. The credit shouldn't fall on me. I merely sent the Watcher to seek help from Little Days. Just wait until he starts calling you Dragon Slayer, Disaster joked, looking at my uneasy expression. 3 didn't mention my Pegasus friend at all, but Disaster seemed quite happy to do so. Vivi was still frustrated about the critically wounded ponies she could have saved. But she was also gradually accepting the fact that there were things other ponies couldn't do, and that she was powerless in this situation. Soon, she would also be thinking about how to leave this place. This nightingale would never give up flying. As for me, I wanted to eradicate the cruel slave system of red eyes, which tainted the soul of Equestria. But that was an ambiguous and ambitious, absurd goal. I had proven that I could save some ponies, but I wasn't arrogant enough to believe I could truly change the course of military and economic development in the Wasteland. In fact, the most realistic goal in front of me was to meet 3. I still hoped he could point me in the right direction. Plus, after listening to his broadcast a few days ago, I really wanted to add Vivi's music to the broadcast. The week was coming to an end, and so was our journey. Haven't you gone to see that memory orb? I asked in surprise. Vivi looked up at me with her gentle, lovely eyes. After you found those things in the vault? How could I? I had always hoped it was about Little Butterfly, but now, she held it between her hooves, raising it to her eyes. What if it contained a confession? What if it was something terrible? I could understand. I still clearly remembered my reaction when I realized Vivi wasn't a prisoner of Appaloosa's slave traders, even though I later learned she did it for commendable reasons. I understood how painful it was to see a pony you admired fall from the pedestal you set for her. Would you like me to preview it for you first? I volunteered. Vivi smiled gratefully, nodded, and set the memory orb down, stepping back a few paces. As time passed, would it still be pure and clear? Or had it become blurred? Would what I saw be the objective facts that existed, or a picture processed through the subjective cognition and biases of the recorder? Would I feel that Pony's thoughts? Could I distinguish my thoughts from hers? I felt a bit uncertain, but also a strong curiosity. Vivi stared at me. Her presence reminded me why I was doing this. I knelt down, leaned forward, letting my horn touch the memory orb, slightly focusing my attention. A strange feeling of time swirling rushed over me. Train cars, Vivi Lammy, and the entire wasteland of Equestria vanished without a trace, replaced by a completely different world. I stood on the stage, or more accurately, that little pony stood on the stage, and I was seeing through her eyes and hearing through her ears. It felt strange, as if I were paralyzed. I could feel her own senses, but I couldn't move at all. I suddenly had an urge to bite my lip desperately. But when I realized I couldn't, I felt a wave of panic. I wanted to lean in and take a closer look at the auditorium's walls. I always had a strange feeling that they weren't wooden walls, but a living tree, just like the Ponyville Library. But unfortunately, I could only see what this little pony saw at that moment. She was staring at an older, but still very cute, yellow Pegasus, who had naturally drooping pink mane that covered her face and a matching pink tail. The yellow Pegasus reluctantly walked past her, heading toward the podium, standing in the center of the stage, keeping her eyes glued to the ground as if using the podium as a shield to separate herself from the audience, not daring to make eye contact with them. I was completely stunned. That little pony looked so similar to the one I had seen on the billboard a week ago. However, the threads of fate connected the carrot-flavored cola spokesperson and one of the Mares with the highest government authority, which I couldn't comprehend. Hello everyone. If you don't mind, could you please focus? The Pegasus stammered, seemingly startled by the sudden attention focused on her. I realized she didn't have confidence in gaining the attention of the entire audience, like now. The audience's focus wasn't out of obedience to the mayor on stage, nor was it out of fear. In fact, what I saw was not just respect, but also affection. Now, I know everyone here is really busy, so I'll try not to take up too much of your time. I understood, but I didn't think she realized it. Little Butterfly was worried about offending the ponies below, or concerned that they might not trust her. From the expressions of the audience, I felt that possibility was completely non-existent. Princess Luna should have entrusted us with her permission to initiate a new project. I heard murmurs rising from below. It seemed that no matter how much they liked the mayor on stage, it clearly wouldn't be a popular message. Little Butterfly let out a short, weak scream, shrinking back, softly saying, "Please, it's okay. I know we've all been overworked. And everyone's tasks have been very heavy, and you've all done wonderfully." When she added that sentence, she gave all the ponies an incredibly warm smile. Even if all the water in the number 2 refuge was frozen solid, that smile could probably melt it all. But this is really important. I've talked to Princess Luna about it, and I really want to do this plan. I fully support it, and I sincerely hope you will too. The opposing voices from below abruptly ceased. Every pony was listening attentively. This terrible war has lasted too long and hurt too many ponies. I could hear the deep sadness and pain in her words. I wished I could rush over and give her a hug. I wanted to tell her that everything would be all right, even though it was a lie. A pony, I had an urgent impulse to kick him in the face, asked, "If the war ends, won't we all be unemployed?" I could hear Little Butterfly whispering a prayer. May your words reach Celestia's ears. As the reality I was in suddenly emerged, surging toward me like a tide, I was momentarily speechless, gasping for breath as if I had been holding it all along. The content wasn't too bad. For most of the day, we were traveling under a slate blue sky. Manhattan was cold, and the lifeless wreckage loomed ahead. We still had a day's journey to reach there. But even from such a distance, we could still feel the devastating power of the wildfire bombs that had once destroyed everything. The magical flames hadn't reached this area, but the massive shockwave had flattened the trees here, turning houses into ruins. Disaster flapped his wings and flew forward to greet the traveling merchant. Vivi followed him, moving westward towards a small building, if it could even be called that. I followed them and suddenly noticed a certain pony had nailed a box of tapes to the front door. It looked very old and severely weathered. I felt it had been there since the last occupant of the cottage died. I changed direction and ran towards the door, where the beep beep pony flashed a strange announcement on the visual enhancement magic indicator, telling me that I was marking this unique ruin as Trixie's cottage. I had long given up trying to understand why the beep beep pony insisted on marking some seemingly mundane locations. The condition of the tape was terrible. I pried it off, intending to fix it while Disaster and the merchant haggled. Subconsciously, a voice insisted that I was facing a difficult situation and should have a party time mantra. But I knew that voice was lying, so I tried to ignore it. When I rejoined the other ponies, the merchant, a grayish-white unicorn colt with a muddy mane, wearing merchant pony armor, was telling Disaster and Vivi strange tales of the Manhattan ruins. From the way he looked at Vivi, it was clear he had never seen such a beautiful mare, or if he had, it was a long, long time ago. Ghosts? Vivi asked skeptically. Scorpion-tailed lions? Disaster asked. What are jungle creatures doing in the ruins of a pre-war big city? I don't know, but that haunted place has them everywhere. It's best to take a detour. Vivi still didn't want to give up. What about those ghosts? The unicorn merchant nodded. At least that's what they say. Remember, Manhattan is not like Center City. Ponies die slowly and painfully in Center City. In Manhattan, it was as if nothing ever happened. Everything happened too quickly. Those pony souls didn't even realize they were dead before the explosion. Nonsense, Vivi said loudly. The ponies realized I was approaching and gave me a big smile. Ah, another customer. Welcome. He waved a hoof at the collapsed building beside him, the Pee-wee grocery store. Behind him, a mechanical owl flew up from the top of a doorless locker, flapping its wings and making a whirring sound. When it opened its metallic beak, I could see a small energy weapon hidden inside, emitting a glow. Although there wasn't much. It was all earned by me. Curiosity took over. How much for that bird? The merchant laughed. Sorry, miss. Old Gearwing isn't for sale. If a merchant doesn't have support, he won't last long in the wasteland. I nodded, handed Disaster a magic energy spear, added it to his trading items, and then sat down to continue fiddling with the tape. It was designed to be very sturdy, and the tape had clearly suffered extreme abuse. I floated out some precision tools, realizing that unless a miracle happened, I wouldn't be able to extract anything from inside. Just as I started working, Vivi stomped her hoof. No, no, no. I looked up, wondering why she was against my attempt, and then realized she was yelling at Disaster. She lowered her head and pushed him away from the merchant. What are you getting all worked up for? Disaster seemed a bit annoyed. You're letting him rob you. Just like that, she retorted. Now, let a more experienced pony handle it. She winked flirtatiously at the merchant, causing my heart to twitch with jealousy. Then she asked, that dress, it looks so springy, how many bottle caps? She was bargaining, putting on a girlishly coy act, pretending to be shy about how poor the quality of every item he showed her was. Before long, she had bought 4 dresses for the price of 2. She ran over to Disaster with her dresses, politely asking, now, could you please fix these fabrics for the lovely dress that Little Leather gave me? It got damaged in our fight with the dragon. I felt a small thrill in my heart. Disaster stared at her, completely bewildered. The merchant looked at her, slowly asking, fighting a dragon? For what? You didn't even stock up on medical supplies. Vivi shrugged dismissively at the question. Please, please, she smiled even brighter at Disaster, who immediately began to repair. Disaster had already mended Vivi's gorgeous gown. I truly admired him. The dress looked as good as new. Vivi beamed, gently kissed him on the cheek, which made my heart feel another wave of jealousy, and then ran behind a pile of rubble to change. To be honest, I felt this was a bit pointless. My beep beep pony finally scanned the tape's records and restored it. I was almost able to recover a complete document. I put on the headphones to see what this hour of effort could bring me. I wouldn't be foolish enough to have high hopes. But if it turned out to be an advertisement for door-to-door tie sales, I would be a bit annoyed. White Lip, I'm really sorry for standing you up this week. You know, meeting you is the highlight of my week, but I just received an unbelievable call. It was Twilight Sparkle calling. Twilight Sparkle. She actually called me. It's just so unexpected, so incredible, isn't it? I mean, I used to know her, but she was so ordinary back then, nothing at all, and I. Forget it, never mind that. I'm just amazed she still remembers me. Not only that, she also invited me to Manhattan this weekend to discuss a project. Can you imagine? Me, working for the Ministry of Magic. And it was the minister herself who called to invite me. I have to take it seriously. I don't know how long I'll be in Manhattan, but just to be safe, let's stick with my usual request and leave food at the door. 3 cups of milk, a small box of butter. I promise to pay you next week. After all that effort, I only salvaged an order for the local milkman. I had promised myself not to get angry, but I was indeed a bit upset now. Vivi appeared before me again, looking incredibly beautiful. I had seen her in that dress before, but the sight still made my legs weak. The merchant had never seen it before and was now staring with wide eyes. I'm not sure I have. The merchant tried to regain his composure. Miss, I have to say that's worth it. A lot of bottle caps, Vivi smiled, thinking. Among all magic energy weapons, isn't this spear the only one that can be used by ponies without special training? It's a devastatingly efficient weapon. never running out of ammo or batteries. There's no need to spend hard-earned bottle caps on easily consumed ammunition, and there's no risk of stopping to reload at a critical moment in battle. Vivi lifted it, floating it prominently. And look at its quality. Why? Because just one gem on it is worth far more than the paltry medical supplies from your cute little peewee grocery store. All right, the unicorn merchant interrupted her. What do you want to exchange for it? I looked at Disaster. From the expression on his face, it was clear he thought the same as I did. From now on, Vivi would handle all our trading. The corpse of a radroach crunched grossly beneath my hoof. I quickly scraped the radroach's gooey body off my hoof with a fallen sign. We had slept in Trixie's cottage the night before last and set off in the morning. Everything had gone smoothly. According to the Beep Beep Pony, the large area of charred, ruined houses we were currently traversing had once been the suburbs of Philadelphia. We slowed down. The vast ruins meant we could scavenge plenty of valuable supplies, even outside locked safes and trucks. She opened an old refrigerator and exclaimed excitedly, finding several bottles of still pure water inside. We found that our water bottles were almost empty. I located a few usable faucets, but the water that came out set off the beeping radiation detector on Beep Beep's device. It's truly a blessing from Luna that she could find clean water. There weren't many shelters here, and the red dots constantly moved on the visual enhancement magic indicator. Most of them were radroaches, with the occasional giant mutated hedgehog. The magical radiation had seeped into the water, causing many animals living in the wasteland to mutate into monsters, usually giant versions of their original species. Most creatures didn't survive the transformation, but at least they weren't raiders or slavers. It was a relief not to have to fight other ponies. Vivi had started to improve her skills with the nail gun, and her moral code clearly didn't apply to those starving hostile beasts. Disastrous swooped down in front of us. He had scouted ahead. We were in luck. He thought he found a place to spend the night. Vivi and I let him lead the way. 2 blocks later, we arrived in front of the wreckage of a massive sky passenger carriage. Compared to the one we passed through in the suburbs of Cloudsdale, this one was in much better condition, although the surface decorations were blackened by flames and faded under the erosion of time. And the paint beneath was as corroded as metal. It was very intact, having been parked at this station when the super magic explosion occurred. Thus it hadn't fallen from the sky. It was also full of passengers, and there was a little pony harnessed to the front of the carriage. They were all burned alive when the rolling magical fire wall swept through Fetlock. The passenger carriage was filled with charred skeletons and scorched luggage. You want us to sleep here? Vivi asked, looking horrified. Disastrous. This is too oppressive, even for you. I gazed at the carriage filled with pony skeletons, lost in thought. Who were they? What was their life like? Were they happy? I wondered if this train was headed to Manhattan. What about those ponies? I forcefully suppressed those thoughts with my hooves. The fear and sorrow brought by the great catastrophe weighed down on us every day, dwelling on these matters. While it wouldn't make things worse, could push a pony to suicide or breakdown. I ran around the wall towards the corner, which was much larger than I expected. The visual enhancement magic indicator was dotted with red points, and I didn't notice, making a big mistake. A scorpion tail lion turned around, seeing me, the intruder in its territory, and let out a deafening roar. The strong gust of wind blew my mane back, and the stench of rotting flesh from its breath made it clear to me that I was its dinner. I looked up at the massive body of the ferocious beast, its powerful front claws, enormous wings, and poisonous hooked tail. I was glad I hadn't had any water for hours. Otherwise, I would have surely wet myself. I was unprepared with any weapons. I didn't want to waste precious bullets on small targets I could kick or stomp on, like radroaches. The scorpion tail lion clearly wouldn't fall into that category, but I still spun around and kicked its nose hard with my hind hooves. It felt like kicking a brick wall. Not only did it not repel the scorpion tail lion, but the recoil also sent me flying forward, crashing to the ground. The scorpion tail lion raised its massive claw and swung it down towards my back. If it weren't for the enhanced armor that Little Days had given me, that blow would have probably shattered my spine. Pain spread across my bruised back. I hurriedly got up and ran. The scorpion tail lion relentlessly pursued me, flying and jumping behind me. I was small, while that guy was bigger than several apple carts stacked together. Such a chase would soon come to an end. The scorpion tail lion rammed into me, sending me flying. I crashed hard onto the street, rolling and slamming into the remnants of a hardware store across the street. I struggled to stand up, feeling dizzy, and the scorpion tail lion charged at me again. The gunshots from Disastrous Battle Saddle pierced the sky, and blood suddenly gushed from the scorpion tail lion's front leg. It stumbled a few steps, barely avoiding me, and crashed into an old lamppost, knocking it down. Accompanied by a loud metallic crash, the scorpion tail lion fell to the roadside. The scorpion tail lion blindly thrashed its scorpion-like poisonous tail, swinging wildly. One of its strikes hit the nearby broken sidewalk, less than a foot away from me. Disastrous fired again, this time targeting the creature's side. I drifted out with the wheat golden tower, aiming for the target, and stepped back quickly. The scorpion tail lion shook its head violently, shaking off the blindfold. I fired a beautiful shot, hitting its tail. The powerful force of the wheat golden tower directly severed the scorpion tail lion's tail in two. It howled in pain, charging at me like a bullet. This time I was ready, agilely dodging to the side in front of it, turning to face it, and aiming the wheat golden tower at its back. The scorpion tail lion spread its wings and flew into the air, heading towards Disastrous. Before the beast could reach Disastrous, he fired again, and blood erupted from the scorpion tail lioness face, but it then crashed into Disastrous, knocking him from the sky. I was worried about my friend, and quickly turned towards his falling point. Disastrous groaned, lying on the ground, but at least he looked relatively intact. His hat floated down onto the street, not far away. Vivi ran towards me. "You're the master of levitation. Try these," she said, floating a bunch of saw blades from the hardware store. The scorpion tail lion dove down at us, and I immediately created a swirling vortex of death traps in the air. Vivi had watched the Memories of the Peace Department, at least for the 12th time, and pretended not to see me cooking scorpion tail lion meat. According to Beep Beep, this was relatively healthy, at least in terms of meat. Vivi was eating our last can of corn. An hour ago, Disastrous had finished our last 2 cans of beans and crawled under the passenger carriage to see what was there. He really needed to take a breather. The sky was getting darker. The passenger carriage was still the best place for us to sleep, but we had to take turns sleeping. My body ached all over after the blow from the scorpion tail lion, but I was almost used to having varying degrees of pain. Disastrous injuries had worsened, but fortunately, his concussion wasn't too severe. Only Vivi had come out of the fight unscathed. However, the pain I endured in battle was worth it. We obtained a venom sac from the scorpion tail lion's tail, which, according to the blueprints I found in Old Appaloosa, was the last thing I needed to make a poison dart gun. Vivi sighed and squatted down by the wagon, examining it closely. "All right, come out. There's nothing interesting down there," she declared. "You took quite a hit in battle, and you haven't let me check you yet." To make her point, she added, "This time I want you to completely remove your saddle so I can give you a full examination." With a pop, I pried open a bottle of Shimmer Cola and took a sip. It was something I found in the vending machine after the battle. It tasted a bit warm, but the carbonation was intact, and it still had a delicious carrot flavor. Disastrous obediently crawled out from under the carriage, sporting a big smile. "Good news," he announced. "I'm perfectly fine." "I don't care what you say," Vivi ordered, tilting her head to the side. Disastrous nodded towards the passenger carriage, making me doubt his definition of perfectly fine. All the windows were shattered, and there were several large holes in the roof. "Her?" Vivi retorted. "Yes." Disastrous flapped his wings and flew into the air. Vivi chuckled softly. "Right, but so far, your record with vehicles is impressive." Vivi was urging Disastrous to remove his battle saddle and armor. "I know you made that yourself and like wearing it, but seriously, I've been with you two for over a week now, and I haven't seen your cute mark yet. It's clear it's your aesthetic taste, but this is really a bit ridiculous." My attention had originally turned to my dinner, but I still noticed their conversation. Upon reflection, I realized I had never seen the cute mark of Disaster. He always wore armor and carried a battle saddle, except when he was bathing. I had always given him his privacy. I had no interest in watching a stallion bathe. That's because I don't have one. What the hell? Impossible. It took a long time for my own cute mark to appear, but it has accompanied me for many years. How could an adult stallion not have gotten a cute mark by now? Disaster chuckled quietly, a deep laugh devoid of humor. "It's not like that. I had one before, but I don't have it now." "What?" Vivi expressed my thoughts, though she was a bit more dramatic about it. Disaster looked at us both and sighed deeply. "Damn, I thought you two already knew," he said as he removed his battle saddle and began to unfasten the straps of his armor, which had been burned off. "What? Why?" Vivi stammered. "Who would do such a thing?" "My brothers," Disaster said, his tone not very calm. "That's what they do to Pegasi like us." "Like you?" I asked, remembering he had mentioned this before. Disaster nodded. "We told you about the Pegasi. They said when the super-concentrated magic erased Cloudsdale. All the Pegasi abandoned Ponyville and hid in the clouds. All Pegasi, that's right, except for one." I put down the food I was eating, as it seemed disrespectful. But I still took a big gulp of fizzy cola. Clearly he was about to tell a story. "They say Rainbow Dash saw what the other Pegasi did, and she turned her back on them, just as they had turned their backs on the ponies below." "Who?" Vivi politely interrupted him. Disaster smiled slightly. "Rainbow Dash. To some ponies, she is the best among us. She trained the Pegasi to become the elite of the elite, a force to be reckoned with both inside and outside Ponyville. She is also the minister of the winning department." "She?" I was sure disaster was waiting for me to take another sip before continuing. Because I choked, coughing violently, fizzy cola spraying from my mouth and nostrils. I would probably smell like carrots for the next week. What department? I gasped, tears streaming down my face. I knew this would lead disaster to elaborate further. But I didn't care. Seeing my reaction, disaster burst out laughing. The winning department. Please tell us, what do they do? Vivi asked. Disaster shrugged. As far as we know, they do nothing. He analyzed carefully. Remember when the Watcher told us about those departments? The version I heard was a bit different. The Pegasi never talk about other ministers, but they are eager to discuss Rainbow Dash. The story I heard is that when Princess Luna told Rainbow Dash she would be in charge of a department, Rainbow Dash immediately announced, "Okay, then my department will be called the winning department." I just stared at him, feeling unable to express my emotions in words. That's interesting, Vivi eventually spoke up. So this Rainbow Dash is a hero to the Pegasi. Disaster narrowed his eyes. The point is, she opposed their retreat into the clouds. So she flew away and was never seen by any pony again. As for the other Pegasi, rumors about her spread like wildfire. Faster than a Philly's hat catching fire. Disaster had finished removing his armor. The armor fell away, revealing scars on his hindquarters made by magical branding. His cute mark was erased, replaced by a chilling scar that looked like a cloud with a lightning bolt beneath it. "I am a Dash supporter," Disaster said. Which to them means traitor. Thunder rumbled overhead. It was still not noon, yet the sky was strangely dark, dark enough to make a pony think it was evening. The first raindrop landed on my nose, followed by a second drop on my left ear. We had walked out of Filtrock and entered a rugged area dotted with grassy hills, occasionally revealing patches of sand. At the bottom of the next hill was a lake, with a makeshift shed nearby and several sunken boats along the shore. As we approached, the Pip-Pip pony informed me as usual that it was the Iron Hoof's shed. I floated out the wheat gold tower, grabbing the binoculars to see more clearly. A row of tools leaned against the wall, and I could see a glowing terminal in the gazebo outside. And wait, are those turrets? Metal objects were scattered across the ground at every corner of the shed, hidden under camouflage. Maybe because I had recently worked on turret placements at Hub 7. I thought so, if they were indeed turrets. They were almost entirely buried in the ground. Wait, I shouted, just noticing that the grassy slope near the shed was dotted with small pits, remnants of landmine explosions. The grass was tall enough to perfectly conceal the mines, making them hard to notice unless you stepped directly on them. Disaster and Vivi both stopped, looking at me with concern. I was about to explain about the mines, but another voice interrupted me. "Hey, look what we found." The voice carried a regal authority that terrified the ponies. A winged unicorn suddenly appeared in front of us, having teleported in. Vivi let out a short scream. "We remember you, from Appaloosa." I was shocked, my jaw dropping. No, this can't be. But when I focused, I realized this was not the same faux goddess from the slave town. They had the same color, but their faces, manes, and tails were somewhat different. The air around us stirred, and in the next moment, two more evil winged unicorns appeared. "Invisibility magic?" Vivi complained, clearly starting to have the same thought as me that the Wasteland was always against us. The faux goddesses surrounded us. Each looked different, but only slightly, as if they were all twin sisters. I glanced around in panic. There were no cargo wagons in this desolate wilderness for me to use. And the sunken boats couldn't solve the problem either. "You are not the prize we are looking for," one of them said. "But either way, killing you will be quite fun," the third said almost with satisfaction. Hoof note, upgrade. New skill, surprise. Your agile skills, if you are a Pegasus, then its dexterous flying, will always keep you out of danger. Chapter 14, Iron Hoof. The refuge stable was never built to save any ponies. Explosion. The world around me was instantly torn apart by the deafening sound of the explosion and the intense light. The wave of heat from the blast accompanied by a noise louder than a thunderstorm swept in. Even the dimness of twilight was driven away by the blinding light. Time slowed down, and the sensory overload seemed to dull my brain. Flames and debris came flying toward me, and my body felt as if it was ignited. The explosion's deafening roar filled the world, abruptly cut off by a sharp wail. I temporarily lost my hearing and collapsed to the ground, unable to move. In front of me, the faux goddess's body was torn apart, flesh and blood flying everywhere, blood splattering all over my face. I felt myself toppled over, and Vivi Lame was sprawled on top of me, her magical shield slowly enveloping us. I felt a warm, sticky liquid flowing over me. It was her blood, mixing with mine, and I realized I was not the only injured pony. The second faux goddess turned around, her pupils suddenly dilating, quickly casting her magical shield. But it was too late. The fierce flames that had nearly killed me and Vivi shot toward her, accompanied by a strong magical fluctuation. Her magical shield was shattered before it fully formed, and she was consumed by the flames. When the explosions, like a violent storm, finally ceased, time returned to normal. My vision was still distorted, filled with the afterimages of those creatures, their destroyed bodies burning fiercely under my gaze. My ears could still hear nothing, only a vague, maddening buzzing. But now I could clearly see the source of the powerful firepower from earlier. I had seen that thing before, on a poster at the recruitment center. The thing in the picture was now alive and present before us. It was a small pony covered in iron-gray armor. Even its tail was no exception. That was a great relic of wartime technology, an ironclad sentinel. The dazzling headlamp on its forehead illuminated the target, and a massive, strange battle saddle hung on either side of its body, with the large gun on the right firing again. The explosive power of those shells was so immense that only the steel apples I had once used on Mr. Yuhuang could compare. And the terrifying rate of fire was enough to chill any pony's heart. But the last false goddess, witnessing her sisters being taken down, had enough time to raise a magical shield. The shells bombarded the magical shield violently, but she stood inside it unharmed, her eyes revealing disdain and a hint of anger. The flames illuminated her midnight blue coat and sickly green mane, reflecting in her eyes, making them look like the gates of hell. The ironclad sentinel's automatic grenade launcher fell silent again, and a huge iron box ejected from the left side of the battle saddle, shooting out 2 rockets that pierced the air like arrows towards that monster, leaving 2 long trails behind. The false goddess merely lowered her head slightly. Sparks erupted from her horn, and the 2 rockets instantly changed direction. The ironclad sentinel tried to retreat, but it was too late. The rockets charged straight at our savior, exploding and sending its heavy body flying, crashing down onto a small hill. Its trembling body triggered a few landmines before coming to a stop. The grass around it instantly blown up with smoke and dust, dirt and residual flames being thrown several meters away before settling down. It lay motionless, appearing lifeless next to a shed below. Vivi was pressed against me, and we waited for the ironclad sentinel to rise again. The world seemed to wait with us. After a long time, it remained still. The false goddess strode over, and I could even hear her laughter, even though my ears heard nothing but that damned buzzing. I quietly realized that my thoughts might be correct. Telepathy was indeed one of the false goddess's intimidation methods. It seemed that the so-called Super Skyhorn Hunter had been defeated. The cruel and intimidating voice of the false goddess echoed in my mind. The goddess laughed last. 2 bullets suddenly struck the false goddess's magical shield, sparking slightly. After enduring a storm of flames and shrapnel, Disaster was bloodied, limping forward. I saw his mouth moving, and without needing to think, I knew he must be cursing his opponent's ancestors. The false goddess, or the Skyhorn beast, based on her self-identification, turned around and sneered dismissively. Disaster fired again, but it was futile. I shook my waist, trying to get Vivi off me, but she didn't budge. Her body was warm, all her weight pressing down on me. And I suddenly realized her magical shield had disappeared, sending a wave of panic through me. I lifted her up and turned her over. My beautiful companion was unconscious, her skin torn by shrapnel, bleeding excessively. I hurriedly opened her medical kit and dumped out the remaining supplies. When I saw how few medicines there were, it felt like my heart was screaming. Maybe I was actually screaming, but I couldn't hear it. I opened another saddlebag, hoping for more medicine. But the second medical kit contained only her dress, a bottle of something called BAM, and party time mentats. A voice roared in my head. Vivi was counting on me now. If I didn't help her, she would die. I needed to be smarter. I needed to be stronger. I needed those mentats. As I pulled out the mentats from her saddlebag, a memory crystal ball fell out and rolled onto the grass. I floated the mentats, my heart racing. I had to control myself to only eat one piece. The last piece, just one piece. The world became clearer than ever before, sharp and tidy. I could feel every raindrop hitting me and every bleeding wound inside me. I could even feel internal bleeding, and my mind was thinking faster. Again, a blinding light flashed around us. This time, accompanied by a choking smell of ozone, the Skyhorn beast summoned lightning from the storm clouds, striking Disaster down to the ground. I turned around, wanting to shout, but no sound came out. Maybe I shouted, but I couldn't hear it. Disaster convulsed on the ground, neither dead nor unconscious, but unable to continue fighting. The Skyhorn beast appeared indifferent, an evil smile spreading across her face, cold and sinister. The pink-purple magical halo above her head gradually coalesced into magical arrows. I tried to move my hooves, but I couldn't. A wave of nausea made me shudder. I knew I was likely losing too much blood as well, and the buzzing in my ears disrupted my sense of balance. But I still knew that Vivi and Disaster were about to die. Maybe I was too, but I would die to save them. Under the effect of the mentats intelligence and insight enhancement, I knew what I had to do. Even if my body abandoned me, my levitation magic did not. I floated the memory crystal ball and threw it towards the side of the skyhorn beast, while simultaneously using magic to pull out my sniper rifle. I felt a pang of guilt for throwing away something so precious to Vivi. When her magic touched the memory crystal ball, it slowly began to glow, her pupils contracted, and her consciousness was drawn into the memory ball, causing her magical shield to dissipate and the arrows above her head to vanish. I activated my assisted aiming magic, locking onto her head and pulling the trigger. But I tried to think of a reason that would convince Vivi. I was now powerful enough to astonish any pony. I could persuade any pony to do anything, at least let me keep it, perhaps I would need them. However, for some reason, I just couldn't get the most beautiful pony in the Wasteland to believe me, to let me merely keep it full of pills. And what about the other wounded? Based on the Skyhorn Beast's words and the Beep Beep pony's naming of that shed, even without mentats, I could surmise that he was most likely Iron Hoof. That steel stallion, at least judging by the armor style, I assumed he was male, had not moved since the battle. I crouched beside the fallen ironclad sentinel, some bandages loosened as I crouched, and blood flowed from the wound. Leaning in closer to take a look, the armor was impressive. With an independent air filtration system, a complete life support system, and even a full automatic medication injection system. The damage caused by the rockets to the armor was far less than the damage inflicted on anything else, but it still left a dent in the armor. Compressing the pony inside, I tried to remove his helmet, but there seemed to be no way to do it. However, I found an interface that allowed the Beep Beep pony to interact with the helmet's technological core. I took out a tool from my multifunctional armor, suspecting that the helmet contained something akin to visual enhancement magic and assisted aiming magic. If it had so much in common with the Beep Beep pony, then the designer of this armor must have had deep connections with the stable technology. Don't do that. A deep voice came from the helmet, sounding particularly masculine. I jumped in surprise. The pony inside was still alive. Under the effects of the manthet, I gathered the courage to approach him again, wanting to dispel his doubts. I claimed to be a certified stable tech technician, a little lie, but only a small part of it was fabricated. I was sure I could help you. No, you can't. The voice said, but the body still didn't move, not even turning the helmet to look at me. My armor was severely damaged, everything was offline, medical systems, self-repair systems. The entire magic core was destroyed. I crouched down, the pain in my rear spreading, making me flinch. Then can you? Without magical energy, I couldn't even move. I would die here. It was already a done deal. The low, deep voice of the armor sounded as if it had already surrendered, and it was very calm. But I still had to wear the armor. If I wasn't mistaken, I had saved the residents of the stable. As a last act, it was quite successful. I was very shocked by the exaggerated reputation I received. This discomfort had always bound me. I didn't think other ponies should risk their lives for me, treating me as something special. I turned back to the fallen armored pony. Okay, you are Iron Hoof, right? How did you know? Oh, of course. Of course what? I dismissed my confusion and continued. I'll bring our doctor over. Without further ado, I turned around and focused my magic to lift Vivi, who looked astonished, starting to float over to us. Little skin, let me down. Minefield, I blurted out. Okay, just let me down once we get there. After a while, she safely arrived on our side, giving me a ladylike smile before looking at the armored hunter. I relayed Iron Hoof's words to her, suddenly recalling the poster on the wall of the Sugar Heart Clinic. You don't have to be a Steel Ranger to be a hero. Join the Peace Corps now. I looked at Vivi, thinking she must have seen similar posters somewhere, wondering if she remembered them clearly. You don't have to go through all this trouble, Iron Hoof insisted. Don't do anything for me. My life has been rich enough. No, the deep, hoarse voice sounded again. What did you say? Vivi asked, confused. She had spent several minutes carefully examining the armor, looking increasingly worried. Even though this armor protects you from burns and cuts, you've still suffered severe bruising, this internal injury, she said while gently wrapping the armor in a soft magical aura. Don't take off my armor. Vivi let out a slight whimper. Please, I just checked the disaster. If I can't see you, I can't treat you. If you take off my armor, I'll die. I blinked, looking at him in surprise, watching the huge dent pressing against his side. Although I didn't understand Vivi's medical knowledge, I could imagine that the armor was the only thing supporting his life. This armor is my life, Iron Hoof said warily, opening the left metal cover. After Vivi complied, she discovered a system for controlling drug injections, with all sorts of medications available, from strength to. Some of these medications I don't even recognize, Vivi said in astonishment. This armor is equipped with medical magic. If it were still operational, I would have healed by now. I kept staring at the injection system, inadvertently noticing there was no party inside. Little skin, Vivi scolded, making me instantly shut my mouth. I was startled by Vivi and took a small step back. I shifted my focus from the drugs to the broken magic core of the power armor. If this was a little pony, I could easily... Wait. I blurted out, realizing what to do. Vivi shot me a glance. Little skin, she warned. I couldn't blame her, after all. I had just expressed my opinion a few seconds ago, and she couldn't imagine how fast my thoughts were moving now. If she knew, maybe she wouldn't have confiscated my party time in Manthet so quickly. No, I know how to fix it now. I can restore power to the armor and restart the magic core, I said excitedly. The designer of this armor clearly used the mysterious technology of stable tech, which shouldn't be too different from repairing little ponies. Vivi softened a bit. If that's the case, then don't just stand there, she said with a smile, carefully stepping aside from in front of me while cautiously keeping her distance from minefield. I ran forward, only to collide with the harsh reality. The feeling of frustration from realizing I was completely wrong intertwined with the disappointment brought by the disappearance of the party time Manthet effects. At that moment, I felt so stupid, ignorant, and incompetent. I can't, I complained. But you just said, I have no tools. I felt like I was about to cry. The Steel Ranger will die. He's trapped in the armor just because I'm not a certified stable tech Little Pony technician. My multifunctional barding didn't have the master control key for the magic core. Although I was very reluctant, I had to admit these facts. Vivi staggered over, still a bit weak from blood loss. She draped her tail over me, softly comforting me. The master control key for the magic core? Iron Hoof's voice sounded hopeful, no longer conveying a feeling of waiting for death. You might find it in stable 29. We were about to go to another stable, and the thought made me shiver. More from psychological anxiety than physical weakness. Vivi helped me rebandage my wounds. Disaster limped over and said, remember, little skin, this isn't your stable. I nodded, still immersed in the disappointment after the effects of the party time Manthet faded. I knew, in terms of mental state, I wasn't suited for this task. But Iron Hoof needed my help. We owed him. I've changed my mind, Iron Hoof declared. I can't let you risk entering a stable for me. The hope he had just ignited was quickly extinguished by his stubborn noble thoughts. I could understand, but I couldn't agree. And I wasn't the only one thinking this way. Oh, is that so? Then stand up and stop us, Vivi suggested, then continued. Of course, you can't. I looked at the three of us, in our current state. We had no confidence in entering an unknown, seemingly hostile place. We could barely stand. I won't tell you the location of the entrance, Iron Hoof said, sounding almost like a warning. Disaster hissed. The maintenance cover marked Stable 29? The one near the Fetlock passenger station? Iron Hoof had nothing to say. Disaster leaned against the side and muttered. Vivi thought there was nothing under that passenger car. It took much longer to get there than I expected. We carefully moved over, avoiding the red hostile units on the visual enhancement magic. I felt that even a few radiated cockroaches could wipe us out. I lay down, needing to concentrate all my energy on the passenger car. I noticed it was marked with the name Sky Striker, so I wouldn't have to expend energy to keep standing. As I focused my energy on the passenger car, my horn began to glow slightly, magic enveloping the vehicle. I pushed harder, gathering all my determination to move it. My horn began to flicker, a layer of scorching light beginning to dance. The passenger car gradually moved, as if groaning. Sweat dripped down my forehead, and breathing became difficult. In the distance, Vivi began to worry for me, but I managed to ignore her. A second layer of light burst forth from my horn, lifting the entire car several feet high and violently pushing it to the side of the road. I gently set it down and collapsed from exhaustion. Now I could see the maintenance cover. Yes, now it was time to sleep. How long did I sleep? I asked, waking up. About the same as normal sleep. Vivi comforted. I rested my eyes a bit too. We were in a short maintenance corridor. At one end of the corridor was a door leading to more maintenance passages extending underground in Fetlock. On the other side, just 3 steps away, was the heavy door of Stable 29. Calamity was standing on 3 hooves, lifting his injured front hoof, staring at the control device. It's broken. He concluded that Stable 29 seemed to have never been opened, and without the override password, it looked like we couldn't get in. As usual, I walked over to operate it, feeling my mind still sluggish. Right now, I wanted to eat a manticore, even if it wasn't party flavor. But I didn't want Vivi and Calamity to think I needed it. I didn't need it. It just made me a little stronger. After hacking and carefully studying the control system, I found something interesting. I thought I had found a backdoor. Where? Calamity asked, looking at the maintenance shaft. Is it far from here? I shook my head. No, I mean a backdoor in the system. To bypass the normal security system. A key divided into 3 parts is needed. What kind of key? Vivi asked. Voice recognition, requiring 3 different voices, I told them. And before Mare pointed out that we just happened to have 3 different voices here, I quickly explained that it had to be 3 qualifying voices. It seemed that what was said didn't matter. What mattered was who was speaking. This was quite an interesting backdoor. I just wanted to know why it was designed this way, and if every stable had the same security flaw. Who were those three voices? I thought for a moment, cursing how slow my brain was, and then I remembered the override password for stable 2, 3. I got it. The first voice took the longest because I didn't have a recording. So, we just sat there listening to the broadcast of 3, waiting for him to play the song he had chosen. For the first and only time, I was very grateful that among the limited tracks he broadcasted, there was a qualifying song. Good evening, little ponies. This is your humble and loyal 3, your DJ, and it's just about time for me to go to bed. But first, there's some news. It seems our Wasteland savior from Stable 2 is an egalitarian. From the reports I've received, she and her team helped a gang of raiders from Shattered Hoof escape the attack from the slaver army, saving them from death and capture. Of course, how can you eat a cupcake without frosting? She also happened to kill a dragon. Damn Luna. Why does he never mention Calamity and his team or Vivi and her entourage? I don't know if I agree with your actions, kid, but going to save raiders? Some scumbags deserve to be slaves. Absolutely amazing. There's another piece of news. I received another report that the Wastelanders between Manhattan and Howling City were attacked by hellhounds. Honestly, little ponies, if you're going there, make sure you have a heavily armed escort. If not, then don't go. This is a survival tip from 3. Tune in and follow our series, and you'll learn more tricks like how hoof grenades can't be eaten and raiders don't want to be your friends. Now, let's enjoy The Dark End of Day sung by Sweetie Belle. I suddenly jumped up. The opportunity had come. Everyone. The override password for Stable 2 is 3. Hello, I'm Flyboard Lou. You may have heard of me because I'm really famous, or seen my cool performance last year, or just because I'm the founder of the Red Racer. With a loud hissing sound and a creaking protest, the heavy door of Stable 29 slowly opened. I turned around and found Vivi walking past me, facing the door. The beautiful mare filly had put on her lovely dress and groomed her mane. I glanced at Calamity, and he just shrugged. Vivi? The dress covered most of the bandages on her body. We are meeting ponies from other stables for the first time. I want to greet them in our best appearance, she said aristocratically, especially if they haven't had any visitors from outside before. I want us to look like a diplomatic team. She didn't move her head, her eyes turning to me. If you two go in first, we will look like invaders. The metal door swung open, and Vivi stepped into Stable 29 without hesitation. As I watched Vivi disappear into Stable 29, Calamity hobbled over. She's really beautiful, isn't she? He said to me, and then suddenly went wide-eyed, glancing at Calamity, who was gazing at Vivi through the stable door. I snapped back to reality. Calamity wasn't looking at Vivi Limey, but was gazing at her with affection. Suddenly, some thoughts rushed into my mind. No, just no. No, he asked confusedly, his eyes never leaving her rear. I stammered to explain. No, not no. I mean yes, she's beautiful. She is mine. Damn it, this is unfair. But I imagined a scene where Calamity successfully confessed to Vivi. But I failed. I wanted to push that thought into a deep pit, then fill the pit, then build a house on top of it, and live in the house. I focused my energy on the undamaged but particularly dark interior of Stable 29. At first glance, it was well preserved, almost perfect. But Vivi's gasping broke that illusion. Vivi was shaking, looking like she was about to faint. I watched as Calamity rushed over to support her and couldn't help but make a face. This was an ominous sign. The two heavy doors gave us two options, the repair area or the lobby. The visual enhancement magic showed no red dots. In fact, besides my two companions, there was nothing. This stable had no signs of life, at least not within the detection range of Beep Beep Pony. The stable was eerily silent, with only the sharp buzzing of normal lights and the low rumble of the generator. This place was a graveyard, Calamity said. The maintenance department should lead us straight to Beep Beep Pony's workshop, but the lobby should lead to the medical department, and we urgently needed medical supplies. Perhaps something might still be lurking in Stable 29, so before wandering around, we needed medical supplies. I expressed my opinion to Calamity and Vivi, and they both agreed. The moment Calamity's injured leg touched the ground, he winced. As I walked over, the door leading to the lobby slid open. The moment I stepped into the lobby, I immediately saw at least 30 other pony skeletons. They were scattered around the room, but the bodies near my hooves were the most concentrated, and I had to use telekinesis to clear a path through those bones. Those ponies had been lucky enough to escape into the stable before the super magic destroyed Manhattan. I felt a wave of anger wash over me and quickly reminded myself this was not my stable. The lobby was also full of trash, the floor covered with beer, whiskey, and wine, most of which were empty bottles, many of which were shattered. There were also rotten dresses and gentleman outfits. In the distance, a sound system was riddled with bullet holes. What do you think? Vivi's voice gradually lowered as she stood behind us. looking up at the wall above the door we just entered, where there were two automated security turrets that were still operational but didn't seem to intend to attack us. My visual enhancement magic showed they didn't pose a threat, but the situation in this room indicated they hadn't always been so docile. I looked up at the circular window of the supervisor's office, but found nothing. The wall was blank, showing no sign of that window. The stairs should lead to the security center, and the supervisor's office should be right there, but it was only marked Security Department. I found myself inexplicably frustrated again with the poorly designed shelter. I heard Calamity quietly say to Vivi behind me. Her reaction to the shelter was a bit off. What? Is it that obvious? We should keep an eye on her. Vivi disagreed. No, Calamity should be with me. I barely controlled myself from stomping my hooves. I started to jog towards the door, and Vivi gently called out to me. Little Pip, are you okay? Calamity cleared his throat. Wait, what? He chuckled. She's just a self-righteous, self-adoring genius who would rather fix our problems than shoot at them. Vivi shot Calamity a glare. And he's an impulsive thug who thinks he can save the Wasteland through violence. For the love of the goddesses. Could they be any more obvious? I hurriedly left before I yelled out loud. I spent the rest of my time exploring the maintenance department, constantly reminding myself that having my two best friends together was indeed a good thing. It was rather foolish of me to be jealous just because I didn't have that opportunity myself. If I wanted to stay friends with them, I better bury those feelings in that deep pit. I just wanted to know how long they had been together. Was it just recently? Were there signs? Or was I too careless to notice? Or did I simply not want to notice? The thought of keeping an eye on them made me involuntarily imagine scenes of Vivi and Calamity together, and I quickly dismissed that thought. From now on, life would seem much sadder. You know, how could they easily make me happy for them? A little pony in my head waved a jar of medicine at me. And to hell with that little pony, I just wanted to indulge in my own fantasies a little longer. A bright spot appeared on the visual enhancement magic indicator. It wasn't a hostile creature. Did either of them follow me down here? If so, how could they be in front of me? The mechanical pony started cleaning its way over to me, and I quickly made way, darting into the side mechanical technician's workshop, which was filled with various unmaintained mechanical ponies, and had enough tools to support Calamity's workshop upgrade plans. I began to scavenge. The office behind the mechanical technician was charred black, and I found a few charred pony skeletons next to a disassembled medical mechanical pony. It seemed that some pony had made a major mistake while working, causing the purification flamethrower to go out of control. The maintenance mechanical pony passed through the corridor. Behind the burn office was a safe. The surrounding wall coating was bubbling and peeling off. The safe itself was fireproof, so I pulled out my screwdriver and bobby pin, only to find that the safe wasn't even locked. I was already in a bad mood, and now I felt cheated. Inside was a bottle of apple whiskey, a small bag of 200-year-old honey candies, old-fashioned treats, a can of Manta, too bad it was the regular kind, several writing boards from the maintenance department, and a tape recording. I set the writing boards aside and uploaded the recording into the Beep Beep Pony, turning it on to listen. I am the repair pony. This is Mr. Waterjug's household mechanical pony diagnostic report. I stayed up all night checking this thing's program, trying to finish the report before the funeral. What I can say is that it seems this mechanical pony had a little error when receiving the automatic upgrade program from the shelter technology, which is the only explanation I could give, which is why it served Mr. Waterjug a steaming cup of industrial solvent instead of coffee. Those ponies who gossip behind Mr. Waterjug's back, saying he drank himself to death, can now shut up. Even if the truth isn't like that, they shouldn't say such things. I had seen that poor pony with his entire mouth and throat corroded before he was cremated. I had nightmares about it for several days. I planned to tell Shadow about it later today. I wanted to shut down all household mechanical ponies until we could check each one. Of course, it would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. I knew it was unreasonable to delay the work schedule because of Mr. Waterjug's death. But this was just another example of why we needed a shelter leader. When those shelter technology ponies weren't here, how could they properly manage the shelter? How could they see everything happening here? It was truly unexpected and terrifying for a pony. I tried to wipe Mr. Waterjug's image from my mind, and instead focused on this shelter that had no supervision. A shelter remotely managed by shelter technology. The Beep Beep Pony Technician's workshop was exactly where it should be, and I felt surprised, relieved, and a little annoyed at the same time. The main control key for the magic core and some other precision magical instruments were locked in a cabinet, and apprentices like me weren't allowed to use them. So I took out my screwdriver and bobby pin once again. A few minutes later, my multifunctional pony armor was filled with anything I could find to repair the Beep Beep Pony, which could theoretically also be used to restore the Iron Hoof's armor power supply. Just in case, I also took a few spark batteries and a set of small magical field conduction arrays. The chief technician's office in this shelter was missing a hammock, the one that had long struggled to support my master's weight in shelter 2. I shook my head, and took one last look at the room before joining my companions. Noticing a roll of audio tape among the scattered objects on the work desk, Shadow called us for a meeting this morning. A major disaster nearly happened yesterday when that idiot Brighthoof made a gun for his little boy on his birthday and took him down to the nuclear reactor to practice shooting. What was he thinking? The kid missed the radiation cockroach and instead made a small hole in the environmental protection system. Specifically, it grazed the clean water chip. Thank goodness the chip was still functioning normally. If it had been off by half an inch, the whole shelter would have been in big trouble. As the head of the maintenance department, Shadow drafted a series of new safety regulations. The regulations weren't official and had to wait for Shadow to pass them through the shelter technologies review. But anyway, we all had to comply with those regulations. If the shelter technology didn't like ponies pointing hooves at them, they could come over and voice their objections themselves. Vivi handed me 3 bottles of super strength recovery potions. Drink them, and you'll be healed within 10 minutes. Vivi shook her head. She looked much better, having tucked away her skirt and removed the bandages. Her coat looked very healthy, unscathed, and in excellent condition. She had a few bags of intravenous fluids hanging behind her, with tubes inserted, the other end under her left shoulder. No need. I had already stocked up on a dozen supplies for our operation, as well as a lot of bandages. Some corrective braces, blood bags, and other things. For the first time, we had enough medical supplies. I wanted to say that this medical department was truly a blessing from the goddesses. When I floated the first potion to my mouth, I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Vivi floated over a roll of tape, which I found while requisitioning supplies. I smiled foolishly at her, clearly. She didn't want to call this act scavenging or pillaging. Calamity looked better too. He complained that after Vivi cast her healing magic, he no longer needed the brace. But Vivi insisted he wear it for another day. I walked towards the medical department, wanting to find a good place to sit down and listen to the recording. I frowned. It was likely another distressing matter. There were rarely recordings of good things in the wasteland of Equestria, especially in the shelters. I found a chemistry lab behind the medical department, and soon, all thoughts of the recording vanished from my mind. Looking at those supplies and medicines, I thought about what I already had in my stock and suddenly realized I already had the ingredients to brew a batch of party-time manta. With such conditions and opportunities, I simply couldn't resist. It would be foolish not to do it. When I started working, I remembered why I was here. I turned on the recording and began grinding the boring, ordinary manticore into fine powder. No, the sound was filled with despair, and I quickly turned off the recording. I didn't want to hear it. I focused my energy on my chemical concoction, and after a long few minutes, the tape lay on the counter, glaring at me ominously. Finally, I exhaled in frustration and turned the recording back on. How could this happen? It took us over an hour to open the medical department. We tried to break the glass to get in, but it was reinforced. Why would they reinforce the windows? All the little ponies inside suffocated to death. Vanilla Lemon had just gone there to disconnect some wires. She was preparing for her daughter's cute marking party tonight, and had even told me what flavor of cake to buy from the vending machine. The orange couple's newborn was still in the nursery of the medical department. Oh my gosh, the other ponies hadn't even had a chance to tell them. I turned it off again, feeling my heart twist into a knot. I wanted to cry and lash out at something, but there was nothing nearby to vent my frustration on. So I vented my anger at the faucet, banging my hoof on it because it wasn't giving me water. It was silly, but at least it made me feel a bit better. Finally, after pouring a little water from my canteen, I finished the concoction and sent it to dry. The sound of gunfire suddenly interrupted my focus. I heard Vivi scream, and all thoughts about recordings, manticore, chemical evaporation, and purification vanished. My friend was in danger. I turned around, and 2 red dots flashed on my visual enhancement magic. Those turrets suddenly became hostile targets. I dashed to the center of the medical department and saw Vivi and Calamity hiding under an overturned medical bench, while the 2 turrets, the ones on the door, which was now closed, were firing fiercely at the glass window. The glass was riddled with pockmarks, spiderweb-like cracks spreading inch by inch, and the reinforced glass was about to give way. I floated out of the wheat gold tower, finding a position where I could aim at both turrets so that I could blow them up the moment the glass fell. There was no cover around me, but if I was quick enough, and with a little luck, I wouldn't need any cover at all. The glass window was suddenly shattered, debris pouring down like a waterfall and hitting the floor with a crisp sound. As I activated my targeting magic and locked onto the 2 turrets, I felt a bullet slam into my chest, but it didn't penetrate my armor. Just as I fired my first shot, a second bullet struck the area between my foreleg and knee, tearing a gash. Immediately, I fired my second shot. Bang, bang. The first turret exploded, and the second turret's bullet immediately swept toward me from Vivi and Calamity's side. Bang, bang. Its last bullet hit beside me, and with a loud bang, the grip of my combat shotgun shattered, while I also blew up the second turret. I fell down, realizing I was injured again, intense pain hitting me, but this time, I wasn't worried at all. Calamity and Vivi were with me, and we were still in the medical department. If I had to get shot, I couldn't find a better place or better teammates than them. Just as I hit the ground, I struggled to stand up again, completely ignoring my injuries. Blood gushed out as I limped toward the chemistry lab, needing to ensure my party-time manticore wasn't burnt. Now that my friends were safe, my attention was fully focused on the matter I had decisively set aside earlier, but was still very important. The sliding door to the hall was locked, and we were trapped inside. Rather than worry, I felt more anger. I knew I could control every sliding door in this place through the security area. But getting there meant passing through several other locations with security systems, which would suddenly attack us. I quickly stopped my thoughts. That idea was too dangerous. The last thing I should do was start buying into the exaggerated propaganda from the broadcast and getting self-satisfied. Vivi looked at me in disappointment. I thought I was moving fast enough, but I guess she was questioning why I was going to the chemistry lab, and after that, her gaze never left me. That reproachful look burning into my soul. Calamity was staring at something on the wall. At first, I thought it was a pre-war poster he was studying with the same fervor Vivi had for collecting anything about the Ministry of Peace. But as I limped closer with my bandaged leg, I realized it was a map of the shelter. My gaze followed up the corridor stairs to the security area. The armory was right there. If this was a normal shelter, then the supervisor and family quarters should also be there. But here, it was marked as rooms. And the large area that should have been the supervisor's office was empty. I frowned. I truly hated these shelters. Vivi looked at the skeletons, but her gaze still didn't leave me. Was the last shelter you found this bad? Worse, Calamity said. We walked toward the stairwell and stopped in front of the bulletin board, which was filled with daily notices. I took a step back. Someone had written "Stop Killing US" on it, and those words looked like they were written in blood. My goodness, Vivi gasped softly. Unexpectedly, she used magic to tear off a notice and floated it over for a closer inspection. The notice was between a new safety regulation and a missing pony alert. And the two little fillies on the missing pony alert had been smiling for 2 centuries while staring at the dead bodies filling the hall. I shifted my gaze from the bulletin board to Vivi, wondering what she could find that was more eye-catching than a dying pony's protest written in its own blood. Vivi flipped the flyer over so that Calamity and I could see it too. Survive 3 months celebration party. Tonight, in the hall. From 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. Shelter 29 hosted by ManeSix. Drinks provided after midnight. Calamity whistled and adjusted his hat. ManeSix, the original 3 names at least, or so it was said. So she survived the Manhattan wildfire bomb. I glanced at Calamity, suggesting he should redefine what he called surviving. I truly hated these shelters. With stealth and the weak gold tower, the other turrets didn't pose much of a threat. When we pushed open the door to the security area, I reloaded my bullets. I sat down to hack into the terminal, respectfully lifting the little pony skeleton that was slumped over the terminal and gently placing her in the corner with the other remains. Vivi began to pray for them. Calamity eagerly ran toward the armory, hoping to open it without me, which of course was impossible. When he found he couldn't, he left looking dejected. I waited for him to step back, then easily hacked into the terminal used to open the door. He jumped up, gave me a goofy grin, and then disappeared inside. It was a petty but kind revenge, and I was still immersed in the sweet taste of their show of affection. I turned around and saw a lot of security records, tentatively opening a later entry. Record 67. This is insane. More than half of the ponies are dead. At first, we thought it was just some incidents, but now it's clear it was maliciously orchestrated. It seems this shelter has started attacking us. Yesterday, the school automatically locked down. Plasma surged into the room, and 23 children were horrifically killed, their bodies melted, literally. We could all hear their terrible screams. My nephew is also in that class and just got his adorable badge. He wants to become an artist when he grows up. My sister keeps crying. She locked herself in and is surrounded by his photos. Some little ponies must be held responsible for this, and some little ponies must pay the price. Record 43. Shadowplay died last night. She tried to connect to the central system of the security control panel with the beep boop ponies and got electrocuted half to death. Just after Bright Hoof and his son died in the elevator accident. This stable is a death trap. Record 72. It must be Stable Tech. Those Stable Tech idiots locked us in their designed damn death maze, killing every pony, and now they aren't even doing it one by one. They're conducting a mass slaughter. What kind of sadistic monster would do this? They killed children. Don't they realize we are the only hope for the pony race? These stables were supposed to save us. What kind of evil abuser would play this killing game with their last surviving kind? We can't even contact them. Everything here is remotely controlled. Record 73. Huh. This is a joke, isn't it? It reminds me, we still don't know if the super mega spell actually exploded. We believe the surface world has been destroyed because stable tech made us believe so. But what if that isn't the case? What if the entire Ponyland is just above us, basking in sunlight as usual, going about their business, while we scream down here, suffering and dying, becoming the entertainment of those hollow-headed, cold-hearted stable tech idiots? This is the only thing that makes me feel guilty for breathing. I reached out to open another file, but Vivi pushed me away from the terminal. What are you doing? I shouted furiously, my body shaking as if I might explode at any moment. Little skin, she said, and I realized she was crying. You need to stop. Disaster and Vivi let me check the last 2 rooms while they went to turn off the security system and open all the doors. It was a great idea. They wanted me to calm down. I just wanted to find a place away from them to smash things in anger. I had never been so furious. I couldn't even vent my anger at the source because they were all dead for 2 centuries. My body trembled uncontrollably. The first room had a nameplate, vinyl scratch. This was her room. The things in this room hadn't been touched since that party night. And all the ponies were trapped inside after Stable 29 was shut down 3 months later. I walked in, looking around at piles of records, turntables, and recording equipment. If this were a room for eating and sleeping, it could be considered very luxurious. There was even a private pony bath. I could unleash all my frustrations here. And it would feel great to stomp on the records. But I couldn't do that. Destroying the things that the ponies who once lived here loved wouldn't be a punishment for the bastards who built this place. It would be a continuation of their crimes. So, I collected some records and put them in my saddlebags. I turned to the rest of the records. I could have Vivi pack them in her medical box to avoid damage from gunfire. I still remembered those metal apples. There was a safe in the room, and I hesitated. Somehow, I felt it was strange to open a superstar's safe, even though she had been dead for a long time. After a deep breath, I took out my tools, sat down, and started working. Inside, I found an old fold toy, a few framed photos, some posters, and a box that looked like it had been rescued from a fire. Inside the box were 4 memory orbs, one of which caught my eye, labeled Pinky's Last Party. I took it out, put it in my saddlebags, and walked to the next room. The nameplate on the door read, Shadowplay. That mare in charge of maintenance in the stable? Even though I was furious at stable tech, I still didn't know who to direct my anger towards. It felt strange. Hello, Shadowplay. Below is a private message for you. I'm talking to you because you have been selected as the pony responsible for an important task. Given your demonstrated loyalty and sense of responsibility towards the company and surrounding ponies. I'm Fluttershy. You probably know me. Who cares? I feel sick of this rhetoric. Try again. I'm very sorry. I hope we can do more. Damn. I wish this whole thing could be stopped. In any case, the responsibility to save the pony race fell on us. We must ensure this doesn't happen again. Therefore, your stable was selected to participate in a crucial social experiment. The primary goal of Stable 29, like other stables, is to save the lives of stable ponies, but your stable has a more important goal. One that surpasses merely saving a few ponies' lives. Stable tech realized that if we only preserve our lives now, we would eventually repeat the same mistakes, killing each other and leading to destruction, which wouldn't benefit the pony race at all. We must identify our mistakes, find a better path for development, and be fully prepared to implement new policies the moment the stable doors open. We must truly survive the disasters brought by our current leaders. Damn it. Why have we come to this point? Damn. I feel that we might have fallen to this point just because we are ponies. We try our best. We have the best intentions. But when things go wrong, we become panicked, confused, frustrated, and even angry. Our ability to make smart decisions becomes most vulnerable when we need it the most. Unwise decisions, emotional decisions dragged us into a war that no one wanted, pushing us to the brink of genocide. If you're listening, please do better. Damn it, we all should die. I'm sorry, I hate all of this. I wish the whole world was still like when I was a child, but hope is just hope. Damn, I feel like I can't record this without going off topic. I'm sure you want to know why, and even more so, you might be thinking what this has to do with you. Why am I telling you this? Don't worry, one thing is very certain. This isn't just some grievances from dead stable tech employees. Am I still alive? Your stable has a very special design. Aside from the official documents, this stable has no remote connection to stable tech. In fact, we replaced the conventional supervisory position with a Scout-level computer system customized for Stable 29. The Scout computer is the most advanced supercomputer created by the pony race, maximally enhanced with magical technology. The biggest feature of the Scout is its ability to think independently, create, and learn. We only built 3 of these computers. The other 2 are currently owned by the Department of Mysterious Science and the Department of Victory. The purpose of this social experiment is to eliminate emotional and error-prone variables from the causal equation of ponies, unaffected by our own misjudgments. To observe whether we could do better under a dictatorial, hyperlogical government system. As a last resort, the Scouts program can use magic to map a pony's brain to the computer, thus completely formatting it. In fact, this would turn you into a Scout computer, controlling all automated systems yourself. However, this has not been tested, and we do not know what impact such a transformation would have on the little ponies, so I really do not recommend doing this. However, in any other case, it is still necessary for you to execute strategies for the shelter, following the official instructions provided. Thank you. For all of us ponies, for Equestria, I sincerely wish that Shelter 29 and all its little ponies can live happily and for a long time. Finding the safe control center interface is quite easy. I replayed the recording again, this time listening with headphones. This didn't make much sense, but for me, it made the impression of the shelter seem a bit less extremely evil, and I needed to know more. I pulled open the safety control panel and discovered some intricate pipes and wires, along with an orange-yellow box with a black interface. I suddenly realized that the last pony who attempted to do this was electrocuted to death. Plugging in my pip buck could be considered a death sentence. Fortunately, I had another option. After I found Vivi, I took out her pip buck for the first time. It was a beauty, but I knew it held no pleasant meaning for her. Using telekinesis, I carefully plugged her customized pip buck into the interface. A few minutes later, when I checked a series of data, one string caught my attention. Error detected. Water purification chip usage limit changed to 98. Analyzing damage level. The chance of fully restoring the water purification chip usage limit is 0. Analyzing options. Surface radiation levels are 1300 above normal. Supply of water required for sustaining pony life reduced by 0.02 in the shelter. Initiating water source rationing. Analyzing sacrificial information of 0.02 residents. Initiating reduction plan for residents. I stared at what I was reading, feeling exhausted, my heart filled with anger and despair. There were other similar strings of data. After a quarter, the condition of the damaged water purification chip continued to deteriorate. Whenever it worsened to a new level, the Scouts of Shelter 29 would pick a portion of ponies, calculating cruelly to reduce their numbers to protect the safety of the entire Shelter's residents. 3 months later, the water purification chip was completely destroyed, and thus the Scouts took action to reduce the numbers to the minimum, which was 0. In order to protect the lives of all the little ponies in the shelter, I gulped down the remaining apple whiskey in the bottle, savoring the burning sensation as all my anger flowed out of my body, replaced by numbness, which felt even worse. I decided to escape this terrible place through the memory crystal ball, at least for a little while. I gently sat down and concentrated my magic on the memory ball. Soon, I was engulfed in blinding light, and after a terrible loud noise, my insides felt like they were turning over. The memory ball must have been damaged. I was trapped in a nightmarish sensory feedback that made me dizzy, and I tried to escape, but there was no way out. Then, everything returned to normal. But it was not my world. I was sure I had just vomited all over myself, but at that moment, I was not myself, so I couldn't say that. An older Pegasus flew over to the record player, with a rainbow-colored mane, light blue coat, bragging about something, looking a bit drunk. Wow, is Vinyl Scratch checking her out? My perspective moved up and down with her. No, wait, she was just shaking her head up and down. Yeah, a familiar-looking orange pony next to her said, wearing a cowboy hat on her yellow mane. Her tail was tied with a red ribbon, matching her cute 3 apples emblem perfectly. She looked much older than the statue depicted, even older than that news photo, hanging on the wall of the Broken Hoof labor camp, and lacked the grace typical of that age. I guess she looked old mainly because of stress, not the ravages of time. Fluttershy and Rarity would definitely regret missing this party. Her accent reminded me of disaster. No way. The rainbow-maned Pegasus patted the orange earth pony on the shoulder. I've never left Pinky's party in one piece. It's been nearly 20 years. The orange pony gave her a strange look. You're not taking those weird things, are you? No way. Rainbow Dash stomped her hoof, repeating herself, you know. She lowered her naturally loud voice. I haven't touched those drugs at all. She proudly placed a hoof on her chest. Rainbow Dash doesn't need enhancements anymore. The orange pony looked relieved, and I realized that the blue Pegasus in front of me was the mysterious mare from the winning team. It was because of her betrayal that Disaster was labeled as belonging to the Dashy faction. I didn't know what I was thinking, but I had to admit her mane was indeed beautiful. I heard they call that drug Dashy. Rainbow Dash said with a frown. Pinky said that drug would make me faster. She landed in a heroic pose, bluffing. Of course, I wouldn't do that. Dashy plus Dashy? That not only violates equestrian law, it directly breaks the laws of physics. A green stallion with apple-colored fur ran over, whispering a few words in the orange pony's ear, and Rainbow Dash stopped to glare at her. So who is that new guy? You don't need to ask in that tone. Her mane stood on end. If you need to find some partners, Rainbow Dash patted the orange pony's cute mark. You should ask me first. The Earth Pony shot a glance at Rainbow Dash. Our stable door wouldn't open like that, and my heart fluttered with excitement. Yours shouldn't either. My excitement instantly dissipated. You're drunk, the orange pony casually added. Which was indeed true as she was clearing a path for a green mare holding a cake platter. Rainbow Dash chuckled. So, are you going to introduce your new boyfriend or not? Rolling her eyes before the introduction. This is Sergeant Iron Hoof, Apple Fast Food, served with barley. Sweetheart, dear. This is Rainbow Dash, an old friend I mentioned to you. This can't be. This can't be. Rainbow Dash echoed my earlier thought, continuing to tease them. You're dating a stallion named Apple Fast Food? The Pegasus was about to take off, but suddenly collapsed on the floor, rolling and laughing. The older orange pony rolled her eyes disdainfully, not looking at her friend who was already laughing uncontrollably. She chuckled, don't hurt yourself. On the other side of the room, an argument had already broken out. Applejack and Apple Fast Food. Rainbow Dash tried to get back up, but soon fell again into another round of laughter. Oh, this is too funny. I'm dying of laughter. I wondered if his name was just a coincidence. I could confirm it by his voice, but so far, he hadn't said a word. He was politely looking at his partner's old friends, with a half-smile on his face. My gaze was forcibly redirected. Vinyl Scratch was looking out at the balcony, where the argument I almost overlooked began to attract all the ponies' attention. Although I wasn't familiar with the determined purple unicorn who ran away, I immediately recognized Pinkie Pie. Don't do this again, Pinkie Pie said, bouncing behind her. You can't just expect me to bake delicious cupcakes without even trying them. I'm leaving. The purple unicorn said, I shouldn't have come. In the noise of the party, I could barely hear her voice. However, Pinkie Pie's voice could be heard clearly even above the loud rock music. Don't be like this, Twilight. It's a party. Have some fun. The unicorn glared ahead, completely ignoring her, as the bouncy little pony landed in front of the purple unicorn. Let's have fun. Let's have fun. Let's have fun. Let's have fun, she sang. The unicorn stopped, raising one front hoof and staring at her. It seemed she was struggling with her inner desires. For a moment, things seemed to be spiraling out of control, but she ultimately just stomped the raised hoof down on the floor. I'm not looking for fun at all, Pinkie, she said, her voice loud and threatening. Do you want to know a secret? You aren't looking for fun either. Pinkie Pie giggled. Of course I'm looking for fun. There's cake, ice cream, cupcakes, the best party music, drinks, party atmosphere, and what? The purple unicorn floated over a small jar from the neighboring table, and I immediately knew what it was. Of course, especially those. The pink pony was almost beaming, and I heard Applejack complaining beside me. Twilight opened the jar and dumped its contents everywhere, party time confetti scattering across the floor, some falling onto the balcony, some down the stairs. The pink pony gasped, squealing and jumping, frantically trying to pick them up. I felt an impulse to join her, but I was just a bystander now. I've had enough of lying for you. Twilight scolded loudly. I've had enough of hiding your issues from the princess, from every pony. I won't do it anymore. Pinkie Pie picked up her party time confetti, occasionally looking up angrily at her. You don't have to do this, you hateful, pathetic fool. Twilight. Don't call me Twilight, it won't work this time. Either you quit your addiction and admit your mistakes. The unicorn took a deep breath, eyes closed, preparing for what was to come next, or our friendship ends here. Twilight turned to leave, and the pink pony looked deflated, like a balloon losing air. Even her mane drooped down. Applejack sighed again beside me. Goodness, Twilight. Rainbow Dash had stopped laughing long ago and was gently flapping her wings. She is completely right. The blue Pegasus slowly flew toward the exit, nudging Twilight out. I pulled out of the memory sphere, immediately feeling like someone had kicked me in the stomach. I had indeed thrown up on myself earlier. I leaned against the wall, trying to convince myself, I'm not that bad. But I still had to keep an eye on you. I told the party time confetti in my saddlebag. I couldn't let Vivi and Despair think I was dependent on you. I didn't want them to think I was an addict and lose my friends. Hoof note, upgrade. New skill, tough skin, level 1. The harsh experiences of the Wasteland have made you more resilient. Each level you unlock of this skill grants you 3 damage resistance. Chapter 15, Whispers of the Night. Hey, Pinkie, are you asleep? Rest. Sleep came both comfortably and suddenly. My nearly exhausted body cried out for even a little rest. But every time I closed my eyes, the grotesque horrors of the Wasteland broke through my already closed thoughts with nightmares again and again. I saw ponies rushing into a passenger car marked the Sky Raider. In my imagination, they all belonged to several beautiful families, planning to spend an entire day enjoying the theme park built by the morale department. Parents watched their children bounce around with gentle eyes, for some reason. I was sure the morale department had built several amusement parks, and they would often be filled with a crowd of cheering children. I saw mothers busy warning their kids not to climb on the chairs, while fathers carefully checked their cameras, ensuring they had enough film. Yet no one noticed a wall of green flames, glowing with an evil rainbow shimmer, approaching them from afar. I saw ponies sharing good news with their loved ones that they had been chosen to be residents of the shelter. I watched them as flesh and blood. Vibrant ponies hurriedly moving into their new homes, the ticking clock on the wall silently counting down to death and disaster. I jolted awake. My body felt wrong. I was sore all over, feeling extremely weak, either shivering with cold or drenched in sweat. My stomach seemed to be in turmoil, and my mouth felt oddly sticky. Shadows were cast near the door, and I heard Despair's voice. Do you think she might have caught something in that shelter? A softer, clearer voice replied. It could also just be that she's under a lot of stress. I'm really worried about her. I think the Wasteland life is too much for her. That was Vivi's voice. You seem to be adapting quite well, Despair remarked. To avoid waking me, he deliberately lowered his voice. Vivi let out a strained, but still graceful, laugh. It's not as good as you think, my noble Wasteland dweller. Was that sarcasm? Or was it flirting? I couldn't tell. And thinking about it only muddled my thoughts further. I should be doing better than little Pip. Mentally, I'm at least a decade more mature than her. Great. To her, I'm just a kid. Fantastic. I'm just a little filly. Just like when we first met at that other pony's cute mark party. My life couldn't be more messed up. And those drugs she took didn't help her at all. Suddenly, my stomach twisted painfully, almost making me cry out. My heavy eyelids would no longer allow me to look around. As I closed my eyes, I chose not to struggle to open them again, just turning away from the sliver of light seeping through the door, and slipped back into a fragmented sleep. Are you planning to stay with her all night? Despair's voice was almost a whisper, but it sounded very close to my bed. I wasn't even sure if I was awake, let alone the waves of nightmares pushing me toward the edge of consciousness. But I could slowly sense a change in the darkness, a slowly floating light. Perhaps a door slowly opening. At least her fever has broken. Vivi's whisper seemed right next to my ear, causing my ears to twitch. She woke up? She was just out of it. Maybe she can sleep better now that the fever is gone. That's great. My body was almost rejecting my consciousness. My mind a chaotic swirl, like a cloud of drifting smoke. I quietly prayed to Celestia, hoping she would banish these illnesses to the moon. Actually, we're more worried about you, Despair said, not just because you're sleep-deprived yourself. Celestia above, do they want to drive me mad? They were completely using my sickness and pain against me. Their incessant chatter was torturing me in my mind, and yet I had no idea what exactly they were doing. Oh, even if my brain is fried, I can sense the delight in her tone, along with a strange sense of superiority. Your shield isn't nearly as strong as theirs. Despair paused. Those hellhounds, at least we think that's what we should call them. Was there disgust in his voice? No, not disgust, but an unhappy tone. As if the term hellhound itself sounded revolting. What do you mean? If you plan to keep using your body to shield other ponies, you'd better develop a habit of wearing armor, Despair pointed out. Yeah, Despair. That's what I've wanted to tell her all along, just never had the chance. My head felt heavy. Even the most basic act of listening took a lot of effort. I could feel my temperature was high. The sheets were almost completely soaked with my sweat, but I simply didn't have the strength to move my limbs. Sleep is like a lurking beast, ready to drag me into the abyss of nightmares at any moment. Don't even think about making me wear the clothes those disgusting raiders wore, Vivi said. And I realized I had missed part of their conversation. We weren't planning on making you wear them, let alone the armor of slavers. That's a terrible idea. You can wait until little Pip wakes up and ask her. She certainly has a lot of thoughts on that, Disaster said. But when we get to Tempony Tower, we will have to buy you some proper gear to deal with the various dangers you might encounter in the Wasteland. My sense of loss slowly faded with these words. A wave of relief mixed with pain spreading through my body. It seemed a part of me was indeed worried that they would leave me. I felt destined to wander in this terrible place. I could either find my place in the Wasteland and blend in, or change it and make it better. But at least I would do my best. Just like the advice the Watcher gave me, I was now like a young foal seeking lovely marks to find my virtues. But Disaster and Vivi didn't have to bear these burdens for me or be weighed down by my unconsciousness. Why hadn't they just left me behind and sought happiness together somewhere? Tempony Tower was a goal within reach. Really, why didn't they do that? I listened to them talk about how to get Vivi a set of armor. I actually agreed with Disaster. Vivi did need to wear some armor. But I also couldn't imagine my idol not wearing a pretty dress, and I realized they were planning a future in the Wasteland together and likely would take me along. This feeling filled me with confidence and hope. Despite these feelings, when I sank back into sleep, my thoughts slipped back into that dark path. I found myself wondering if there was any way to save the little ponies in Shelter 29, exposed to the deadly surface and the disaster of losing the clean water chip. I could only watch helplessly as hundreds of living ponies were trapped in the great coffin underground, buried alive, waiting for death. I cried out in my heart that they didn't have to die in such fear and violence. However, the only way I could think of to save even one little pony it was sickening to even think about. The only method was to minimize the depletion of the clean water chip, which would allow it to operate for several more decades. To do this, I couldn't just cut back on the minimum of 002 mouths to feed, but had to reduce more. I was startled by my earlier thoughts, deeply loathing myself for being able to come up with such an idea. After a few hours of sleep, the cold dampness seemed to be pulling my soul into a deep valley. I woke up again. Everything in the dream seemed to be locked in place by the thoughts of the moment I woke up, leaving only fragmented memories. I vaguely remembered the dream being related to the Ponyville library, a dead cat, and a dragon burning alive. I found a water bottle by the bedside and took a big drink, then sank back into nightmares. No, don't leave me. I'm trapped here, I cried, my hind legs caught under a broken wall, but Vivi and Disaster just walked away indifferently. Please don't leave me here. Vivi leaned her head gently against Disaster's mane, rubbing delicately as the distance between us slowly stretched. They didn't step away, just gradually faded away. The clouds slowly descended, turning into thick fog surrounding them. In my despair, their figures gradually disappeared. I knew that once they left, I would die. I jolted awake, a hoof smashing down on my pillow. This feeling of despair was infecting my hope, like spreading ashes over a cupcake. They were still with me, but I was gradually losing them. I perked up my ears, listening intently for any sound. Luna, help. I'm all alone. They abandoned me. That feeling of being trapped washed over me again, and I suddenly looked up, frantically scanning my surroundings. Gray sunlight streamed through the heavy curtain seams. Was that curtain made of bulletproof material, illuminating the entire room? I turned my head and found Vivi sleeping beside me, her body pressing down on the blanket just to make sure I stayed covered. A wave of relief washed over me like a painkiller, numbing my previous illogical fears that had been gnawing at me like a leech. I truly felt happy for Vivi and Disaster. Really, I just felt a bit lonely and frustrated. I shifted my gaze away from Vivi and found myself drawn to a large, brightly colored pink poster. It was an advertisement for the Howling City Joy Farm amusement park. Everything you need for a grand carnival is here, Pinkie Pie certified. Enjoy a grand carnival every day, forever. Well, at least now I knew where that idea came from. On the opposite wall was another recruitment poster. You too can become a Steel Ranger. I suddenly realized where I was, picked up the pip buck, and glanced at the map, which marked the Steel Hoof Shack. I flopped back onto the bed, feeling extremely exhausted, both physically and mentally. I was as sick as a dog, and Vivi's head resting against me suddenly felt much heavier. I could feel her warmth, and my stomach twisted with guilt. I suddenly tasted bile, feeling like I was about to throw up. I quickly rolled to the edge of the bed and vomited into the gap between the bed and the wall. Little Pip, are you okay? That question seemed so stupid. But I nodded anyway, then weakly leaned my head against the wall. Wait, I'll get you some water. I waited for her to leave and then leaned against the wall, crying for a while. My fur was already soaked with sweat, and my head resting against the wall felt like it was burning up. Oh God, I'm so pathetic. When I woke up, I could feel a clarity I hadn't experienced in days. My body was still weak, but at least I didn't feel that kind of weakness anymore. With the warm and comfortable rest, I believed I should be recovering well. My lips were still dry and tasteless, but at least my stomach was stable now. Then I felt incredibly thirsty. I tossed and turned in bed, wondering how long I had been in this semi-conscious state, and accidentally caught a glimpse of Vivi curled up on the ground, napping. My heart immediately shifted to her, realizing I owed her so much. Her head rested on an old jacket, and it looked like some little pony had covered her with a blanket while she slept. I bet it was Disaster, which made me quite happy. As I brought over a water bottle from the bedside table, Iron Hoof's deep voice came from another room. Sorry, but I won't buy that description that could fool a 3-year-old. You all sound like the beginning of a bad joke. Iron Hoof began to elaborate on his perspective. A secret agent, a princess from the pre-war nobility descended to the Wasteland, and a drifter expelled from a developed civilization, wanting to run into a tavern and tell all the other ponies their heads are clear. You think we're talking nonsense? Thank you. Disaster, you really do sound offended. I think either you're lying to me, or they played you for a fool. I thought I heard a hoof stomp. It must have been Disaster's. How could you think that? Because I've always been cautious. I saw us losing terribly. That Olicorn was just too powerful. We couldn't hurt her at all. Her shield blocked all the grenades. And then, in an instant, she was dead. Iron Hoof's deep voice was assessing our first joint operation, sounding like a teacher reading out our exam scores. One bullet, straight through her brain. Do you want me to believe that this naive little filly just out of the stable is capable of this? Do you really believe that? A naive little filly. with iron hooves, just out of the stable, already possesses extremely skilled criminal techniques. Able to pick every lock and hack every computer, skills that probably no pony has mastered in the past 200 years. I frowned, having to admit that I had always wondered why there were no other lockpicking masters in this world. But since I had always wanted to use lockpicking to create a cute mark for myself, I had long since honed my precision magic control to perfection. Tests showed my talents leaned towards the ordinary and the mysterious sciences. Moreover, as a little technician, combined with some tools from the industry, I also possessed the skills to operate terminals proficiently, which is rare among those outsiders. But most importantly, after leaving the No. 2 stable, and through reading publications and extensive practice, I had taken those two skills to unprecedented levels. Iron Hoof then said, "So, there's still a stable operating under closed-loop conditions outside? If there are any survivors in any stable, that would be hard to believe." A cloud of gloom rose in my heart. Calamity lowered his voice, sounding a bit threatening. "Are you doubting that they didn't come from the stable at all?" "No, I'm sure they came from the stable." Iron Hoof's voice remained steady and calm. "I just think they seem more like trained secret agents from the Ministry of Awesome's Black Ops program, rather than tourists from a civilized world." "What?" I remember Calamity saying the Ministry of Awesome barely does anything. Calamity stammered, "That's absurd." "Really?" Iron Hoof asked. "She escaped unscathed from a train about to fly off a cliff. That was us catching her." Iron Hoof paused, seemingly reluctantly admitting this point. "So how did you see her?" My friend Calamity hesitated a bit, then let out a sad sigh. "We almost killed her. She had just come out of Ponyville, where she dealt with a nest of raiders," Calamity explained. "She was wearing armor stolen from the raiders, covered in blood. And we thought she was a raider too, so we dove down and opened fire." There seemed to be a hint of regret in his voice. I suddenly felt a bit sorry for Calamity, but his description also scared me a little. It took Calamity a while to realize that his account sounded off, and he quickly clarified, "They were just raiders. Don't forget they were easy to deal with." Then he seemed to recall that truck incident and corrected himself. "If you were lucky enough, the timing and location would favor you." "I got it," Iron Hoof said matter-of-factly. "So she is not some bloodthirsty secret agent, just lucky." "What about the other one?" "Vivi?" Calamity chuckled. "She is just an ordinary resident, a singing pony who can heal. It has nothing to do with your secret agent claim." "She has no other abilities?" "She is the most beautiful pony we've ever seen. Does that count?" Calamity laughed. "As for the rest, well, she always finds a way to get what she wants, like bargaining and stuff. She always manages to mobilize other ponies to work." When she wasn't immediately silenced by Calamity. "Nice job, Calamity. Better not finish that sentence. Since she is a descendant of one of the 3 founders of stable technology, and that founder is the sister of the company's public figure and one of the 8 bigwigs of the pre-war government. With such lineage, she should be adept in charm, negotiation, and diplomacy," Iron Hoof muttered sarcastically. "Right, you make a good point. She does sound like a model resident." I groaned inwardly. How did he turn that around? I started to doubt my own background, let alone my personal experiences. I heard Calamity sigh, hoping he was less furious now. "Well, hypothetically, if our companions have been lying to us. For heaven's sake, Calamity, we've always been honest." I know it sounds bad when he says that, but... "So what are they really after?" Calamity interrupted. "I think I'm involved in this too." Iron Hoof ignored him and continued. "To me, it sounds like some special forces are redefining local powers to better suit their own interests, whatever that interest may be. Damn it, what are these ponies thinking?" I had been worried about my heroic reputation, but this is just insane. At least Calamity and I think alike. Okay, even if Little Pip is some Black Ops agent, how could she have almost been killed by us in the first place? Because underground training isn't suitable for learning how to combat aerial threats. I bet if it happened again, you'd still win. Calamity tried hard not to let himself get caught in his words. "Princess, help him. Listen. I've been with them for a long time, and you haven't. I know they can sometimes do unexpected things, but once you get to know them, I would believe they aren't spies." Iron Hoof almost laughed lightly. "Yes, exactly. Thank you, Calamity. Isn't there a hint of cunning in her mane?" "Absolutely not. You know, Little Pip can be really cute when she snores in her sleep." "I don't snore. Here we go again." I had just organized my armor and used telekinesis to hang my saddlebags when that little pony in power armor came over to give a speech. "I will go with you to Ten Pony Tower. Since you risked your lives to save me, escorting you to Ten Pony Tower is within my capabilities." I wasn't sure how to feel about that. However, Iron Hoof had made up his mind. "I insist on doing this." I frowned and looked around the room. The entire shed had 3 rooms, a bedroom, a living room, and a workshop in the back. After looking around, I realized Iron Hoof had given up his bed for me to sleep in. The other ponies had been sleeping on the floor, which made me feel both touched and ashamed. This wasn't the room where I stayed when I was sick. The living room of the shed had a dining table, rows of metal lockers, and a desk with a terminal on it. The terminal's screen glowing softly, with a few scattered trophies as decorations. On the wall behind the desk hung a flag, 3 half-cut apples, embedded with gears that sparkled with magic, held up by a crescent-shaped wing, with a large sword symbolizing war piercing through the middle. It was identical to the insignia painted on the side of Ironhoof's armor, right in the place of the cute mark. That was the mark of the Steel Rangers. I sighed. You need to talk to the other ponies. I tightened my saddlebags, strapped on my holster, and slung my gun belt. I've already talked to them, but they said you are the one making the decisions. What? Why? I am absolutely the least suitable pony for leadership. Could it be that what was said on the broadcast caused a misunderstanding? It seems I need to have a word with 3 when we get to Tenpony Tower. I turned to look at Vivi, but she was already lying on the ground, deeply absorbed in Little Pip's memory crystal ball. In the back room, I could hear Calamity busy repairing the weapons he had scavenged from the armory of Stable 29. Now we were filled with those common small-caliber bullets, completely useless for our preferred weapons. Calamity was replacing parts to maintain those small guns and small-caliber rifles. They could use these bullets, but we didn't plan to use them. Among the scavenged items from the armory, the shotgun shells were the only ones that were somewhat useful, but the remaining weapons and ammunition were not cheap when trading, so we still brought them along. In the background, a radio was playing a program from 3, just finishing a piece by the Little Pony Quartet, and now starting a solo by a stallion filled with sadness, fear, and hope. He should have died 200 years ago, I imagined, calming the storm. But your eyes reveal the desire for war. How can I protect you and keep you away from the wounds of terror and lies? When everything has been forgotten by the world, whispers in the dark seem to tell us that we will ultimately die. I leaned in to look closely and realized I had seen that mare before many times. Her small statue was in my saddlebag, and the memory orb recorded what happened at Pinkie Pie's last party. I believe the memories of the ghoul's hooves were also in there. The hooves shook again as the song ended, the last notes fading into nothingness. You know her, don't you? I asked softly. The iron hoof turned around. How could that be? She died 2 centuries ago. The voice of 3 suddenly echoed from the back room. My loyal audience perked up. I had mentioned this before, but it seemed some ponies weren't listening carefully. For years, I have been telling you that ghouls and zombies are not the same. Ghouls are those unfortunate ponies exposed to high doses of magical radiation but did not die. The radiation twisted and decayed their bodies. Unlike zombies, their minds are basically the same as other ponies and should not be treated differently. In an interview, the warlord was asked how he managed to become such a scoundrel, and he explained. Another frustrated voice came from the radio. Get lost. Everything I do is to ensure the safety of Tenponida. The voice of 3 returned. Hearing ponies so firmly support racial prejudice and discriminatory ideas, doesn't it warm your hearts? Thank you, warlord. I hope Princess Celestia watches over you from the sun. That last sentence was clearly said through gritted teeth. I shook my head. On one hand, this news had nothing to do with me, which relieved me. But on the other hand, I had interacted with ghouls like Little Dopey and real zombie ponies, and I knew well the differences between them. Hearing that some ponies hired a group of butchers to slaughter those innocent ghouls just because they were too foolish to understand the difference truly hurt me and made my eyes red with anger. The iron hoof chuckled deeply in his metal helmet. It seems you're not a ghoul rights advocate, shall I assume? I looked at him, confused and gloomy. Clearly my face or body expressed some disgust, but I didn't feel my reaction to the news from 3 would lead to any misunderstanding among the other ponies. In this desolate hell, the wisest and kindest pony I knew was a ghoul. I shouted, her name is Little Dopey. Her moral character is far superior to that of any 3 Iron Knights combined. I stomped my hoof hard enough to feel the pain in my front leg. 3 is right. If you can't tell the difference, then there's no place for you in our team. The iron hoof said nothing, only quietly began to pack his belongings. Calamity was busy at the workbench, and I looked at the materials scattered around it. Now I had enough parts to build a poison dart gun. Perhaps it was a good opportunity to make one for real. While praying my magical skills were sufficient to solve all problems, I cleared the workbench and took out the blueprints from my saddlebag. I just smiled and nodded at him. The conversation I heard that night still left a shadow in my heart. I knew exactly what Calamity and the Iron Hoof discussed that night, and that the Iron Hoof held firm doubts about himself. Calamity had mostly guessed I had been eavesdropping, but neither of us intended to expose the other first. I shrugged. I still couldn't see through the Iron Hoof's mind. I could see nobility and ugliness in his actions, but it was too early to draw conclusions. From Calamity's careful voice, he seemed to have doubts about the Iron Hoof as well. We have to admit, we do need his powerful firepower. He gracefully suggested that if we encountered that, Griffin again, his expertise in high explosive artillery would certainly be very useful. I nodded. I was also worried about encountering those strange creatures again if my guess was correct. On the other hand, Calamity hesitated, as if considering whether his proposal was worth mentioning. I lifted my head to look at him, shaking my hoof to signal him to continue. Let's put it this way. Iron Knights don't have a good reputation for fighting for ordinary ponies. Right. That conversation about reputation echoed in my ears again. I looked at the distance between Calamity and me, pondering whether that distance had crossed the physical realm. A nightmare flashed in my mind again. Trapped under a broken wall while my friends drifted away from me. Hey, little Pip, are you okay? Clearly, my worried expression was as obvious as a cute mark. I suddenly felt a sense of dark humor. With my self-control, what kind of trained spy could I be? Calamity tapped his hoof beside me and gently patted my back. You don't have to worry. No words will plant seeds of distrust between us. I stared at him wide-eyed. He smiled. I've seen deep within you, little Pip. You all sincerely want to help other ponies, even risking your lives, even if some ponies don't deserve your help. We're not going to waver from our previous views because of some ponies' nonsense. I felt tears welling up in my eyes. So I tightly hugged the rusty brown Pegasus in front of me. If you want, you can take a look. After my emotional outburst, it was the first time the Iron Hoof spoke to me in an hour. Vivi was checking our supplies in the room inside, while Calamity was refilling our water bottles at the Iron Hoof's purifier. Once the bags were packed, I could only watch them busy. Curiosity ultimately leading me to the memory orb under Applejack's photo. She was the minister of some department, right? I suddenly realized I had no idea which department Applejack was in charge of in Luna's government. I was just guessing based on the little clues I had. I respectfully nodded, considering it was not easy for him to share such things with me. I leaned forward, pointing my horn at the orb, then used magic to open the door to the memory. The world around me faded away. I found myself entangled in something. We stood backstage, hidden in the shadows cast by a large curtain. Applejack was right next to me, staring at the deep black stone podium, which had a microphone and speakers on it. The audience below was chattering away, and there was a huge brass emblem on the wall behind the podium. We can't do it. I felt myself speak. It's okay. You can do it. The voice was deep and rich, like the Iron Hoof's, only not as hoarse. I leaned close to her ear and whispered, now step out from behind the curtain and make history. Otherwise, I might have to forcefully push you onto the podium. Oh dear Celestia. The orange mare's face turned red instantly, giving her encourager a flirtatious look. I'd give anything if any mare could give me that kind of look. See you in a bit, darling. She smiled, and then strode confidently in front of the herd of ponies. At least she looked happier now than earlier. The pony I was riding kept glancing at her side, causing my attention to shift along with him. Although I couldn't blame him. I had to say it made me very uncomfortable. Sharing this kind of memory felt utterly strange. Then I noticed she had a holster strapped to one leg, almost completely hidden beneath her dress. As she moved, I caught a glimpse of the ivory-white gun handle adorned with 3 apple marks. The audience below did not show the same respect and admiration for her as in the last memory ball featuring Little Butterfly, but Applejack still stood firm on the podium, cleared her throat, and began her speech slowly but clearly. Every pony, we know you feel a bit frustrated about collaborating with the Department of Mysterious Sciences, and we understand that you all wish for us to develop Equestria in our own way, without relying on that flashy magic up front. But in critical moments, our stubbornness should also yield, and we should actively seek help. Believe me, we understand your feelings. At the same time, I want you to know how incredibly proud I am to stand here today, to show you the results of our collective efforts. Most of you don't even know what you are working for. The most important thing is to maintain the appearance that she isn't very natural in delivering the next words. Keep the whole project away from the zebra's line of sight. You all completed this in a year. No other ponies have the capability to accomplish better work than us in a shorter time like we did with Appaloosa. As she spoke, murmurs of anger interrupted her speech from the audience below. Now, her voice dropped to an extremely serious tone. All the ponies in the audience fell silent. Not out of fear of her, but out of respect for the topic she was discussing. When we were young, my brother Big Mac was always by my side. He was my closest family member and never let me down. When all of Equestria needed him, he didn't disappoint any pony. He served honorably in the military for 3 years, sacrificing his life for the glory of Equestria. In the end, when we needed him the most, he made the greatest sacrifice. When the zebra's bullet pierced his armor and shattered his heart, mine broke as well. I could feel tears streaming down Applejack's eyes. Her voice trembled, but she continued to speak. The room was filled with only her voice as the audience sat in silence. Ponies of the Department of Technology, let me formally introduce you to the Iron Hoof. Not long after, the scene of the memory dissipated, and the final image kept surfacing in my mind, the set of magical powered armor on the carriage display. Then I felt the world around me slowly reassemble. and I looked at Iron Hoof, feeling I had gained a deeper understanding of him. A light gray cloud descended, turning into thick fog that enveloped the earth, casting shadows amid the rubble battered by shockwaves and eroded by time. I kept checking the indicators of the visual enhancement magic to ensure we hadn't strayed from our intended direction, even keeping the disaster grounded to avoid losing track of us. We were approaching the outskirts of Manhattan, but I couldn't see what the city looked like at all, which disappointed me. Disaster and Vivi walked ahead, and I continuously checked the visual enhancement magic while closely watching for any hostile targets. A red dot flickered directly in front of us, then veered to the left. Disaster, watch your 7 o'clock. Disaster nodded, lowered himself, and slowly moved forward. The fog concealed his figure, gradually fading from my view, but the visual enhancement magic still marked his position. Vivi stepped back a few paces, keeping a close eye on Disaster's position, her horns shimmering, ready to cast a shield around the rusty Pegasus wearing a black cowboy hat. After a while, 2 gunshots echoed through the thick fog. You're not planning to eat them, are you? Vivi scoffed. I can't imagine what good the meat you've eaten these days does for your body. I said nothing, just stole a glance at her from the shadows. You see, this is why you're a vegetarian, Disaster chuckled. You've never had bacon. Believe me, if ponies were truly destined to eat only fruits, oats, and grass, the existence of bacon and pies proves that this world is indeed evil. Great, looks like I'll have to try irradiated pig then. After a while, we lit a campfire, and Disaster began explaining which parts of the irradiated pig were the tastiest. Vivi decided to sit with Iron Hoof, choosing to ignore the two of us. But when she spoke to Iron Hoof, I could still hear her soft voice. Listen, next time we encounter a battle, I hope you let Disaster and Little Skin handle it first. No offense, I'm really grateful you came to save us. But last time I was nearly blown up by your high explosive rounds instead of dying under a manticore's hooves. I had never thought of that, but Vivi was indeed right. Iron Hoof's weaponry had a bit of overkill. While it provided a good long-range advantage against scorpions and manticores, that level of firepower could indiscriminately kill all ponies in close quarters or indoor combat. It seemed I had to persuade Iron Hoof to keep calm when he wasn't needed to fight. I wasn't sure how that would sit with the Iron Hoof, or if it was just for him personally. I suspected it had been a long time since he had taken on the task of protecting his companions from harm on the road. Another old song played as Disaster and Vivi walked at the front again, and Disaster leaned over to talk to Vivi. If we try to sing a little, probably badly. Could you conjure some musical accompaniment? I rolled my eyes. That was my Vivi. No, that's Disaster's Vivi. I reaffirmed to myself, then cleared all thoughts. No. Vivi belongs to herself unless she admits she belongs to something else. As long as she wants, Disaster can be Vivi's Disaster. And I didn't want to insert myself between the two of them. Do you want to ask something? Iron Hoof's voice indicated he was well aware I had many questions, most of which were none of my business. That department called the Department of Technology. Why is it abbreviated as? I could hear him sighing beneath the armor. Officially, it should be called the Wartime Technology Department, but Applejack hates that name. She always points out that technology developed or invested in should benefit all of Equestria, not just serve for war. I nodded, listening carefully. This was one of the few topics Iron Hoof was genuinely interested in. A flash of green light darted across the sky, distracting me. I looked up, but saw nothing. I turned to ask Iron Hoof if he saw it, but he was still passionately discussing Applejack's department. And I suspected he wouldn't notice even if an airborne cargo truck crashed next to him. Under the guidance and support of the Department of Technology, many revolutionary industrial technologies have blossomed across Equestria. The Ministry and Iron Hoof military industry, 4-star transportation, equestrian machinery, and even refuge-stable technology have collaborated, making previously existing companies even stronger, and their products gradually became part of every pony's daily life. He looked down at my little beep beep pony. So why emphasize the wartime aspect in the name? It should just be called the Technology Department. I heard music, but it wasn't Vivi and Disaster singing. A patriotic old-style march emerged from the fog. I stopped in my tracks, looking around, and then a small light appeared on the indicator. Every pony, wait a moment. I need to check something. Going alone? Iron Hoof asked. Does she often do that? Iron Hoof asked my companion, and I had already ventured deep into the fog with the song. What do you often do? Calamity laughed, wandering around, leaving the group to flip a brick by the roadside. She was always like this. I was approaching a building, half of which was a massive warehouse, with not a single window intact, while the other half loomed like a castle, shrouded in mist. The pip-buck marked a name on the visual enhancement magic indicator for Star Group headquarters and central office. After a burst of static interference, the music stopped. Hello, Watcher. Hello. Lil Pip, I see you've made new friends. Maybe, I said vaguely. Just then, Iron Hoof's deep voice came from the fog. Lil Pip? Are you okay? Wow. He really didn't understand stealth at all. Hey, Watcher, the mechanical voice said, sounding quite familiar. I wasn't surprised. Iron Hoof's voice was very recognizable. If the Watcher was indeed wandering around the wasteland of Equestria, he should have seen plenty of Iron Rangers by now. It seemed now that the Watcher should be the one suspected of being some kind of agent pony. I looked around for the mechanical sprite, but the fog was too thick. I did spot two closely placed vending machines, one selling Sparkle Cola and the other selling Dawn Soda. The third vending machine was just a few feet away, labeled Horseshoe Ammo Sales. It had been completely pried open and stripped clean. I felt a shiver, imagining a time before the war when you could buy ammunition from vending machines on the street, right next to drink dispensers. Watcher, does the Ministry of Awesome really exist? This was just a shot in the dark. I already knew the answer. Yes, it was led by Rainbow Dash. The unmodulated mechanical voice somehow conveyed a hint of humor. Yes, one of Equestria's heroes did decide to name her department the Ministry of Awesome. They even established a command center on Ministry Boulevard. I assume Calamity has mentioned it to you, right? I nodded, suddenly realizing that the mechanical sprite in the thick fog might not be able to see me. Just as I couldn't see it. Even so, if that were the case, I would still be surprised. I said yes. I had heard the name Ministry Boulevard before, but I couldn't pinpoint where it was on the map or remember when and where I had heard it. They don't do much. The Watcher's words relieved me. I mean, Rainbow Dash has indeed initiated a few projects, like the Lone Pony Initiative, but most of the time, they just wander around aimlessly, doing nothing. A few years later, Luna ordered them to handle packaging, and they just turned the headquarters into a storage facility. Another question popped into my mind. I activated the Pip-Buck's inventory management magic and opened my saddlebags. But first, I needed to confirm. Can you see me? Yes, Lil Pip, I can see you. I knew it. I used my telekinesis to pull out the two little statues I had found. What are these? Of course, the Watcher would know the answer. Limited edition Harmony Pony sculptures. The ones you picked up are delicate magical artifacts, of which only 42 were made. 42? I thought there were only 6. They are what every pony refers to as the heroes of Equestria. The 6 ponies who embody the virtues corresponding to the elements of harmony. A total of 7 sets were made, 6 sculptures in each set, 1 for each of the 6, and the last set was kept by Princess Luna herself. They usually exchanged sculptures among themselves, and a small number also ended up in the hooves of their favorite friends and family. This made sense. Sweetie Belle had her sister's sculpture, and Applejack must have given her boyfriend Apple Fritter one too. I suspected the little statue I found in Old Appaloosa was originally a gift for Brayburn. Oh, now I remember who your new friend's voice sounded like. The name the Watcher said next made me gasp, and I was glad I hadn't been drinking Sparkle Cola at the time, or I would have definitely spat it out. Who is it? I hadn't even finished my question when a burst of static interference came through, and the Watcher's voice was suddenly replaced by a voice with a red tint, which loftily proclaimed to all ponies, raiders, ghouls, and hellhounds are irredeemable beasts. As the mechanical sprite faded into the fog, his voice slowly diminished. 4-Star Transport used to be an important rail transit company, providing public transport services to the Manhattan Central District. Iron Hoof told me that if those monorails were still operational, it would be the best way for us to navigate through this maze of ruins and high radiation areas, while avoiding most of the raider-infested ruins. I looked towards a few heavy doors across from the waiting room, all leading to an office building that resembled a castle. There were several darkened panels that looked like they had once been part of a turret array destroyed long ago. Driven by curiosity, I moved to the door, tried to open it, but found it locked tight. Well, this door practically begs me to open it. What are you doing? Iron Hoof asked, gathering with the other ponies around me. I heard Calamity snicker, evidently wanting to convey to Iron Hoof. See, we already told you. With a crisp click, I proudly pushed open the large door. In an instant, my view was replaced by a spacious gray hall, with overturned semicircular tables scattered across the floor, and a pile of sandbags and makeshift barricades forming a simple defense. I looked around and saw many Iron Rangers' torn bodies still clad in magical power armor. I noticed 3 charred holes in the ceiling where turrets had once been mounted. Suddenly, a turret remaining on the ceiling of the 4-star hall turned and opened fire. I was caught off guard, but V was already prepared. She instantly deployed a shield around me amidst the rat-tat-tat of gunfire. However, the shield seemed ineffective. Bullets pierced right through it, penetrated my armor, and shot into my body. My body was instantly engulfed in burning pain, and everything unraveled in an instant, with at least 6 bullets piercing through me and embedding deep into the station's floor. As I fell, I barely heard Iron Hoof's grenade machine gun roar. Everything around me slowly faded away, feeling like I was falling into a deep well. Through the distant wellhead above, I could see the ceiling engulfed in flames, collapsing directly onto the floor below with a faint, echoing boom. What happened? Calamity's voice came from somewhere deep in the rubble. They were using armor-piercing rounds. He sounded incredulous. Stop, Iron Hoof commanded. I jumped, thinking I might have done something wrong, but Iron Hoof's anger was directed at Calamity. I won't let you loot the bodies of those fallen soldiers. Hey, Calamity retorted, no matter how you see it, these corpses have no use for these things anymore. And the ammo for your ridiculous battle saddle isn't cheap, nor is it something you just find lying around in a raider's armory or on a desk. We need to be careful about gathering that ammo wherever we are. Calamity paused, picked up a missile in his mouth, and thought, they can't do this anymore. He opened his mouth and tossed the missile into the pile of items he had collected, then turned to glare at Iron Hoof. VV was already feeding more potions into my mouth. Yes, and besides, we just entered a not-so-friendly building. Iron Hoof came to my side, and I wondered if he still thought I was some secret agent. My armor was riddled with bullet holes and my own blood. I thought I needed to get this armor cleaned and repaired properly at Timponi Tower, or at least tidy it up before heading to Timponi Tower. I looked no better now than when I had just come out of the raider den in Ponyville. Indeed, it caught my attention. He looked at the nearby soldier's corpse and said to me, now I also want to know what's in this building. I nodded. Okay, let's split up. I considered whether to have Vivi join me, but then thought better of it. It didn't seem like a good idea. I teamed up with Iron Hoof. Vivi, you don't mind teaming up with Disaster, do you? You two check the remaining rooms on this floor and the basement. Iron Hoof and I will check the upper floors. Vivi smiled at me briefly, then looked at me seriously. You must be careful, don't be reckless like before. I assured her. Attention all employees of 4 stars. According to the latest safety and security protocols, all employees must carry standard military-grade firearms within company premises. Violators or ponies who fail to maintain and reload their firearms on schedule may be terminated under Article 13 of the Employee Code. When 4 stars property faces potential government force raids, all employees must defend company property and supervisors. Therefore, every employee must participate in at least 3 types of 4 stars defense and team-building training courses over the weekends this month. Violators will be terminated according to Article 6 of the Employee Attendance Code. Daisy Branch will provide homemade, delicious petal pastries after the training to replenish your energy. Feel free to indulge. I had just read the same content. This message was on every terminal I hacked into, and rereading it was pointless. I looked at Iron Hoof to confirm if it was safe to hack into the next terminal. I thought now would be a good time to ask a question. Iron Hoof, have you heard of a pony named Little Dad? Iron Hoof gasped. Why do you ask that? I heard some guys say your voice sounds like Little Dad. Employee Evacuation Protocol. 4 Stars Group places great importance on your obligations to the company. In extreme situations, such as a federal agent raid, or worse, an overaggregation magic strike, it is the responsibility of every employee to protect senior core ponies and assist the following employees in evacuating in the order of priority. 1. 4 Stars leaders and all shareholders within range. 2. Executive department members. 3. Cutting-edge research group members. 4. Chief Supervisor Secretary, Daisy Branch. 5. Middle management members. 6. Red, black, and gold level research assistants. 7. White or orange level research assistants. 8. 4 supervisors. Once all members on the above list have safely evacuated, we recommend you take the time to ensure your own safety. To ensure your safety, we are distributing military-grade armor-piercing ammunition to all employees above the floor supervisor level. Fortunately, there are plenty in the cabinets. No one has successfully entered here in 2 centuries, and the countless ammunition boxes are enough for a small army. Disaster was right. There are no missiles or grenades in these boxes. However, there is a wide variety of other ammunition, including plenty of armor-piercing rounds. Enough for us to use for a long time, with some leftover to sell. Seeing the widespread use of armor-piercing rounds here, Iron Hoof believed this entire area was specifically designed to deal with the Iron Riders. There was a terminal with another message that appeared to be a private mail, which I hadn't seen on other terminals. Reply. Satin, I heard the morale department caught her and accused her of inciting rebellion. Last week, morale department agents raided her residence in the dead of night and kidnapped her. The executives upstairs were furious. They seemed certain Satin would inadvertently reveal something, or worse. Remember something. All I know now is that fully armed agents from the ministry could break down my door at any moment. A mechanical voice came through. This is private territory, federal scum. Lay down your weapons or be executed. As soon as the words were out, I heard the whir of a rocket launcher, and the entire corridor was engulfed in flames. To my surprise, I also heard Iron Hoof fall to the ground. Luna's damn moon poop. The one who just fired the rocket was a security robot. What kind of robot needs to be equipped with rockets? I took out my sniper rifle and loaded it with armor-piercing rounds. Lowering my body, I carefully peeked around the corner. The robot occupied most of the corridor, looking like a cross between a tank and an Iron Rider. It had at least 3 types of weapons, including a missile turret and a rotating machine gun mounted on its chest that could swivel 180 degrees. I focused on finding a suitable curse word to describe it, but my mind was as blank as a newborn's cute mark. The thing slid straight toward Iron Hoof. Iron Hoof could still move his body, but couldn't get back up. The rotating machine gun on the security robot's chest was aimed directly at the downed Iron Rider. I was sure it was also equipped with armor-piercing rounds. I stepped around the corner, raised my sniper rifle, and carefully aimed through the scope. When I activated the targeting spell, the machine gun was drawn to me and no longer pointed at Iron Hoof. 3 rounds from my sniper rifle fired in an instant. The first 2 bullets made 2 holes in the tank-like Sentinel's head, seemingly only slightly disturbing its targeting system. The Sentinel robot's machine gun swept wildly at the wall, and 1 bullet tore through my armor, hitting my left side. My 3rd bullet struck its missile turret, causing an explosion that destroyed the ammunition. Those missiles were meant to deal with the Iron Riders, and their destructive power against the Sentinel robot was equally massive. My left hind leg felt unsteady, blood and grime mixing together. I staggered toward Iron Hoof, whose armor was automatically injecting him with healing agents and support hormones. The armor's automatic repair magic was using scrap metal from the surroundings to reconstruct the hole on his right side. I was momentarily stunned, amazed at the miracle Applejack and her department had created. The Sentinel robot protected the 4 Stars leader's office, where the desks were reinforced and could be instantly lowered for cover. With an open secret door on the wall, if it were closed, I surely wouldn't have found it. The drawers of the desks were locked. But I opened the first ammunition box with a hairpin, finding something that looked like a security access card inside. I chuckled to myself. We just went through so much trouble to deal with the security robot, and this card could have let us pass safely through all the robotic security. Several locked ammunition boxes were under the desk. I opened the first one, finding several electromagnetic hoof grenades. I quickly realized these grenades were specifically designed to disable the power armor of the Iron Riders, rendering them powerless like Iron Hoof when attacked by the Sky Beast. I thought these grenades would likely destroy most of the technological chips inside the machines when they exploded, including the Sentinel robot guarding this room. Sometimes, the magic shotgun that can kill a dragon is indeed right in the dragon's lair. I tried several times to hack into the computer in the room, each time exiting just before it locked me out. Executive Department Evacuation Protocol. When Manhattan is hit by an over-aggregation magic strike, or worse, such as a raid by the Morale Department on this area, all 4 Stars executives must orderly retreat to the underground shelter according to the evacuation steps listed in the 15 rules below. Please adhere to the evacuation route assigned to you. The 4-star shelter can protect you from various disasters, storing food, water, and necessary medical supplies, enough to support you through a level of disaster equivalent to an over-aggregation magic strike for up to 12 weeks. The 4-star shelter also contains an armory, a shooting range for your training, and plenty of reading materials for your leisure, including how to survive on the surface after an over-aggregation magic strike and how to greet our zebra rulers. All right. The Iron Hoof Guard does not belong to the Morale Division. A Little Pony called for those heavy firepower warriors. But worse still, a 4-star leader actually predicted their actions. What are they doing? According to the attached map, there is a hidden staircase leading to the basement. We should be able to meet Disaster and Vivi there soon. I tried to pick the lock on the weapon cabinet, and like dealing with that terminal, I had to use all my strength. I even had the impulse to pop a party time Mintat to boost my intelligence. Just as I was about to give up on the lock-picking and take the drugs, the cabinet opened. Inside was a dress with armor plating that I had never seen before, a red and black outfit adorned with strands of gold. And it was in perfect condition. I carefully took it out and laid it on my back. Vivi would look stunning in this. The armor also came with a helmet, which I wanted to toss aside. The flashy red feathers on the helmet were like a big, bright target. There were also a few exquisitely designed assault carbines inside, one of which was fitted with a scope and a silencer, along with a custom grip painted in black and white stripes. We've been waiting for you, little skin. As I walked into the basement, Disaster smiled at me. He and Vivi were standing next to a door locked by a terminal. I was glad to see that there was a card reader on the terminal. That damn card finally came in handy. I handed the gear I found to Vivi, and she agreed that the helmet was impractical. Before long, Disaster helped her into the armored dress. I turned my attention to the terminal and took the access card out of my bag. Where did you find that thing? Iron Hoof seemed to just catch up with our thoughts as I looked at him, using magic to place the access card in the reader. Iron Hoof walked to the bottom of the stairs and looked at Vivi. Stunning, Disaster exclaimed. The red and gold matched the stripes in your mane and tail perfectly. Then he shyly smiled. We've never seen such a dress. It seems no pony will mistake you for a raider or a slave trader in the future. After scanning the access card, the reader emitted a pleasing beep, welcoming Chief Supervisor Mayam. The mechanical components inside began to hiss, and the door started to rise. This door was certainly not as sophisticated as those from Stable Tech, but its technology was still several levels above the junk I had seen in the Wasteland. I might shoot her, Iron Hoof muttered, and we all looked at him with a mix of confusion and disgust. That, he explained, is the uniform of the Zebra Legion. Disaster gasped, and Vivi immediately looked uncomfortable. I turned my head, deciding to see what was in front of me in this dark mini-stable. Points of bioluminescence flickered in the darkness. At least dozens of pairs of zombie pony eyes were staring at me. I double-checked. Yes, they were indeed zombies. Not a single living pony in sight. Hoofnote, level up. New skill, Vital Pony, level 1. You are proficient in targeting magic, making you 20 cooler in combat. For each level gained, you will receive an additional 15 action points limit in assistive targeting magic. Chapter 16, The Mysterious Tower. You know, even in the face of such coarse accusations, we still maintained our proper etiquette to the greatest extent. We hid nothing. Manhattan, 200 years ago, or perhaps even further back, as a bustling metropolis, Manhattan was known worldwide for its high degree of internationalization. Millions of ponies worked and lived in this city. As the largest gathering place for the elite of all Equestria, Manhattan reflected its unique prosperity and wealth in every aspect. However, in an instant, this glorious city was completely submerged in the dust of history, never to return. The bright light, high temperatures, and magical flames from the explosions took countless pony lives. Many more ponies did not escape the shockwave and the green flames that swept through, turning the entire city to ashes. The pre-catastrophe Manhattan no longer existed. Now, the only remnants left in the world are the ruins left by the wildfire bombs, miles of crumbling walls, hidden scorch marks and ashes in the shadows, and broken skyscrapers standing like skeletons, silently telling the tale of that day's tragedy. Ponies might wonder why such a catastrophic disaster occurred. How could the enemies of Equestria transport weapons of mass destruction into the heart of Equestria, the most magnificent and glorious city on its territory? When I discovered that the operators of Manhattan's most important public transportation system were traders loyal to the Zebras, all my doubts were resolved. The entire transportation system was like a knife deeply embedded in the heart of Equestria, causing that tragedy. I stared into the eyes of the zombie zebra ahead, knowing that they were the ones who brought the wildfire bombs into Manhattan, which meant they were responsible for numerous blood deaths. I also realized that the quality of this small stable produced by the 4 Stars Company was far inferior to the products of Stable Tech. Although Stable Tech had done many heinous things, they truly knew how to build a proper shelter. This shoddy stable failed to prevent the infiltration of magical radiation, ultimately leading the zebras, and a few ponies, it was supposed to protect to become the grotesque forms they now were. Of course, I knew that as mindless zombies. The threat they posed was nowhere near as terrifying as the ghouls. While I didn't care whether they were ghouls or zombies, as I stepped back, I suddenly hoped that these zombies still retained some semblance of awareness. Without awareness, they wouldn't know why the upcoming pain was being inflicted upon them. Iron Hoof, take care of them. The afternoon's lingering fog, accompanied by the violently rolling gray clouds in the sky, shrouded the graveyard-like ruins of Manhattan. We strolled along a monorail on Luna's dual track through the ruins, looking down at the rubble and debris beneath our hooves. Looking up, the entire city was filled with collapsed houses, charred carts, debris swept up by the wind, broken lampposts, and shattered streetlights. Yet there were no corpses. All the living beings that once existed in Manhattan had turned to dust, mingling with other dust and vanishing in the wind. In some inconspicuous places, I even found green wildfires still burning. It was strange why the wildfires could persist so stubbornly for centuries. The dust and rust in the wind created a unique smell for this graveyard. The groaning sound of overburdened buildings mixed with the dull cracking of cement and the clanging of metal struck by the fierce wind formed a symphony that lingered over the ruins of Manhattan. Occasionally, gunfire echoed from afar, abruptly interrupting the symphony, hinting that raiders, scavengers, and various ponies lurked in the concealed alleys and shadowy buildings nearby. A flash of golden-green light swept past us. A noble and incredibly elegant large bird spread its wings and circled above us, as if sensing our observation. Its eyes emitted a green glow, and strands of wildfire flowed down its beak. What is that? Before my mind could process or formulate any questions, Vivi exclaimed in awe. A wildfire phoenix, Iron Hoof replied, his voice barely audible. The golden bird, shimmering with green light, circled in the air for a moment, then suddenly dove away, disappearing into the shadows of the alley. We grumbled and then stopped. One interesting thing about single-file marching is, if one pony stops, then unless they are at the end of the line, all ponies must stop and wait for them. I'm staring at a damaged billboard. The enormous quantum cola on it seems to be glowing, as refreshing as being kicked in the face by a hoof, containing natural radish ingredients. Manhattan Garden is the largest wildlife conservation center and home to many rare species, but everything has turned to ashes with the zebra's wildfire bombs, Iron Hoof explains. However, the phoenix has a completely different treatment than those who were burned to ashes on the spot. He laughs. I wouldn't think of raising one. Those guys can spit wildfire. A gaunt sea blue mare bursts onto the street from a broken shop door, tears streaming down her cheeks as she runs and screams. Dozens of raiders, wielding various bloody weapons and wearing old-fashioned roller skate helmets, leap through windows and doors in pursuit of her, laughing lewdly. Help me. She stumbles and runs, blood flowing down her thighs, and I see it quite clearly. Help me. Now they just let him go on purpose, playing with her. We are on the Luna train line, far beyond the effective locking range of the aiming magic, so I focus through the scope on the foremost raider. A gray-brown one with a cute emblem of a skull with soul fire in its eye sockets. Aiming at where he will appear next based on the predictions given by Despair. Let us hold steady and then give them a surprise. I pull the trigger and fire a 3-round burst from the Zebra assault carbine. I now realize that the silencer doesn't really make it completely silent, but the muted sound quickly dissipates into the air, and the weight of the silencer can balance the gun, counteracting the recoil and ensuring accuracy. The raider hit by the bullet instantly turns into a fiery horse, rolling in agony on the ground. I take cover behind Despair, unloading the magazine for a careful inspection. I didn't mistakenly load those special rounds into the magazine. This is a magical effect that the Zebra assault carbine itself provides for the bullets. I'll be damned if this thing was the main weapon of the Zebras on the battlefield. One of the raiders is still hot on the trail. I turn around and aim the gun at him. The moment I see him, I freeze. The rapist's backside is still a blank, but I tremble as I aim the Zebra assault carbine at him. He is wearing a full roller skate helmet, holding a serrated knife in his mouth, and covered in the blood of the mare. I force myself to calm down, slowly squeezing the trigger. I can't. He is just a kid. Terrifyingly, I watch as the foal dodges the mare's counterattack, charging toward her. In that instant, I hear a gunshot behind me, and the foal's body is torn in half. A horrific sight. The tremendous impact sends the foal's corpse crashing into a mailbox by the roadside. I lower the Zebra assault carbine, staring in shock at Despair. On the other side, Vivi looks at him in disbelief, her eyes wide. What? Despair descends to help that mare first, asking, "Did I steal your prey?" Little ponies love to laugh. Zebras misunderstand laughter, fearing it. Little ponies yearn for honesty. Zebras are full of lies, deceiving each other. Little ponies value loyalty. Zebras are two-faced, betraying friends. Little ponies are generous. Zebras are selfish and greedy. Little ponies care for each other. Zebras only think of themselves, full of deceit. I look at the billboard in front of me, my mind blank. Wow, this is really not right, Vivi says, breaking the long-standing silence that had been unbearable for the ponies after Despair shot that foal. The dual tracks draw a graceful arc before us. Various billboards placed on the arches of skyscrapers, visible to the ponies whenever the train turns. As the elevated train turns, they completely occupy one side of the view. Despair is flying ahead, giving us a view far beyond what reconnaissance requires. The Luna train line really doesn't seem to pose any threat. I really want a party time mint apple right now. There's nothing particularly special that requires it, but I just really wanted to make my brain sharper. I can think so fast, so clearly, all thanks to a little gadget like this. The more alert I am, the sharper my perception becomes. If party time mint apple has such an effect on me, then I'm a bit curious about what effect it has on Pinky. I start considering the 4-star company again. Based on what we found in the mini shelter, though there was little left after Iron Hoof's heavy machine gun barrage, the raid on the morale department and the wildfire bombs going off happened on the same morning. I think the super gathering magic was attacked during transport. The morale department sent ironclad guards. They know why heavy weapons are needed, where to search, and whom to interrogate. Whether this ability belongs to a certain employee under the morale department, or if Party Time Mint Apple has bestowed Pinky with unparalleled strategy and insight. For me, I believe it's the latter. I don't know what kind of pain Mint Apple addiction has brought her, but Pinky indeed has an almost prophetic intuition. Her department is a nightmare for traders. She scares them sleepless, like lost dogs. No matter how other ponies evaluate her and her morale department, Pinky is just one desperate step away from saving Manhattan. I stop and look at the desolate urban maze. Millions of ponies have fallen here, losing the race against time. I need something else to think about. I switch to radio station 3, listening through my headphones. I'm doing this merely to distract myself. After all, I already know all the songs by heart. I hope to find some songs worth expanding the music list among the records we brought. This is the latest news. 3 says during the musical interlude, reports indicate a faint distress signal near Horseshoe Tower. It seems the Black Feather mercenaries have gotten themselves into trouble. Well, don't worry. Horseshoe Tower is quite close to Sheriff Rottail's jurisdiction. Maybe some of his corpses will be willing to help you. Oh, but it seems you and your gang have already killed most of them. So, good luck to you. Here S3's advice to all ponies in the Wasteland. Good and evil will eventually be repaid. Despair has returned to the team, once he lands on the tracks. I turn off the beeping Pony S broadcast. You'll all like that. A few minutes later, far enough from the arc track, we see what Despair is pointing to ahead. The Celestia train line vertically crosses the Luna train line from over 20 feet high. Looking up, the dark underbelly of the Celestia dual track reveals a strange pattern that sends chills down my spine. All right, how do we get up there? Vivi mocks. Despair rolls his eyes and flaps his wings, indicating, we can get you all up there. But our ironclad friends are too heavy for us. When you take me up, I can lift him too, I suggest. Despair agrees. All right, but be careful, little skin. You wouldn't want to disturb those bloodwings. Bloodwings? I lift my binoculars and see those bizarre mutated bats, each one emaciated and huge, densely packed in the shadows below the Celestia train line, causing me to gasp in fright. Yeah, we'd better hurry to 10 Pony Tower. You probably don't want to sleep on the streets at night. It's much easier to get down from the monorail than to climb up the Celestia line. When we finally turn the corner, an elegant archway appears before us. The glow of dusk shines on its rusty silver surface, and the monorail, dazzlingly bright. Passing through the archway, we finally see 10 Pony Tower. Shocked by its intact grandeur and splendor. Hours ago, we caught glimpses of its silhouette as we navigated the ruins of the building. But it was only upon reaching this place that we could truly witness its true grandeur. Light streamed through most of the windows, illuminating the interior. Although most windows were riddled with holes, they remained intact. The Tenma Tower narrowed every 12 floors, leaving a series of railings for the roughly adorned circular open-air balconies. One side of the tower was severely damaged, with the charred and sunken structure clearly having been repaired post-war, filled with various reinforcements. The sign bearing the tower's name had long since shattered into the rubble. A massive radio broadcasting tower jutted out at the top, reaching for the sky. A monorail passed through an archway, which must have been stunning in the sunlight, and ascended directly to the Tenma Tower, where they had built a 4-star company boarding platform several floors above the ground, with the monorail running through it. Rusty signs hung from the archway. Ministry of Mysterious Sciences. Manhattan Center. Upon entering the platform, we saw guards taking cover behind large metal walls, silently watching us pass through their firing ports, guns aimed at us the entire way. The walls of the platform were plastered with various life-sized oil paintings of ponies. These paintings once had protective fields around them, similar to the shield magic that Vivi had once cast. However, most had faded and deteriorated beyond repair, and the protective fields had long since failed, the gems sustaining them having been stolen. Only one survived. It depicted a familiar purple unicorn, though the pink and purple stripes in her mane had mostly turned gray. I jumped from the monorail to the platform walkway, jogging along the wall to get a closer look at the painting. The edges of the painting had yellowed, and the paint had bubbled due to the heat, but its protective fields still lingered. My companions stopped, staring at me, but I waved them on, signaling that I just wanted to take a quick look and would catch up soon. They nodded and moved on, completely unconcerned with the situation here. Though not a young filly, the twilight sparkle in the painting looked a good decade younger than she did at Pinky's last party and appeared much happier. The background of the painting showcased the crisp golden hues unique to autumn, with faintly visible ponies surrounding her like a spectrum of colors. Her adorable mark was obscured by a number 10 tag stuck to her flank. That's the Fall Leaf Marathon, a voice suddenly said behind me, startling me half to death. I turned around, glaring at the mechanical sprite that had popped up out of nowhere. Twilight Sparkle had participated in that traditional Ponyville event every year, but had never won. To me, the mechanical sprite's voice suddenly sounded a bit melancholic. Every year until her work at the ministry consumed all her time. Well, I chuckled. I looked at the mechanical sprite. How do you know her? But after a burst of static noise, the watcher left, and the mechanical sprite resumed playing its music. I frowned, watching the large iron ball dance up and down, gradually moving away, feeling a bit puzzled. Was it just my imagination, or was the time the watcher spent talking to me indeed getting shorter? The Tenma Tower isn't a place you can just waltz into, a guard shouted through the intercom from behind the blast-proof window. The large gates had zombies keep out, painted in red letters. We have a lot to discuss with 3, Vivi replied arrogantly, unless you want to tell him that you chased us all away. So 3 wants to see you, does he? Of course, Vivi fibbed smoothly. If I were you, I wouldn't let his guests just stand around here. All of them. The voice asked skeptically. Vivi exaggerated a sigh, pointing at Disaster. He is my bodyguard. And him, you must recognize as an Iron Knight. I know. Then Vivi looked at me, bewildered, her hooves gesturing in the air. In a moment of desperation, I blurted out, Toaster Pony. All the ponies stared at me with strange expressions. 3. His toaster is broken? Vivi said helplessly. The guard fell silent in thought. Vivi finally couldn't hold back. You see, if you get into a bunch of trouble for not letting us in, I'd be more than happy to stay out here, but it's getting dark. How about 100 caps? 200. 125. You wouldn't want 3 to know that you're extorting his guests. Deal. The firing ports in the wall opened, caps were exchanged, and we were allowed inside. 200 caps was no small amount for us, but I wasn't too worried. Once inside, we had a lot of equipment waiting to be sold. Oh, and before you enter the checkpoint, hand over your weapons. Screw your big horn, Disaster retorted, unless you plan to skin us. You can forget about us taking off our combat saddles. The guard sneered, don't expect me to take your precious things. Keep your guns, just hand over the bullets. My eyelids twitched involuntarily. I really didn't expect this kind of operation. This way, our cargo would shrink significantly. And we had to thank him for leaving us the most valuable but heaviest items. As we passed through the checkpoint, a unicorn emerged from the guard booth and began searching us. With a flick of her horn, all our magazines, bullets, hoof grenades, and missiles flew out, glinting in the light on her metallic armor. Toaster Pony, she repeated, wearing a dignified smile, her gaze sweeping over my gear. Sniper rifle, combat shotgun, zebra carbine, assault carbine. Life is bleak. And this Iron Knight? She asked as she removed a missile from the left side of the Iron Hoof combat saddle. What is your business? I'm just here to ensure you haven't encountered any disgusting zombie problems, the Iron Hoof said quietly. Oh, don't worry about that. She smiled. Thank you. It's my duty. I can't let any filthy zombies roam free. Disaster stared at the Iron Hoof in disbelief, while Vivi was nearly laughing, lowering her voice just enough for the unicorn to hear. Yes, they are indeed abominable monsters. It's hard to imagine anything worse, apart from a full killer. Disaster huffed, closed his eyes, and used his hat to hide his embarrassed cheeks. I feel like we've been stripped bare, Disaster complained. At least my gear hasn't been reduced this badly. If you absolutely must, you can buy some rubber bullets from the security chief, the Reaper. Before the booth's door closed completely, the unicorn offered us some advice. Disaster and I exchanged a glance. It was the first time we had heard of someone still using non-lethal weapons. The magnificent armored door in front of us suddenly let out a loud clanging noise, like a giant beast in a cage being released. Then it trembled as it opened inward, revealing the brightly lit and lavish hall of the Tenma Tower before us. We attracted a lot of attention. I really had no clue about the concept of high society. The second refuge didn't have any elite class. The Wasteland was synonymous with dirt, decay, and rot. Its rigid etiquette was not something it could accept. Even ponies in a place like New Apple Rosa might just be raising their heads to avoid the nearby stench. We need to find a place to settle down quickly. Vivi urged us all the way. I really need a good shower. Yeah, it's like we can't face any pony without a wash, Disaster said, lowering his head, silently enduring the stares and pointing from the ponies around us. Indeed, I nodded, but still puzzled about how we would find accommodation. We were crossing a narrow alley lined with various luxury shops. If we wanted to buy or sell anything, Vivi would definitely be the most suitable. I felt that only Vivi and the whole team had the business acumen to communicate with those ponies. If it were us, they would probably not even bother to acknowledge us. Vivi seems to always understand my thoughts. After we finished washing up and resting, we split up to take action. I would first sell our things, then buy a few sets of formal clothes to help us blend in here. Little Skin, you should also start considering the meeting. We want to find a workshop, a place to modify the battle saddle. Before I teamed up with Little Skin, I hadn't even touched other types of bullets. We need to come up with a way to easily switch bullets, so we can use rubber bullets more conveniently. He looked at me and Vivi, saying, take out your guns. While we figure things out, we can also fix yours. Vivi handed him her nail gun, asking, what about the next time we encounter a foe? Disaster muttered in dissatisfaction. At that time, I only saw a damn raider. The rusty brown Pegasus protested, proudly insisting, that's my principal. He's just a kid. Vivi stomped her hoof and gritted her teeth. I looked around. My companions had already begun to attract attention. Maybe we should stop for a moment. No matter who it is, as long as they become a dirty and cruel raider, they'll end up with more holes in them. Do you think the foal had any other choice in that situation? Disaster rolled his eyes at Vivi. Maybe so, but having a mark missing from his but isn't an excuse for being reckless, violent, or going on a killing spree. Disaster's voice grew louder. You all seem to have forgotten about that little brat. Shut up. I finally couldn't hold back, for the princess's sake. I swear if this keeps up, I will lock you both up. Early the next morning, everyone had calmed down quite a bit. We all took a refreshing shower and changed our clothes. Disaster got up early to repair our armor. Thanks to him, my battered and blood-stained armor really needed some proper maintenance. Meanwhile, while the stores were still closed, Vivi packed our weapons and scavenged items to take out, hoping to see what she could trade for desired items. After such a long time of busyness, I finally had a chance to relax and lay in bed lazily reading. I was almost done with my collection and planned to sell most of it to Vivi. However, I ultimately decided to store them in the temporary hut at Hub 7 to build a library. Wow, Vivi, you look excited, Disaster said, his face burning. But in the end, he only stammered a bunch of things like hoping she had bottle caps to buy breakfast. She looked at Disaster. Of course I do. Then looked at me, showing a very happy expression, and we have plenty of bottle caps to splurge a little. What do they have there? Vivi laughed. You wouldn't believe it. The little ponies here have become arrogant to a new level. She cheekily rolled her eyes. The store on the lower 2 floors only sells cheese, and the one across sells only alcohol. Although she tried to dress elegantly, Vivi was definitely not materialistic. She didn't spend a single bottle cap on that. In fact, half the fun of shopping was just looking, purely admiring the goods in the display cases. Hey, is there anything you want? A few new books, and then some rubber bullets. Vivi sighed heavily. This upscale restaurant was filled with ponies who looked very serious. I looked at the food on my plate, feeling desperate. I might have had too high expectations. The residents of Tin Mare Tower didn't grow their own food. They ate the pre-war food just like us. The only difference being they divided each portion smaller and decorated it elaborately. Eating didn't take much time, and I was still very hungry. After breakfast, we began to move freely. Disaster and Iron Hoof went to find the Star S supervisor, hoping to buy some ammunition, and preferably find Vivi a set of armor that suited her better. Iron Hoof took the Zebra Army uniform. Vivi always felt uncomfortable wearing it, especially when we passed through a graveyard of countless victims under the zebra's blades. But I didn't want to throw it away or sell it. What if it was useful later? Vivi and I went to gather supplies together. Food was always the most important, as long as we were in Tin Mare Tower. I would rather die than eat in a restaurant. I watched the shelves of canned goods in the fine dining restaurant, drooling, but ultimately could only sigh at the prices. Perhaps we could just buy the minimum needed for the next 2 days, and we could always find more while scavenging. At first, I refused. But the sauna made me completely surrender. This might be the first time I could fully relax since escaping the refuge. And I couldn't help but let out a long sigh. A few massage ponies gave us an incredibly comfortable massage. It was the best use of bottle caps I had ever spent in my life. To be honest, when the massage pony was working on my back, I truly felt like I was floating. I heard that little butterfly would come to places like this every week with her distant relative, and when they massaged my shoulders, Vivi said it felt awkward instantly. While we were resting in the mud bath, I noticed a book on a nearby table. My curiosity got the better of me, and I picked it up to see what it was about. The Celebrity Pony's Speech Guidelines. I opened the book and read the title aloud. Improve our way of thinking by improving our way of expressing. There was a line of small print underneath. Official guide by the impression department. I decided to ask the spa pony if I could buy this book. I tried to clean up the mess on the floor as best as I could, apologizing to him, and then noticed the cheese mark on his light brown backside. You. Cheese Jack stood up, dusting off his coat. Oh, it's you. A small gray unicorn clad in a fancy uniform ran over, looking at the scattered cheese on the floor. Then at us. What's going on? This guy tried to rob me. I had saved his life before. Now I was the troublemaker, and Vivi was watching on the side. But I didn't care at all. Cheese Jack began to bite the ribbon on the box, picking up the cheese crates, completely ignoring me. As if I were just an insignificant bug. Is this true? The gray unicorn stared at him. Cheese Jack huffed, floating the stacked cheese crates in front of the fancy uniformed gray unicorn. I'm sorry, dear. I'll give you a 10% discount for these improperly handled cheeses. A guard wearing an old-fashioned Ministry of Mysteries combat armor and light machine gun saddle ran over. I pointed at Cheese Jack and said, Sir, please arrest him immediately. The guard looked at us. What did he do? Attempted robbery. The guard laughed. Cheese Jack's prices are quite high, but this is a bit exaggerated. I shook my head vigorously. No, I saved him from raiders, and instead of thanking me, he wanted to rob me. I glared at Cheese Jack, if I remember correctly. They wanted to break your legs. They should have finished the job. The guard looked at me skeptically. When did this happen? I paused for a moment. looking at the date displayed by the beep pony 3 weeks ago. Only 3 weeks. I feel like I've been in the Wasteland for much longer. I'm sorry, the guard finally said. To be honest, you don't look like a citizen of Tinmare Tower, so your accusations against him might not carry much weight. I almost fainted from anger. So he's innocent? Little skin, Vivi said softly, gently patting my shoulder to calm me down. Let the past be the past. After all, he didn't really rob anything, right? I pushed her hoof away, pointing at Cheese Jack. Are you just going to stand there pretending nothing happened? Then of course not. He said firmly. Wait for what? Cheese Jack? Deer looked at the light brown cheese store owner with a questioning gaze. The items she bought seemed to have been forgotten at the side, and the guard instantly stiffened. Clearly not, Vivi said with a straight face. Cheese Jack, the guard said in a threatening tone. Do you realize you're confessing to everything you've done? Cheese Jack snorted again, staring at me. I'm not a liar. And I don't regret at all what I intended to do back then. Letting my kids have me as their father is far more important than helping some brainless stranger who ran into a slave trader's camp. He looked at the guard. After the clarinet was killed, I was their only hope. The guard spoke up. This will never happen again. You know the laws of Tenmata. The only outcome for theft is the death penalty. Wait, what? Vivi gasped. The guard tightened his grip on the combat saddle's controls, and I heard the sound of a round being chambered. Sorry, Cheese Jack, but you have to come with me. Never mind. I'll withdraw my complaint and pretend nothing happened, okay? The guard glared at me angrily. Sorry, kid, but you accused him first, and you're not a citizen here. So don't expect your words to carry any weight. I paced anxiously. This is so stupid. They can't really be planning to kill a little pony for attempted robbery. Can they? Oh my gosh, why can't I just keep my stupid mouth shut? The elevator doors opened, and I had just sent Vivi to look into the laws of Tenmata to see if she could find any regulations that would help me when I appealed to 3. I stepped into the elevator, silently adding this to my list of questions. Looking back, why didn't Cheese Jack just keep his mouth shut? In the Wasteland, honesty isn't always a virtue. The elevator began to rise slowly. I took a deep breath. I was about to see 3, but I really didn't know what would happen next. Would he really want to talk to me? If not, then all this effort would be wasted. Oh, not completely. But it would be like coming all this way just for a spa treatment. That said, it wouldn't be a total waste of time. The doors opened, and I stepped out of the elevator into a marble hall. In the center of the luxurious plaza stood a fountain, with a tall, dark brown brass gargoyle statue leaping over it, wings spread across the hall. It wore a clean water chip around its neck, which had a sapphire embedded in the center. Thanks to that chip, the fountain had been continuously producing pure water for 200 years since the Great Cataclysm. The clean, radiation-free water enjoyed during baths and spa treatments still filled me with longing. I kept wondering how many of these clean water chips the mysterious science department had, and what kind of effect they could achieve if gathered together. The staircase spiraled up along the hall's walls, with a loft on the top floor. The loft's balcony was inlaid with matching bronze characters, Mysterious Science Department Manhattan Center. On the other side of the fountain was a huge double door, marked Twilight Sparkle Reading Room. There was another identical double door at the loft, marked Emergency Broadcast Room. Unauthorized unicorns, turn back. I took a deep breath and walked straight toward the stairs. Just then, the elevator doors behind me opened, and I saw the gray unicorn, Kind Heart, step out. Looking around, I smiled, trying hard to appear less anxious. Are you here to see 3 too? The unicorn nodded at me. She was about my size, the only one of the same age I had seen who was also a natural little pony. I waved my hoof to let her go first. After all, she was a citizen of Tenmata, and I was not. When we reached the platform, the door leading to the broadcast room opened silently, reminding me of the legend about the Manhattan ghost that the traveling merchant had told us. The room was filled with large mainframes and an enormous screen made of display panels, overlooking everything in the Wasteland. Nearly every Wasteland place name I could mention was displayed there. Just as I stopped to watch the screen, Kind Heart walked past me. After searching for a while, I recognized New Appaloosa on one of the screens. Quite spectacular, isn't it? Kind Heart asked. I nodded, and then noticed that some images on the screen were very clear, while others were severely distorted, and one large screen was completely black. Have you been here before? The artist, 17. Good morning, my Wasteland residents. Kind Heart shouted into the microphone, her voice now deep and familiar. How's everyone doing? This is your good friend 3, and it's that familiar time again. News time. I was so startled that I sat down on the ground, staring blankly at the petite gray unicorn whose voice was broadcasting to every corner of the Wasteland. I heard the rumors. Cheese Jack, the arrogant and rude guy who opened a cheese shop in Tenmata, has just been arrested. The charge is attempting to rob the little pony who saved his life in return for a grudge. Remember what I said. My little ponies, treat each other with respect and kindness, or be prepared to have knives stabbed in your back. Furthermore, there's news that finally, some ponies came to help me fix the toaster. Woohoo! It's breakfast time. Let the melodies of blue salsa accompany you through a wonderful morning. 10 minutes later, I stood atop Tenmata, with the breeze blowing, enjoying the unique dishes from the broadcast tower, one of which had been carefully decorated by Kind Heart, featuring a delicate gem in the center. I gazed at the gray maze of Manhattan ruins. From here, I could see another severely damaged Manhattan Government Center building, Horseshoe Tower, and even the Statue of Friendship standing tall outside the port. The stunning blue ocean stretched endlessly in my view, disappearing into the vast sea mist. Isn't it ironic? Kind Heart asked, her voice already back to threes. I heard that statue was a gift from the zebra citizens to the ponies before the war. I turned to look at her, but something on the distant horizon immediately caught my attention. I saw a milky white spire piercing the clouds. I blinked, suddenly recalling that I seemed to have seen it somewhere before, but not from that angle. I looked toward the direction of my memory. I looked at where that tower should be, and indeed there was one. I took out my binoculars and slowly scanned the horizon. On the distant mountain range near Old Appaloosa, I saw a third one. How many of those towers are there? It's clear you've spotted those towers. Kind Heart said casually. I lowered the binoculars. What are they? No clue, Kind Heart said. They are all some pre-war structures with incredibly complex internal structures. The only thing we know is that each tower has a base station, and there are cameras 1/3 of the way up the tower. 3 found a way to hack into one of them. Each generation of 3 could continuously inform every pony of the dangers around them through those cameras and the messages provided by loyal listeners, inspiring them with the legendary stories of heroes, telling them everything happening in the wasteland. There's also wonderful music to help them relax and take on the hardships of life with a more optimistic attitude. This is all I can do for every pony. I'm just doing what I can. I looked at her with a gaze almost filled with admiration. However, you seem to be able to do better than I can, so I need your help. Hoof note, upgrade. New skill, tooth for tooth. In battle, your critical damage will be more destructive. All damage caused by critical hits, including critical hits while sneaking, is increased by 50. It does not affect your critical hit chance. Chapter 17, The Target of Many, bringing you the truth, no matter how cruel it is. The answer. For weeks, I had stubbornly held on to the belief that all answers could be found in Tenmata, with 3, which had supported me through the endless wasteland to get here. I am currently sitting across from Jingshin, just a small table apart, chatting and sipping on ice-cold sparkling cola. What a pleasant moment it is, but I begin to wonder how I convinced myself to come here in the first place. She hasn't told me anything about the Red Eye. Clearly, the areas where the Red Eye operates are one of those places that Jingshin cannot peek into. In this regard, Jingshin has more questions than I do. After I finished telling her about my experiences at Cracked Hoof Ridge and how I made decisions on what to do, the only lesson I learned was, don't pin all your hopes on things you conjured up in your imagination, as it will only break your heart. Thank you, little pie, Jingshin said, handing me a piece of watermelon from a can. All along, I've been doing my best to convey everything I know accurately to every listener. You have no idea how grateful I am to have little pie to help fill in those gaps. I nodded. I too was grateful for the opportunity to share my version of the story with everyone, but it seemed my rising fame had already spiraled out of control. Jingshin smiled. Shouldn't it? You might think what you did is perfectly normal, but the audience doesn't see it that way. You risk your own safety to help other ponies, as if all other ponies would do the same. Just by that, you've given the whole wasteland hope and shown a way to make it better. Jingshin took another bite of the watermelon that had been sealed for 2 centuries before continuing the topic. You are right. This should indeed be how ponies treat each other. But in the wasteland of Equestria, very few ponies are willing to spend precious ammunition to travel great distances to save strangers, especially when they realize they might need those bullets to save themselves and their loved ones tomorrow. Jingshin shook her head sadly, her beautiful blue short hair falling in front of her face. I walked over and gently tucked that strand of mane behind her ear so she wouldn't have to put down the watermelon in her hoof. The wasteland has never lacked ponies like Cheese Jack, but ponies like you, little pie, are truly too few. Why would he do that? I said in frustration. As soon as Cheese Jack was mentioned, our conversation went off track, and I just couldn't understand. Jingshin looked at me, surprised by my sudden outburst, and I guessed it might have been his pride. From what you said, he shows no remorse for what he has done. That law is so stupid. I stomped my hoof, expressing my stance. Jingshin clearly disagreed with my viewpoint. The 10-Pony Code has very strict laws against all theft-related actions. Remember, we are caught between the raiders of Cracked Hoof Ridge and the slave traders of Bark City. The 10-Pony Code wants to keep those bastards out and send a clear message to all the scum planning to come here and cause trouble. Both raiders and slave traders should stay away from us. Damn it, I really don't want to admit it, But that does make some sense. Yet I still didn't understand why Cheese Jack easily confessed, turning his only hope for release, attempted robbery, into nothingness. He knew I stopped. I looked at her, as if trying to grasp at a last straw. Worse still, I felt that Cheese Jack's actions were all because of me. Jingxin had already made it clear that Cheese Jack wanted to rob me, and had almost madly confessed it himself. To her, I didn't need to feel guilty about it. But that didn't comfort me. When I first saw Cheese Jack, I simply couldn't bear the feeling of betrayal. Anger surged, and I lost control. Could it be that he didn't know he would be executed for confessing? Jingxin shook her head. Every citizen of the 10-Pony Code knows the laws here. There are many requirements to gain permanent residency here. And knowing the laws is one of the relatively simple conditions. I silently groaned in frustration and confusion. Then Jingxin calmly added, Cheese Jack's cheese shop has been open for 5 years. Previously, he worked as a guard for traders. And the former owner of the cheese shop sourced goods from them. So, Cheese definitely knows the laws here. Damn it. Jingxin and I walked into the Twilight Sparkle reading room. Every wall was lined with huge bookshelves, creating a little space for reading. And 3 large arched windows allowed the midday sunlight to filter through the overcast sky into the library. Each bookshelf was stuffed with books, manuals, novels, and a large pile of manuscripts. More books surrounded every column. In the middle stood a huge table, supported not by legs but by a circle of small bookshelves. More books filled under each chair. Under the windows was a bed, neither filled with books nor bookshelves, and the scattered furniture nearby, including a table, a fridge, chairs, and an old phonograph, told me this place was Jingxin's home. There were indeed a lot of books here. Jingxin trotted over to the table, where an old terminal was placed, its green screen shining brightly in the dusty gloom. The beautiful gray unicorn tapped lightly with her hoof, and a graceful voice floated out. As for why I'm talking to you through this private line, I just heard that our department is about to go clear out politically incorrect subversive books from Ponyville's library. I know how much you want to keep them, so I'm packing them up to send over, hoping you have enough space to store them. I know the magic department on Politician Avenue has a much larger library, but we can't just drive a wagon full of those books into Central City, right? If you really don't have any space, don't hesitate to ask Pinky. After all, her department has a branch in Manhattan, and she seems to always find a way to stuff anything in anywhere. I've never understood how she does it. I looked at Jingxin and then at the bookshelves, feeling a surge of respect. This place wasn't just filled with many books, but many preserved original books. I found these in a shelter, I said, trying not to disturb the oversized smile on her face. I think you can make good use of them. She happily bounced around the room, cheering. After leaving the cheese shop, this was the first time I felt particularly happy. Jingxin's horn glowed, and she instantly took all the records. You really don't know what this means. Not just for me, but for the entire Wasteland. My good mood on the way was suddenly doused by the conversation I overheard upon entering the house, completely cooling down. The doctors here say there's a way to cure drug addiction, Vivi said. I instantly felt all my previous happiness vanish, leaving only indignation. Really? They're discussing this? Keeping it from me? And talking to a doctor? A stranger pony no less? What are they doing? Just handing Little Pie a few pills? The tone of disastrous was directly dismissing other possibilities. They were talking about me. Were they really saying that if she just took these, all her problems would be solved? Enraged, I was about to stomp my hoof hard but slowly lowered it again. I didn't want them to hear. This was all too much to take. How dare they? What drug addiction? How could I feel better? I was doing fine. Hadn't I eaten party time mentats in days? 2 days? What kind of drug addiction was that? And a helping hoof doctor? Really? I'm not so sure. Thank you very much. Disastrous. Get her out of here. But he continued. Little Pie can't stand the feeling of betrayal. We all saw her reaction when we were in those shelters. Yeah, comparatively speaking. Her outburst at the cheese shop owner was nothing. Vivi looked very much in agreement with disastrous viewpoint. Great. I originally sent her to look at the legal regulations to see if she could get Cheese Jack out. And this is what she did? Talking to the doctor about the diseases I've imagined for myself? We need to handle this carefully. Vivi kept rambling on. And even if it could help Xiao Pai recover, it wouldn't be worth the risk of her falling out with us. Without friends, who would be willing to help her? For the next few hours, I focused all my energy on the original Encyclopedia of Mysterious Science and Today's Locksmith, comparing them with the revised version and taking notes. I learned a lot from both books. Clearly, to make the book politically correct, it included removing content that could potentially cultivate perpetrators. I smiled slightly. Recalling my childhood experiences of searching for cute labels, I guess I had long been categorized as a perpetrator. My dedicated study was interrupted only once when Jingxin changed to a very exciting song, a duet about mending friendships that mentioned a life without friends, striking right at my sore spot, making it hard for me to concentrate on reading. Jingxin suddenly stopped the song and replayed it. A thought flashed through my mind. Perhaps she resonated with the lyrics like I did, but her next words immediately dismissed that notion. Forget it. I still can't listen to this song quietly. I can't help but want to dance along. I looked at her, nodded politely, and continued reading. No, she stomped her hoof. I couldn't just dance by myself in front of a guest who wasn't dancing. That would be too awkward. Just as an idea began to form in my mind, she immediately dispelled it. So let's get up and dance. And then we danced. At first, it was indeed awkward. Jingxin wasn't that great at dancing, lacking technique. But she had unmatched energy and creativity. Her smile and vitality quickly infected me, making me throw myself into it. When the music ended, I truly enjoyed it. But I also felt a slight sadness. The next song was much more soothing, making me feel a bit awkward again. So I quickly shifted my attention to the painting above the clock. It depicted the glorious valley, Jingxin explained, elegantly tossing her mane back. I raised an eyebrow. That scene couldn't be described as glorious. Of course not. It was a terrifying place. Compared to that, camping in the endless forest felt as easy as going to a spa, Jingxin's hoof resting on my shoulder. The farther away from there, the better. I had never heard of the glorious valley, let alone visited it. But it did leave me a bit puzzled. Why did that Twilight Sparkle hang such a painting in her library? As soon as I asked, I felt the question was quite foolish. Clearly, it wasn't a terrifying place before the war, but it certainly couldn't be described as magnificent or even beautiful. It was barren and unappealing, clashing with the overall style of the library in tone and atmosphere, like an uninvited guest. Unlike the central ministry here, Jingxin clarified, there is a vast network of caves beneath the glorious valley. When the 6 departments were established not long ago, the Department of Mysterious Science cleared out all the original inhabitants from the caves and established a gem mining center. Once the gem resources of the entire valley were exhausted, the empty caves were repurposed into processing points, specifically for handling byproducts from the ministry's magical experiments. I took notes, reminding myself to steer clear of that place in the future. What could come from a mix of strange magical toxins and super concentrated magical radiation, nobody knows. Now, 3 has another survival tip for you little ponies. Today, I want to talk to you about the 2 biggest threats you might encounter while struggling through the wasteland of Equestria. Mutant crocodiles? Bloodwings? Hellhounds? None of those. Kids, hurry. Find a chair to sit down. That's right. It's time for your old friend 3 to tell you about the dangers of mutant source radiation and rot. Witnessing a small gray unicorn, similar in size to me, suddenly become the spokesperson for the entire wasteland was truly astonishing. We all know that powerful dark magic released upon equestrian soil results in magical radiation as a byproduct. The largest and most polluted areas we have discovered are naturally the Howling City crater and the center of Manhattan. Basically, every place struck by super concentrated magic counts. Except for Cloudsdale and Central City, avoiding these 2 places is for other reasons. However, even a sky carriage that exploded not long ago could contain radiation. Fortunately, kids, as long as you carry a radiation monitor with you, you can avoid those areas. However, the potential threats posed by radiation are rife in food and water sources. Always remember to drink purified water whenever possible. No matter where you go, make sure to have several water bottles filled with clean water and enough Radaway on hand. And rot is another matter. It is an extraordinary substance. No pony knows what rot is or where it comes from. But we know it can cause mutations in monsters and can have extremely lethal effects on ponies. Remember, folks, rot doesn't care what you wear. No protective suit can completely shield you from it, and there is no known antidote. The only way to identify whether a place has rot from a safe distance is to rely entirely on rumors. If you discover a place is contaminated with rot through other signs, it may already be too late. I think that if you want to hide something, the best way is to pile it in a cave and then put up a warning sign outside the entrance, marked, Danger, Rot. According to the news, a small settlement in the Waterway Valley of the Manhattan ruins has gone missing. If any pony happens to pass by, please keep an eye out and see what happened, and let your good buddy 3 know. Finally, 3 concludes the news with a special announcement. Now, I know all of you little ponies have questions. What happened to that pony from Shelter 2, the equestrian hero? What is she doing now? We just received a sensational piece of news. The Shelter pony loves you. That's right, all of you little ponies. Want to know how I know? I've covered my face with my hoof. Because she sent a cute little repair pony with a special delivery to me. Starting tomorrow, our broadcast will add some new songs. So be sure to tune in on time. My loyal listeners, you definitely don't want to be the last pony to hear the new songs broadcasted tomorrow. Now, it's time to present a song by Bull and Sasha, The Sun Won't Hide Forever. The light at the corner of 3 gradually faded, and I was back in the same room as Jingxin. You might be exaggerating a bit, right? Jingxin flashed a brilliant smile. just as I've always done, telling everyone the facts. I chuckled. Yeah, except for your whole set of strange secret identities. Jingxin stared at me seriously. Do you think those arrogant little ponies from the 10-pony tower would be willing to let a sympathizer of the corpse stay in their tower? Let alone broadcast here. If they knew who I was, I wouldn't be able to broadcast freely as I do now. In fact, they might even kick me out of the 10-pony tower altogether. Sometimes, she said, to be honest, you have to know when to tell the truth and when not to. This morning, you said you needed my help? Jingxin blushed. At that time, I hoped you would take the risk to do something for me, but now that I think about it, asking you to do that is a bit ridiculous. I raised an eyebrow, curiosity striking again. Go on. The charming gray unicorn seemed to ponder for a moment, her blue mane always swaying in front of her eyes. Then she shook her head. Tell me, I nudged her. I think it's better to forget it. It sounds a bit silly now. Tell me, I nudged her again. Her refusal only heightened my curiosity. What frustrated me was that she still declined my request. I paused. Tell me. Jingxin waved a hoof and said, Okay. If you really want to know, taking a deep breath, she let it all out at once. I want you to find me a few specific new songs. I know Sweet Belle and the other two founders of the refuge stable, one of whom is Fabian Liu, are very close. And Fabian Liu is the founder of the Red Racer, and her office and factory happen to be in Manhattan. A few years ago, I happened to hear that there are still several unreleased song tapes in the safe of Fabian Liu's office. Since then, I've wanted to get my hooves on them to listen to them properly, but I've never been able to do so because it's too dangerous. That area has been occupied by scorpion lions. Wow. Okay, considering that what we're after is a record, I completely understand why Jingxin would think this request is absurd. She doesn't even know Whale Me yet. Alright, I'll go do it. Jingxin stared intently at the floor, scraping her hoof along the cracks. After hearing what I said, her mind was clearly blank, just looking at me in disbelief. Why? She stammered a little. I thought about trying to make my reasons sound more noble, or just making up a bunch of reasons. But a stronger part of me felt there was no room for lies here. In the end, I chose to be honest, because I don't know what to do next either. My companions are expecting me to come up with a plan to go back and find them. More importantly, this is your request. To elevate the moment. I added, I am more than willing to help Jingxin out. She blinked. Alright, did you hear what I just said about the scorpion lions? I smiled, of course I did. Since our last battle with the scorpion lion, I've managed to get quite a few new weapons. I think we can handle it, don't worry. I added, not wanting her to feel indebted to me. If things get dangerous, we'll back out as quickly as possible. Jingxin nodded vigorously, accepting my words. This motion caused her mane to flop in front of her face. Okay, if you really want to do something dangerous for me, I can't let you do it for free. I know what you all need. I tilted my head, not really wanting a reward, and was about to find an excuse to refuse, but I was also a bit curious about what the reward was, so I didn't immediately reject her proposal. On the other hand, before making longer-term plans, I needed to personally ask Cheese Jack, especially since executing those plans would be equivalent to leaving him to fate. Unfortunately, the Tenmata police probably wouldn't let a small non-citizen like me get close to him, but that wasn't a problem. With a wave of minty freshness, the entire world suddenly became clear and bright. Now it was much easier to find my way past the guards to where I needed to go. I was now a charming and incredibly clever mare. Even if I wasn't interested in them, they naturally became interested in me. I could even get one of them to give me their pencil and notebook, and even better, since my mind was now liberated from its innate constraints. I had an idea. What are you doing here? Cheese Jack's sarcastic voice interrupted my thoughts, enhanced by the party time Manhattan. I looked up to see him standing on a moldy hay bed behind the bars of the prison cell. I refocused my attention on the matter at hand, glaring at the bothersome light brown colt, deciding to get straight to the point. In the name of Celestia, why admit to doing those things? You know you would end up in prison, or even worse, lose your life. Cheese Jack stared coldly at me, then spoke in a tone as if lecturing a child, because the wasteland of Ponyland needs sacrifices. You haven't been here long enough to understand that. He scrutinized me, but I believe you're starting to understand. You're no longer that innocent little filly from 3 weeks ago, are you? Your hooves are already stained with blood. Not just from monsters, you've killed other ponies as well. Tell me, when you first stepped out of the refuge stable, were you an assassin? I instinctively took a few steps back, feeling quite surprised. I didn't understand how his words related to the present situation, but I knew what he was saying. I had seen how Wei Wei looked at me back then, as if I were drenched in blood. I had also seen myself during my low periods and how I scrutinized myself during nightmares. I know you've scavenged corpses. So, what do you think about stealing from raiders or worse ponies? The wasteland has twisted and deformed them. Does that mean what you do to them is justice? Do you think it's easy to steal from those less likely to be convicted? In other words, do you think stealing from anyone is as easy as a hoof flick now, right? Cheese Jack's words brought back memories of my initial intrusion into Silverbell's barn. Have you betrayed other ponies? Have you ever abandoned other ponies to die just to save your own life? Or had to kill innocent ponies just because it was the only way to protect yourself? He stared at me, watching my expression change. No. What about something less severe? Have you stood by and watched? Cheese Jack kept waiting, and the only response I could give was a nod, not to any specific question he asked, but just to indicate that I was following along with his words. The wasteland of Ponyland needs sacrifices. It will keep consuming you until you no longer recognize yourself. By then, you will find a virtue. You will discover that you believe in something you will never compromise on, never. When you can hold on to that part of yourself, that virtue, you will no longer fear looking at yourself in the mirror every morning. It will become your guiding light, your support to live as your true self. But I stared at him, unwilling to understand his words. You could have said nothing. He squinted, his mouth pressed against the prison bars, leaning as close to me as possible. Don't think this is for you. I'm doing this to redeem myself, even if it costs me my life. I took a few steps back, unsure if Cheese Jack had broken down, was too foolish, or was terrifyingly clear-headed. I turned and left. As I passed through the door, he called out to me from behind. If you haven't discovered what your virtue is yet, make the most of your time before it's too late. The Red Racer factory was not close to either the Luna line or the Celestia line. So for the first half hour after we set off, we walked through the urban ruins of Manhattan. The withdrawal symptoms from Manhattan were worse than before. The only way I kept myself from taking another dose was by secretly promising myself to take one as soon as we reached the Red Racer factory. I couldn't fight like this. I felt both stupid and blind. I needed the effects of Manhattan, but if I took a dose now, I would risk withdrawal symptoms during the battle. I couldn't take that risk. I deliberately slowed my pace, walking alongside Iron Hoof. I noticed Disasters and Wei Wei intentionally stepping apart from each other, keeping their distance. I rolled my eyes. They had already been terrible. A wave of disappointment washed over me. Their stupid Cold War was doing nothing to help. So why are you still following us? I asked Iron Hoof, trying to use a not too offensive tone. You've already escorted us to the Tenmata. Do you want me to leave? A deep voice came from within the Iron Guard armor. I quickly waved my hoof. No, that is not what I meant. I just wanted to know why a pony like you would still be following me. Maybe because I don't have anything better to do. I stared ahead, completely not believing his words, but why would he lie? It felt as if all my companions had changed their attitudes toward me. Was I being paranoid? Or was Iron Hoof indeed a potential threat? I had been lost in gloomy thoughts, not even noticing that my companions had stopped ahead. I bumped into the back of Disarray, my horn scraping against his armor. Hey, why did you stop? I asked, feeling a bit confused and annoyed. Just as I was about to inquire further, my gaze was drawn to a massive poster plastered on a wobbling wall. Don't be afraid, Ponyville. We will save you from the depths of despair. Disarray couldn't help but laugh, mocking, not wrong at all. One day, the great Pegasus Inkly will come out to clear the clouds and save you insignificant little ponies. Maybe after a nap. He leaned forward, sneering, stop fooling yourself. That will never happen. Disarray's voice cut through, as if she had forgotten that she had just been yelling at him moments ago. Disarray disdainfully walked around the poster, preparing to leave. Laziness, arrogance, have ruined the best parts of us, taken away all our admirable qualities, until we are left with nothing but flaws, and then they decide, hey, let's choose them as our virtues. I felt like we were being followed. As we passed through a shattered courtyard, approaching a half-collapsed, blackened skyscraper blasted by supercharged magic, Iron Hoof suddenly spoke to us. I focused intently on the Beep Beep Ponies map. The Red Racer factory should be just ahead. Hearing Iron Hoof's words, I looked around, watching the visual enhancement magic indicator. In the dim light, I preferred to trust it over my own eyes. I was very sure Iron Hoof was right. Not long ago, I had also noticed that my now dulled senses could still perceive things. It was nothing short of a miracle. Oddly enough, there were indeed ponies or something else lurking outside the detection range of the visual enhancement magic. My indicator marked them as non-hostile, making me wonder if they were just keeping their distance out of shyness or because they knew about the flaw in my refuge technology's mysterious magic. As expected, a prompt flashed above the visual enhancement magic, indicating I had just discovered the Hoof Drum building. I turned my head to observe the building above, somewhat surprised. I knew what this skyscraper once was, the Morale Department's Manhattan Center. I could see it from the top floor of the 10 Pony Tower earlier. Undoubtedly, on the surface, the building before us had packaged itself, from its flamboyant architectural style to neon brand names, as a hub for the city's rebellious partygoers. Unlike the local center of the Ministry of Magic, the Morale Department did not mark itself on the Celestia Line station sign, not even with small letters of its name. This was a nameless, hidden skyscraper. The style from the third floor up became very plain, but still massive. As for the first two floors, I had already guessed they were one of Manhattan's most popular dance club spots. I recalled Vivi mentioning that the Pinky Party and the former 3D Vinyls Cooch had at least played a song together in the Hoof Drum building. Even the Beep Beep Pony didn't mark it as the center of the pre-war ministry, as if it were some kind of secret, a secret that all ponies knew. In a bygone era, the Ministry of Magic's political center resembled exactly what I imagined a ministry building to be, filled with magical defenses from top to bottom to resist wildfire bomb attacks. However, the defenses at the Morale Department Center were weak, and the location was unexpectedly on the upper floors of a public party venue. I moved closer to the shattered glass front door of the Hoof Drum building, trying to imagine how it used to be filled with ponies dancing gracefully to the song Vivi sang on the Shattered Hoof stage. As I passed by Disarray and Vivi, a red dot suddenly appeared on the visual enhancement magic, followed by a second and third. I stopped in my tracks, waving my hoof to signal them to wait. I crouched down and crawled along the front of the Hoof Drum building until I reached a corner piled with charred magazine racks. I cautiously peeked around the corner, and more red dots sprang into view. Did you hear the part 1 just mentioned about the scorpion-tailed lions? The Red Racer factory was just across the street behind the Hoof Drum building. The large orange scorpion-tailed lions were wandering around the factory. I saw a few scorpion-tailed lions take off from a 12-story open-air platform, circling the building before landing one by one at new perches. 2 were hanging out in the back alley, one facing away from me, its tail just inches from my nose, while the other was rummaging through a trash can in the distance. Luna, save me. What to do now? Think fast. I need another party time manta. I was sure that just a bit of chewing would bring that logic and perception jolt to solve the problem. But given my companion's previous behavior, I couldn't risk letting them see me take the drug again. They wouldn't understand. I turned around, trying to block their view, and activated the Beep Beep Pony's inventory management magic to float out a jar. I kept my head down, praying that the halo at this strange gray twilight wouldn't be bright enough to attract their attention. I floated out a party time manta with telekinesis and greedily sucked it into my mouth. As expected, it tasted wonderful. I swallowed it down and stowed the jar away. The gray filter in my eyes seemed to be pulled away, and the whole world became clearer and more vivid. I glanced again at the corner, more cautiously this time. The scorpion-tailed lion seemed to remain still, its tail almost in the same position. Meanwhile, its companion had dropped the trash can and was leisurely moving towards the next one. I looked up at the sky, feeling smart enough to handle 2 scorpion-tailed lions, no problem. But even under the influence of the drug, I still couldn't take out the entire scorpion-tailed lion pack. I had wanted Disarray to fly us to a protruding spot, but the scorpion-tailed lions could fly too. Those large, clumsy creatures seemed to never be able to fly particularly high, but I caught a glimpse of something red in the sky, and it wasn't a scorpion-tailed lion, definitely not. One of the most famous products produced by the Red Racer factory is scooters. As far as I know, the factory is renowned for making small red scooters. Clearly, the Red Racer factory took pride in it, as a giant model of a red scooter, over 10 meters long, was installed on the factory's roof. That iconic giant scooter had long since been detached from its rooftop supports, which had collapsed due to rust. The giant scooter had fallen down, bridging the gap between the Morale Department Center and the Red Racer factory, 15 stories high. I figured out how to get into the Red Racer factory. You must be crazy, Iron Hoof finally commented after hearing my plan. Vivi stared at me, as if trying to understand why my mood had shifted so drastically. That building looks completely unstable, little one. I think it's best if we split up and find the best route up. Otherwise, we'll never find a way. I completely agreed, not just wanting to rush through before the manta wore off. I truly didn't think the building could bear all our weight at once. Especially considering we had Iron Hoof with us. I will move with Iron Hoof. I'm the lightest among us and can use telekinesis when necessary. Vivi glanced at Disarray and interrupted, No, I should go with you. Iron Hoof and Disarray should go together. Disarray can fly, so there's no weight, right? Disarray chuckled softly, rolling his eyes. Suit yourself, little princess. So, Iron Hoof, do you mind if we scavenge some supplies along the way? As long as you carry it. Iron Hoof replied flatly, then followed Disarray through the almost shattered window frame into the Hoof Drum building. Vivi wrinkled her nose and followed closely behind me. As we stepped into the darkness, Vivi concentrated her magic, using her horn to illuminate the surroundings. The first thing I noticed was a gumball vending machine. The gumballs inside had melted during the wildfire bomb explosion, and now only solidified clumps remained. The central area of the Hoof Drum building included 3 tiers of booths, with a dance floor occupying most of the basement space below. The platform for the music performers, which used to be suspended from the ceiling by ropes, was now slanted on the ground, one end having crashed through the dance floor like a sinking ship. I felt a bit envious of this place and the little ponies who used to perform here. Does that mean I'm terrible? Vivi passed under a row of hanging speakers, each larger than an adult stallion. Or was I just really distressed to see this place destroyed? I shook my head. Just because you dream of being a medical pony doesn't mean your interest in singing is any less. In a way, I simply knew I had to say this now. It must be the insight and social grace that the party time Manticore's effects gave to ponies. After all, I wasn't even sure what was bothering her. You hadn't betrayed your ideals or your desire for the freedom to sing. Vivi paused for a moment and smiled, saying, "Thank you, little Pip." Red dots filled the visual enhancement magic indicators. It was a bit silly that my first thought was about what that traveling merchant with the mechanical owl had told us about ghosts. In some ways, it was normal to think that. Who? A small mechanical owl flew into the hall and began to interrogate us. I was taken aback, not out of fear, but shock. A hostile mechanical security owl? Was this a joke? The mechanical owl opened its beak, and a pink energy beam instantly cut through the air, striking a smoke-blackened vase on the magazine rack beside me. The vase toppled backward, flashing a blinding pink light, and before it hit the ground, it turned into a pile of sparkling ashes. No, it wasn't a joke. I heard the sound of the disaster's battle saddle firing elsewhere on the floor. I floated my combat shotgun out of its holster, aiming at the mechanical bird. Just then, Vivi suddenly dashed in front of me and pierced the metallic creature with her horn, almost causing me to shoot her by mistake. I felt myself trembling, caught between fear, relief, and anger. Vivi stopped, her eyes fixed on the broken mechanical owl stuck on her horn. She shook her head vigorously, trying to shake it off. "Little Pip?" She finally spoke, her tone revealing despair, looking quite comical. "Can you give me a little help? As long as you promise not to run in front of a loaded gun again." She stopped and looked at me. The corpse of the mechanical owl still hanging from her horn, her gaze falling on the shotgun I was levitating, her eyes widening. Oh my, I repeated seriously. Even though my anger had dissipated, I used magic to remove the owl and pulled it off. I had just wanted to get angry, but Vivi looked too adorable. Pop, pop, pop. The bullets tore through the first owl, igniting its internal components. Two more owls flew by, looking completely harmless, firing energy beams that struck the kitchen wall. After the mechanical guard died, I expertly switched my aiming magic to another target. I pulled the trigger, and 3 bullets immediately pierced through the second owl. A pink energy beam suddenly struck my back, causing a painful burning sensation. Thank goodness, that shot didn't turn me into glowing pink ashes. Before the second mechanical owl even hit the ground, I pointed the gun behind me and pulled the trigger again with my telekinesis. With 3 bullets and a rush of flames, the third owl also fell to the ground in a burst of fire. The air was filled with the smell of ozone, burnt wires, and bubbling mechanical innards. I was feeling a bit exhausted, and my aiming magic was depleted. I looked around and found that I had taken care of all the targets. I checked how many bullets were left in my Zebra Assault Carbine. I quickly ran out of armor-piercing rounds for the Zebra Assault Carbine. This weapon seemed incapable of semi-automatic fire, and it only took 1 bullet to take down such creatures. I needed to switch weapons, but the combat shotgun had poor accuracy at this range. Those owls were easy to eliminate, but their energy weapons, even if the beams were pitifully small, still had a chance to turn whatever they hit to ashes. I didn't want them getting too close and hitting me accurately. I thought the weak golden tower could easily pierce through those birds' metal shells without needing armor-piercing rounds. That was good news. The weak golden tower was the only weapon I had without armor-piercing rounds, except for the poison dart gun, which wouldn't be of any use against those little things. The scene I imagined was absurd, seemingly impossible, yet in some ways, I believed it to be true. Vivi called out to me, insisting on checking the wound on my back. I sat down on the floor, staring distantly at the first refrigerator door. "You and the disaster," Vivi clicked her tongue. "When I dreamed of becoming a medical pony, I decided to dedicate my life to helping other ponies, the more the better. Not just you two. It's always like this. You could have just let me." Ow? She pressed on a burn without having applied cooling gel beforehand, causing me to flinch. "This will be as good as new soon, maybe a little pink. It might take a few days for your fur to grow back, but there won't be any scars." She meant it wouldn't be like the permanent scar on my neck. Just giving him a bath is as hard as putting an apple through a needle's eye. Once Vivi started talking about the disaster, she wouldn't stop. I really wanted to plug my ears with my hooves, but then I wouldn't be able to walk. At least her voice had lowered now, probably because the decor of this hall frightened her. We ascended another floor, which, like most floors, was used to eavesdrop on massive amounts of private conversations and sift through valuable intelligence. The sources of eavesdropping were mysterious technological products, such as the information exchange between terminals. It seemed the morale department had always been listening in. Walking down the dark corridor, We were surrounded by smoke-blackened Pinkie Pie posters. They seemed to watch us, their gazes following us as we moved. The bold letters at the bottom of each poster stared at us intently. This was definitely the strangest, most headache-inducing haul in history. I levitated a cupcake I had found in the refrigerator and took a bite. It had some signs of age, but surprisingly, it was still edible after 2 centuries. The pony who made them was either the goddess of cooking or a witch skilled in dark magic. Without thinking, we shot. We could have talked to that dragon. But he shot immediately, just like when he shot at you. When we finally reached the end of the hall, I still tried to ignore her words. Left? Right? Or straight through the door ahead? I found myself craving another party time manticore again. If given the chance, I would have another piece. I really couldn't risk passing out in this place, in this dark and eerie place. Or, to think a step further, I couldn't pass out next to Vivi. Especially since she had just been so. Wow. I pushed open the door ahead and found myself gazing at the sky. An office 3 times larger than the central hall of the shelter spread out before us, filled with rows of desks, all equipped with terminals. Though the far half had completely collapsed, the sun was slowly setting behind thick clouds, dyeing the sky a doomsday-like orange-red. I nearly forgot that half of this building was no longer in existence. For the first time in weeks, I felt a strong sense of vertigo. I had grown accustomed to the openness outside, but to suddenly face this without warning awakened the fear of open spaces deep within me. Like a little foal with a phobia, I cautiously and a bit shakily closed the door. What kind of horse could become a beast like him? Vivi paused to take a breath. I truly appreciated Celestia giving me this moment of peace, and I even maliciously wished she could banish Vivi's voice to the moon. I estimated that the floor we were on was 1 level above the one with the large slide. The collapsed stairs forced us to go higher. And now we needed to find a way down. The problem was that he made me extremely angry, and Vivi stomped her hooves. I desperately prayed for her to shut up, but she suddenly spoke again. You know, I really should reconsider my options. There are so many other stallions in the wasteland of Ponyville. I felt a heavy blow of jealousy hit me, wanting to dig a hole in the ground to bury such thoughts. Or, Vivi suddenly changed to a sweet tone and said, Ramirez. I froze, feeling her breath on my left ear. When did she get so close? She said to me in a silky, chocolate-like sexy voice, Ramirez. I felt my knees go weak. My heart seemed to stop at that moment. I became hot inside, as if countless butterflies were fluttering in my stomach. But then the cold, cruel reality struck me, extinguishing the fire in my heart and killing the butterflies in my belly with frost. No, Vivi stepped back in surprise. She retreated a few steps, her ears drooping down, stammering but unable to say anything. For the sake of the 2 goddesses, Vivi, I shouted. You are a follower of Little Butterfly and shouldn't be so malicious. Vivi's eyes widened, her ears completely pressed against her head as she kept dodging my gaze. Great. I turned to walk away, not wanting to see her face anymore, and I walked around the corner, leaving her alone standing there. Something inside me shattered, and I didn't want her to see it. You shouldn't be here. A sudden voice sounded mechanical and made me uneasy. You bad little pony. A mechanical sprite's panel faintly glowed with a hot pink light, and it had already pointed its magical weapon at me. Where did they all come from? Vivi shouted as 5 more mechanical sprites surrounded the corridor, starting to vaporize the tables and refrigerators we used as cover with their magical weapons. I knew the answer to the question, but I didn't have time to explain it to her loudly. The answer was really obvious. Before the Watchers monitored the ponies with mechanical sprites, it was the pixies controlling them. Those mechanical sprites were certainly her creations. I struggled to imagine them floating throughout pre-war Ponyville, Appaloosa, and Manhattan, everywhere, constantly rising and falling in the air, playing uplifting large tunes or some meaningless cheerful melodies. They were the morale-boosting ambassadors of the morale department and also spies. I pulled the trigger again and again, only lowering my stance when reloading. But they advanced faster than before, and there were too many of them. Before I could take them all down, the energy for the assisted aiming magic was completely exhausted. Fortunately, they were all easy targets, not even knowing to dodge. The effect of the mentats had almost completely worn off, leaving only my dull brain. As long as I wasn't aiming and firing, I prayed for a chance to eat another mentat, but Vivi was squatting next to me, giving me no opportunity to do so. I was still sulking at her. The last thing I wanted was for her to see me doing something I could feel justified about and gain satisfaction from it. Although I now had to figure out the situation on this floor. 4 more mechanical sprites crawled in through the broken window. I used telekinesis to lift the refrigerator and throw it at them. 3 of them were caught off guard and were crushed to the ground by the refrigerator, while the 4th mechanical sprite was knocked away. Next to me, Vivi was repeatedly firing a nail gun. Her aim was terrible, but she finally hit one. But the nail bounced off the mechanical sprite with the attached armor, causing no damage. The mechanical sprite immediately opened fire on her, a beam of laser grazing her mane. Good. She angrily chose a more ladle-like solution. I was surprised to find my combat shotgun floating out of its holster. Try this. Boom. A mechanical sprite exploded in a flash of electricity, debris raining down like raindrops. This office was really great. There was a huge floor-to-ceiling window that offered a panoramic view of the entire city of Manhattan. Although the window had long been shattered, the floor was covered in broken glass, and only a circle of sharp glass shards remained on the window frame. On the wall nearby were 4 built-in safes. Despite being rusty, they were still intact. In front of the safes was a melted table. The corner further away from us was a small, semi-open kitchen. A Terminal S screen on the table was glowing softly in pink. I had never seen a terminal screen that was pink. They all emitted the same monotonous apple-green light. In the other corner of the room, across from the kitchen, was a small pony skeleton that had been burned to a charcoal black. When I noticed it, I was sitting down trying to hack into a terminal, and then I discovered something buried in the bones of that skeleton. Out of curiosity, I quickly walked over and caught a glimpse of something incongruous, very clean, not harmed by the wildfires that consumed this place. Looking closer, I finally found a small statue buried in the ribcage of that deceased earth pony. It was a young purple unicorn, with lavender mane interspersed with pink and purple stripes. It was Twilight Sparkle. I carefully floated the statue out from the skeleton's ribcage, wanting to take a closer look, and instantly felt a strange clarity wash away the lingering clouds in my mind. Of course, the feeling wasn't as strong as eating a piece of party time mentat, nor did it have the taste of mentat, but I couldn't deny that I felt my thoughts becoming clearer. The base of the small statue read, Wisdom. I smiled faintly, pocketed the statue, and redirected my attention to the terminal. The technology level of this terminal was far beyond my capability. Even the new skills I learned from comparing 2 versions of technology literature earlier didn't allow me to hack into it. Just as I was getting frustrated and had to stop, Vivi finally decided to speak, cautiously approaching me. I'm sorry about what happened earlier. I could see she looked even more deflated than before. She nodded, said no more, and then walked out of the office through that strange cupcake-shaped door. Once the door closed tightly, I immediately floated out a piece of party time mentat and swallowed it. I first tried those 4 safes, and with little effort, I opened each one. To my delight, the 3rd safe was filled with dozens of party time mentats. I was much happier than finding 2 invisible ponies in the 4th safe. My mind had now elevated to a new height, so I focused on that challenging terminal. The first 4 times I had to exit and restart the system to prevent it from locking me out. But I finally succeeded, exhaling a long breath and shouting excitedly. Little Pip? Vivi's voice came through the door again, timid and cautious. My shoulders slumped. I sighed, got up from the terminal to open the door. All right. I know you're sorry, and you really didn't mean it, but that doesn't change the fact that you tried to do that earlier. Even if you apologize, it definitely can't make me less sad in the short term. She nodded, tears brimming in her eyes. I felt terrible. Why did I feel so terrible? I closed my eyes and sighed deeply. Now I can clearly examine the whole situation, even if I don't want to. The effects of the manticore treat everything in my mind equally. Whether true or false, I understand. I know the feeling of hoping for something, only to find that things go awry. I tried to give an example, but first, I excluded the fact that I gained nothing at 3, because I didn't want to tell her that yet. Fortunately, I immediately found a better example. When I took the first step into the outside world, I was completely lost. I didn't understand anything about the outside. The only thing I knew was the shelter, or at least, what I pretended to know. In reality, the only thing I understood was shelter 2, and when the other shelters were completely different from what I imagined, I struggled to grasp that feeling. I kicked the floor hard, raising a cloud of dust. Damn it. Not to mention those strange and messed up social experiments I found where all the shelters were wrong and not what I thought they should be. Vivi looked at me thoughtfully. When some things, or some ponies, aren't as you assumed, you either accept the fact that you don't understand them, even if you feel like you do, and then work harder to truly understand them, or you can just, like I am now? Vivi carefully gave me an answer. That's right. I smiled at her, rolled my eyes. Clearly, it shouldn't be me giving you this advice, because I can't even do it myself. Thank you, Pinky, Vivi said sincerely to me. I left that cupcake-shaped door, intending to see the content of that terminal. Hi, Twilight. It's me. I've tried to message the office in Central City and the office here. All the ponies said you would be going to Glory Valley, so I tried to send a message there too. I really hope you're not deliberately avoiding me. If that's the case, I wouldn't blame you. The pony who spoke sounded worn out, sad, and melancholy. I recognized Pinkie Pie's voice. I had heard it before in the memories of my predecessor, 3 Vinyl. This time, her voice sounded basically the same as the last time, just much weaker, perhaps even on the brink of breaking down. I went to Spike's party, and then, as you requested, I admitted my mistakes. All my friends were there, except you. Spike said he couldn't get away from work. But isn't it because I was there that you refused to go? Twilight, I'm really sorry. You were right, so right. In fact, I knew it a long time ago. I just couldn't do it. I mean, I can't do it that way, but I will. I've already scheduled an appointment with the Hoof Clinic. Tomorrow. They should bring things here. Those medications should help me kick the addiction. Do you think they'll mix those medications into the cake? Or put them in the pie? I love pies. In the recording, I heard a knock on the door, and then a door opened. A second voice interrupted. Miss Pinkie Pie? The Ministry of Wartime Technology has sent a squad of Iron Rangers, and they have been properly accommodated by our agents. Pinkie Pie spoke again. But this time she was talking to the pony who just interrupted. She didn't seem to mind turning off her recorder and just kept recording. Oh, those ponies from the 4 Stars Company are all bad guys. They should be exiled and then locked up in a prison in the exile land. But first, we need to get their secrets from those rotten ponies' heads to ensure that there are no spies lurking within our ranks. So tell my ponies, I want them captured alive. Oh, I got it. I'll throw them all into my Pinkie balloon and bring them over. The pony who came in seemed a bit unsure about what Pinkie said, asking in a proposing tone, ma'am, do you want us to raid the 4 Stars headquarters with a blimp shaped like your head? Uh-huh. I wish they knew I was going to sanction them. I couldn't help but imagine a giant pink balloon with Pinkie's glaring face, just like on the giant billboard. I wasn't sure if this idea was genius or madness. In the recording, I heard the sound of a door closing. Pinkie started to reconnect with her former friend. Twilight Sparkle, I'm really sorry. You won't believe what happened before, but don't worry, once today is over, everything will be fine. I did some bad things. Twilight, some really terrible things. I even had ponies in my department do worse things. So I'm really, really very sorry. I don't know if I can be that Pinkie in your heart again, but I will try my best. I Pinkie promise. Party Time Manicore is a mess. It makes ponies go haywire. I know I was already a mess before, worse than ever, but I need it. The old normal Pinkie is smart, and there's Pinkie sense. But Party Time Manticore can make me, not say better, I realize that now, but it can make me more competent at my job. That's also what we need, and what Equestria needs. After taking Party Time Manticore, my Pinkie sense will become sharper, and that's the only way to avoid those really terrible things that are going to happen. My nose feels fiery all day. Like it's itching, but worse. You know, Twilight, there are some bad ponies who want to hurt us, hurt all of Equestria. But without Manticore, normal Pinkie can't stop them. Once today is over, everything will be fine. I know it will be, but I just have to get through today. Tomorrow, I'll have the consultation, just. Twilight, do you think maybe it's possible for you to come with me? I'm a bit scared. This isn't the kind of fear that can be alleviated by giggling. I mean, I already have you to be with me, and you will definitely go with me. But not like this. I want the real Twilight Sparkle. Please. I'm willing to do anything. The recording ended, and I sat there in shock. A series of thoughts flooding my mind, but none could help me focus. Party Time Manicore makes ponies go haywire. Pinkie Pie said it herself, but she also said it can make her stronger. I know that's true because it's making me stronger right now. Equestrian Wasteland needs sacrifice. There was a note below the audio record. Error. Unable to connect to Terminal 42 at Metropolitan Base. Message failed to send. Twilight Sparkle never received Pinkie's last message. I already have you to be with me. My gaze fell on the skeleton of the Earth pony that found the little statue of Twilight Sparkle. A wave of sadness surged over me. I felt tears streaming down my cheeks. May Celestia and Luna be with you forever, Pinkie Pie. I was at a loss for words, not knowing what else to say. The sun had set below the horizon, painting the clouds above in hues of pink and purple. The same color as Twilight Sparkle's mane. When Vivi and I finally reached the lower level, Disaster and Iron Hoof had been waiting for us for a long time. One end of the giant skateboard was wedged tightly in the huge floor-to-ceiling windows frame, slightly tilted. The massive object creaked in the wind. Yes, it looks really safe. Iron Hoof commented. All right, this time Vivi and Disaster are working together, I firmly suggested. There's a problem between them that needs to be resolved as soon as possible. For both me and them. I walked with Iron Hoof, and while he was on the skateboard, I used telekinesis to help lighten his load. The sky above darkened at a visibly rapid pace, and we had to hurry. I climbed onto the windowsill, but made the mistake of looking down. A violent wave of dizziness surged through my body. We were now a full 14 stories above the alley below, where a few red dots representing scorpion-tailed lions could be seen in the distance. Far below me, a scorpion-tailed lion was flying through the alley. I immediately felt cold sweat trickling down my forehead. I believed I could do it. No offense intended, but I really don't want you to levitate me with telekinesis. Kid, you look like you're about to pass out from exhaustion. The plan changed, Disaster said, little skin. You should move back away from the edge of the windowsill and take a breather. Vivi, you go first, don't worry. Seeing the fear on her face, he added. If you accidentally fall, we'll catch you. Little Skin, when you're ready, use your telekinesis to lighten the weight of the scooter on Iron Hoof. After Iron Hoof passes, we'll fly you over. We all agreed to this plan. As soon as I stepped away from the edge of the windowsill, I felt much better. Vivi went first. She tested the scooter statue with her foot, and the entire statue swayed slightly in the wind. Halfway through her crossing, the statue let out a frightening creaking sound. For a moment, I wondered why Disaster didn't just carry Vivi across directly. But then I realized he couldn't carry Iron Hoof. It was indeed a good idea to let a lighter pony go first to test the weight it could bear. That way, if something went wrong, Disaster could catch her completely, rather than sending our heavily armored commander out without any testing. I noticed that several floors above, there was a nest in the scaffolding supporting the giant scooter of the Red Racer, with a dark silhouette of glistening blood wings faintly visible. The sun had completely set below the horizon, the last trace of light fading from the sky, and they were about to start moving. I used telekinesis to pull out the zebra rifle, intending to shoot while they were still in the nest, hoping the flames from the zebra rifle bullets would incinerate the entire nest. But Iron Hoof had already stepped onto the scooter statue, which let out another intense scream of protest. I immediately shifted my focus, tightly wrapping him in a telekinetic field to significantly reduce the weight of his backpack and armor. Now he might be lighter than me. The first Bloodwing had already spread its wings and ascended into the air, ready to seek its prey. Disaster fired at it. It suddenly jolted in midair and fell in an ungraceful curve. This caused the other Bloodwings to immediately take to the sky. Disaster dove down and fired again. Another Bloodwing fell in response, but two more immediately lunged at him, as if they had spotted dinner. The rusty brown Pegasus turned sharply in the air, drawing the attention of the Bloodwings away from us. Flap, flap, flap. I had to split my focus into two parts, one to pull the trigger on the zebra rifle, and the other to try to lighten Iron Hoof's weight on the scooter statue. Concentrating on doing two different things at the same time wasn't like lifting two different objects simultaneously, but I was just barely managing, though it wasn't easy. The most critical part was that I couldn't activate the aiming spell before I lightened Iron Hoof, so most of the shots I fired missed their targets. I heard gunfire erupting from Vivi's direction. She still had my combat shotgun, and her second shot hit one, causing a burst of blood in midair. I saw another one flying above her head, and Iron Hoof fired a missile that shot through the air trailing smoke, directly hitting the target and blowing the Bloodwing apart, leaving only a pair of blackened wings fluttering in the air, with nothing left of its body. Flap, flap, flap. I missed my target. It was right in front of me, and I could almost smell its rancid breath, but I ended up shooting wide. The Bloodwing folded its wings and lunged through the window at me. I felt a massive bat-like creature crash onto me, the stench almost suffocating me, while its bloodthirsty sharp teeth scraped against my armor, still searching for a place to bite. We think you might need a little help, buddy, Disaster shouted, adjusting his hat as he flew over my head. Now for Bloodwings had been drawn away to chase him. Iron Hoof finally made it across, and I stared at the scooter, which had been deformed under Iron Hoof's weight, looking even more unstable than before. But Disaster was busy now. I had to make it across on my own. You can do it, I told myself loudly. This was a plan you made yourself. I stepped onto the scooter, feeling my legs tremble slightly. I had made it halfway, drenched in sweat, moving only an inch at a time. A Bloodwing suddenly dove at me. I swung the zebra rifle to aim at the attacker and pulled the trigger. Flap, flap, flap. The Bloodwing screamed and turned into a rolling fireball. My eyes widened. That burning bat was coming straight at me. I had to sprint forward in a panic, running toward the end. The charred body of the Bloodwing crashed into the scooter statue behind me, and with a horrifying sound of metal scraping, the scooter was knocked off from the windowsill. I felt the bridge beneath my hooves give way in an instant, my body entering free fall. I wrapped myself in my own magic, trying to use telekinesis to push myself forward. Thanks to Luna, I was flying toward a window instead of a concrete wall. However, since the wasteland of Ponyland never favored me, the window I crashed into was still one of the few in the entire Red Racer factory that had intact glass. Sharp glass shards cut through my body, bringing new pain. I slammed forward, landing hard, knocking over a table along the way and shattering a few chairs. Everything in front of me slowly faded to black. When I woke up, I was in the ruins of a conference room, pain coursing through my body. My companions were several floors away, and the time I had lost consciousness was long enough for the effects of Party Time Manto to wear off completely. A scorpion-tailed lion was sniffing around me. I cursed under my breath, struggling to stand up, but it was too difficult. I was a bit curious about what it felt like to be eaten alive and whether this scorpion-tailed lion would sting me with its tail first. The scorpion-tailed lion lowered its head, bit into my mane, and then lifted me up as if I were a small kitten. The pain was excruciating. It felt as if my neck and scalp were on fire. But the pain in the rest of my body was worse, so I didn't mind as much. The scorpion-tailed lion turned and walked through a hole in the wall. I noticed the zebra rifle wedged between the broken chairs I had knocked over. So I concentrated my telekinesis to float it over. The scorpion-tailed lion either didn't notice or simply didn't understand what was happening. I realized I could just shoot it directly, but it was taking me somewhere, and I was curious about where it would lead me. I also needed to move. And if I was lucky, its destination might be the same as mine. Regardless, I preferred to endure the pain of it pulling my mane rather than walking anywhere myself. After 2 more flights of stairs, I found that the scorpion-tailed lion had left the staircase and walked out onto a balcony that overlooked the entire Red Racer factory. Normal-sized red scooters were scattered all over the assembly floor. Amidst the decaying conveyor belts and old, broken machines, someone had placed numerous cages, many of which contained ponies. Most of them swollen, twisted, and deformed pony corpses. It was even hard to tell they had once been ponies. The scene made me feel nauseous, stirring my insides. The scorpion-tailed lion freely moved between the cages like a guard dog. The one biting me leaned against the edge of the balcony, released its grip, and dropped me into an open cage. Although there was a thin layer of hay on the floor of the cage, I still fell heavily inside, and pain shot through me again. I carefully opened the inventory management magic of the Beep Beep pony, using telekinesis to float out a bottle of super-strength recovery potion obtained from the 29th refuge stable, greedily gulping it down. My body began to heal, and I could finally take a moment to rest. No way. I was stunned to see a familiar sea blue filly in the cell across from me. On the other side of the conveyor belt filled with scooter wheels in the factory, she was locked up, and I was momentarily speechless. It couldn't be. She saw me too, and upon realizing I was also in a cell, she was not surprised at all. Hey, she stood up, waving her hoof through the bars of the cage, lowering her voice to shout at me. It's you. I looked up at her with sorrow, nodded, and said, sorry. It's all my fault. I should have stayed with you until you were safely home. The blue pony's eyes were filled with fear. It's useless. He's just waiting for me. Who is he? Due to the sluggishness and days after the effects of the manticore potion, I was confused, struggling to keep up with her words. Who? What? Why? That doctor. He tortures us to death. She told me anxiously. He experiments on us. Every time he takes a pony to another room, then you start to hear screams, hoarse and chilling. By the time he brings the pony back out, most of them are already dead, and those slightly luckier might still have breath and consciousness, but they won't last long. Their bodies are completely misaligned. By Celestia. I stood up, looking at the rows of cages. Dozens of ponies were staring at me, most with faces full of despair, some filled with hope, and the rest looking regretful, resignedly watching me, as if they had already accepted their fate of screaming and dying in torment, powerless. 2 ponies were looking anywhere but at me, unable to accept what was happening here. As long as I have breath, this will not happen. That monster bred by the manticore locked me in a cage, but the cage couldn't hold me, and it kindly allowed me to keep my weapons. I concentrated my telekinesis, lifting the zebra rifle, then the poison dart gun, floating both weapons to either side. I hadn't anticipated encountering mechanical owls and a continuous stream of mechanical sprites, or blood wings while I was still at the 10-pony tower. But I had prepared well for the manticore. The iron bars of this cage provided me protection, making it very easy to deal with them. As they could only reach me from directly above, I activated the auxiliary aiming magic. I had never operated 2 weapons simultaneously like this before. But how difficult could it be? The poison dart gun's toxin was extracted from the manticore's tail sting, capable of paralyzing ponies, and in large doses. It could be lethal. I didn't know if the manticore was immune to the poison on its own tail sting. If not, the toxin could at least slow them down. Then the enchanted bullets from the zebra rifle would take care of them. I reloaded the zebra rifle, starting to select my targets. If there weren't a manticore corpse crammed in the same cell with me, opening the cell door would be much simpler. Still, I managed to do it. The manticore was the only one to enter my cell before I shot it. The effect of the poison dart on the manticore was no better than on the mechanical sprites or mechanical owls. So I temporarily set it aside and switched to the wheat gold tonic. But the manticore still managed to scratch me, leaving a few bloody marks on my chest before I shattered its soul with the wheat gold tonic's death rock. The poison dart gun and zebra rifle fired quietly, but the wheat gold tonic made a lot of noise. However, the commotion from the burning manticore was loud enough. Now this floor was filled with white smoke and the aroma of roasted manticore meat. When the door of my cell opened, I immediately ran toward the sea blue filly's cell, quickly opening it without breaking a hairpin. This time I will escort you safely home, I promised her, but first, we have something to do. Where is that Dr. S laboratory? She pointed the way, but I didn't rush there. Instead, I opened every cell still holding living ponies, encouraging those who seemed mentally sound to help those unable to leave their cages. I still tried to avoid looking at the dead pony corpses for too long or up close. With that, I crouched down and headed toward the laboratory. After leaving the factory area, I activated an invisibility spell, so the doctor wouldn't notice my arrival. At the end of the corridor, I saw the double doors leading to the Red Racer Factory's first aid station. It seemed the factory originally had a pretty high security level, with light leaking from the small glass windows and door cracks. I stealthily pushed the door open, trying to remain as quiet as possible, successfully slipping inside. Toxic magical byproducts. Property of the Department of Mysterious Sciences. Do not touch, inhale, or stare. No, the corpse doctor muttered to himself. I'm so close to success. The last round of experiments almost worked. What am I missing? He slowly walked up to a terminal, looking at the data on the screen, then turned to the pile of manticore corpses. Look at yourselves. You look just like before the wildfire bomb dropped. I guess that is just like certainly didn't include the current state of being dead. Radiation can't touch a hair on you, and rot can't harm you. You're simply perfect organisms. I floated out the wheat gold tonic. This corpse doctor wasn't the kind of pathetic raider. He was completely insane. I hesitated before firing, wanting to let him finish his mad ramblings. I wanted to know what those horrifyingly dead ponies had died for, even though I knew it wouldn't matter. The doctor stopped, his gaze resting at the end of the table. Between a notebook and an evaporating dish, a memory crystal ball lay quietly. He reached out a hoof to touch it, turning the crystal ball. Then he turned back and said, I know the secret is hidden in your toxins. He spoke to a manticore corpse that was already mangled. I just haven't perfected the formula yet. If I dissect a few more corpses and run a few more tests, I can solve it. He took a few steps back, waving his hoof at the corpses, revealing a smile. No, you're too kind. Really no need to thank me. I'm just happy to put you to good use. Bye, Celestia. The doctor paused as if enlightened. I need more ponies for experiments. My curiosity took over. I was still invisible, and that madman wouldn't harm other ponies for the time being. I felt I still had time. I moved to the table in the distance, lowered my head, and concentrated my telekinesis on the memory crystal ball. The real world suddenly faded away from me. The scene before me was replaced by a luxurious office. Trophies neatly displayed on the shelves. A much smaller but still scaled-up scooter model than the giant model we used as a bridge hung from the ceiling. My perspective kept rising and spinning, making me a bit dizzy. An older sea blue filly with orange fur stood behind a large desk made of dark wood, her purple mane already showing several gray stripes. Is there any more? Her voice sounded very familiar. This is the last one, Miss Flyboard, the unicorn said. I've completely removed all the listening devices set up by the morale department in your room. Can I let them in now? Flyboard nodded, making a face. Please hurry. My friends have been waiting for a long time. She watched the unicorn leave the office, sighed, looked around, and finally her gaze landed on me. Beckaboo. She seemed to want to call out to the unicorn who left. You dropped your. She paused, sighed, sparkling cola. Am I a bottle of sparkling cola? No. Wait, I'm a spy device hidden inside a sparkling cola bottle. Flyboard walked over to me, lowered her head to bite the top of the bottle, I guessed, and carried me over to the trash can. During the fall, my vision swayed back and forth, and I finally landed face up in a pile of garbage. She glanced at me in the trash can again and ran out of my sight. I heard the door open, but all I could see was the ceiling. Little Apple Bloom, Sweetie Belle, it's so great to see you too. I mean, you wouldn't believe how happy I am to see you. Flying Board Lou said, sounding like she was relieved. Then her voice suddenly turned tense. You weren't followed, were you? Did any ponies see you? I'm also happy to see you. Little Apple Bloom said excitedly. No, we were very careful. Are you sure having a secret meeting just a street away from the morale department is a good idea? You see, I chose this place because they would never expect ponies to be operating right under their noses. Just before you got here, Beckaboo found 2 morale department listening devices in my office. Who is Beckaboo? Sweetie Belle asked, her voice very sweet. Lulu? Flying Board Lou growled in frustration. I hate how sneaky they are, hiding and lurking. It's not fun. It never was fun, Little Apple Bloom commented. You're right. It's something only a lunatic would do. Flying Board Lou stomped her hoof, walking to the edge of my sight, waving her hoof toward the office window. We're having a secret meeting. Building a new type of double encrypted communication. Hiding in an unfinished shelter just to be able to speak freely. They are all my most admired little ponies. 2 of whom are your sisters. And now we have to hide from them and act in secret. Hey, Applejack is not the problem. Rarity. She's just under too much stress. Flying board loose sounded like she spat. I admit, Applejack hasn't done anything wrong. I can proudly say that Rainbow Dash is still great. But the other ministers? Pinky? To be honest, Sweetie Belle's impression department? What the hey? Don't talk about my sister like that, Sweetie Belle warned strongly. Right. We all know the facts. There's no need to poke that hole in the paper, Little Apple Bloom suggested. How about we talk about something else? Like the Manhattan shelter. Sweetie Belle prompted. I heard you've started sending ponies in there. That's right. By the way, have you been revising my shelter designs? Flying board loose sighed. We've talked about this, Little Apple Bloom. Sometimes the structure and features of the shelter need to change to meet the needs of social experiments. But my designs are perfect. Little Apple Bloom complained. Those terminals are designs from a long time ago. The beeping ponies are much better than them. But, Flying Board Lou insisted. Not every shelter can be perfect, or else the social experiment won't be able to proceed properly. Why not? Flying Board Lou complained a few times. Stepping out of my sight, Little Apple Bloom followed her, coming into my view. I could only see part of her head. But she was a beautiful light yellow pony with a rose-colored mane. I guess she was about the same age as that orange mare. I know that if we are really going to use those shelters, it's also very important to make sure the ponies don't make the same mistakes after they get out. But isn't it equally important to ensure they survive to get out? Why modify my shelter designs? Wouldn't that reduce their chances of survival? I just don't understand why you would do this. Little Apple Bloom glanced down at me. Hey, when did you start drinking sparkling cola again? I couldn't tell if Flying Board Lou was annoyed or grateful for her change of topic. It's not me drinking it. You know I haven't touched that stuff since I heard about the factory accident. That bottle is Becca Booze. Oh, Little Apple Bloom said, looking aside. Then what does it mean that you started sending ponies to the Manhattan shelter? The Omega level danger protocol hasn't been activated yet, has it? Well, you know how things developed. Do you really think we would get a warning before they started acting? Enough time to retreat to the shelter? So okay, I'll be honest. I've started some secondary planning for certain social experiments, especially for the Manhattan shelter. Those plans have some risks, Flying Board Lou admitted, her tone sounding heavy. So I want to run a simulation first to ensure nothing goes wrong before the real launch. Little Apple Bloom shook her head. But doesn't that mean telling all the ponies what we're doing? That would ruin the social experiment. She didn't sound as positive as Flying Board Lou. I know, Flying Board Lou stomped her hoof gloomily. So until the threat of war is over. We will keep the ponies in Manhattan in the shelter until the war is truly over. After that, there won't be any issues. I don't think I can turn this around, Sweetie Belle said cautiously. They will accuse us of imprisoning innocent ponies and using them for experiments. If in the end we don't even need the results of those experiments, how do we explain that to everyone? Don't worry, Flying Board Lou said solemnly. I've arranged everything. You two have nothing to do with this. It looks like it's just my idea. She gave a dry laugh and added, really, at least it will look that way. Lulu, we can't let you do this. A hoof slammed down heavily on the table, shaking even the trash can. I can only stare blankly at the packaging of the cupcake shop now. No, you have to let me do this. Flying Board Lou's tone suddenly became intense. I felt a hint of a cry in her voice. We can't let this happen again. Rainbow Dash, Applejack, Rarity, Pinky, and all their ministers. I love them dearly. But the trouble they've stirred has gone beyond control and is hurting every pony. I absolutely cannot let this happen again. Never. This is no longer our ponyland. It's not the happy, safe, joyful world every pony grew up in. I don't understand why the world has turned into this, how it has become so bad. Some pony has to find the answer and then fix it. And if some pony has to be the target of everyone's scorn, let it be me. Now I lay on the operating table, tightly bound by iron chains. My weapons had been taken away and hidden, probably nearby, but out of my sight. My armor was still on. The wound on my chest was bleeding, soaking the armor in blood, and the blood loss made me feel dizzy. The zombie doctor walked up to me. Hi, awake? Good. Don't worry, you'll help a lot of ponies soon. The zombie doctor stepped out of my line of sight, picked up a syringe with its mouth, and then stared at me. Staring at me, frozen still. The sea blue filly walked in, holding my poison dart gun in her mouth. She nudged it with her hoof, and the already paralyzed zombie doctor fell to the ground. I gave her a grateful smile. She turned around, looked down at the zombie doctor, and started stomping on his head furiously. I even heard the sound of his skull cracking. It seemed she was pouring all the pain she had endured and all the anger she had accumulated onto the zombie, stomping again and again, even though the latter had long since died. It took me quite a while to use telekinesis to float out a screwdriver and a hairpin to unbind every chain on me. They should have been very easy to unbind, but I was still heavily injured and dizzy. I broke 3 hairpins before I managed to free myself. Throughout my whole process of unbinding, the sea blue filly kept stomping on that corpse, or rather, what used to be a corpse, now just a pile of mush. She showed no signs of stopping, and I went over and hugged her tightly, bringing her outside. I sat on the balcony, overlooking the desolate waterway valley. The early sun slowly rising. About half an hour after Dr. Shiki's death, my companions and I finally met up in the Red Racer factory. They had successfully found the safe we were interested in, but had no way to open it, so they came up with an alternative plan. Iron Hoof used grenades to blast the wall containing the safe into pieces, then carried the safe on his armor. Calamity thoroughly searched the area. Inside were 2 demo records, Sweet Belle's Lullaby, performed in Manhattan's Eternal Night City, and a song called Sing It Out sung by the Cute Mark Crusaders. I hoped that kind heart would like this great gift. The Watcher silently floated beside me. After what happened at the morale department, I felt my views on those big iron balls had completely changed. Isn't that enough? I asked, breaking the silence. I wanted to say that knowing my virtues wasn't enough, right? I remembered the great virtues the Watcher had told me about. But I was gradually realizing that those virtues might not necessarily be good in themselves. I had seen many twisted versions of them. Pinky Belle's laughter was devoid of joy, emanating from melancholy. Wad had a loyalty that only cared about contracts and money. Cheese Jack's honesty was only for maintaining his self-image. What is a spark? I asked, somewhat dispirited. I didn't even know what my virtues were. And now I needed to find a spark? I had friendship. That feeling of being recognized and accepted suddenly shattered my petty jealousy and the spreading suspicion. A wave of joy struck deep within me. I had friends. You know, I've done research in this area, the Watcher admitted, but before I could ask, a burst of static interrupted me, and the Watcher had already disappeared. The mechanical sprite played rhythmic music and gradually flew away. Kindheart smiled and took the 2 demo records. Thank you all, Ma. 3 had waited too long to hear these records. His gratitude was beyond words. He could come out and introduce himself first, Iron Hoof suggested somewhat unhappily. Vivi's tone was clearly disappointed. I really hoped to meet him and sing a song for him. I shrank back a bit, suddenly realizing I hadn't told Kindheart about this. The beautiful gray unicorn cast me a puzzled look. Let us wait until tomorrow, I stammered. I'm sure 3 will have time to meet us tomorrow. And after a day of crawling and rolling, don't you really want to rest a bit before seeing him? I swallowed hard, looking hopefully at the other ponies. Maybe take a bath first? This struck a chord with Vivi, who nodded earnestly. You're absolutely right. What was I just thinking? Don't you want me to point out that magical device to Calamity and have a good look at it before going anywhere else? Of course I do. I turned to Iron Hoof, but couldn't think of what to say. But he seemed to understand my meaning and turned to leave. With us, Little Pie? My companions walked into the elevator and turned to face me. Vivi smiled at me, making me feel once again how grateful she was for our previous conversation and my tolerance. Calamity only let me see the brim of his lowered cowboy hat. The elevator doors slowly closed, beginning to descend, taking them to our room downstairs. Thank you, Refuge Stable residents, Kindheart said softly, not just for those few records. I've heard about what happened in the Aqueduct Valley. I recalled my first meeting with the Watcher when he tricked me into going to Ponyville. I paused. You know everything? But Kindheart just widened her eyes, looking innocent. Not at all. If I knew, I would have told you in advance. I knew you would definitely go there to help them. So, Vivi is really excellent. I smiled. She was a rare find, and also a direct descendant of Sweet Belle. This caught Kindheart's attention. She inherited not just the singing ability, but I felt her level even surpassed Sweet Belle. If that's the case, I definitely need to listen. I traced circles on the floor with my hoof. My thoughts about Vivi made me melancholic. There were some things I had never had the courage to ask, but now my heart longed desperately to know the answer. Kindheart, can you do me a favor? Of course, the gray unicorn smiled brightly. What is it? What do you need? I took a deep breath. This question might be quite embarrassing. But Kindheart had eyes everywhere, and if anyone could help me find something, it had to be her. You can observe most of ponykind. Have you noticed any mare in ponykind who might like me? I closed my eyes, almost sinking into endless embarrassment. I mean, a mare who likes mares like me? Every second of Kindheart's silence felt like an anvil pressing down on my head, with a hay wagon on top of that, and a piano on top of the hay wagon. I sighed in relief, feeling both relaxed and a bit awkward. So can you tell me where she is? How do I find her? Suddenly, a hoof gently patted my shoulder. Little Pie, I said I might be able to. I turned to look at her, not quite understanding. But I soon saw the emotion in her eyes and realized. Oh, I blinked. Her expression became gentle, a kind of pleasant gentleness. I felt my heart ignite with a blazing fire. Oh, Kindheart gave me a beautiful, moving smile. Thank you. Celestia. Hoof note, upgrade. Skill notification. Science skill has reached 100. New skill. Vitality Pony, level 2. You are adept at targeting magic. You will be 20 cooler in combat. For each level gained, you will receive an additional 15 action point limit in auxiliary targeting magic.